Ye Qiao awoke to find herself transformed into the secondary female lead of a popular novel, a mere supporting character known for her utility. In the narrative, whenever the younger sister encountered difficulties, the second sister would step in. When the younger sister desired magical artifacts, the second sister would procure them. However, the younger sister lacked spiritual roots and sought to extract the second sister's. Overwhelmed by despair, Ye Qiao fled the mountain overnight, abandoning her role. The new sect's senior brothers appeared to be in good spirits, yet Ye Qiao, aware of the script, recognized that they were merely pawns to the enchanting female lead. The melancholic eldest brother, hopelessly infatuated, ultimately sacrificed himself for the heroine. Since Ye Qiao's arrival, he had ceased his despondency, fervently pursuing her and threatening to retaliate should she dare skip class again. In the first chapter, Ye Qiao reflected on her first day in this world, forming the opinion that the grand sects were utterly foolish. She had once been a humble worker, toiling through the night to complete a design, only to awaken in a realm rife with danger and intrigue. The world of cultivation, specifically the Moon Clear sect, one of the 5 major sects of the cultivation realm. This sect specialized in esoteric techniques and formations, with its disciples being akin to mages. The kind-hearted yearned, despite the original character's poor talent, decided to accept her as a disciple. The original character, second in rank among her peers, enjoyed a tolerable existence until the master brought back a girl from the mortal realm, which altered everything. Yearned, typically aloof, made exceptions repeatedly for this mortal girl, ultimately even accepting a disciple devoid of spiritual roots. This perplexed the original character greatly. However, Ye Qiao, privy to the plot, understood this was a tale of enchanting allure. The protagonist, Ye, was a delicate beauty prone to tears, captivating everyone, while the narrative unfolded absurdly with the arrival of the younger sister, who gradually relegated the original character to mere utility. The original character faced dire consequences, ultimately resulting in her being heartlessly pierced by her master's sword. What a tragic fate. Now, Ye Qiao found herself in the unfortunate position of being that very secondary sister. The scene before her only solidified her belief that the sect was filled with utter fools. Kneeling on the cold stone floor, she felt the overwhelming pressure of the formidable Yearned, compelling her to lower her head and respectfully address him as master. The ephemeral midge grass, found at the abyss of the demon's depths, could heal damaged spiritual consciousness. The 3 realms knew of the sealed demon race beneath, and those who entered the abyss faced perilous odds, with some being devoured as sustenance. Ye Qiao considered herself fortunate. Aside from her hands being corroded by demonic energy, she had not suffered further harm. Having the midge grass will surely heal the younger sister's wounds, the eldest brother remarked, his eyes alight with an unusual warmth, contrasting starkly with his usual demeanor. The frail younger sister had often caused him concern, and with the midge grass to mend her spiritual consciousness, she would likely soon be able to rise from her bed. Even the usually stern master displayed a hint of softness, instructing, "Take the midge grass to the apothecary hall. Once refined, deliver it to the lotus pavilion." A white medicinal herb floated from her storage space into her palm. Throughout this exchange, no one had inquired whether Ye Qiao agreed. From their eyes, she lacked the standing to object. Watching this harmonious scene unfold, Ye Qiao suddenly interjected, "Master, when did I say I wanted to give the midge grass to the younger sister?" No one expected her to voice such a challenge. Suzhua was momentarily taken aback, stammering, "But the younger sister needs this spiritual herb more than you." With her mediocre talent, Ye Qiao needed the midge grass to advance her cultivation. One sister could frolic in the demon's depths to retrieve the herb, while the other languished in illness. Suzhua, harboring some compassion, relayed this to the master. "Ake is physically delicate." Yearned expressed his discontent with her attitude, yet paused to explain, "Your condition is better than hers. The midge grass will be given to Ye first. Once the sect's grand competition begins, I will have your elder brothers fetch another midge grass for you, from the ancient battlefield." The ancient battlefield, setting aside the rarity of the midge grass, the ancient battlefield was a secret realm that hosted the sect's competition once every 100 years, gathering countless prodigies. What guarantee did Yearned have that the 2 elder brothers would successfully obtain the midge grass? Ye Qiao cast a glance at the 3, whose favoritism was evident, and scoffed internally, muttering, "So it's reasonable for her to be weak, while I am to be punished for my Strength, her typically obedient demeanor surprising everyone, Yearned felt affronted by her insolence, his gaze turning icy as he reprimanded. Impudent. The pressure from his divine transformation phase bore down on her, causing her to stumble against a white pillar. This wretched realm of cultivation. Born to rebel, unaware of hierarchy, Yearned coldly remarked, vanishing from sight. Get out. Go to your cave and reflect. Ye Qiao wiped the blood from her nose and, under everyone's gaze, slowly extended her middle finger towards Yearned's retreating figure. This was perhaps her last act of defiance as a mere pawn. Junior sister, Suzhou approached her, lowering his gaze as he softly said, I apologize. I will repay you in the future. He felt guilty that his selfishness had led to her punishment. Ye Qiao wiped her blood and, upon seeing him approach, recoiled as if from a serpent. Warning, stay away. The protagonist's pawns should keep their distance. Her ruthless words left him stunned. He had never anticipated the typically reserved second sister would display such fury. The eldest brother, unable to bear it any longer, grasped Ye Qiao's wrist, his voice low. Junior sister, can you refrain from being petulant? The younger sister can barely get out of bed. She requires the midge grasp more than you do. Ye Qiao winced at the pain in her injured hand, suspecting this dog was doing it on purpose. Not wishing to endure this torment, she raised her other fist to strike him. Zhai Qin swiftly dodged, instinctively releasing her wrist. Ye Qiao clutched her hurt spot, retorting, so you can just take mine? Is the Moon Clear sect's current standing built on thievery? Zhai Qin was taken aback by her retort. Why are you being so unreasonable? Oh yes, Ye Qiao feigned agreement. I am heartless, ungrateful, and unreasonable. Go find your little sister. Previously, she had held a modicum of hope for the cultivation realm, but upon realizing her fate as the doomed secondary character who would suffer a heart-piercing fate, Ye Qiao simply wished to live and laugh. Let them be. She resolved to leave the mountain. With determination, Ye Qiao sprinted away, not glancing back at the two foolish individuals, quickly opening her storage bag and heading straight for the Hall of Fate. Perhaps the author's intention to highlight the protagonist's beloved status rendered the other disciples mere background characters in Yearned's eyes. Yet Ye Qiao was the most unfortunate among them. The only asset she possessed was a book of cultivation methods gifted upon her acceptance as a disciple. Her spiritual stones were scarce. Among the hundreds of inner disciples of the Moon Clear sect, each was superior to her. Ye Qiao was merely a number. Not being a direct disciple, leaving the sect was quite feasible. The original character had already been marginalized due to her poor aptitude, and upon hearing Ye Qiao's desire to depart, the Grand Elder of the Hall of Fate struggled to suppress his delight, never suspecting this Ye Qiao would be so foolish. Having stumbled into the inner sect, she still thought to leave. Shall I inform the sect leader? The Grand Elder, rarely amiable, pretended to be cordial. Which sect do you plan to join after leaving? Do you require some spirit stones? After all, staying at an inn requires funds. To his surprise, Ye Qiao did not hesitate. Yes. With unabashed boldness, she extended her hand, her expression one of heartfelt gratitude. I truly did not expect that there would be such a good person like you in the Moon Clear sect. The Grand Elder was left speechless. What began as mere pleasantries had turned into an obligation due to her flattery. His expression twisted momentarily as he pondered this audacious Ye Qiao. Was she always this shameless? He could hardly recall her being so in the past. She had always been rather taciturn within the inner sect. Ye Qiao awaited his assistance, while the original owner was diligent and earnest, willing to sacrifice for the sect. Ye Qiao was not. Without spirit stones after descending the mountain, she would find herself sleeping on the streets. The Grand Elder had already opened his mouth, and to not comply would be foolish. He produced a hefty bag, perhaps feeling generous since she would soon depart. Inside are 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Take them, he waved dismissively. Ye Qiao's eyes brightened, genuinely expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Grand Elder. The Grand Elder, growing impatient, gestured for her to leave. Upon exiting the Hall of Fate, Ye Qiao stowed the spirit stones in her mustard seed bag, only to hear someone behind her mutter, useless. She turned and glanced back. What did you say? The male disciple had not anticipated being overheard. In fact, there were many within the sect who harbored disdain for Ye Qiao. A disciple of mediocre talent, he had no qualifications to be an outer sect member, let alone an inner sect one, had it not been for a stroke of luck that the sect leader had taken. When news spread of Ye Qiao's punishment by the sect leader, many rejoiced, he being one of them. Faced with Ye Qiao's inquiry, the male disciple's face turned pale, stammering, useless? Ye Qiao echoed, observing his fright with genuine admiration. You have quite the discerning eye. Perhaps you should take over this inner sect. The original owner had toiled tirelessly for the sect, always the first to rush forward for any resources, only to share with the outer sect brothers. What was the point? To ultimately have their master extract their spiritual roots, leaving them heartbroken. The male disciple was left speechless. You are correct, I am indeed useless. Ye Qiao tossed her waist token to him, waving her hand. I cannot aspire to this inner sect, farewell. The male disciple was utterly bewildered. The protagonist's antics were numerous. She could carry the entire scene by herself, embodying a non-traditional approach to adversity. She would still strive when necessary, perhaps embodying a light-hearted tale. Chapter 2. Seeking a sect to hide in. Yunzhong City lies at the heart of the 5 major sects, akin to an ancient imperial capital where one might encounter disciples from great sects, and prices are exorbitantly high. 3 medium-grade spirit stones. Ye Qiao quickly regained her composure. My apologies for the intrusion. With merely 100 medium-grade spirit stones in her mustard seed bag, she needed to eat and find lodging in this exorbitant Yunzhong City. It would not be long before her funds were exhausted. Ye Qiao finally understood why the original owner had endured such hardships without descending the mountain. Life after descending was indeed unbearable for the average person. In the realm of cultivation, the most lucrative professions are undoubtedly talisman and alchemy masters. The Moon Clear sect, being among the 5 major sects, not only boasts many talisman masters, but also possesses substantial financial resources that incite envy. Ye Qiao casually approached a wandering cultivator, inquiring about places to purchase wolf hair brushes and talisman paper. There are shops that sell them, the other responded enthusiastically. Are you a talisman master? In the cultivation world, talisman and alchemy masters hold esteemed positions. Ye Qiao shook her head. No, the original owner was a sword cultivator, and Ye Qiao had never drawn a talisman. However, idleness was not an option, and she resolved to make an attempt. In the modern world, she was a diligent worker, balancing design with modeling, and in the realm of cultivation, her fate remained that of a laborer. As it was her first attempt at drawing talismans, she relied solely on intuition, following the instructions in the talisman book, focusing intently as she tentatively infused her spiritual energy into the wolf hairbrush. The moment the brush tip touched the spirit paper, a faint sting resonated in her consciousness. Ye Qiao steadied herself, vaguely understanding that this was the first step in drawing a talisman. Golden light shimmered along the patterns on the spirit paper. Ye Qiao stared, captivated, for several seconds. As long as it did not ignite, it must have been successfully drawn. Was it truly this easy to draw talismans? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she suddenly felt something trickling from her nose. Looking down, she found her hands stained with blood. Ye Qiao. Well, perhaps she had overestimated her capabilities. Indeed, drawing talismans was not a task for the average individual. Having not sensed any discomfort to her body, and recalling her empty mustard seed bag, she resolutely continued to wield the spirit brush across the talisman paper. After completing 7 talismans, she could no longer hold on and fainted atop the table. This was the aftereffect of exhausting her consciousness. Ye Qiao fainted after drawing, but upon awakening, she gritted her teeth and continued to draw, her diligent demeanor moving even her to tears. Was it love? Was it responsibility? Neither. It was poverty. Being poor drives progress is not without merit. Ye Qiao managed to draw some of the most basic talismans, such as the wind speed talisman and sleep talisman. She pinched one between her fingers and tentatively affixed the wind speed talisman to herself. It was said to enable swift movement. After applying it, she felt no particular change, and after waiting a moment without any reaction, she realized it might have failed. She was not disappointed, for according to the original owner's memories, even the most favored disciples of the Moon Clear sect could not succeed on their first attempt. Failure was the norm. Just as Ye Qiao prepared to tear off the wind speed talisman and redraw it, she suddenly found her steps beyond her control, her body shooting forward like an arrow released from its bow. She could not halt her momentum, crashing into the inn's wall and leaving a sizable hole. Ye Qiao. A cultivator's body was far superior to that of an ordinary person. Even after crashing into the wall, she felt no pain. After a moment, she struggled to rise, gazing at the now ineffective wind speed talisman on the ground. How disrespectful. Was this the power of talisman masters? Ultimately, under the furious gaze of the innkeeper, Ye Qiao tearfully compensated 20 spirit stones for the wall repairs. As the sun set, Ye Qiao took her freshly drawn talismans to the black market to sell. This was the largest black market in the cultivation world, bustling with traders of various prices. She set her price at 10 medium-grade spirit stones per talisman, not exorbitant, even considered cheap. Yet, her cultivation level was too low. Passing cultivators barely glanced her way. Ye Qiao waited patiently at her stall for ages, noticing that even the adjacent vendor selling scandalous literature had more business than she did. Determined, she prepared to pack up if no one approached, considering switching to selling scandalous literature instead. Perhaps the heavens took pity on her before anyone came to peruse her wares. A young man descended from the sky, landing squarely on her stall. Clad in red, he alighted gracefully, his foot unknowingly crushing Ye Qiao's collapsed stall. With a cold voice, he warned, "Drawing swords is prohibited beneath the 5 great sects." The man, about to debate with the youth, was startled when he noticed the unique patterns on the young man's robe denoting a favored disciple. In a moment of realization, he turned to flee. Excellent. Only Ye Qiao remained injured in this world. "Excuse me, fellow cultivator, could you please move your foot?" she asked sincerely. "You're standing on my stall." If not for her inability to retaliate, Ye Qiao would have transformed into a furious leader, demanding, "Do you have any idea how difficult it is for me to set up a stall?" The young man was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had inadvertently stepped on something. He hastily moved his foot, noticing the collapsed stall beneath him, and quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry. Did I hurt you?" "No," she replied with righteous indignation, "but your actions have inflicted a profound emotional trauma upon me." The young man was surprised by her apparent fragility. Observing Ye Qiao's serious demeanor, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Would it suffice if I compensated you with a spirit stone? Would 1 high-grade spirit stone be enough?" Ye Qiao pragmatically accepted his compensation, bending down to collect the scattered talismans from the ground. "I forgive you," she stated. 1 high-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 mid-grade spirit stones. She mused to herself, what a wealthy individual he must be. Mu Chongxi hurriedly joined her in gathering the talismans, spotting a small stack of talisman papers and exclaiming, "You're a talisman practitioner?" Ye Qiao responded with a vague mum. As she picked up the talismans, she noticed a crowd of wandering cultivators had gathered to observe, with some openly discussing her presence. By her attire, she must be a direct disciple of the Changming sect, right? That seems likely. The ability to ride a sword indicates she is at least at the foundation establishment stage. Besides the few direct disciples, there shouldn't be anyone else. The crowd continued to swell, and the talismans in Ye Qiao's hands drew the attention of several onlookers. Mu Chongxi's robe, emblematic of a direct disciple, made him conspicuously noticeable, leading passers-by to assume that Ye Qiao was also a disciple of a major sect. Some of the onlookers, harboring an inherent trust in prominent sects, approached her inquiringly. "Young lady, what kind of talismans do you have?" "Sleep talismans and gale talismans," she replied. Although they were low-grade talismans, they held significant utility for wandering cultivators, who, lacking the protection of a sect and having traveled extensively, found it prudent to carry a few talismans for emergencies. However, talismans from legitimate sources were exorbitantly priced, while cheaper alternatives were often counterfeit, leaving cultivators vulnerable to deceit. Thanks to Mu Chongxi's influence, Ye Qiao's talismans were snatched up within moments. This further solidified her resolve to join a sect. "Are you just leaving?" Mu Chongxi appeared bewildered. "Don't you need my compensation anymore?" Ye Qiao replied, "Haven't you already compensated me with a spirit stone?" "But your heart is wounded," he insisted. Ye Qiao thought to herself, where did this naive child come from? Are all the direct disciples of the Changming sect so simple-minded? Did he take my casual remark seriously? She inquired, "What is your name?" Typically, characters with appealing appearances in novels are given names, and she was curious about the role this naive boy played in the realm of captivating tales. "Mu Chongxi," he answered, while Ye Qiao paused slightly, realizing she had indeed heard that name before. Wasn't he the character in the novel who ruined his own path for the sake of the female protagonist? Her expression transformed from one of amusement to one of pity. The young man widened his eyes.
What do you mean by that?
Ye Qiao recognized that her sympathy was too evident. She coughed lightly, wishing to dismiss the unproductive narrative threads of the novel from her mind. I've heard them say you are a direct disciple of the Changming sect. Could you enlighten me on the treatment of the outer disciples? At present, she was inclined to find a sect where she could comfortably exist.
Changming sect.
Mu Chongxi's expression turned slightly complex. Meeting Ye Qiao's eager gaze, he responded candidly, "Our sect is rather poor. When I joined at the age of 10, I subsisted solely on steamed buns." As the pampered young master of his household, he was understandably discontented with the impoverished conditions of the sect. I felt deceived at that time and secretly conspired with my second and third senior brothers to escape from the Changming sect. Later, the sect leader caught wind of our plan. He chased us relentlessly, and during our escape, we even lost a shoe. Ye Qiao asked, "May I inquire about the names of your second and third senior brothers?" Shuiyu and Ming Xian. Why, Ye Qiao fell into a moment of contemplation. Quite interesting. She had gathered all the tropes of the devoted male supporting characters from the novel. Moreover, Mu Chongxi's sincerity was so palpable that she could easily imagine the sect leader running after them, shouting, "Shuiyu Ming Xian Mu Chongxi, how could I possibly survive without you?" The vivid imagery dispelled her inclination to join the Changming sect. What about the Jiangwen sect? Can they enjoy meals and rest? Being the #1 sect, their treatment of disciples should be commendable, right? After witnessing the astonishing prices in Yuncheng City, she was solely interested in finding a sect where she could serve as an inconspicuous outer disciple and live a quiet life. The Jiangwen sect? Mu Chongxi looked at her in disbelief. You think you could sleep there? You must meditate before dawn and then practice swordplay. There are classes on mental cultivation at noon and unknown combat training in the evening. They are the #1 sect in the world. If they do not strive, they will be surpassed. Ye Qiao felt overwhelmed by the extent of their demands. With an expression reminiscent of an elderly man on the subway engrossed in his phone, she asked, "What about the Chengfeng sect and the Bishui sect?" Mu Chongxi counted on his fingers. The Chengfeng sect is filled with cross-dressers. They adhere to the belief that only the aesthetically pleasing are worthy of entry, thus they have stringent standards for appearances. He scrutinized Ye Qiao. You are quite attractive, but they only accept male disciples. Is there gender discrimination even in the realm of cultivation? She exclaimed. Not exactly, he clarified. It's just that their mental cultivation methods are unique, making it unsuitable for female disciples. As for meals, the Bishui sect does not have any. Most of their disciples are alchemists and focus on preparing for competitions, hence they primarily consume spirit pills, which suffice for their needs. Ye Qiao was left speechless. Had the cultivation world gone mad? Despairing, she posed the most crucial question, which sect allows for proper meals and restful sleep? At this, Mu Chongxi perked up. That would undoubtedly be our Changming sect. Our food is the best. We have 5 steamed buns at every meal. While their sect may lack in many areas, they certainly had an abundance of steamed buns. It was this very scarcity that had once driven Mu Chongxi to conspire with his senior brothers to abandon the sect. Ye Qiao clapped her hands in determination. I shall join the Changming sect. It wasn't merely about the 5 steamed buns. She was drawn to the lively atmosphere of the sect. When is your sect's enrollment? Mu Chongxi scratched his head, vaguely recalling the sect leader sighing while discussing the hope of finding promising new disciples during their descent from the mountain. Today. I believe the registration closes tonight. His expression shifted to one of surprise. Did you not know? The Changming sect was among the 5 major sects in the cultivation world. Such a significant enrollment event should be common knowledge, even for the most uninformed wandering cultivators. Why Ye Qiao genuinely had no idea. After a brief silence, she asked, what time is it now? Did she still have a chance? Mu Chongxi suddenly realized and shouted with urgency, there's only half an hour left before registration closes. If you dawdle any longer, it will be too late. He tossed his sword into the air, which suddenly enlarged before them, and stepped onto it, extending his hand toward Ye Qiao. Get on to be able to ride a sword. One must be at least at the foundation establishment stage. Yet this young man appeared to be of a similar age to her and had already reached that level. Without hesitation, she took his hand and was pulled onto the sword. The sword hovered in the air and then soared into the clouds, granting Ye Qiao a brief experience of ascension. The scenery around her became a blur, and the rapid speed made her dizzy. Feeling a twinge of acrophobia, fearing she might fall, she clutched Mu Chongxi's hair tightly, exclaiming, "Ah, do you have a license for this?" She nearly lost her composure from the jarring motion. Mu Chongxi cried out in pain, "Don't pull my hair." As the two tugged at each other, the sword began to sway unsteadily. At that moment, a flying vessel approached. "Oh no, quick dodge." Changming's sect. "It's only half an hour until it ends," the young man sighed lightly. "Where am I supposed to find a genius for you, Elder Zhao? Anyone with decent talent has gone to other sects this year." For a century, Changming's sect had consistently ranked at the bottom in the grand competition, unable to keep pace with resources, leading to disciples of mediocre aptitude. Yet there was no choice. The major selection occurred every 10 years, and fresh blood was necessary. Elder Zhao held little hope, but with less than a year remaining until the competition, he contemplated recruiting from the outer sect in hopes of stumbling upon some exceptional talent. The young man shook his head. "He's off playing again, isn't he? Always shirking his duties," Elder Zhao snorted coldly. Relying on these few careless direct disciples to secure a victory in next year's sect competition was less likely than hoping for a prodigy to fall from the sky. Elder Zhao's expression shifted as he blinked in confusion. In the next moment, he witnessed two figures plummeting from the sky, accompanied by shrieks and exclamations. The sensation of weightlessness caused Ye Qiao to rotate gracefully just before hitting the ground, landing elegantly. Mu Chongxi also adjusted his posture a second before landing. The impact of their descent was so great that it created a sizable pit in the ground. Slowly rising from the pit, Mu Chongxi, still exhilarated from the previous excitement, exclaimed, "Wow, that was thrilling. Did you see my landing pose? I call it the golden rooster stands alone." Ye Qiao replied, "Brilliant." As they crawled out of the pit, they found themselves met with the stern gaze of an elder exuding an air of ethereal grace. Elder Zhao stared at the human-shaped pit in the ground, his heart racing. He pointed a trembling finger at the two, his fury boiling over. "Who allowed you to dig a pit in the back mountain? Do you have any idea how costly it is to repair the ground?" Ye Qiao hesitated for a moment, then suggested, "Shall I fill the pit for you?" Mu Chongxi patted Ye Qiao's shoulder. "It's fine, just a pit." Elder Zhao isn't that stingy. Elder Zhao took a deep breath, unwilling to look at the troublesome Mu Chongxi, and countered, "What are you doing here?" Ye Qiao sincerely replied, "I wish to join Changming's sect." Elder Zhao thought, "You must be intentionally provoking me." The newly registered outer disciples watched Ye Qiao in awe. Impressive. Among the 5 great sects, there were over 1,000 new outer disciples. To be remembered by an inner sect elder amidst such a crowd was an extraordinary feat. Yet, Ye Qiao had accomplished just that. On the first day of enrollment, she quickly gained notoriety in such a remarkable fashion, ensuring that Elder Zhao would indelibly remember her name. The boy, who had remained silent, couldn't help but smile. What a delightful gem she was. Fearing that Elder Zhao might be angered, he composed his expression, revealing a gentle smile as he glanced at Ye Qiao. "Your name, Ye Qiao." The boy nodded, engraving her name onto a white jade pendant. "Here you go. 1 month from now, you will undergo a talent assessment." Ye Qiao expressed her gratitude and, after surveying her surroundings, remarked, "This place is truly beautiful." From every angle, and through the lens of human development, there were no flaws to be found. "My name is Shuiyu," he said with a smile, finding her intriguing. "I'm one of the direct disciples of Changming's sect." Ye Qiao blinked in surprise. "Shuiyu? Wasn't he the warm-hearted supporting character from novels?" She hesitated to respond, but Shuiyu didn't mind. He quelled his smile and shot a glance at his younger disciple. "Where did you find this girl?" Mu Chongxi, oblivious to the teasing, scratched his head. "I met her at the black market. She said she wanted to join Changming's sect, so I brought her along." The boy fell silent for a few seconds, glanced at Ye Qiao, then sent a thought transmission. "Are you sure you're not being used?" Mu Kong's prominent attire as a direct disciple was hard to miss. Though he didn't wish to cast suspicions on a young girl, could she not have set her sights on Mu Chongxi's status and sought to exploit his knaved? Mu Chongxi frowned. "You're projecting your dark thoughts onto her. Not everyone thinks like you, Shuiyu." This fool. Their conversation was private, leaving Ye Qiao oblivious to their exchange. Her words only confirmed Shuiyu's suspicions, as he looked at Mu Chongxi with an expression of inevitable understanding. Wasn't she attempting to curry favor? Indeed, Ye Qiao had come to express her gratitude to Mu Chongxi, but being utterly penniless, she boldly stated, "A great kindness requires no thanks, so I shan't thank you. Farewell, brother Mu." With that, she turned to leave, leaving Mu Chongxi bewildered. Realizing her intent, he quickly grabbed Ye Qiao's arm. "Didn't you earn some money in the black market? Given your financial situation, how about I take 3 parts and you take 7? Ye Qiao's eyes widened in disbelief. She hadn't expected him to be so greedy. She shook her head. "You get 2, I get 8. Mu Chongxi, equally incredulous, exclaimed, "You're hoarding this little amount of spirit stones?" Ye Qiao replied earnestly, "It's not about the spirit stones." His expression softened, but Ye Qiao continued, "This is my lifeline."
Mukhom's mouth twitched violently.
"Forget it, I don't want it anymore." He wasn't so petty as to quibble over a few spirit stones. While other cultivators would have felt deep shame, Ye Qiao remained unabashed. "Oh, then I shall keep it. After all, talismans are quite expensive." Mu Chongxi, Shuiyu. This turn of events was beyond his expectations. Chapter 4. May I touch your sword? As Ye Qiao stepped into the sect, the remarkable feat of creating a large pit on the back mountain had already garnered her considerable attention. Upon receiving her identity badge and arriving at her quarters, she was met with a myriad of curious glances, predominantly filled with intrigue and scrutiny. Fortunately, Ye Qiao possessed a thick skin. She nodded nonchalantly at the onlookers, projecting an air of approval akin to a leader visiting the countryside before entering the courtyard. The outer disciples were taken aback by her audacity. The courtyard resembled a traditional heroine, with each outer disciple having their own residence. Ye Qiao briefly assessed her spirit stones when a disciple approached her. "Do you know Mu Chongxi?" The striking scene of their joint descent had left a lasting impression on many, inciting curiosity about their relationship. Ye Qiao shook her head, stating she was not familiar with him, merely having crossed paths. The male disciple nodded in understanding. After all, how could a direct disciple possibly associate with those of the outer realm? "I am Du Chun, a sword cultivator. What about you?" "Ye Qiao," she replied succinctly, her demeanor demure, revealing that she was an orphan. Du Chun was momentarily taken aback by her forthrightness. He realized that this girl had a unique talent for extinguishing conversation. The youth then racked his brain for a new topic, suggesting there's an early class tomorrow. "Would you like to join me?" Du Chun's cheerful disposition indicated he was simply seeking companionship in this unfamiliar environment. "No problem," Ye Qiao replied, welcoming the idea of companionship. The world of cultivation was fiercely competitive. There was no respite even for newcomers, as classes commenced immediately. The swordsmanship lessons were predominantly about wielding and practicing techniques, which might seem tedious to other sword cultivators. However, for Ye Qiao, who had recently transitioned from the modern world, it was an exhilarating experience. As a child, she had envied the elegant swordplay depicted in television dramas, admiring the grace and intensity of the moves. This is the sword technique of the Changming sect's outer disciples. An inner disciple distributing the techniques remarked, "Though they are merely foundational forms, do not be complacent. An elder will oversee your practice throughout the day." Having spent the previous night inscribing talismans, Ye Qiao felt somewhat fatigued. Rubbing her face, she perused the book titled Qifengju, which contained indeed basic techniques, with the initial stances being particularly simple. Observing the outer disciples already engaged in practice, Ye Qiao, with her excellent memory, quickly discerned a pattern. While they were all practicing the fundamental sword techniques, each individual's movements were slightly different, indicating a lack of uniformity. With her head bowed, she continued studying the Qifengju, engrossed in each page. As she became increasingly focused, it seemed as though the figures within the book came to life, performing swordplay that was as graceful as a dragon dancing among phoenixes, exuding an indescribable intensity. Gradually, Ye Qiao felt herself entering a profound state of concentration, the surrounding noise fading away, leaving only the movements of the figures in her mind, their fluid sword strokes dancing before her eyes, cutting through the air with an impressive sharpness. Had an elder been present, they would have recognized that Ye Qiao had entered a meditative state. a phenomenon revered among many cultivators, often achieved only after several attempts. Such a profound immersion as hers was a rarity. Duchun approached her side, inquiring, "Have you learned it?" Ye Qiao, still captivated by the earlier vision of the swordplay, instinctively nodded, then shook her head. She felt she had grasped it, yet hesitated to claim mastery without having practiced. While Duchun doubted she could master the Qingfeng in a single afternoon, he kindly advised, "I've heard there are several offshoots from prestigious families among the outer disciples. It would be wise for us to remain low-key, otherwise we may overshadow them, which could lead to unfavorable circumstances." Initially inclined to test her newfound skills, Ye Qiao reconsidered, expressing her gratitude. As someone who had navigated the complexities of the working world, she understood that excessive attention often resulted in exclusion. There was nothing inherently wrong with being mediocre. An unremarkable performance was the least likely to draw ire. Ye Qiao harbored no grand ambitions. She simply wished to navigate her time in the outer sect with tranquility. After a day of classes, her performance was neither outstanding nor the worst. She sheathed her sword, feeling her stomach growl with hunger, and made her way to the dining hall. Though the Qingming sect was competitive, it also exhibited a degree of humanity, providing meals and accommodations without demanding excessive effort in cultivation. This was, indeed, the lifelong aspiration of a corporate worker. As soon as the class concluded, Ye Qiao spotted Mu Chongxi in his flamboyant red attire. She blinked in recognition, not particularly surprised. "Oh, it's you." In the novel, Mu Chongxi was characterized as exuberant and amicable, capable of striking up a conversation even with a dog. "Come on. Let me show you around," Mu Chongxi exclaimed, clearly excited. After all, Ye Qiao was under his guidance as she entered the sect, and he had heard that outer disciples flocked to him as soon as classes ended. Ye Qiao casually acknowledged him, though her attention was elsewhere. Her gaze fixated on the red sword at Mu Chongxi's waist. She pondered aloud, "Is that your spirit sword?" The materials used for swords in the cultivation realm were quite unique. Even her ordinary sword, the xianjian, felt significantly heavy after just a few swings, leaving her wrist fatigued. This piqued her interest in the spirit swords wielded by cultivators. "Yes," he replied, gripping the hilt. "This is the Chaoshi sword, ranked third among spirit artifacts. It was a gift from my master." "May I touch it?" she inquired. Mu Chongxi hesitated. "This is my beloved." For sword cultivators, their beloveds were often their swords. The original owner was also a sword cultivator, yet she lacked a spirit sword of her own. "Then may I touch your beloved?" Ye Qiao asked with a charming innocence. Mu Chongxi was momentarily speechless. Is that polite? Ultimately, Ye Qiao managed to touch Mu Chongxi's beloved, or rather, the sword. The moment her hand made contact, she was struck by a chilling sensation that seemed to penetrate her very bones. The longer she held it, the more it felt as though her hand was no longer her own. Exhaling softly, she remarked, "How cold." Mu Chongxi pondered for a moment. "The coldness is likely due to the material of the spirit sword. This sword is forged from a millennium of ice. Yet, it didn't retaliate against you? That is somewhat surprising. Those who attempted to touch it before were often repelled." Spirit swords possessed their own temperaments, especially exceptional ones like the Chaoshi sword. Ye Qiao dismissed such thoughts, attributing it to her likability. The dining hall was a favored gathering place for outer disciples. After filling her plate, Ye Qiao focused intently on her meal. She was not picky and, despite the Qingming sect serving only steamed buns, they were quite delightful. She took 5 at once, eating with great enthusiasm, which caused Mu Chongxi to raise an eyebrow in astonishment. "This is the first time I've seen someone eat so heartily," he remarked. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "If you're not tired tonight, would you like to accompany me down the mountain for a stroll?" Ye Qiao considered it and agreed. After all, she had inscribed some talismans the previous night that she could sell for spirit stones. Upon mentioning this, Mu Chongxi pointed at Ye Qiao. "So you are a sword cultivator?" She responded affirmatively, "Yes. Why?" "Then why can you also inscribe talismans?" he asked, his curiosity piqued. "Are you practicing both paths?" While dual cultivation was not unheard of in the cultivation realm, it was exceedingly rare, as mastering one path was already a formidable challenge, let alone two. Mu Chongxi resigned himself to this reality. He lacked the talent for inscribing talismans and saw no flaw in being a sword cultivator. I don't, Ye Qiao clarified. I just dabble in it. So far, I can only inscribe the most basic talismans. She did not consider herself a talisman cultivator, having never encountered a proper talisman book. The talismans she created were of little merit, their success largely reliant on the memories of the original owner. After a moment's contemplation, Mu Chongxi suggested, "If you're interested in learning to inscribe talismans, perhaps you could consult Ming Xian?" Ming Xian? She echoed hesitantly. This name sounds quite familiar. Is it the Ming Xian from the prestigious lineage of the 8 great families? Mu Chongxi nodded, affirming that the scions of the 8 families are notoriously proud. And Ming Xian, being the sole talisman practitioner among this year's direct disciples, possesses a rather difficult temperament. He typically maintains a close relationship only with his 3rd senior brother. I will take the time to inquire whether he might be willing to impart his knowledge to you. Ye Qiao is aware of Ming Xian, the antagonist's 2nd male lead in the novel. Eventually, he succumbs to inner demons due to his inability to break the mirror, ultimately descending into the demonic path and becoming a young lord of the demon clan. According to the narrative, once he turns to darkness, Ming Xian becomes infatuated with the female protagonist, Yearned, embarking on a journey of rivalry with a host of men for her affection. It's rather disheartening, to be honest. The thought of Ming Xian's fall into darkness and Mu Chongxi's inevitable self-destruction, leading him to become an ordinary person, causes her a twinge of discomfort. How is it that such a promising group of talents meets such tragic ends? Chapter 5. The ever-dissolute Changming sect. After dining with Mu Chongxi, the two parted ways. At the end of the day, Ye Qiao had devised a procedure within the Changming sect as an outer disciple. One merely needed to train diligently in swordsmanship and could spend the rest of the day in languor without reproach. However, one's cultivation could not be too abysmal, otherwise being expelled from the sect would be a significant loss. Thus, Ye Qiao sequestered herself in her room for 2 months, delving into the principles of cultivation and breathing techniques. Laziness has its own methods of cultivation. The myriad breathing techniques in the cultivation world, though varied, all revolve around the manipulation of spiritual energy within the body. Consequently, Ye Qiao experimented with talismans to create a spirit-gathering array. Having previously been an architectural designer, she adeptly utilized spatial layouts to allow spiritual energy to flow effortlessly into her body, increasing the speed of her cultivation without the exhaustive daily grind. Over these 2 months, she advanced from the 3rd level of qi, refining to the 5th. As dawn broke, Ye Qiao opened her eyes and gently exhaled a breath of stale air. Before she could even begin to circulate her internal spiritual energy, she was eagerly pulled by Du Chun to the back mountain. Senior Brother Ming and Senior Brother Shui are coming to select inner disciples from our outer sect. Elder Zhao has summoned us to gather at the back mountain. Ye Qiao merely responded with a nonchalant "Oh. Are you going to sleep again?" Du Chun observed her lethargic demeanor, unsure of how to respond. In just 2 months, Ye Qiao's name had spread throughout the outer sect, not due to her exceptional talent or diligence, but because she spent her days in sloth. Indeed, Ye Qiao replied, her expression sullen as she followed the crowd toward the back mountain. The selection of inner disciples had little to do with her. The Changming sect held collective assessments monthly, akin to modern-day exams. Based on Ye Qiao's years of bitter experience in society, she understood one fundamental truth: people only remember the top and the bottom. She meticulously maintained her scores in the middle range, not outstanding, yet not the worst. Even if selections were made from the top 10 in assessments, her position far beyond the hundreds rendered her chances negligible. Yet mingling was part of human nature. Du Chun dragged Ye Qiao to the forefront, enthusiastically introducing her. That's Senior Brother Shui, and behind him is Senior Brother Ming. Ye Qiao had already encountered Shui Yu before. Her gaze fell upon the young man behind. whose snowy attire accentuated his striking features. He held a folding fan, idly fanning himself, exuding an air of flamboyance. Is that Ming Xian? Du Chun stared at the two ahead, resembling an infatuated fan. Isn't he handsome? Many female cultivators in Changming sect wished to marry him. Ye Qiao raised an eyebrow. They may be disappointed. Why? Because his mental state is unstable. He might fall into madness any day. Don't jest. Senior brother Ming's mental state unstable? Impossible. Ye Qiao shrugged, not jesting at all. In the novels, Ming Xian descended into the demonic path due to years of stagnation. Though their voices were low, Ming Xian, possessing high cultivation, overheard them. Initially, his focus was not on Ye Qiao, but her subsequent remark about his unstable mental state caused him to squint and glance in her direction. How does she know? Beside him. Shui Yu also heard her words and chuckled softly. She is the outer disciple I mentioned to you recently. Isn't she rather intriguing? Ming Xian tilted his head, looking at Ye Qiao. The one you refer to as Potato Landmine? Shui Yu sighed. You shouldn't speak to a girl like that, second senior brother. Ming Xian scoffed. She just cursed that I would fall into madness, and I can't call her short? That's not acceptable. Shui Yu shook his head, always believing that girls were the most endearing beings in the world. If he had a junior sister, he would give her everything. Ming Xian evidently lacked the awareness to be gentle with girls. He was curious about how Ye Qiao knew of his mental instability. What path does she cultivate? He queried the elder beside him. The outer sect elder glanced over at Ye Qiao, puzzled as to why Ming Xian would notice such an inconspicuous disciple. This child practices swordsmanship. Her performance isn't particularly poor, but she still falls short compared to the outstanding outer disciples. The path is vast, and the road to immortality is long. Without effort, how can one succeed? This statement plunged Ming Xian into contemplation. He found it perplexing how a less ambitious disciple could be aware of his mental instability. Perhaps it was merely coincidence. Shui Yu, exasperated, thought him overly sensitive. How could a fledgling Qi disciple know such matters? Meanwhile, Ye Qiao pondered whether to invite Mu Chongxi down the mountain that evening. Her spirit-gathering array talismans were nearly depleted, and it was time to descend for more talisman paper. The two slightly bowed. Master. Ming Xian raised an eyebrow. A supreme water spiritual root? That talent is indeed remarkable. In recent days, the Qingwei sect had gained considerable notoriety. Qin Fanfan shot a few admonishing glances at the lackluster disciples. When will you bring me some honor? Shui, you let Qin Fanfan's words drift in one ear and out the other. Qin Fanfan had little hope for these disciples to achieve anything extraordinary in the upcoming grand competition. The Changming sect did not lack talent, after all. Those who could participate were the finest in the sect. Yet, year after year, they fell short compared to other sects, and the current disciples were no exception. Mu Chongxi and Ming Xian had never gotten along. Even before the competition began, internal strife was evident, foreshadowing a predictable outcome. Zhou Xingyan was no better. As the highest cultivator, he appeared perpetually on the brink of departing this beautiful world. Among the four, Shui Yu was the most normal. What is the occasion today? As if summoned by the mention of his name, Mu Chongxi strode in, indifferent to familial ties. Spotting the two senior brothers, he raised an eyebrow. Is Master looking for us? Upon seeing this disciple, Qin Fanfan's irritation flared. Can't you refrain from causing trouble, you rascal? Running down the mountain every day with that outer disciple Ye Qiao? Are your parents down there? Mu Chongxi feigned innocence, but no one else plays with me except Ye Qiao. He pointed at Shui Yu and Ming Xian, who were inseparable, while Zhou was nowhere to be found. Only Ye Qiao is willing to accompany me down the mountain. At times, Mu Chongxi found Ye Qiao quite peculiar. She didn't resemble a typical cultivator. She showed no fear of a direct disciple. Yet, he appreciated her nonchalant attitude towards everyone. After all, friendship isn't about seeking servants. He didn't want someone who would always bow to him. Qin Fanfan was momentarily speechless by the barrage of questions. Clearing his throat, he hadn't anticipated such resentment from his junior disciple. The reason I summoned you today is to inquire whether you prefer a junior sister or brother. With only 9 months remaining until the grand competition, he was still struggling to find suitable disciples and thought it prudent to ask his disciples' preferences. Certainly a junior sister. All other sects have junior sisters. Yet we are left with a gaggle of stinky men, Mu Chongxi declared. Even the sword cultivators of the Wenjian sect, who lack any romantic sensibility, have junior sisters. Ming Xian cast a leisurely glance at him, mocking as if you aren't a sword cultivator yourself. Shui Yu, who had remained detached from the conversation, raised his hand to voice his opinion. No junior brother, even the big yellow dog at our sect's entrance finds him bothersome. He is not charming at all. I much prefer girls. Upon reflecting on her acceptance of 4 formidable male disciples, Qin Fanfan felt a certain rationale. It was indeed time to take on a female disciple. Who do you think would be a suitable choice? She pondered. This year, there are a few with remarkable talents among the outer sect, particularly from several prominent clan branches. The inner sect also boasts a few young ladies with exceptional spiritual roots. Both Mu Chongxi and Shui simultaneously exclaimed, Ye Qiao. At Qin Fanfan's somewhat astonished gaze, Shui Yu remained unfazed, offering a slight smile. Master, I believe she would be quite suitable. For some reason, he possessed a premonition that this junior sister would enliven the sect. Coincidentally, he relished a vibrant atmosphere. Ming Xian furrowed his brow but did not dissent. He was indifferent to talent, viewing junior sisters as cherished figures in every sect. Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced, as you wish. The trio held no objections. As for Zhou Xingyun, his opinion was of little significance. Qin Fanfan frowned. Are you referring to the Ye Qiao from the outer sect? Her impression of Ye Qiao stemmed from the fact that this girl exhibited mediocre talent, lacked any semblance of a cultivator's awareness, and spent her days in slothful repose, frequently coaxing Mu Chongxi to venture down the mountain with her. Yes, that very one, Mu Chongxi replied, his tone laced with boredom. Since we are perpetually at the bottom, this year I doubt we will find any true prodigies. Ye Qiao would be a fine choice. She brings a certain liveliness and amusement. After a few moments of silence, Qin Fanfan found herself oddly persuaded by this reasoning. You may be strong, yet they remain steadfastly at the bottom. No more contention. Our Changming sect has truly descended into apathy. Meanwhile, Ye Qiao, who had already caught the attention of others, was preparing to lie down and sleep when a sudden summons from the sect leader startled her into action. The sect leader? Having been in the sect for 2 months, she was familiar only with outer sect disciples and elders. How could someone of such high rank summon her? She instinctively sensed trouble, yet had no choice but to rise from her bed, hastily donning her attire and dragging her weary body towards the sect leader's residence atop the main peak. The peak towered into the clouds, comprising 900 stone steps. Ye Qiao, lacking the ability to fly, could only ascend 1 step at a time. She rubbed her eyes, contemplating as she walked. It was rather splendid. Each time she met with the sect leader, she felt as if she were an emperor ascending to the throne. Greetings, sect leader, esteemed brothers, she said, bowing slightly, not daring to raise her gaze. The aged figure seated above undoubtedly was her superior. Ye Qiao did not comprehend why the venerable elder had summoned her at such an hour. She kept her head down, her eyes growing heavy with sleep. Qin Fanfan observed her discreetly, then sighed softly. The rumors had proven true. This child lacked ambition. The night was when spiritual energy was most abundant, a precious time she squandered on slumber. The sect leader, with hands clasped behind his back, gently inquired, Do you wish to become a direct disciple? Ye Qiao's heart jolted. What transgression had she committed to deserve such a fate? The young girl fell silent, and Qin Fanfan interpreted her silence as shyness, smiling gently as he gestured towards the 3 standing nearby. These are your 3 senior brothers. You should have met them before. Ye Qiao looked up to meet Mu Chongxi's gaze. Indeed, just days prior, they had descended the mountain together for leisure, and now he was to be her senior brother? Ye Qiao remained quiet, while Mu Chongxi winked at her, assuming her silence was due to joy. Aside from Shui Yu, who sensed a hint of reluctance in her. No one else entertained the notion that Ye Qiao was unwilling to assume the role of a direct disciple. "Prepare yourself. Tomorrow you shall move into the courtyard," Qin Fanfan instructed, pausing before emphasizing, "Do not forget." Ye Qiao took a deep breath, mustering a smile that was more sorrowful than joyful. "Disciple obeys." Qin Fanfan interpreted this as a display of heartfelt gratitude, feeling immensely gratified, for despite the girl's lack of talent, she appeared to understand the value of appreciation. Chapter 6. The clash. After departing from the main peak, Ye Qiao, lying despondently on her couch, could not fathom how events had spiraled to their present state. Discipleship, inner and outer sects, among them, those bearing the title of direct disciples bore the heaviest burdens. Apart from participating in the grand competition, they also had to attend classes and undergo training. According to Mu Chongxi, an elder from the inner sect personally trained his reaction speed, subjecting him to daily beatings in class. At that time, Ye Qiao had hypocritically expressed sympathy for him, never anticipating that she would find herself in a similar predicament. When news of Ye Qiao's relocation to the main peak reached her acquaintances among the outer disciples, shock rippled through them. Ye Qiao had become a direct disciple? Who had paved the way for her? She had previously performed worse than even the lowest among them. Murmurs of discontent circulated. Is this fair? Her talent is mediocre, and her assessment results are dismal. If there were to be a selection for direct disciples, it should be from the inner sect. Surely Ningshiji is more deserving? Ningqing, an inner sect disciple of the Changming sect, possessed a superior fire spiritual root and had established her foundation by the age of 16. She had believed that the fifth slot for a direct disciple was hers for the taking, only to be blindsided by the emergence of an outer disciple. If her counterpart had been exceptional, it might have been palatable, but upon inquiry, Ningqing discovered that Ye Qiao's talent was lacking, and her monthly assessment scores were woefully average. What right did such a person have to become a direct disciple? Du Chun, who had been helping her pack in the courtyard, felt a pang of reluctance upon hearing of her departure. "You little rascal, look at you. Quietly becoming a direct disciple, such an enviable status sought by many." Yet Ye Qiao, bearing a sullen expression as if mourning her parents, appeared unappreciative of her fortune. Du Chun, exasperated, urged her to smile. "What s with the long face?" To which Ye Qiao offered a grimace. He sighed. "Forget it. Perhaps it's best if you don't smile at all." After tidying up the courtyard, Ye Qiao, who lived frugally, gathered her meager possessions, an old sword and some spirit stones tucked into her mustard seed pouch, alongside 4 talismans affixed to the wall, the purpose of which remained unclear. Taking a deep breath to muster her spirits, she tore down the talismans and called out to Du Chun, "Wait a moment." She realized she likely wouldn't return from the main peak for a while, given the daunting 900 stone steps. Just the thought made her legs tremble. Noticing the puzzled look from Du Chun, she dove into her mustard seed pouch, having spent a sleepless night in sorrow creating dozens of talismans. "This is a gathering spirit talisman," she informed him, specifying where it should be affixed so she could cultivate while lying down at night. Du Chun regarded the talismans in his hand with skepticism. Is this for real? His doubt wasn't aimed at Ye Qiao, but rather at the notion of cultivating while lying down. Was such a boon truly possible? "You can give it a try. I've used it before," she replied. Once she had arranged her belongings, Ye Qiao prepared to set off. However, as she stepped out of the courtyard, a brilliant white sword light shot towards her. She calmly lifted her gaze to meet the cold stare of a young woman. Ye Qiao sighed and cautiously pushed the sword aside. "Sister, let us speak civilly. The Changming sect forbids drawing swords." Ningqing's expression darkened further at Ye Qiao's unfazed demeanor. Having learned of Ye Qiao's residence early that morning, she stormed over in a fury. "On what grounds do you claim the title of direct disciple?" Her gaze bore into Ye Qiao. "Is it merely because of your connection with Senior Mu? What makes you a mere mid-grade spiritual root waste, worthy of residing at the main peak and cultivating alongside Senior Mingxian?" Feeling the weight of Ningqing's envious stare, Ye Qiao took a moment before responding quietly. "You have no idea how much I envy you." Ningqing, taken aback, stared at Ye Qiao, her expression of sorrow seeming too genuine to be feigned. What do you envy me for? Envy that I haven't to become a direct disciple? If not for the sincerity in Ye Qiao's expression, Ningqing might have thought she was mocking her. After a moment of silence, Ye Qiao finally articulated, I envy all of you who don't have to put forth effort. Ningqing was left speechless, a look of disbelief crossing her face. As the two continued their standoff, a young man strolled into the courtyard, his demeanor languid. Dressed in dull robes, he bore no semblance of a distinguished direct disciple. Senior brother? Ye Qiao called out tentatively. She had encountered Shui Yu, Mingxian, and Mu Chongxi, but this was her first sighting of Zhou Xingyan. In the novels, he was portrayed as a melancholic handsome figure, perpetually teetering on the edge of despair, ultimately redeemed by the gentle and kind-hearted female protagonist. Zhou Xingyun gave a lazy acknowledgement before scrutinizing her, reaching out to pat down her stubborn tuft of hair. Ye Qiao tilted her head in confusion, brushing her hand over her defiant hair once more. Zhou Xingyun furrowed his brow, fixated on her unruly tuft. Ye Qiao pondered, could my senior brother be obsessive-compulsive? Upon ascending the main peak, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped her, filling her pores as Ye Qiao exhaled a sigh of relief. No wonder cultivators in the realm of cultivation were so eager to attain the status of direct disciples. The sheer density of spiritual energy at the main peak was enough to leave her momentarily speechless. Zhou Xingyan, having escorted her to the main peak, promptly became detached, casually dropping her in front of Shui Yu with a languid, "This is your little junior sister." Without a hint of nostalgia, he turned to depart, fearing he might be tempted to slice off the tuft of hair adorning her head with a swift sword stroke. Ye Qiao was momentarily disoriented by Zhou Xingyun's rapid departure. But she quickly regained her composure as Shui Yu led her through winding paths to a serene bamboo grove. Unfamiliar with the process, she trailed after Shui Yu, occasionally voicing her confusion. Senior brother, doesn't the Changming sect have an initiation ceremony for accepting disciples? Shui Yu halted momentarily, replying no. Sensing his response might come off as too cold, he added, none of us four had one. Ye Qiao, puzzled, inquired, why do other sects have ceremonies? In the original text, the protagonist's acceptance into the Ye sect was grandiose, with celebratory guests from all directions. Why was it so austere within the Changming sect? Shui Yu cleared his throat lightly, raising a fist to his lips. Perhaps it's due to our limited funding? Ye Qiao responded with a dry oh. In essence, they were impoverished. In the realm of cultivation, the most lucrative paths belonged to talismans and alchemy. Their sect had scarcely any practitioners in these fields, rendering them less affluent compared to other sections. Their curriculum consisted of foundational techniques and training, a description reminiscent of school, which brought tears to Ye Qiao's eyes. What sin had she committed? After finally graduating from one prison, she found herself ensnared in another after her transmigration. Upon entering the bamboo grove, the rich spiritual energy enveloped her, nearly overwhelming her senses. She finally comprehended why direct disciples possess such an overwhelming advantage over ordinary individuals. The rampant influx of spiritual energy was inexhaustible. Noticing her discomfort, Shui Yu sighed softly and handed her a white jade vial. Take this. It's a solid spirit pill. You might feel much better afterward. Ultimately, her cultivation was still too feeble, and her spiritual root lacked purity, hindering her ability to absorb substantial amounts of spiritual energy. Ye Qiao accepted the vial, momentarily taken aback. Although she was not well versed in alchemy, she recognized the solid spirit pill. Its significance had been mentioned in the original text. Cultivation required steady progress. If one's foundation was unstable, even if one ascended in realm, they would be considerably weaker compared to peers of the same level. The solid spirit pill has the remarkable ability to stabilize spiritual energy, allowing individuals with unstable realms, often relying on an accumulation of heavenly treasures, to swiftly establish a solid foundation upon consumption. Even a prodigy like Shui Yu managed to refine only 3 doses in 3 years at the Changming sect. In the narrative, Shuiyu embodies the quintessential supportive male character, diligently dedicating all the elixirs he concocts to the female protagonist, to the extent that she even gifts one to others, garnering considerable attention. To think that there might still be one belonging to her. Ye Qiao felt a mix of surprise and delight. "Senior brother," she said, tightly clutching the white jade vial, her lips curving into a subtle smile. As the young man tilted his head in confusion, she exclaimed, "You are truly wonderful." Shuiyu met her sparkling gaze and was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. How adorable, he mused, realizing that his little junior sister was indeed polite, in stark contrast to Mu Chongxi, who only knew how to demand. As they stepped into the training arena, the distant wails of Mu Chongxi could be heard, accompanied by Ming Xian's gleeful taunts. Just as Ye Qiao was savoring the solid spirit pill, she witnessed a shooting star plummet from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. In astonishment, she remarked, "What a swift birdman." It was only when the birdman struggled to rise that she realized it was Mu Chongxi. With a grimace, Mu Chongxi clambered to his feet, glaring fiercely as he shouted, "Ming Xian, do you want to fight? Am I afraid of you?" Ming Xian's smile faded as he clenched several talismans in his hand, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Ye Qiao's mouth twitched as she queried, "Is this how you two interact privately? It seems you can hardly wait to stab each other." Shuiyu, maintaining a calm demeanor, appeared unperturbed by such antics. "Yes, indeed. We shall just wait for them to finish. There's no need for concern." Ye Qiao, ever eager for excitement, felt her eyes glimmer with enthusiasm as she exclaimed, "Really? Let them fight, let them fight." She had never witnessed a brawl before. Shuiyu turned to her, sensing an odd excitement emanating from his little junior sister. Realizing her expression was inappropriate, Ye Qiao quickly adopted a face of profound sorrow. "Really?" she asked. Shuiyu replied, "Do not think that a mere change of expression can conceal your eagerness." Chapter 7. If you do not enter hell, who will? Ultimately, the two individuals failed to engage in the anticipated conflict, as the sect strictly prohibited internal strife, a tacit understanding amongst its members. However, absent this regulation, Mu Chongxi felt certain that one of them would perish. The elder responsible for their training was a burly man with an unkempt beard. Duan Yu was slightly taken aback, surprised by the elder's lack of resilience. Ye Qiao gazed at his well-defined muscles, then glanced at her own slender arms and legs, feeling utterly speechless. Mu Chongxi scoffed, "Elder, I'm not the one who's been enduring your relentless beatings for years. Ye Qiao has just arrived. Be a bit gentler with her." Ye Qiao shot him a grateful look, feeling that their acquaintance was not in vain. Duan Yu chuckled, "Of course, I have it all under control." He assessed Ye Qiao and, perhaps considering her also not particularly tough, reluctantly suggested, "Let us begin with the wind-treading technique." He tossed her a manual, which Ye Qiao instinctively caught. Ye Qiao, kick? What kind of kick? She would soon find out. As Mu Chongxi slowed down, he would mercilessly receive kicks to his backside. Ye Qiao watched in dismay, feeling her face pale. While she enjoyed a laid-back approach, being kicked was far from her preference. The advantage of the wind-treading technique was that it allowed for quicker evasion when receiving kicks. Clearly accustomed to this treatment, Mu Chongxi managed to both run and pull Ye Qiao along. The two raced ahead. Anyone who lagged even slightly would face a kick, a humiliation none wished to endure. Thus they pushed themselves to run faster. Thus commenced the arduous training journey for these two unfortunate souls. As a talisman practitioner, Ming Xian was exempt from such trials and even found time to gloat while drawing talismans. Ye Qiao was not spared mockery from her sharp-tongued second senior brother. "Little potato mine," he teased, pressing down on her head, disdain etched on his face. "What happened to your appearance? Did your family forget to feed you?" Ye Qiao, calm down, calm down. She fervently reminded herself, "Others may be angry, but I shall remain unperturbed. No one will replace me if I fall ill." He is a direct disciple, so he is formidable. During the 2 months of training, the concentration of spiritual energy on the main peak was so intense it could flatten a person. Even a novice like Ye Qiao progressed smoothly from the 5th to the 9th level of qi refining. Today was a lesson on heart techniques, and coincidentally, the elder teaching her was Elder Zhao, who had witnessed her and Mu Chongxi create a massive crater on the back mountain a few months prior. This occasion proved no different. Halfway through Elder Zhao's lecture, Ye Qiao began to struggle with comprehension. Anticipating that he might direct a question at her, she, in a moment of desperation, raised her hand and called out loudly, "Elder, senior brother Ming Xian said he can answer this question." Ming Xian. Elder Zhao then noticed the dazed youth sitting in the back. Ming Xian can? Come. Demonstrate for your junior brothers and sisters. What? Ming Xian gasped, eyes wide with disbelief. Then turned to the instigator, confusion evident on his face. Seeing him stand, Ye Qiao let out a sigh of relief and flashed a sweet smile. If you do not enter hell, who will? Second brother, you are the hope of our sect's talisman practitioners. As the saying goes, the capable must bear more burdens, so bear your share. She firmly believed in this principle, not at all because he frequently called her a potato mine. To be frank, the heart technique class was rather dull, and Ming Xian had not been paying much attention either. Ever since Ye Qiao's arrival, Elder Zhao had been fixated on questioning her. When it unexpectedly fell upon him, he stood and sat down in a daze, receiving a reprimand as expected. Halfway through the class, Ye Qiao propped her chin on her hand, feeling drowsy. She lowered her head slightly, her eyes beginning to droop. Suddenly, Ming Xian's voice broke the silence. "Little junior sister, class is over." In a half-asleep state, Ye Qiao had ingrained the words "class is over" into her very DNA and instinctively leaped to her feet, causing the desk to slide across the floor. Ye Qiao instinctively bolted towards the dining hall, only to be snagged by Ming Xian. A foreboding sensation washed over her, and sure enough, she turned to find Shui Yu and the others seated obediently, clearly not finished with class. Elder Zhao frowned. "Why are you standing?" "Oh," he sneered. "What? Are you dissatisfied with my teaching methods? So you decided to kick the desk to liven things up?" Disrupting class is a serious matter. After receiving a scolding from Elder Zhao, Ye Qiao found herself sent to the library for the 10th time that month to clean. Ming Xian, having settled down beside her, remarked leisurely, "The law of nature is clear. Karma is unerring, junior sister." No sooner had he finished speaking than Elder Zhao's furious voice rang out, "And you, Ming Xian, how could you not grasp such a simple question? You both will go to the library and clean together after class." Ming Xian's smile faltered. "Come on. Let's mutually suffer." Inside the library, the books were neatly arranged across 4 levels. The first tier held heart techniques, the second alchemy, the third talismans, and the 4th sword techniques, all displayed in a spiral formation with an ethereal blue array floating above, creating a mesmerizing visual impact. The steward, sitting in a chair, glanced at her and remarked, "Back to clean again?" The word again carried significant weight. Ever since Ye Qiao began attending Elder Zhao's heart technique class, she had been summoned repeatedly to clean for over 10 days, gaining considerable experience in the task. However, Ming Xian had never done such work. He was reluctant to move. While Ye Qiao was half-heartedly sweeping, "Make way," she snapped, brandishing her broom. Ming Xian. He suppressed his irritation and quietly shifted aside. "I am the sole talisman practitioner within the direct disciples of our sect." Ming Xian reiterated his identity, "and I am your second senior brother. Shouldn't you show some respect?" Leaning on her broom, Ye Qiao responded with an exaggeratedly uninterested clap. "Oh, impressive. Truly impressive," her tone dripping with sarcasm. Ming Xian felt she was mocking him. Neither wanted to clean, both clinging to the notion of why should she do the cleaning, and thus they stalled. The steward, observing their reluctance, huffed. "You won't be allowed to eat if you don't finish." Ye Qiao stared with vacant eyes. As time ticked away, Ming Xian could no longer withstand the hunger and declared, "I'm hungry." Upon hearing this, Ye Qiao paused, belatedly realizing, "I'm hungry too." Ming Xian cleared his throat. "How about we clean faster?" Ye Qiao, "All right. The two, who had previously been at odds, suddenly reached a consensus and began to sweep with fervor, eager to finish quickly and head to the dining hall for a meal. Utilizing the wind-treading technique, they swept rapidly, each wielding 2 brooms, leaping about. And in an instant, dust filled the air. The steward, who had been reading, was caught off guard by the dust cloud. Coughing as he looked up to see the once lethargic duo now resembling energetic mantises, bouncing around with their brooms. He grimaced, "These 2 fools." After hastily completing their task, the 2 raced to the dining hall, leaving the bewildered steward to drop his book, shouting into the empty space, "Is this girl truly the promising talent you spoke of?" "A promising talent? She resembles a starving ghost more than anything." Duan Yu emerged from the shadows, having witnessed their antics, and rubbed his chin, sheepishly noting, "Her memory is quite remarkable. Not just remarkable. It could be described as photographic memory." The cultivation of the technique, stepping on the breeze, took Mu Chongxi, blessed with innate talent for the sword, over 10 days to master. In contrast, Ye Qiao achieved a profound understanding of it in merely 3 days. Consequently, Duan Yu suggested to Elder Zhao that it would be beneficial for her to spend more time in the library, immersing herself in literature, lest such extraordinary talent go to waste. However, to his dismay, the young girl completed her chores and promptly dashed away, never once contemplating a glance at the tomes within the library. The assessment for sword cultivators fundamentally revolves around their command and familiarity with the sword. If one truly possessed an exceptional memory, one would expect that in 2 months, she could recite the sword techniques effortlessly. Yet, her performance was surprisingly poor. Presenting a perplexing conundrum, Duan Yu fell silent, pondering whether perhaps his judgment had erred. Could it be that the girl's swift acquisition of stepping on the breeze was merely a stroke of luck? Chapter 8. Your little junior sister is causing trouble again. By the time they arrived at the dining hall, little remained. After establishing their foundation, they could fast. Yet due to past habits, Ming Xian often frequented the dining hall for meals. Ye Qiao was not picky. Whatever was offered, she would consume. She took 5 steamed buns in one go, causing Ming Xian to furrow his brow. Are young girls nowadays so gluttonous? How come, in his memory, the few junior sisters from the inner sect could only manage a few bites before feeling full? After finishing dinner, the 2 set off towards the library. The sky having dimmed slightly, thanks to their collective efforts that afternoon, they had already swept 2 floors. The mere thought of sleep filled Ye Qiao with energy. She picked up a broom and called out to her companion, "Let us go. We must sweep the 3rd floor first." Ming Xian lazily picked up his broom. The 3rd floor was piled high with various talisman books, arranged with exceptional neatness. It was rumored that the library of the 5 major sects contained the vast majority of texts from the cultivation world. Ye Qiao picked up a book and casually flipped through it, inquiring, "Where do these books come from?" Ming Xian glanced at the book in her hand and explained nonchalantly, "It is said they have been passed down slowly from the era of our ancestors. Each book in the library is a unique edition. Only direct disciples of each sect were allowed entry into their respective libraries. Outsiders and even inner sect members lacked the qualification to come here and sweep." Observing Ming Xian's grandiose manner of speaking, Ye Qiao pointed curiously at a page in the book, asking, "What is this fire control talisman used for? It looks quite valuable." Ming Xian raised an eyebrow, eyeing the talisman's inscriptions with suspicion. "Why does a sword cultivator like you care about such things?" Without blinking, Ye Qiao replied, "Though I am a sword cultivator, I possess an innate fascination with talisman crafting, especially after hearing about a genius like our second senior brother in the cultivation world. My interest has only deepened." With her enthusiastic words, even Ming Xian's aloof demeanor began to waver. After all, it was his first time being an older brother. Who wouldn't he enjoy being admired by a junior sister? Under Ye Qiao's adoring gaze, he cleared his throat and said, "If you pay attention, I will teach you once." Ming Xian found a brush and began to draw on the pristine rice paper. His speed was impressive, and thanks to Ye Qiao's good memory, she could follow along despite the wild, unrestrained strokes of his talisman. This is the fire control talisman. A flicker of ethereal flames ignited at his fingertips, as if performing a magic trick, raising the temperature in an instant. Ye Qiao gazed in awe, exclaiming, "How marvelous!" It was her first time witnessing a true talisman master at work. "Of course," Ming Xian said, brimming with pride. The flickering flames at his fingertips dancing like a child eager for praise. Ye Qiao, ever the supportive audience, exclaimed, "Wow, that's incredible." Ming Xian, buoyed by her admiration, offered, "If you wish to learn, I can teach you." With just a few words, Ye Qiao had him completely at her mercy. "Don't ask. Just know that 3 sentences got a genius talisman master to teach me how to craft talismans." Ye Qiao said, "Thank you, senior brother. But I believe I won't need it anymore." She had already memorized it. Ye Qiao picked up the brush and repeated the process as he had instructed. The ethereal flames ignited on the paper, a feeble flicker that seemed ready to extinguish at any moment. Ming Xian was startled, not expecting her to succeed on her first try. He hurriedly cautioned, "Wait, the spiritual fire is volatile." Before Ye Qiao could revel in her success, she watched in horror as the flames suddenly leapt from the talisman. Ming Xian quickly dodged, but the bookshelf behind him was not as fortunate. The flames surged forth, singeing Ye Qiao's face. In an instant, Ming Xian, quick thinking, conjured a large water sphere and flung it toward the flames, swiftly extinguishing the fire. Ye Qiao. Just as they caught their breath, the angry shouts of the steward echoed behind them. It was over. They were in deep trouble. This was the singular thought racing through their minds. The steward rushed in, his face flushed with rage upon seeing the scene before him. He bellowed in fury. "Why are you two playing with fire in the library? Have you lost your minds? Or do you have some grievance against me?" The steward was nearly apoplectic. One person was tolerable, but a group offense was unacceptable. Ming Xian, feeling guilty, muttered no. The true culprit, Ye Qiao, meekly added, "We wouldn't dare." "Wouldn't dare?" The steward laughed in exasperation. "Then why did you set fire to the library?" The flames had spread in an instant. Over a dozen talisman books had been burned halfway, some clinging together after being doused with water, and it was clear they were beyond salvage. The steward's heart ached at the sight. Ye Qiao, realizing the gravity of the situation, remembered Ming Xian had repeatedly emphasized that these books were unique editions. Now, reduced to ashes, she could only count herself fortunate that the steward's temper was not worse. Feeling guilty, she hesitantly asked, "Elder, do you have any recording stones? Since these were unique editions, there must have been some record of them. What if something truly unfortunate occurred?" The steward, exasperated, retorted, "What use is a recording stone? It can only be viewed once. The second time it is opened, it will be completely destroyed, and besides, they are exceedingly expensive. Who could possibly take notes after just one viewing?" Ye Qiao understood that she should not let others bear the consequences of her actions. Tentatively, she extended her hand, suggesting, "If you trust me, could you lend me the recording stones for those dozen talisman books? I promise I will copy them down in full." Ming Xian felt a wave of conflicting emotions. Was she truly the selfless? Wait, hold on. Copy them all down? In an instant, all eyes turned to Ye Qiao. The steward's flushed face softened momentarily, astonished. "Really?" She affirmed, "Yes." The steward's voice lowered. "If that is the case, then give it a try." After rummaging for a while, he produced a dozen recording stones, glaring, "You'd better copy them thoroughly. Don't think of leaving until you're done." Ye Qiao eagerly agreed and dashed off. "And you," the steward added, knowing Ming Xian was undeniably involved, "you both go together. You want to leave until she finishes." Ming Xian, who thought he had escaped unscathed, sighed, "Your little junior sister is causing trouble again." Joshing inside, "Ye Qiao? What happened to her?" The other party raised an eyebrow. She set the library aflame, and Ming Xian was with her. Impressive, right? Zhou Xingyun. In just one night, the tale of Ye Qiao and Ming Xian's fiery escapade spread throughout the sect. Though she was not physically present in the world, the tales of her exploits filled the air. Chapter 9. The More You Falter. The luckier you become upon first entering the sect. A significant pit was excavated in the back mountain, followed by 2 months of utter negligence, resulting in an unexpected promotion to a direct disciple. Shortly thereafter, this same disciple, along with another, inadvertently set the library ablaze. Truly, a remarkable individual. The narrative diverges here. Ye Qiao and Ming Xian ventured into the forbidden area, the place where the founder of Changming's sect ascended to immortality. It is said that numerous treasures remain hidden here, which is why it is designated as a forbidden zone. In the realm of cultivation, opportunities and dangers have always coexisted. Ye Qiao merely wished to transcribe some texts. She had no delusions of seeking treasure. The serene and picturesque landscape exuded an air of ancient mystique, making it more akin to a tranquil place for cultivation than a mere forbidden area, rich in spiritual energy, ideal for arranging a gathering formation. Upon their arrival, they found others already seated within. A familiar figure caught Ye Qiao's attention. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was her dear third senior brother, Shuiyu. Upon seeing them, he greeted them enthusiastically, leaning slightly forward. "What brings you here?" "This is a forbidden area, typically reserved for direct disciples facing disciplinary actions. It's uncommon for others to enter." Ye Qiao replied nonchalantly, "Oh, I accidentally burned down the library." Shuiyu fell silent for a moment, glancing at Ming Xian. "And him?" Ye Qiao shrugged. "He was with me when it happened." Shuiyu raised an eyebrow. "Are his fellow disciples finally losing their minds? Do you bear a grudge against the steward?" Ye Qiao shook her head. "No, I was just playing with fire and accidentally set the books ablaze." Shuiyu's expression shifted. "Playing with fire? Is it normal for someone to engage in that at night? What were you thinking?" Ming Xian, who had been unceremoniously expelled from the herb garden to the Saowei study, had grown weary of the situation. He realized that whenever he was with his junior sister, trouble seemed to follow. "How did you even get in here?" Among their group, Shuiyu was one of the few with a good temper. Previously, only he and Mu Chongxi had faced penalties in the forbidden area. Now, Ye Qiao had joined their ranks. It was never lonely in the company of those confined together. Shuiyu maintained a calm demeanor. "I brewed a few pills and let my fellow disciples consume them, but unexpectedly, the effects went awry and they ended up poisoned." Ye Qiao responded incredulously. "What kind of misguided disciples are you surrounded by?" Ming Xian, seated on the ground, urged Ye Qiao, "Junior sister, hurry up and transcribe. Only when you're done can I leave." Reluctantly compelled to work, Ye Qiao retrieved several recording stones from her space pouch, followed by clean rice paper. With her consciousness probing into the stones, she closed her eyes momentarily, flipping through the pages of talismans. Ye Qiao focused intently, memorizing every word, and then began to transcribe. In her haste, her writing resembled chaotic scribbles, wild and unruly, ensuring that even her parents would struggle to recognize it. Shuiyu observed the scene and discreetly nudged the senior brother beside him. "What is she doing?" "Transcribing?" Ming Xian explained. "She burned several books from the 3rd level of the Talisman Library, and to appease the steward's fury, she promised to transcribe them all." Shuiyu was momentarily taken aback. "All of them? If she possesses such memory, what kind of genius is she?" As Ye Qiao became engrossed in her work, her speed of writing gradually increased. She tapped into the diligence she had during her exam preparations. As long as she didn't perish from the effort, she would study relentlessly. An entire day passed as she immersed herself in transcription, leaving both Shuiyu and Ming Xian astounded by her speed. As dawn broke, time slipped away. "Lift me up. I can still learn," Ye Qiao sighed, her head lifting to exhale softly. Ming Xian, perhaps misinterpreting, thought he saw a tiny ghost escape her lips. Days in the forbidden area grew increasingly arduous. Ming Xian depended entirely on her completing the transcription to escape. Upon hearing this, he immediately offered her a shoulder rub. "Come on, junior sister, you can do it." Half an hour later, Ye Qiao slumped to the ground. "I can't study anymore. Let me die." She had a headache and felt faint. She touched her nose and found blood on her hand. Her suffering intensified. Shuiyu grew anxious and hurriedly began to massage her legs. Hang in there, junior sister. Our chance of leaving rests on you. I have replenishing pills. Take some to continue. As long as she finished transcribing, perhaps he too could rise alongside her from this forbidden place. In 2 days, she managed to record several volumes of talisman texts, which undoubtedly took a toll on her mental faculties, and thus, whenever Ye Qiao felt dizzy, Shui, you would kindly offer her replenishing pills. Ye Qiao's hand trembled slightly as she held the pills. Ming Xian spoke earnestly. I believe that as long as you strive diligently, we will be able to live the life we desire. Ye Qiao replied. Thank you both. You are truly wonderful senior brothers. Taking a deep breath, Ye Qiao consumed the pills and rose to continue her transcription. Her pen moved swiftly, her mind filled with the intricate designs of various talismans, their functions, and how to inscribe them on magical tools. From Earth Escape talismans to diamond talismans and square array talismans, they whirled in her thoughts. After this experience, Ye Qiao could confidently declare that no one understood talisman drawing better than she did. Cursing under her breath, if only I had known not to act recklessly. As transcribing required her to draw the talismans, she was pressed for time, and her speed in sketching was extraordinary. Each symbol was drawn in a fluid stroke, elegant and precise. Ye Qiao noticed that her spiritual sea seemed to expand. Previously, her spiritual root was impure, and her mental faculties poor. She would faint after drawing just a few talismans. Now, she marvelously discovered that her spiritual sea had widened. Even without taking replenishing pills, she no longer suffered frequent headaches. Could it be that transcribing helped refine the capacity of her spiritual sea? Just as she pondered this, Ming Xian halted his casual posture. Ye Qiao then sensed that perhaps it was indeed the case. Reaching the peak of qi refinement, she was but a step away from foundation establishment. Realizing this, she understood that it was not merely the act of transcribing that expanded her spiritual sea, but rather her breaking through the barrier, which naturally led to its broadening. Ming Xian was taken aback. Is breaking through now the simple? Transitioning from late qi refinement to peak qi refinement is a significant hurdle. Few can do so smoothly without spending days in enlightenment. Could this be what they referred to as the more you falter, the luckier you become? Shuiyu propped his chin thoughtfully. Is it possible that junior sister is comprehending talismans to break through? Those who practiced alchemy broke through pale refinement. Similarly, talisman practitioners would surely do so through drawing talismans. Ye Qiao had been fervently studying talisman texts for 2 days, and this explanation seemed plausible. Ming Xian, however, was puzzled. But she is a sword practitioner, isn't she? Can this really be done? Shuiyu speculated. Have you ever heard of dual cultivation? But that was only achievable by a select few, wasn't it? Ming Xian still found it hard to believe. Only those with exceptional comprehension could manage dual cultivation. It was said that the founder of Changming sect practiced both sword and alchemy. But not everyone could be such a remarkable figure. Ye Qiao brushed his hand away, halting their fanciful musings. Perhaps it's simply due to the abundant spiritual energy here. That's the only explanation, right? Otherwise, could I truly achieve dual cultivation in both sword and talisman? Chapter 10. No more sleep. She wants to reap the benefits. By the time Ye Qiao had finished transcribing all the books, 2 days had already passed. Shuiyu and Ming Xian were only marginally involved in the matter, and the steward did not make things difficult for them, simply waving them off. The only one left was the party involved, Ye Qiao. Are you done copying? Yes, she replied, her head drooping as if her very essence had been drained. You inspected the work, and after a brief glance, his lips twitched. It must be said that Ye Qiao's handwriting could only be described as uniquely atrocious. However, there was no choice but to have it redone by a few disciples with better penmanship on another day. He cast a glance at Ye Qiao. Follow me. Ye Qiao complied and trailed after him as he ascended the long spiral staircase to the 3rd floor. The previously disordered collection of talisman books was now neatly arranged. After placing the missing tomes back on the shelf, he crouched down and unearthed several fragile scrolls from somewhere. The yellowed pages appeared delicate and thin, And Elder Yu carefully lifted one of the scrolls, his voice grave. "How about doing me a favor, young lady?" Ye Qiao wisely refrained from agreeing outright, instead inquiring, "What kind of favor?" Such a task would likely be beyond the capabilities of an average person, and she had no desire to ensnare herself in unnecessary trouble. She would rather catch up on her sleep. Elder Yu was momentarily rendered speechless by her cautious demeanor. He understood that this little imp did not play by the rules. Other disciples would have eagerly agreed to such requests without question. "These scrolls were left by the founder of our Changming sect for future generations to study," he explained. "They contain many ancient alchemical recipes." Elder Yu shot her an irritated glare as she interrupted him again. "Our founder is one of the few in the cultivation world who mastered both sword and elixir," he continued. "The remnants he left behind would incite fierce competition among cultivators if distributed." "Oh," Ye Qiao responded nonchalantly. "Since you managed to transcribe the volumes from the recording stone, surely these ancient scrolls will be a breeze for you?" Elder Yu proposed. Ye Qiao, feeling a headache coming on, could not suppress a reminder. "Elder, I am human, not divine. Am I supposed to read through all the ancient scrolls without exhausting my mind?" Elder Yu pondered for a moment. "So, what you mean is, I can read, but only for a fee," she stated seriously. "After all, my sleep time is quite precious." Mentioning money darkened Elder Yu's expression. Did she think he was unaware of the sect's dire financial straits? They were barely scraping by, and she wanted payment? "I can offer you a bottle of elixirs," he suggested, considering Ye Qiao's rebellious nature. He worried she might refuse the task altogether, hence he reluctantly made the offer. As both the steward of the library and a part-time overseer of the Alchemy Peak, he had the authority to distribute some sect resources. Ye Qiao's smile faded, and she waved her hand dismissively. "Never mind, I choose to do nothing." She detested reading, though she might have considered it otherwise if payment were involved. Without compensation, what use would she have for a bottle of elixirs? "I'm going to sleep," she declared, turning to leave. "Wait." Elder Yu called out in a panic as she turned to leave. "I'll add 2 more bottles." Ye Qiao yawned, her demeanor languid. "Fine. I might as well take another nap." It was evident that he was beginning to realize that without offering something of value, this little rascal would never easily compromise. "As long as you transcribe these ancient texts accurately, you may choose any elixirs from the apothecary." This was the greatest concession the notoriously frugal Changming sect could muster. Ye Qiao promptly halted, her face brightening into a radiant smile. "Deal." Elder Yu felt an inexplicable sense of being outwitted. The ancient scrolls were not to be opened lightly. They were exceedingly fragile and would turn to ashes if exposed for even a brief moment. However, Ye Qiao harbored no such concerns. She delved into her consciousness, the world spinning around her before her eyes opened again, revealing an increasingly unfamiliar scene. The furnishings around her were those of the library, but far less opulent than the present. She approached and noticed an old man refining elixirs, muttering to himself incessantly. Ye Qiao thought to herself, "I did not expect the ancestor of the Changming sect to be quite so inventive." Although the old man grumbled, his hands never ceased their work condensing elixirs, controlling the flames, and selecting spirit plants, all in one fluid motion. Finally, he unleashed a complex array of spell seals, and a golden elixir floated gracefully into the cauldron. After a brief period, the lid of the cauldron was lifted, and a cloud of white vapor billowed forth, revealing perfectly round and lustrous elixirs nestled inside. Ye Qiao sat cross-legged nearby, attentively observing each step of the alchemical process and diligently noting the gestures of the spell seals before taking her leave. After finishing with the scroll, her head buzzed, and she felt slightly nauseated. In no time, she called out, "I've finished. Now, the key, please." Ye Qiao extended her hand, requesting the key to the apothecary. Her complexion slightly pale from the endeavor, yet her spirit remained high. Elder Yu tossed her the key, perhaps concerned she might collapse, and added, "After you're done exploring, make sure to get some rest." Ye Qiao consumed a spirit-replenishing elixir given by Shuiyu and slowly made her way out of the library. Sleep? No more sleep. She intended to seize her opportunities. The apothecary on the alchemy peak was overflowing with treasures, and while Ye Qiao had perused numerous scrolls, her understanding of elixirs remained superficial. However, that was of little concern. Shuiyu was well-versed in such matters. Thus, Ye Qiao excitedly rushed to Shuiyu's residence and knocked on the door. Third senior brother. Let us go to the alchemy peak. With her head held high, her face slightly pale and a trace of blood still lingering at her nose, she carelessly dabbed at it. Just because she was slacking off did not mean she was not making progress. He who lags behind gets beaten, as the great leader said, is always relevant. Shuiyu gazed at her, looking like a wandering spirit, his lips twitching. What is this? Playing the ghost? What do you want at the alchemy peak at this hour? Ye Qiao blinked, slightly embarrassed. Elder, you gave me the key to the apothecary, saying it was a reward for transcribing the scrolls. We can take whatever we want. Shuiyu raised his brows in surprise. A rare opportunity indeed. No problem. I'll take you to choose. Let us thoroughly exploit this chance. Cultivating elixirs is one of the most lucrative professions, and Elder, you must have many treasures to offer. Once they secured the key to the apothecary, the duo hurriedly made their way, targeting only the most valuable items. This one can replenish spiritual energy. This one can heal wounds. And this one. The two moved through the apothecary like conquerors, selecting only the most prized possessions. Chapter 11. The endless torment at Changming sect. Having been tormented to the brink of madness by his junior sister, Ye Qiao returned from the Danfeng with a bounty that was almost overwhelming. The peak master of Danfeng could only watch in dismay as this little girl, alongside her third senior brother, danced about, pilfering nearly 1/10 of the precious elixirs. To make matters worse, the imp had also plundered a considerable amount of spiritual herbs from his medicinal fields. The peak master felt as though his heart were bleeding, wishing he could simply kick these two unruly disciples out. Fortunately, he managed to restrain himself, repeatedly reminding himself that they were his direct disciples and the future hope of the Changming sect. He could not act on his impulses. Shuiyu accompanied her through the evening, eventually escorting his junior sister back to her courtyard. Upon entering, he couldn't shake the feeling that the spiritual energy here was unusually dense. Observing the surroundings, he, not being a talisman cultivator, couldn't exactly pinpoint the cause of this phenomenon. Yet, adhering to his role as a senior brother, he advised her. The spiritual energy here is far more concentrated than elsewhere. If I were to make a comparison, it rivals even that found in forbidden zones. Shuiyu attributed this to his junior sister's fortunate allocation to such a spiritually rich abode and earnestly encouraged her, with such advantageous conditions, you should devote yourself even more fervently to your cultivation, especially with the sect's grand competition looming just over 6 months away. Ye Qiao nodded thoughtfully in agreement. However, before Shuiyu could bask in his moment of satisfaction, she solemnly interjected, but great philosophers have stated that one must retire to rest by 10 o'clock, or it will adversely affect one's health. With that, she peacefully reclined on her bed, hands crossed, and uttered, "Good night, third senior brother." Shuiyu was left baffled. 3 question marks hovering above his head. Who was this philosopher? Wait, is she already asleep? After a while, observing Ye Qiao's serene slumber, he managed a wry smile. Good night, junior sister. The following morning, while Ye Qiao made her way to the dining hall, she encountered a few junior brothers from Danfeng. They settled across from her, engaging in casual conversation. I just refined 2 elixirs. Shall we descend the mountain today and discreetly sell them? One proposed. The other readily agreed. Absolutely. We could earn around 200 mid-grade spirit stones, and then we won't have to subsist solely on steamed buns. The Changming sect's dining hall, whether for outer or inner disciples, featured steamed buns at every meal, an unbearable routine for anyone. Ye Qiao felt a flicker of curiosity. Do alchemists earn such profits? The sect's regulations strictly forbade disciples from privately trading talismans and elixirs, yet there were always loopholes to exploit, and no one monitored them constantly. The elders tended to turn a blind eye. Reflecting on her own recent haul, she understood the peak master's anguish all too well. The two inner disciples, unaware of her identity, mistook her for a sword cultivator due to the she bore at her waist. The impoverished sword cultivator Ye Qiao felt a sting in her heart. Yet, she was no longer the novice she once was. Now, she possessed a fair share of elixirs, having gathered numerous high-grade spiritual herbs. However, selling Danfeng's elixirs was out of the question, as they were rare commodities. Even if she were to sell, it would have to be elixirs of her own making. Inspired by the ancient formula she had memorized the previous day, Ye Qiao decided to give it a try. Traditional alchemy typically required the use of a Dan furnace. Thus, she earnestly inquired about the prices of Dan furnaces from her two alchemist peers. Upon learning that a decent furnace cost 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, her expression reflected that of a bewildered elderly man staring at a smartphone. After her meal, Ye Qiao resolved to be self-sufficient. She approached the cafeteria lady and requested a large iron pot, reasoning that anything could be utilized for cultivation. After all, a pot is still a pot. One ought not to discriminate against materials. It wasn't due to her lack of finances. Returning to her courtyard, she prepared the large pot, eager to commence. Drawing a fire control talisman, she noted that alchemists possessed fire spiritual roots, naturally wielding spiritual flames. However, the original owner of her body had a rare lightning spiritual root, which remained largely unstudied, often deemed a waste. Ye Qiao, being a half-hearted cultivator, had little understanding, her mind solely preoccupied with thoughts of profit. As the flames rose, she tossed the spiritual herbs she had gathered into the air. Imitating the actions of the elderly figure from her fragmented scroll, she manipulated her fingers, using her consciousness to crush and refine the herbs, achieving a perfect blend to form the Dan seal. She selected her favorite flavor, snail rice noodles. However, upon lifting the lid, what should have been 9 elixirs had inexplicably morphed into a singular large, yellow concoction. Having witnessed her third senior brother's beautifully refined elixirs, each round and lustrous, she couldn't help but feel that her creation resembled an overnourished abomination. Could it be due to the large pot's influence that the elixirs simply grew haphazardly? Pondering the unsightly appearance of her creation, she worried whether it would even sell. One must not indulge in comparisons, she reassured herself. At least it could be consumed, hopefully. Once a culinary disaster in the modern world, she couldn't help but applaud her own success in achieving this on her first attempt. She was indeed a genius, a true blessing for the lackadaisical. Eager to find someone to sample her creation, her first target was Shuiyu. Among her 4 senior brothers, his temperament was the most amiable. Upon hearing he was engaged in alchemy lessons, she hurried to seek him out. At that moment, Shuiyu was instructing several inner disciples on how to refine elixirs effectively, minimizing the chances of failure. He advised, the key to successful alchemy is maintaining a calm and composed demeanor. During competitions, there will be malicious disruptions aimed at disturbing your mindset. At such times, we must simply ignore them, just as I do. As he demonstrated, his movements flowed seamlessly, methodical and unhurried. His junior disciples watched in admiration, resting their chins on their hands. Third senior brother is so impressive. Truly a direct disciple. When Ye Qiao burst in, Shuiyu was engrossed in his alchemy. She flashed him a sweet smile. Senior brother, I've brought you something delightful. She extended her hand, retrieving her large elixir from her spatial pouch. The rich aroma of the snail rice noodles wafted through the air, causing Shuiyu to momentarily halt his movements, though he continued to focus intently on his task. Not wanting to disturb him further, Ye Qiao held her creation, observing him with mild curiosity. She noticed that his technique differed from hers, and he produced only 3 Dan seals. Before she could ponder the disparity, a retching sound broke the silence. Ugh. Shuiyu clamped his mouth shut, unable to maintain his previously calm demeanor. Trembling, he managed to utter, "Junior sister, could you please move your lump of Dan further away?" He rarely described an elixir as a lump unless it truly resembled one. No sooner had he spoken than the Dan furnace erupted with a resounding boom, the pot bursting into chaos. For the first time in his many years of alchemy, he was overwhelmed by the fumes, slowly exhaling a cloud of black smoke. Junior sister, you are quite merciless. Ye Qiao sympathized with his plight for a mere 3 seconds before affectionately patting down his disheveled hair and thrusting her large lump of elixir toward him, babbling, "Brother, would you care to try? If it isn't terrible, I believe it might actually taste quite good." Shui Yu raised a single finger in a gesture of reluctant appreciation, then continued to expel black smoke, muttering, I want to eat it." Tears glistened in his eyes as he added, "You enjoy it, junior sister. Thanks for the invitation. I am in good spirits, though I am being driven mad by my junior sister at Changming sect." Upon hearing a commotion, Elder Zhao hurried over, only to be greeted by a noxious odor that made his pupils widen in shock. Holding his nose, he exclaimed with righteous indignation, "How dare you cook excrement in the classroom?" He had never been fond of disciples like Ye Qiao, who were uncommitted to their studies. And now he had finally caught her in the act. Ye Qiao, with a hint of exasperation, murmured, "Elder, you may not love it, but please do not harm it." She cradled her elixir, her first successful concoction, and thought it unjust to describe it with such uncouth terminology. Elder Zhao, overwhelmed by the stench of the snail noodles, succinctly commanded, "Get out." Before departing, Ye Qiao broke off a substantial piece of her spiritual elixir and handed half to Shuiyu. "Third senior brother. Make sure to finish it and provide me with feedback later. Farewell." Shuiyu stared at the elixir in his hand, donning a mask of anguish. Pinching his nose, he reluctantly took a small piece and swallowed, turning away with a groan. "Junior brother, come here." Shuiyu inhaled deeply and beckoned to Mu Chongxi, who had just entered the classroom, flashing a warm smile. "Come, junior sister. I have some elixirs to share with you." He believed in the wisdom of shared suffering. Mu Chongxi queried, "Is that true? You can refine elixirs?" He suspected Shuiyu was jesting, as he thought she was solely focused on her dual cultivation of talismans and swords. Surely, she could not also dabble in elixir refining. Unfazed by skepticism, Mu Chongxi accepted the elixir, believing it was all in good fun, and without any hesitation, took a bite. A minute later, he silently bent over, grimacing. "What does this taste?" Meanwhile, Ye Qiao was in a rush to find Ming Xian. Second senior brother, the community is spreading warmth." Ming Xian was engrossed in studying the art of explosive talismans when a yellow object suddenly blocked his line of sight, startling him. "What is this?" "Elixir," Ye Qiao replied. Upon realizing it was an elixir, Ming Xian took a whiff, and his first reaction was, "Does Shuiyu loathe me this much? Has he concocted this biochemical weapon to poison me? I knew that scoundrel had ill intentions." After a brief silence, Ye Qiao clarified, "It was I who refined it." Ming Xian felt a moment of embarrassment and quickly attempted to rectify the situation. "Oh, is that so? Haha, I knew that Shuiyu, that useless fellow, could never produce an elixir of such size. No alchemist could create one this large. Is she trying to crush someone with this?" Having salvaged the situation, Ming Xian, under the piercing gaze of his junior sister, had no choice but to reluctantly consume it. Moments later, the three of them collectively echoed, "What a taste." Chapter 12. She painted it all. After distributing the pills among several senior brothers, Ye Qiao chose to hoard the remaining elixirs for her own circle rather than selling them. However, she could not fathom why Shuiyu's smile seemed somewhat rigid upon hearing that she still had a handful of pills. He pondered for a moment and spoke gently. "It is commendable that you have such intentions, junior sister, but it is truly unnecessary." Unaware of his inner turmoil, Ye Qiao mistook her third brother's reaction as one of heartfelt emotion. With a twinkle in her eyes, she replied, "It's all right. For all of you. I will continue striving to become stronger." Shuiyu thought to himself, "No. You are already formidable. Further effort is unwarranted." Her memorization of countless talismanic texts was not in vain. Ye Qiao tore off the faded spirit gathering talisman and redrew it. With the abundant spiritual energy on the main peak and the talisman's efficacy, she was on the verge of reaching the foundational stage. Given a little more time, it would not be so daunting. A secret realm beneath Yunzhang City had opened, and the other 4 sects were likely to send their direct disciples for training, presenting an excellent opportunity for growth. Although their sect, Changming Sect, had little hope for the upcoming grand competition, the current disciples, apart from Ye Qiao, were all quite talented. And they should embark on their training journey. Elder Zhao furrowed his brow, recalling the peculiar concoction Ye Qiao had prepared, and nodded silently. I agree. We must hasten to send this rascal away. He feared that if they delayed further, rumors would spread on the cultivation forums. Did the elder of Changming Sect brutally beat his direct disciple? Is this a distortion of humanity or a decline of moral integrity? Qin Fanfan remarked, since there are no objections, let these children go. He believed that if they did not venture out for training soon, the Changming Sect might be torn apart by them. They had already dared to set the library ablaze in such a short time. Qin Fanfan felt an inexplicable premonition. Ever since he took this little apprentice under his wing, he was certain that next year's sect competition would be quite entertaining. Manager Yu exclaimed, the sect leader is wise. Finally, we have sent those rascals away. Were it not for the prohibition against lighting fires, he would have happily set off some firecrackers in celebration. Junior sister. Shuiyu knocked on the door. Perhaps it was a trick of the senses, but he felt the spiritual energy in her courtyard had grown even more intense than in previous days. Hearing the noise, Ye Qiao was fervently absorbing the spiritual energy within her, sensing that she was on the brink of establishing her foundation, perhaps within the next few days. Upon hearing the knock, she slightly opened her eyes. Third brother? Shuiyu cast a glance at her and said, pack your things. We will be heading to the secret realm tomorrow. The 3 of us will take you for training. Ye Qiao, momentarily bewildered, asked, what? Shuiyu replied, there is a small secret realm opening beneath Yunzhang City. Due to its modest size, there will certainly be no formidable beings. It is quite suitable for your training. Although Shuiyu was not particularly interested in the small secret realm, he decided to accompany her since it would be her first venture into the world for training. Ye Qiao suddenly recalled that there had been mentions of a small secret realm in Yunzhang City in a novel. It was said to contain numerous treasures. In previous years, the secret realm at the foot of Yunzhang City had been divided between the Wanjian sect and the Yueqing sect. Shuiyu chuckled softly to himself. The direct disciples of the Yueqing sect were rather arrogant and would likely look down upon a small secret realm. Ye Qiao thought otherwise. No, they would find it appealing. For the heroine will go. She will acquire many spiritual plants there, including several nearly extinct ancient varieties. Whether one can obtain heavenly materials and treasures depends entirely on strength. However, apart from the Yueqing sect, none of the 5 major sects had ventured into this small secret realm. Some loose cultivators, fearing the ire of the direct disciples from the major sects, naturally allowed all the spiritual plants to fall into the pockets of Yun Quebec. Yet, it seemed that due to the butterfly effect triggered by her actions, the Changming sect was now sending them to the small secret realm for training. Ye Qiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let us invite a few other senior brothers to join us. With her senior brothers present, she felt equally entitled. For they were all direct disciples, and none was superior to the other. Thus, the decision was made joyfully. The next morning, the 4 of them quickly gathered their belongings and prepared to descend the mountain. Ming Xian leaned against the celestial crane and waved at her, junior sister, over here. He tossed her a set of clothes, and as Ye Qiao touched the fabric, it felt cool and comfortable. Bewildered, she asked, is this the attire of our Changming sect's direct disciples? She noticed the 3 of them were all dressed in red, standing together like 3 splendidly adorned turkeys. Mu Chongxi rested his chin on his hand and remarked, it is made of 1,000-year ice silkworm silk. Although our sect may be somewhat impoverished, we are quite generous with our direct disciples. This fabric is impervious to water and fire. Ye Qiao chose not to wear it, realizing that the bold red of the direct disciple robes would attract too much attention. You must change into more inconspicuous clothing, she insisted. The less noticeable, the better. Mu Chongxi, perplexed, asked, "Why? Is there something wrong with our direct disciple attire?" Ye Qiao shook her head. "Not at all. It's just that wearing direct disciple robes while scheming makes it far too easy for others to identify us and our sect. This simply won't do." She noted that the direct disciples of the Changming sect seemed somewhat naive. Ultimately, after much persuasion from Ye Qiao, Ming Xian donned a white outfit, and Shuiyu changed into a green robe. Thus, Ye Qiao found herself seated on the celestial crane with a blue dragon on her left and a white tiger on her right, accompanied by a rather foolish companion. Setting off joyfully, Ming Chongxi was exuberant, shouting, "Charge!" due to the impending opening of the small secret realm. The flow of people in Yunzhong City had substantially increased over the past few days, with loose cultivators and disciples from minor sects visible everywhere. The four of them, dressed in casual attire, appeared particularly inconspicuous among the myriad of sect uniforms. The quartet delighted in their leisure, meandering through the bustling markets of Yunzhong City. Ming Xian, exploring the stalls, remarked, "I heard there's a talisman that has recently become popular." "What talisman?" Ye Qiao inquired. "The spirit-gathering talisman. They say you can cultivate simply by lying down." Ye Qiao was momentarily stunned, grabbing Ming Xian before he could get too excited. "No, don't. Those are all scams." Once again, poor Ye Qiao found herself caught in a predicament. How did she know? Because she had painted those talismans herself. She had an abundance of them, initially intending to sell a few for some profit. However, once those cultivators discovered their efficacy, demand skyrocketed. It should be noted that disciples from the 5 major sects were strictly prohibited from privately selling talismans and elixirs. Fearing recognition and a potential confinement, Ye Qiao ceased her dealings in the black market. However, opportunistic vendors soon recognized the market potential and began producing counterfeits, often selling them at prices exceeding her original sales by tenfold or more. Ye Qiao restrained Ming Xian from becoming a victim of these scams. "Let us find an inn to stay at first. Soon the other sects will arrive, and we won't have anywhere to rest." When the four of them arrived at the inn, the ground floor was packed with people, seemingly gathered to witness something. Ever the social butterfly, Mu Chongxi tugged Ye Qiao toward the crowd. Chapter 13. The first encounter with the charismatic female lead. It appears that the attire belongs to the Moonlight sect. How enviable! That must be the newly accepted junior sister from the Moonlight sect. Truly, she is the center of attention, surrounded by admirers. This is the first time I've seen a living disciple of such prestige. Well, did you not notice how her senior brothers treat her like a precious gem? It is best that we keep our distance. Ye Qiao, upon overhearing the murmurs of the crowd, tiptoed to catch a glimpse. The light blue garments adorned with the unique insignia of a direct disciple were indeed striking and eye-catching. She quickly nudged Mu Chongxi, exclaiming, "Do you see that girl over there?" Among the male characters in the novel, Mu Chongxi fell for her the quickest, being rather naive and easily manipulated by the female lead. Perhaps Yun-Kei finds it particularly fulfilling to dismantle a prodigy with innate sword talent, as Mu Chongxi later endures a harrowing ordeal. Ye Qiao, during her readings, had often felt sympathy for this naive young man. Mu Chongxi instinctively followed her gaze, noting the blue attire belonging to a female. "What's wrong?" he asked, bewildered as it was the first time Ye Qiao had called him senior brother. With her chin raised and her expression serene, she unsheathed her mysterious sword and said, "Senior brother, have you ever heard the saying?" "What?" Mu Chongxi was momentarily taken aback. With a serious demeanor, she pointed towards Yun-Kei and declared, "Slay the unworthy." Mu Chongxi was left speechless, wondering if she had lost her mind. He gently pressed her head down and urged, "Stop with the nonsense. We must hurry to the inn, or all the rooms will be taken." The inn in Yunzhong City was known for its opportunistic pricing. The later one arrived, the higher the cost. Ye Qiao quickly sheathed her sword. "What? Why are you all dawdling? Rush inside," she lamented, realizing she had no money. Once they squeezed into the inn, the four of them found a place to stand. with Ye Qiao protected in the center, her senior brothers being considerate enough to shield her from the crowd. Yearned, surrounded by admirers, glanced up and fixed her gaze on Ye Qiao, momentarily lost in thought. Ye Qiao, senior sister? No, this could not be. In her memory, Ye Qiao always appeared quiet, unassuming and rather inconspicuous. If she had to draw a comparison, she would say Ye Qiao resembled a faded sparrow, despite being a disciple of the celestial sect. However, the young woman, as she drew her sword and sheathed it, radiated an unprecedented vitality and grace. Yet, the resemblance to Ye Qiao was undeniable. With a blend of curiosity and uncertainty, Yearned approached, inquiring, "Which sect does this junior sister belong to?" At that moment, Ye Qiao, engaged in a discussion with Mu Chongxi about the most affordable room options for the night, raised her head and casually glanced at her. Truly, the female lead was captivatingly beautiful. Under Yearned's unwavering gaze, Ye Qiao remained composed, dismissing her small sect as inconsequential. Yearned sensed the dismissiveness in her tone, biting her lip in frustration. "You," she began, only to be interrupted by a voice. "Junior sister," a young man in light blue attire said softly, "let's go." Yearned was left to silence. Once they departed, Mingxian stroked his chin thoughtfully. "That girl is the new prodigy from the Moonlight sect, said to possess an exceptional water spirit root. Indeed, but who is that person beside her? They seem even more pretentious," Mu Chongxi remarked with curiosity. Mingxian's temples throbbed as he held back his annoyance. "That is the chief direct disciple of the Moonlight sect, on par with our senior brother, naturally possessing a degree of arrogance." Ye Qiao pondered, realizing it was a miscalculation. With the chief disciple present, she had not invited their senior brother. If a conflict arose over spirit plants, her side would surely be at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, members of the Moonlight sect were also discussing the recent arrivals. Among those four, 2 are at the Golden Core stage, 1 is half a step to Golden Core, and the remaining girl is at the Qi refinement stage. Yearned, hearing her senior brother's words, subconsciously pressed her lips together. So many Golden Core disciples were present. Which major sect's direct disciples had come? Golden Core. Was that girl's accompanying senior brother truly so powerful? As junior sisters of the sect, it was natural for Yearned to feel a twinge of competitive spirit. "Esteemed friends," the innkeeper announced loudly, "all other rooms are fully booked. Only the upper rooms remain." The Moonlight sect members displayed little reaction as direct disciples. They were accustomed to upper-class accommodations. Only the upper rooms befitted their status. However, Mu Chongxi suddenly jumped up, exclaiming, 100 high-grade spirit stones. Is this a scam? Shuiyu facepalmed. Even Mingxian, who usually had a contentious relationship with him, elbowed him, saying, "You're embarrassing yourself. What kind of direct disciple behaves in such a manner?" A senior brother beside Yearned scoffed in disdain. "Enough. Stop overthinking. Looking this pathetic. What major sect's direct disciple could they possibly be? I suspect they are merely scattered cultivators who took centuries to reach Golden Core." Exactly. What kind of direct disciple would behave so shamefully? Upon discovering that the others were not faring better than herself, Yearned felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Chapter 14. The Moonlight sect is wealthy, but not afflicted. An hour before the opening of the secret realm, Ye Qiao and her companions made their way to the entrance. She recalled that Shuiyu had mentioned the presence of haze within the secret realm, which could induce dizziness when inhaled. To avoid any mishaps, many individuals would purchase talismans in advance to shield against the haze. Ye Qiao inquired, "Do we have any talismans? Are we really just going in without any precautions? Is it that casual?" In her memory, the protagonist always descended into secret realms equipped with a plethora of treasures, talismans, and elixirs. Why were they so poorly prepared? Mingxian responded nonchalantly, "If you can hold your breath, do so. If not, cover your mouth and nose with something. It could be troublesome if a fight breaks out." Upon hearing this, Ye Qiao began to ponder that if it was merely haze, it might not differ much from the smog encountered in modern mornings. She rummaged through her mustard seed bag and produced a piece of cloth, which she skillfully cut into the shape of a mask with her xian sword, adding a fine string to create a perfect fit. After crafting a dozen more, she distributed them among the other three, taking precautions against potential hazards. Surprisingly, they fit quite well, albeit with a rather peculiar appearance. Ning Xian picked one up, his curiosity piqued as he asked, "Little junior sister, what is this?" Ye Qiao replied, "It's a mask." None of the three had seen such an item before, finding its design odd. Ye Qiao donned one first and demonstrated how to use it, asserting that even in the absence of spiritual artifacts, one could still manage with a mask. Their expressions were somewhat ambiguous, but under Ye Qiao's sparkling gaze, they couldn't refuse her. Once all four wore their masks, they attracted curious glances from many passers-by who wondered about their strange attire and masks. Upon reaching the entrance of the secret realm, more established sects, such as the Moonlight sect, had already deployed their talismans, enveloping themselves in protective barriers. Of the 5 direct disciples of the Moonlight sect, only 3 were present: Ye, the chief disciple Song Hansheng, and a somewhat familiar figure, Suzhua. Ye Qiao recognized Suzhua as the junior disciple who had betrayed the original protagonist. However, perhaps due to her mask, he failed to recognize her. Noticing her scrutinizing gaze, Suzhua frowned and instinctively shielded Ye, mistakenly believing her to be another envious female cultivator. Under his icy glare, Ye Qiao touched her nose, internally scoffing at the situation. The devoted dog ends up with nothing. In the original narrative, Suzhua was merely a loyal yet inconsequential backup character, barely worthy of mention. A slightly older cultivator approached, intrigued by their masks. "What is that you are wearing?" His curiosity was infectious, prompting others to join in and inquire about the peculiar items adorning the four. "Is this a new talisman from the Chengfeng sect?" someone asked, noticing the absence of any spiritual energy emanating from it. Ye Qiao felt a spark of inspiration and retrieved the remaining masks from her mustard seed bag. With a smile, she declared, "I have developed these masks. While they may not compare to talismans, they could offer some protection against the harmful haze within the secret realm." Really? Many of the smaller sects and individual cultivators, unable to afford luxurious talismans like those from the Moonlight sect, perked up at her statement. Ye Qiao, exuding confidence, responded, "Absolutely genuine. They are merely 5 low-grade spiritual stones. You can't lose or be deceived." Her enthusiasm was palpable. Mu Changxi watched in astonishment as she boldly began her impromptu advertisement, stammering, "Little junior sister, that's impressive." He would have felt too embarrassed to promote anything in front of such a crowd. Who knew it could be done this way? Shui Yu coughed lightly, commenting on Ye Qiao's eagerness whenever spiritual stones were involved. Ultimately, before the secret realm opened, all of Ye Qiao's masks were snatched up, and she had even set aside a few for future needs. "Let us proceed. The secret realm has opened." Mu Changxi took the lead, and upon entering the misty expanse, the scattered cultivators who had purchased masks were astonished to find they effectively shielded them from the majority of the toxic haze. Shui Yu curiously touched his mask. Having initially prepared breath-holding pills for himself and his companions, convinced that Ye Qiao's creation would prove ineffective. However, it appeared he was mistaken. "Where do you get so many peculiar ideas?" he mused, attributing her ingenuity to advancements in technology. Suzhua observed the throng gathered around Ye Qiao, sneering disdainfully. "To take such small advantages is truly embarrassing." Ye, surprisingly acknowledging this, remarked, "Perhaps it is due to their lack of funds, being a small sect." "That girl. It's rather pitiable." Though they were of similar ages, she was forced to demean herself for a mere handful of spiritual stones. However, once they truly entered the secret realm, the sense of superiority held by the Moonlight sect began to wane. Despite their protective talismans, they were consuming spiritual energy. In contrast, none of the mask-wearers exhibited signs of poisoning, indicating the mask's efficacy. Even Suzhua, who had previously mocked them, found himself unable to resist the urge to suggest, "Senior brother, Perhaps we should purchase some from them? It's only 5 low-grade spiritual stones. Surely we can spare that. Song Hanqing recognized that such continual expenditure of spiritual energy would become untenable, leading him to approach Ye Qiao, blocking her path. Might you still have any masks available, fellow cultivator? Ye Qiao was pleasantly surprised that a disciple from the Moonlight sect would come to buy from her. Indeed, I have some. As Song Hanqing reached for his coins, intending to purchase 3 masks, Ye Qiao interjected, however, the price has changed since earlier. What? His expression soured, realizing the implications. So, the small sects seek to exploit opportunities to profit from us. Song Hanqing pressed, what do you mean? Ye Qiao raised a finger, declaring 100 high-grade spiritual stones. Even Song Hanqing was taken aback, momentarily speechless. You. Suzhua stepped forward in anger. Surely you aren't raising the price intentionally to target us. The increase was far more than just a 50-fold hike. No one would believe it was accidental. Ye Qiao casually fiddled with her mask, meeting his furious gaze with a feigned indifference. What can I say? We, as a small sect, are rather impoverished. She was clearly doing this on purpose. Recalling how Suzhua had once informed Yearned about the matter of the fluctuating grass, which had led to the original protagonist's painstakingly acquired spiritual herb being seized. It seemed the esteemed disciples of the Moonlight sect were particularly concerned with their reputations, as if their faces were their sustenance. Thus, she felt no guilt in taking advantage of the situation. After all, she had no shame. Suzhua was left momentarily speechless, his anger boiling within him, but unable to find an outlet. While the Moonlight sect may possess wealth, they were not ailing. For 100 high-grade spiritual stones, one could purchase a vial of elixir. Why would they need her trivial item? Yet, to refuse would mean losing face in front of so many scattered cultivators. After a brief moment of uncertainty, Song Hanqing turned to Suzhua. Give her the spiritual stones. Since the senior brother had spoken, Suzhua could only grimly comply and hand over the payment. As he received the flimsy mask, he felt an inexplicable sensation that everyone around was mocking him. Chapter 15. The multiplication table. As they entered the secret realm, the crowd gradually dispersed. Shui Yu, the most experienced and composed among them, cautioned, be mindful of your feet. There are many moving spirit plants within this realm, some of which possess aggressive tendencies. Furthermore, refrain from recklessly touching things or running about, lest we become separated. Ye Qiao promptly followed closely behind her 3 senior brothers, aware that solitude in such a place could lead to dire consequences. What are those fools from the Yuqing sect doing? Mu Chongxi turned to see them lingering in place, seemingly searching for something. After Suzhua had foolishly gifted them 100 high-grade spirit stones, the members of the Yuqing sect had, in his mind, successfully transformed into Navi, wealthy targets. Shui Yu explained, they are likely searching for stronger rogue cultivators to trail behind and reap the benefits. The Yuqing sect was notorious for picking up the spoils. Shui Yu recounted an earlier experience from his own training in a small secret realm where he had the fortune of encountering Song Hanqing and others. After a painstaking wait for the rare Qingxin grass to cultivate Qingxin pills, his senior brother had just slain the guardian beast when Song Hanqing and his companions swooped in to seize the opportunity. Although he feigned indifference, Shui Yu had since remained wary of the Yuqing sect. Mu Chongxi expressed concern. What should we do? Should we keep our distance from them? He was not keen on working hard only to be outpaced at the last moment. Ming Xian pondered momentarily. Let us hasten our pace and avoid their attention. The 3 exchanged words, leaving Ye Qiao utterly astonished by their conversation. Revenge? It was a term that Shui Yu had never encountered before. Instinctively, he grasped his junior sister's arm, correcting her, as disciples of the righteous path, we should act with integrity. How could we entertain thoughts of revenge? Even Ming Xian, who rarely agreed with anyone, nodded in reluctant acknowledgement. We are not demonic cultivators. Ye Qiao acquiesced. All right. Evading was not an option, while others might hit a wall. She was determined to break through it. What are you planning? Shui Yu inquired. Ye Qiao rubbed her hands together. 3rd senior brother. Do you possess any pills that can temporarily conceal one's cultivation? Concealment pills were of little value to cultivators since showcasing one's prowess was a point of pride in the cultivation world, where each practitioner yearned for recognition of their strength. Consequently, such pills were rarely crafted, as they bore no practical use and could not be traded in the black market. Do you wish to take a concealment pill? Ye Qiao shook her head. I do not need it. You should use it. What did she, at the qi refinement stage, have to hide? Concealing the cultivation levels of her seniors was paramount. This would allow them to engage with the Ye Qiao sect under the guise of a friendly exchange. Upon hearing this, Shuiyu felt an unsettling premonition. What are you scheming this time? In truth, after being a personal disciple for so many years and witnessing various tribulations, it was Ye Qiao's presence that perpetually reshaped his worldview. With a wink and a smile, Ye Qiao reassured him, I am not up to anything nefarious. I merely wish to engage in friendly dialogue with them. Song Hansheng and his companions had set their sights on a rogue cultivator of golden core level. As talisman practitioners, they lacked the combat prowess of sword cultivators, often preying on those without backing during their ventures into the small secret realm. Rest assured, junior sister. With me around, you shall certainly establish your foundation. He glanced at Ye, satisfied with his little sister's beauty and gentleness that melted hearts. With a hint of amusement in his eyes, Song Hansheng promised, I will ensure that the treasures of heaven and earth are delivered into your hands. Ye blushed slightly at his gaze. All right. With her remarkable talent and noble lineage as the chief personal disciple, it was only natural she felt a sense of elation from his special attention. Observing their close interaction, Suzhua felt a pang of hurt but remained silent, aware that his junior sister regarded him merely as an older brother. While the two were engrossed in their flirtation, a deliberately subdued voice suddenly broke the air. Song Hansheng slowed his steps momentarily, deploying a sound amplification talisman, which soon echoed with commotion from the opposite side. To their astonishment, the leaves of the enlightenment tree had manifested here. Junior sister, you are the highest in cultivation among us. You must ensure the leaves are brought out. Ye Qiao clutched the box with solemnity. Do not worry, I will guard it diligently. The leaves of the enlightenment tree? Song Hansheng's ears perked up. The leaves, as the name suggests, had a chance to allow cultivators to enter a state of enlightenment, a coveted treasure desired by numerous sections. Suzhua frowned, perplexed. How could these rogue cultivators be so fortunate? Is there a trick? His wariness was evident. However, Song Hansheng dismissed his concerns, extending his consciousness to ascertain the absence of danger before stating, the highest cultivation level among these two is that little qi refinement girl. What advantage do they gain from this? Except for a few individuals, nearly all wore white masks that concealed most of their faces, and with the thick fog obscuring visibility. Song Hansheng failed to recognize that Ye Qiao was the very culprit who had swindled them of 100 spirit stones. Ye, listening intently, gently grasped Suwa's sleeve. Her voice barely above a whisper, Senior brother, will this be morally questionable? Her cautious words softened Suwa's heart. His junior sister was too kind-hearted. He chuckled lightly. The cultivation world is one of survival of the fittest. If they lack the strength to protect what they possess, we are merely imparting a lesson. His unapologetic remarks garnered Song Hansheng's approval. Indeed, they were simply demonstrating to these rogue cultivators the perils of revealing wealth and the treachery of the human world. Hand over the enlightenment leaves. Ye Qiao instructed her two senior brothers to hide, leaving only Shuiyu and herself to cooperate. Upon hearing the noise, she exchanged a quick glance with her third brother. The one who had uttered that shameless demand was Suzhua. Ye Qiao momentarily lost her composure in the face of his cold gaze. In her recollections, the original owner had grown up alongside Suzhua, one, a mediocre talent, merely an inner sect disciple, while the other, blessed with exceptional aptitude, was a promising personal disciple. It was evident that their differing talents had dictated their paths, and Suzhua could betray the original owner for the sake of a junior sister. He had his little sister to protect, and Ye Qiao cherished her senior brothers. Thus, She would do everything in her power to prevent them from becoming mere subservients to the female protagonist. Suppressing her thoughts, Ye Qiao's expression shifted to one of terror. Her voice trembling, "What do you intend to do?" "Little girl, hand over the enlightenment leaves." Song Hansheng replied leisurely, "Otherwise, I doubt you would want to see your brother crippled, would you?" Ye Qiao's complexion drained of color. How could you be so malicious? As soon as her words fell, Song Hansheng unleashed a talisman that emitted a blinding golden light, striking Shui Yu in the abdomen. He clutched his chest, sputtering blood as he collapsed. "Junior sister, do not worry about me. Third brother." Ye Qiao's eyes widened, her voice rising in alarm. Seeing her reaction, Song Hansheng was immensely pleased. He had not anticipated that a mere talisman intended for intimidation could wield such power, incapacitating someone instantly. Ultimately, he attributed it to the rogue cultivator's low cultivation level. "If you wish to spare your brother further suffering, hand over the enlightenment leaves." His tone turned cold. After a moment of standoff, Ye Qiao reluctantly tossed the box towards them and hurried to support her senior brother. "The box is sealed with restrictions. Allow us to leave, and I will reveal how to break them." Her words seemed to assuage Song Hansheng's concerns significantly. If Ye Qiao were truly to hastily cast the Tao wisdom leaf upon herself, she would instead harbor suspicions of deceit. Song Han did not heed her words, opting instead to attempt to unravel the enchantment, yet his efforts bore no fruit. He was inwardly astonished at the intricate design of the box. The youth reluctantly conceded, "Very well, I shall allow you to escape. Now, what is the method to break this spell?" Without hesitation, Ye Qiao recited a multiplication chant for the gathered individuals. "This formation is a treasured legacy of our sect. It requires a tranquil wait of 49 days. At that time, one need only silently recite the multiplication chant I just recited to unlock the box." Ye Qiao spoke with conviction, and the incantation flowed from her lips with such fluidity that it did not seem improvised, possessing an inexplicable rhythm. Suji threatened ominously, "If you dare to deceive us, you shall meet your end." Ye Qiao feigned innocence, her expression one of sorrow. "How could I? As a mere loose cultivator, how could I dare to deceive the esteemed disciples of a grand sect?" Once the members of the Moonclear sect had completely departed, Shui Yu sprang up from the ground as if propelled by a fish. Concealed breaths behind the trees revealed two senior brothers who emerged. "When did you learn this trick without me?" Ming Xian exclaimed, marveling at the third junior brother's performance, which was nothing short of breathtaking. Blood flowed freely, without the slightest hesitation. Wiping the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, Shui Yu retrieved a red berry from his storage bag, an unexpected boon from his earlier gathering. Impressive, Mu Chengxi silently gave a thumbs up. After the encounter with the junior sister, his mind was filled with thoughts of, "It can be done this way? So this is how it operates? This is quite extraordinary." Shui Yu, flattered by the praise, coughed lightly and inquired, "By the way, junior sister, what is contained within that box?" The box was primarily used by him to store herbs. It could be opened when the time came without the need for any incantation. "Oh, I placed a half-eaten pancake inside." Ming Xian was once again taken aback. His mouth agape, "Why on earth did you bring a pancake? Who enters a mystic realm without a magical artifact, but with a pancake?" Ye Qiao responded innocently, "To eat." "Of course. I have yet to establish my foundation, and I do get hungry. Not to mention, our Changming sect's storage boxes have quite a lengthy shelf life. It should remain intact for a month, right? I wonder which fortunate soul from the Moonclear sect will end up with my half-eaten pancake." Shui Yu remarked, "It seems the junior sister is indeed the most mischievous. And what is this multiplication chant? I have never heard of it before. Yet compared to the usual complex and obscure techniques, this one seems quite easy to remember." Ye Qiao's tone became even more innocent. "Oh, it is something that the children from my hometown recite. I did not expect it to fit so seamlessly into the realm of cultivation." Chapter 16. The innate sword bone within the small secret realm. The level of danger was relatively low. Shui Yu had ventured into similar places no less than 20 times. skillfully leading his fellow disciples deeper into the realm. The more concentrated the spiritual energy, the more valuable treasures one could find. As they approached their destination, Ye Qiao felt the spiritual energy swirling chaotically within her body. It seemed that this secret realm held a considerable number of treasures. They were not the only ones here. Members of the Yuqin sect were present as well, and Shui was concerned about being outpaced by them. At the very center of the secret realm, a vast expanse of spiritual herbs captured everyone's attention, with emerald green leaves exuding a refreshing fragrance that invigorated the spirit. Just inhaling the scent brought clarity to the mind. It was the heart-cleansing herb. Shui Yu had previously been fortunate enough to find one, only to have it snatched away by the Yuqin sect members. He felt a surge of excitement. Meanwhile, Ye Qiao was mentally calculating how much profit could be made by refining these herbs into pills. Hurry up and gather them, or we might be interrupted soon. Having learned from past experiences of being thwarted, Shui Yu quickly instructed, try to preserve the roots. They can be transplanted to the Dan Peak later. The four of them split up to gather herbs, and Ye Qiao, along with Ming Xian, moved to another patch. As she crouched down to pluck a herb, a sharp talisman shot through the air towards her. Just as it seemed destined to strike, Ming Xian swiftly deployed a protective talisman to block the attack. At the same moment, as the talisman fluttered to the ground, Ming Xian's expression darkened. It was an exploding talisman. Had he not reacted in time, their junior sister, who had only recently reached the peak of Qi training, would have been severely injured, if not killed. Song Hansheng, with his hands behind his back, nonchalantly waved the talisman, showing off his quick reflexes. Ming Xian's demeanor shifted, and he protectively placed himself between Ye Qiao and Song Hansheng. He realized that the core disciples of the Yuqin sect were not to be trifled with. The standoff between the two drew the attention of nearby loose cultivators, as it is human nature to gather around excitement. What had initially been a sparse crowd quickly swelled as more onlookers arrived. Ming Xian's expression darkened further. Seeing this, Song Hansheng unceremoniously set up a barrier, forbidding the loose cultivators from entering. In his view, since they had witnessed the scene, the herb field rightfully belonged to the Yuqin sect, and no one else should dare to take even a single plant. Ye Qiao couldn't help but sigh. They are quite territorial. Ming Xian smirked, amused by her analogy. Isn't that the truth? Look at him, he acts like a dog. The exchange between the disciples only served to deepen Song Hansheng's scowl. Yun-Kei, frowning, interjected. How can you speak like that? She felt a pang of anger at the rudeness exhibited by the loose cultivators. Ming Xian shot her a sidelong glance. His tone oddly playful. Are you eager to join our conversation? Ye Qiao chuckled, finding her second senior brother's sharp tongue quite amusing. However, she also noted that it was refreshing to hear him rebuke others when they were not part of their group. Yun-Kei had been doted upon her entire life. Even after entering the immortal sect, she had never faced such humiliation. Her lips quivered as she bit down hard, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Ming Xian was taken aback. Are you crying? He recalled how, despite his teasing of her in the past, Ye Qiao had only responded with silence and a punch to herself. Suju's heart ached for her, and he hurried to wipe her tears, while simultaneously warning the two others, we are core disciples of the Yuqin sect. This is our junior sister. He attempted to make the four of them understand their position. Core disciples? Mu Chongxi, having rushed over upon hearing the commotion, raised his eyebrows in surprise as he caught Suju's words. Is that so impressive? Shui Yu glanced up to see a crowd of loose cultivators gathering outside the barrier, their murmurs audible. The Yuqin sect? No wonder they're so arrogant. They offended the core disciples. They were unaware that the junior sister of the Yuqin sect was their precious gem, and they dared to provoke Yun Quebec. What were they thinking? She was such a delicate creature, how could they speak so crudely? Core disciples of any sect were usually well-known figures within the cultivation world. As long as one's talent was sufficiently high, most cultivators would naturally be curious about prodigies. Yun-Kei's exceptional aptitude was indeed a rarity, so it was not surprising that some loose cultivators recognized her. What displeased Shui Yu, however, was the notion that only Ye Qiao was worthy of recognition. Their junior sister had just been ambushed by Song Hansheng, yet no one came to her defense. Suppressing his unease, he calmly remarked, "It appears we have some acquaintances from the Yueqing sect." He then shifted his tone, however. "It seems inappropriate for you to have attacked our junior sister right off the bat. If it weren't for my second senior brother's quick thinking, she could have been harmed." Song Hansheng, hearing this, scoffed dismissively. "So, what if she were harmed? Let us not forget, you're just a small sect's disciple. What do you expect me to do? Apologize?" The surrounding loose cultivators nodded in agreement. Enough already. The Yueqing sect hasn't made an issue of it. So, why push your luck? Oh my, Song Hansheng is so handsome. The sight of a core disciple in such a small secret realm was thrilling for many. Ye Qiao sensed the atmosphere and sighed, realizing they were merely a bunch of sycophants to the Yueqing sect. After Song Hansheng finished speaking, he sneered dismissively and stepped into the herb field, beginning to gather spiritual plants into his bag. Suzhua quickly joined him, carefully transplanting the heart-cleansing herb. Mu Chongxi, witnessing this, gritted his teeth in frustration. Just as he was about to confront them, Ye Qiao held him back. "Fourth senior brother," she said softly, her large eyes curving into crescent shapes, looking particularly innocent. "Do you think you can defeat Song Hansheng?" This question was akin to asking a man about his prowess. Mu Chongxi immediately declared, "I can take on 3 Song Hanshengs." However, given that talisman cultivators were generally weaker in combat and would only suffer if engaged closely, he wasn't exaggerating. Ye Qiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Then can you push him out?" Mu Chongxi hesitated. "Well, that might not be appropriate." The Longming sect was known for its charitable disposition, and its elders were notoriously fiery and straightforward. To him, expelling others and monopolizing the resources felt contrary to the principles of a righteous disciple. Ye Qiao urged him forward. What's inappropriate about it? Her voice was earnest. "When I studied, it was to calmly converse with fools. Now that I'm learning the sword, it's to make fools converse with me calmly. Haven't you heard the saying? One day, when the sword is in hand, all arguments shall be severed." Sword cultivators did not wield their blades to argue. Mu Chongxi rationally acknowledged that her words were flawed, yet he found himself strangely persuaded, thinking, she has a point. Why should we reason with those who are already so powerful? "I'm counting on you." Fourth senior brother, Ye Qiao pushed him forward, her hopeful and trusting gaze melting away his last doubts. "I know you can do it, right?" With her unwavering faith in him, Mu Chongxi nodded decisively. Without further hesitation, he drew his sword, and in that instant, a surge of spiritual energy erupted forth. A white sword shadow flashed, sending tremors through both the loose cultivators outside the barrier and Ye Qiao's sword at her waist. It was the innate sword bone, a prodigy among sword cultivators, renowned throughout the cultivation world. As the sword energy dispersed, Ye Qiao admitted she was momentarily captivated by her usually carefree senior brother's charisma. Just before Mu Chongxi drew his sword, Song Hansheng sensed the impending danger and failed to collect the spiritual plants in time, retreating hastily. Yet, he was still a moment too late. The protective talisman shattered under the force. All fell silent. Suzhua could hardly believe his eyes. Shattered? That precious item had been painstakingly crafted by Brother Song for an extended period, rumored to withstand the full force of a golden core strike. And yet it had disintegrated so effortlessly? How could a mere swordchi achieve such a feat? Song Hansheng gritted his teeth. Had it not been for the presence of this indestructible talisman, he could only imagine the consequences had it struck him. He would either be sent flying or injured. Where on earth had these wretched rogue cultivators emerged from? Song Hansheng dared not act rashly, suppressing his fury as he glared intensely at the group, wishing he could devour these disgraceful individuals whole. "Come quickly, second brother, third brother." Ye Qiao disregarded the people from the Moonclear sect, cheerfully waving at her 2 elder brothers, who had yet to react. Ning Xian observed as his junior sister and Mu Chongxi swiftly gathered the spiritual plants in the vicinity. His conscience began to stir. Should we not leave something for the others? Why should we leave anything for them? Ye Qiao retorted, exasperated. She finally grasped why the Changming sect had consistently lost in competitions over the years. Being overly benevolent and naive was truly a folly. With a grin, she declared, "We must carve our own path, leaving others with none." The Moon-Clear sect lacked shame, and so could the Changming sect. As the saying goes, a person must maintain their dignity, yet those who discard it become invincible. As long as we are sufficiently audacious, no one can defeat us. Hurry up, second brother. Third brother, or they will truly snatch it away. After Ye Qiao's fervent persuasion, Shui Yu and Ming Xian were enlightened as if a veil had been lifted from their eyes. Indeed, why should they always yield? What benefit did it bring them? None. It would only result in continued bullying. After Ye Qiao's earnest guidance, the members of the Changming sect finally liberated themselves, brazenly seizing a plot of medicinal field. Leaving Suzhua trembling with rage, "How can you be so shameless? We obtained this through our strength. What right do you have to accuse us of lacking dignity?" Shui Yu turned, his tone gentle yet resolutely defiant upon closer inspection. He realized that although such behavior lacked decorum, it was exhilarating. Previously, he had been bound by numerous rules, enduring trials that made his outings feel miserable. Now, accompanying his junior sister to take advantage of the chaos, he felt far more at ease. Chapter 17. Are these bandits direct disciples? The wondrous clear heart grass, a treasure of heaven and earth, belongs to whoever is fortunate enough to acquire it. Song Hanqing believed his plan was foolproof, only to encounter this group of oblivious rogue cultivators. His expression darkened as he sensed something amiss, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips. "They're coming," he remarked. "What is?" Ye Qiao's mind was momentarily blank. It wasn't just Song Hanqing who sensed it, the others also seemed to notice. Mu Chongxi stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Beasts," he murmured. "Beasts?" Ye Qiao recalled occasionally perusing basic texts on the cultivation world while tidying the library. They mentioned that magical beasts often dwell in sparsely populated areas and congregate in places abundant with spiritual plants. With such an expansive field of herbs, the presence of magical beasts was entirely plausible. "It appears there are quite a number," Shui Yu noted calmly. "There must be at least 100. As an alchemist, his spiritual awareness surpassed that of ordinary cultivators, allowing him to easily detect numerous magical beasts converging on the herb field. Perhaps they had sensed the intrusion of human cultivators. As the first beast to arrive let out a threatening roar and charged forward. It stood nearly 2 meters tall, with yellowish skin resembling a modern-day locust, its thin wings flapping as it lunged toward Ye Qiao. "Ah!" the girl shrieked, instinctively rushing towards the most powerful person present. Indeed, she sought refuge with Mu Chongxi, the formidable sword cultivator in the golden core stage. Ye Qiao ducked behind him, catching his surprised gaze, and blushed, remaining silent. With a swift motion, Mu Chongxi hurled his long sword into the air, the blade piercing the locust's head with the force of a thunderclap. A sickening sound echoed as the sword buried itself into flesh, and the beast collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Ye Qiao exhaled softly, murmuring, "Thank you." Mu Chongxi glanced at her, his indifference evident. "No need to thank me. I had no intention of saving you." "You're just as strong as an ox," he remarked, somewhat dismissively. "My junior sister was pushed to the back because of you," the boy grumbled. Ye Qiao felt a pang of embarrassment. Having been favored for her beauty since childhood, it was her first encounter with a man who treated her so brusquely. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and despite not wanting to cry, she found herself unable to control her emotions. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Mu Chongxi was momentarily taken aback. Just as Ye Qiao prepared to speak again, he seized Ye Qiao and swiftly retreated. How terrifying, he thought. Are female cultivators really this frightening now? Crying at the slightest provocation? Ye Qiao's south tears froze in place. Was she contagious? Junior sister. Suzhua observed her earlier fear in the face of the beast and sighed gently. "Do not be afraid. You need not seek protection from those sword cultivators. Brother Song is quite formidable, and I have drawn a few Vajra talismans that will prevent those beasts from approaching you. Listening to his incessant chatter, Ye Qiao felt no comfort. Rather, she perceived his words as veiled mockery of her cowardice for fearing a mere beast, already feeling inferior for coming from the mortal realm. She couldn't help but feel the unfairness of fate when comparing herself to Ye Qiao, who had been fortunate enough to be taken in by the sect leader of Yeqing sect and had enjoyed a smooth journey ever since. As Suzhua continued his monologue, Ye Qiao bit her lip in frustration, her face reddening with anger. "Shut up!" Her once gentle voice now cut sharply through the air, leaving Suzhua momentarily stunned. His expression one of confusion. "What's wrong, junior sister?" "I apologize. My emotions got the better of me." Meanwhile, Ye Qiao noticed the fourth senior brother's aversion to the situation and felt a surge of joy. At least he wasn't enamored with the female protagonist like in the novels. This was a good sign. "Fourth senior brother," she nudged him. "Did you feel anything when you saw Ye Qiao cry?" The novels often depicted various male characters vying for the female protagonist's attention, creating a scene filled with emotional turmoil that made one want to protect her. Mu Changxi nodded solemnly. "I did feel something." Ye Qiao's heart skipped a beat. "What did you feel?" His expression deepened as he concluded, "She wants to extort me." Before he could voice his thoughts, her tears flowed like a tap, and Mu Changxi could only surmise she was after money. Ye Qiao? In the original text, Mu Changxi would have engaged in fierce battles with various suitors over the female protagonist, creating a dramatic scene. However, not only had nothing ignited between them, but Mu Changxi genuinely believed this woman simply wished to swindle him. As they conversed, hundreds of magical beasts had quietly encircled them, low-level creatures devoid of intelligence. While they could be dispatched quickly, their sheer numbers were daunting. Had these beasts possessed higher cultivation levels, the scene would have instilled terror in countless cultivators. Just as Mu Changxi prepared to deal with the magical beasts, Shui Yu restrained him. "Do you remember who the sect leader sent down the mountain for training?" Qin Fan had intended to disperse these troublemaking disciples while also allowing Ye Qiao, the young girl, to experience the world and build her courage. Mu Changxi tightened and then relaxed his grip on the sword sheath, concern etched on his face. But this is her first time down the mountain. He believed it would suffice for her to confront 1 or 2 beasts to build her confidence, rather than face 100 alone. Shui Yu remained still, a faint smile appearing. "Are you afraid?" The question was directed at Ye Qiao. She replied, "Not really." Surveying the gathering swarm of giant locusts, she admitted, "To be honest, while I'm not afraid, they are rather disgusting." Considering Ye Qiao's limited swordsmanship skills, Mu Changxi felt a surge of worry and resolved to help her thin their numbers. This approach would not only bolster her courage, but also minimize danger. "Junior sister, let me teach you a move," he said, his voice bright as he winked at her. "Watch closely. This is the first form of the clear wind technique." As his words fell, he drew his sword with a flourish, the gleaming blade slicing through the air at a speed that was almost imperceptible, unleashing a myriad of sword energies that transformed into lethal blades. The sound of the wind rushing past filled the air, and in the next moment, the heads of the ferocious beasts were severed cleanly, their bodies collapsing to the ground in a cloud of dust. From her position behind him, Ye Qiao's eyes widened in awe as she endeavored to capture the movements of Mu Changxi's swordplay, secretly committing the technique to memory for future use. "What swordsmanship is that?" Suzhua was left speechless, astonished by the speed and intensity of the sword energy. He was not alone in his amazement. Song Hanqing's brow furrowed in concern. "If I am not mistaken." He stared intently at the scene, realizing it bore a resemblance to the sword intent of the Changming sect. The Changming sect? One of the 5 great sects? Suzhua exclaimed, bewildered. "How could that be?" "Surely, you must be mistaken, Brother Song. How could those rogue cultivators possibly be disciples of the Changming sect?" Ye Qiao also felt a sense of disbelief, unable to articulate her thoughts, instinctively denying the possibility. Hadn't she previously mentioned they were from a minor sect? How could they be disciples of the Changming sect? Song Hanqing's expression turned frosty. I wish I were mistaken. But that was indeed the sword intent of the Changming sect. The sword energy moved like wind and blade, its speed too swift to capture. If they were merely rogue cultivators, even if they couldn't defeat them, they could still compete for resources. Who would have thought these bandits were, in fact, genuine direct disciples of the Changming sect? Chapter 18. The gift of perfect memory in an unavoidable confrontation. Ye Qiao remained composed after being captured. With a swift movement of her wrist, she severed the blade, rolling to evade the beast's onslaught as it roared, its jaws gaping wide, intent on engulfing her. She propelled herself off the ground, but was swept aside by a powerful wing strike, crashing to the ground. Just as the creature prepared to pounce again, she instinctively slashed her sword, the dark blade cutting through the air with precision. The gentle breeze of her sword met the beast like a razor's edge, piercing its tough hide. The creature emitted a mournful cry, thrashing even more violently. Ye Qiao thrust the tip of her sword deep into its soft underbelly. Fearing it might not perish from the initial blow, she drove it in further with determined force. The relentless cycle of battle continued, her posture adjusting instinctively as she became increasingly unaware of her sword's speed and lightness, which grew with every strike. As swift as the wind and as sharp as a knife, she plunged into the throng of beasts, a massive yellow creature collapsing before her, blood gushing forth. Exhausted, Ye Qiao bent over, gasping for breath, her body invigorated by the fight. Although she could not match Mu Chongxi's prowess of slaying dozens of beasts with a single stroke, her mastery of the first form of the Qingfeng sword technique was commendable, having learned it to a considerable degree. Xueyu observed the scene with surprise and quietly praised her adaptability. Considering her time in the outer sect had barely reached 6 months, it was remarkable that she could wield the first form of the Qingfeng technique so proficiently. Yet he found himself perplexed. If she indeed grasped the technique, why did she consistently perform so averagely in the outer sect? Mu Chongxi, lost in contemplation, finally spoke with difficulty, but the issue is, our junior sister has yet to learn the first form of the Qingfeng technique. Ye Qiao had memorized the basic sword form after a single glance, but feigned indifference during assessments, never practicing it thoroughly due to fear of drawing attention. Luckily, what she had learned thus far presented no significant challenge. Song Hanqing observed Ye Qiao weaving through the beasts, his gaze darkening slightly. Since discovering that these individuals were direct disciples of the Changming sect, he had to regard them with greater seriousness. In the upcoming grand competition, they would be rivals to the Yueqing sect. Particularly, that girl battling the beasts, he had a keen eye for talent, and her abilities were undoubtedly impressive. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's enemy leads to victory in 100 battles. Song Hanqing approached Ming Xian, shedding any pretense of past grievances as he sought information. Where did your Changming sect find this disciple? She must be a sword cultivator, right? Ming Xian was taken aback by his audacity. Truthfully, he was not well acquainted with the Yueqing sect, especially since Song Hanqing had just ambushed his junior sister. He scoffed, about to chastise him when Xueyu intervened. With a slight smile, Xueyu remarked, she cannot surpass your junior sister's talent. Ye Qiao is merely a junior sister we picked up from the outer sect. She may not compare to those with excellent spiritual roots, but her memory is quite remarkable. He pondered aloud, perhaps she has the gift of perfect memory. Su Zhuo was taken aback. Ye Qiao, is it merely a coincidence of names? A sense of unease washed over him. Indeed. The girl's voice bore some resemblance to that of the second senior sister, who had vanished without a trace after descending the mountain. Given her talent, she would likely hold a position in a minor sect, and Suzhua had never considered Ye Qiao in that light. Yet now, the coincidences were too uncanny to dismiss. Same voice, same name, both being sword cultivators. Yun Kei's pupils flickered slightly, caught off guard by this revelation. She had seen Ye Qiao's face. It was undeniably that of the second senior sister. Her voice trembled as she cautiously inquired, is senior sister Ye Qiao also a direct disciple of the Changming sect? Why do you think anyone can be called our junior sister? Ming Xian replied incredulously. glancing at Ye, whose eyes betrayed her unwillingness to accept this truth. He chuckled. Surely, you do not think being a direct disciple is such a remarkable status? Ye indeed believed so, unable to fathom that someone she viewed as inferior had suddenly risen to the same status as herself. A flicker of doubt crossed her gaze, prompting her to question why Mingxian was being so confrontational. I was merely asking. Mingxian shrugged nonchalantly. If that's how you feel. There's little I can do about it. This exchange ignited a stir outside the barrier. Onlookers who had been casually snacking were now frozen in disbelief. A direct disciple of the Changming sect? Had these major sects lost their senses? Everyone rushed towards the small secret realm. Mu Chongxi recognized the 4 direct disciples of the Changming sect, but was puzzled by the emergence of this junior sister. A new recruit, it seemed, who had kept a low profile until now. He was only just learning that the Changming sect had begun accepting disciples. Yet, hadn't the Changming sect always been known for its amiable nature? How could they engage in such underhanded tactics as seizing medicinal fields? A weak voice rose from among the Changming sect's ranks, admitting it was somewhat unethical, but undeniably satisfying to witness. Moreover, this new junior sister was quite formidable. While Ye Qiao's swordplay might still be unrefined, the purity and intensity of her sword energy rivaled Mu Chongxi's earlier strike. What's the big deal? Some onlookers scoffed, asserting that if it were Ye, she would have succeeded just as well. Not only the onlookers, but Song Hansheng shared the same sentiment. He did not know Ye Qiao personally, but the situation left him incensed. Is it merely a gift for perfect memory? Shui Yu, feeling provoked, urged Ye. You should join as well. This is a splendid opportunity for training. He added, there's no danger. Those beasts are of low cultivation. Senior brother Song. I don't want to. I'm scared. Ye clutched his sleeve tightly, shaking her head, her eyes glistening with tears. They are too terrifying. Frustrated, Song Hansheng felt a sense of urgency. Didn't they see how the Changming sect was wreaking havoc? If they didn't seize this chance to shine, all the glory would be stolen by them. Seeing her distress, Suzhua interjected, Senior brother Song, she's still quite young. 16 is hardly young. Song Hansheng retorted, exasperated. Meanwhile, the previously vocal supporters of the Ye sect fell silent, watching the unfolding drama with bated breath. Chapter 19. This is more distressing than killing Yunk. Ye Qiao was utterly exhausted, having vanquished numerous demon beasts, and she collapsed onto the ground, panting and unwilling to move. So tired. The once restless spiritual energy within her had been completely depleted, yet amidst the fatigue, she felt an unusual sense of relief. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she sensed something warm nurturing her from within. It was a comforting warmth that almost lulled her into a gentle slumber. Her 3 senior brothers, recognizing her exhaustion, refrained from disturbing her and instead gathered to discuss among themselves. You just mentioned that our junior sister has not practiced the first form of the Qingfengju, correct? Mingxian raised an eyebrow. Is it possible that she mimicked your swordplay? Mu Chongxi replied, Huh? Didn't you notice? At first, she wielded her sword clumsily, much like a novice taking her first steps. It was only after repeated adjustments and practice that she learned the proper grip and techniques of the sword forms. This scene echoed their earlier encounter in the library, where Mingxian had merely demonstrated the drawing of the fire talisman, and she had effortlessly replicated it. But I spent 2 months learning. Mu Chongxi's eyes widened, his speech slightly stammering. Not even a day. Let us not forget that senior brother Shui mentioned her photographic memory. Mingxian continued, acknowledging that Mu Chongxi's learning capacity paled in comparison to her own. After the library incident, it's clear her comprehension is far superior. She can copy down multiple talisman books in just 2 days. A silence enveloped the group as they awaited Ye Qiao to stabilize her cultivation at the foundation establishment stage. Prior to the appearance of the demon beasts, they had collected all the Qingxin herbs into their bags, never anticipating such significant gains from this trial. Upon reaching foundation establishment, Ye Qiao felt her consciousness expand beyond measure. Just as she began to savor the benefits of this newfound growth, a pink figure suddenly appeared before her. As she finished her meditative state and opened her eyes, she was startled to find Yunk's face looming large before her. "Ah!" she exclaimed, a ghost. Yunk's expression faltered as she attempted to grasp Ye Qiao's sleeve, only to be repelled. Shui Yu silently positioned himself behind Ye Qiao, his silence speaking volumes. After hearing her scream, he concluded that this junior sister from Weqing sect was quite peculiar. After being rebuffed, Yunk bit her lip, clearly unwilling to relent. "Could you spare me a Qingxin herb? You should understand my plight, senior sister. My spiritual root is inherently flawed, and I lack one crucial herb for my elixir." Suzhua, witnessing the scene, felt a pang of sympathy for the woman he cherished. "Senior sister, you have so much already. What harm would it be to give my junior sister one?" "Give it to you? For what reason? Just because your junior sister has a pretty face?" Ming Xian scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain. "What good would one more herb do? With that appearance of yours, you might as well vanish. You're an eyesore." Ming Xian raised his chin slightly, his lips curling into a contemptuous smile. Embodying the sentiment of "I wish to turn a blind eye to your unsightly presence," which left Suzhua infuriated. He silently vowed to avoid dealings with the peculiar disciples of Weqing sect in the future, especially the one named Yunk. "Don't get too cocky," Song Hanqing warned, his brows furrowing as he observed the four disregard him so openly. "We shall see how things unfold in the grand competition." Ming Xian, TSK, Mu Chongxi, Pa. Shui Yu, oh. Ye Qiao, who cares about you? Song Hanqing's face contorted with frustration. Suzhua gazed at Ye Qiao's departing figure, his emotions hard to articulate. "She and senior brother Shui seem to have a good relationship," Yunk said softly, a hint of bitterness in her voice. "For reasons unknown." Witnessing Shui Yu and the others defend Ye Qiao stirred discomfort within her, as if something that rightfully belonged to her had been taken away by Ye Qiao. From the prominent Shui family, it was said that senior brother Shui could concoct pills that facilitate rapid breakthroughs. In the realm of cultivation, a steady approach is paramount. Although using pills to reach foundation establishment is swift, the backlash is severe. To put it bluntly, one becomes merely a fade, easily dispatched by a single sword strike from an equal opponent. Suzhua hesitated for a moment. "Are you suggesting that senior sister relied on pills to elevate her cultivation?" A myriad of emotions swirled within him, accompanied by a tinge of resentment. Is it truly just a mere fuyo grass that would incite such anger to descend the mountain? Indeed, Yunk managed a strained smile, for senior sister had been stuck at the third layer of qi refining for many years. How could she have possibly reached foundation establishment in just a few months? If anyone was more shocked than Suzhua, it was undoubtedly Yunk. The once dull and unremarkable senior sister had transformed into someone far more formidable, surpassing her own achievements and attaining a status that equaled her own. This was profoundly more distressing than killing Yunk. Chapter 20. The fourth senior brother. The journey back to the sect was anything but tranquil. Having just established her foundation, Ye Qiao was still clumsy with sword control, resulting in several tumbles along the way, leaving her covered in dust. She dusted off her clothes and rose to continue her attempts. Under the repeated guidance of Mu Chongxi, Ye Qiao eventually managed to grasp a semblance of balance, at least avoiding the embarrassing sways. "Junior sister, do you happen to know any of the direct disciples from the Moonclear sect?" After a moment's hesitation, Shui Yu softly inquired. Yun Ke was calling her second sister without any sign of error. Pausing briefly, she shrugged and smiled. "Later on, my talent was deemed too poor. Even dogs looked down on me as a waste. To add to my misfortune, the herbs I painstakingly gathered were taken by my master and given to that new junior sister of the Moonclear sect. In anger, I descended the mountain." Shui Yu felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing this. They had all been the pride of their families, albeit under strict upbringing, and were well cared for. Yet, the junior sister was merely 15, disregarded by the Moonclear sect, and her hard-earned herbs snatched away. Although Ye Qiao spoke lightly of it, the bitterness behind her words was palpable. Resolutely, Shuiyu vowed to refine more elixirs in the future and support their junior sister. If the Moon Clear sect couldn't nurture her, they at Changming sect would. Nin Xian shifted slightly, awkwardly offering her a few words of comfort. If they dare bully you again, just let me know. After a moment's hesitation, he amended, actually, better to let the eldest senior brother handle it. He is more formidable. Exactly, Mu Chongxi chimed in, eager to lift her spirits. The inner disciples of the Moon Clear sect aren't worth much. It's far better to be a direct disciple here at Changming sect. During the grand competition, we will surely outshine them. The three senior brothers babbled on to console her wounded heart, and Ye Qiao couldn't help but chuckle, warmth spreading through her heart. Upon returning to Changming sect, Ye Qiao briefly reported her experiences to Qin Fanfan. When the sect master, who had nearly dozed off, learned that Ye Qiao had established her foundation, he sprang up with vigor. "You've succeeded," he exclaimed, patting her shoulder with delight. "I knew you could do it." He had completely forgotten the initial intent of sending these direct disciples down the mountain for a brief respite. Elder Zhao coughed softly, taken aback by the news. "Ye Qiao? The girl who often dabbles in the unconventional?" He looked towards the most composed among them, Shuiyu. Shuiyu raised a finger. Elder Zhao asked, 10 days? Shuiyu replied, 1 day. After a moment of contemplation, he added, to be precise, our junior sister took less than a day to break through. This revelation silenced not only Elder Zhao, but also Qin Fanfan. Controlling her surprise, Qin Fanfan exclaimed, 1 day to establish a foundation? Are these little rascals pulling my leg? Does our Changming sect truly have a disciple who can achieve that? Elder Zhao furrowed his brow. Shuiyu, are you not convinced? That child has no reason to lie. I just can't comprehend how she could be merely of medium-grade spiritual roots, he mused. Her speed of absorbing spiritual energy is not slow, sometimes. It even seems faster than her senior brothers. How is that possible? Qin Fanfan was quick to refute. Her senior brothers are all of the highest grade single spiritual roots, so it's only natural to find her peculiar. Elder Zhao, with hands clasped behind his back, pondered deeply. The testing stone should not yield erroneous results. Yet Ye Qiao's talent cannot be as low as claimed. She must at least be of upper grade. Waving her hand dismissively, Qin Fanfan said, let us wait until we visit the sword sect for the grand competition. We can have Ye Qiao tested there. Their testing stones will surely be accurate. In the days following their return to Changming sect, perhaps due to the exhaustion from their recent trials, no one had the energy to cause disturbances, which greatly relieved the inner sect elders. In fact, the primary reason for the tranquility was that Ye Qiao had secluded herself in her room, occasionally seeking materials from Shuiyu. She was experimenting with something, hoping to achieve success. After over 10 days of toil, having perused numerous texts in the library, she finally gathered the materials she sought. At that moment, she sat on the flat ground of the back mountain, holding a cast iron pot, continually adding various ingredients typically used by weapon cultivators. Junior sister. Just then, Mu Chongxi burst in, breathless. The elders from the Qingfeng sect are visiting our sect today. Master has instructed us to behave and not cause any trouble. Ye Qiao remained unfazed, responding with a blank "Oh, Qingfeng sect? Is that the sect you mentioned that specializes in gender transformation?" Mu Chongxi nodded earnestly. Exactly. Why are there elders here? Ye Qiao was puzzled. With the grand competition only half a year away, each sect must come to assess the strength of their direct disciples. Everyone wants to secure a good ranking. Knowledge of oneself and one's opponent leads to victory in 100 battles. Leaning closer, Mu Chongxi peered into the pot, his curiosity piqued by the strange aroma wafting from it. What are you making? Ye Qiao pushed him away. I'm concocting something. What kind of something? With a serious expression, Ye Qiao replied, it's called a bomb. Mu Chongxi was left bewildered. He felt like a fool standing beside his junior sister as she tinkered with her odd creations. When will it be ready? He asked. Master will be bringing the elders from Changfeng sect for a tour of our sect. If anything goes awry, it would be disastrous. Besides, Mu Chongxi gulped, eyeing the contents of Ye Qiao's pot, feeling increasingly uneasy about what she was creating. Is a bomb some sort of newfangled magical tool? Indifferently, Ye Qiao responded, "Don't worry, it's just a little gadget." After extensive research through various texts, she had found materials similar to gunpowder and other substitutes, combining them with knowledge gleaned from modern sources to ensure its reliability. Fourth senior brother, Ye Qiao flashed a charming smile, her voice clear, "Just watch." Seeing her smile made Mu Chongxi feel a bit uneasy. He couldn't shake the ominous feeling that accompanied each of his interactions with her. After diligently toiling for about half an hour, Ye Qiao finally completed her project. She dusted off her sleeves and stood up, exhaling a sigh of relief. Fourth senior brother, "Watch closely," she called out, "Thunderbolt." With that, she hurled the bomb she held into the distance. Chapter 21. The deceptive words of my junior sister. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, stirring up a cloud of dust and creating a small crater on the ground. Mu Chongxi took a startled step back, exclaiming, "What an impressive bomb!" He realized that his peculiar junior sister possessed an extraordinary array of gadgets, and this bomb's power rivaled that of a golden core strike. Such a ferocious magical tool. Let me give it a try. After witnessing its might, he confidently picked up a bomb. "Junior sister, watch closely," Mu Chongxi declared with enthusiasm. "I can throw it farther than you." Ye Qiao observed as he swung his arm vigorously, then hurled the bomb forward with considerable force. Indeed, it soared quite far, approximately 10 meters, and upon impact, it detonated with a dull thud. From not far away, Qin Fanfan's thunderous roar echoed, "Who dares to ambush me?" Ye Qiao and Mu Chongxi exchanged a glance, both thinking the same thought. This has gone awry. Run. At that moment, Qin Fanfan was leading elder son of the Chengfeng sect on a tour of their sect, fully aware of their intentions to gauge the strength of the Longming sect. It had been a century since the last grand competition, and while the Longming sect had consistently ranked last for a millennium, the Chengfeng sect had received news suggesting that this year's disciples of the Longming sect were rather formidable. After much deliberation, they decided to send someone to investigate personally. Elder Sun and Qin Fanfan engaged in trivial conversation as they strolled, exchanging insincere pleasantries. "I hear this year's new disciples from your esteemed sect are quite talented," Elder Sun remarked with a faint smile, concealing a hint of mockery. He felt perhaps he was overthinking it. Who didn't he know the Longming sect's capabilities? If they had even one capable disciple this year, Qin Fanfan would not speak so ambiguously. As they chatted, they gradually made their way to the back mountain, a necessary path for sword cultivators. Just as they took a step forward, an unusual object landed at their feet. Qin Fanfan was about to speak when the object emitted a cloud of white smoke and then exploded, truly exploded. Although Qin Fanfan's cultivation was high, he was not unscathed, as the blast left a small crater in the once flat ground. His first reaction was to suspect an assassination attempt, and he bellowed, "Who dares to ambush me?" Qin Fanfan was equally bewildered. However, upon seeing Elder Sun's astonished expression, his initial anger subsided surprisingly. It was the first time he felt a sense of pride in front of another sect. He knew all too well that these old men had mocked him privately many times due to their perennial low ranking. Coughing lightly, Qin Fanfan stroked his beard nonchalantly and remarked, "Oh, this is merely a trivial gadget brought forth by a few of our less capable disciples. It's not worth much." "Not worth much? A trivial gadget? What kind of small thing possesses such power?" The expression of Elder Sun shifted from indifference to seriousness, tinged with a hint of awe. Elder Sun, unwilling to press further, could only awkwardly echo a few words in agreement. After a day of wandering, Elder Sun felt increasingly distracted. Once he finally left the Longming sect, he hurriedly pulled out a jade slip. "The Longming sect this year is astonishing." Trembling, he sent a message to his sect leader. After leaving the back mountain, Ye Qiao and Mu Chongxi contemplated the possibility of crafting a firearm. Not the modern kind with bullets, but perhaps they could experiment with placing powerful materials in a magazine. As for what materials to use, Ye Qiao had yet to decide, but she had already sketched a draft of the firearm design. As a designer, her practical skills were quite proficient. Once the design was completed, Ye Qiao turned to her companion Mu Chongxi and earnestly invited, "Shall we descend the mountain together?" Not being a weapon cultivator, she was clueless about the intricacies of crafting weapons. While she could fill bombs with materials based on her memory and books, the crafting of such high-tech firearms required the expertise of a professional weapon cultivator. Mu Chongxi hesitated for a moment and then said, "We have classes tomorrow." Ye Qiao remained undeterred, flashing a dimpled smile and asserting, "Then let us skip." Mu Chongxi's eyes brightened. What a splendid idea. Now that I have my junior sister accompanying me, it's not so daunting to face potential penalties alone. With their fiery personalities, they decided to set off without delay. Joyfully racing down the mountain, the bustling market of Yuchong City awaited them, filled with various shops, albeit with prices that could only be described as exorbitant. Given it lay under the jurisdiction of 5 sections. Upon arriving at a shop that specialized in magical artifacts, Ye Qiao eagerly presented her design draft. "Can this be made?" The shop was sparsely populated, as casual cultivators rarely sought to purchase magical artifacts for self-defense, while larger sects looked down upon the wares available, leaving only the owner leisurely puffing on a pipe. The shopkeeper paused upon seeing Ye Qiao's draft, rising to examine it closely, astonished. "What is this? Why does it have such an unusual shape? It resembles neither a sword nor any other weapon, something I have never encountered in my years of service." Ye Qiao replied subtly, "It's called a handgun." "Can the general shape and structure be created?" "Ideally, it should be able to hold multiple items inside." The owner, intrigued, nodded. "It can be done, but the cost will be approximately 300 high-grade spirit stones." That was rather steep. Thus, Ye Qiao utilized her persuasive prowess to haggle, and though the process was lengthy, she ultimately secured the price at 100 high-grade spirit stones. Mu Chongxi was taken aback. He had always paid whatever price the owner quoted, never realizing one could negotiate. "So, it's possible to bargain?" Ye Qiao seemed to read his thoughts, of course. "If you have ample spirit stones, you could choose not to haggle." Though Mu Chongxi was not short of spirit stones, the realization that he could have paid less left him feeling inexplicably displeased. "Forget it. I won't buy today." "Why not?" Mu Chongxi clutched his chest. "Just thinking about the extra spirit stones I would have spent pains me." "Very well." Ye Qiao, having had no prior experience, had experimented with her symbols until she accidentally created a hole in the inn's wall. After that incident, she became much more cautious, deciding not to harm herself any longer. After all, why should one be at odds with oneself? She resolved to experiment on others instead. Mu Chongxi scratched his head innocently and asked, "How many symbols have you drawn?" "Not many," Ye Qiao responded with a pitiful look. "Just a few." She emphasized the words, "just a few." With a desire to protect his junior sister, Mu Chongxi believed her words. The two spent 3 entire days on the back mountain, skipping classes to alternate testing the various whimsical symbols Ye Qiao had drawn. Mu Chongxi discovered that the deceptive words of his junior sister were indeed misleading. What the hell are just a few? Come, 4th senior brother, just one last symbol. Ye Qiao enthusiastically presented the final one, reassuring him, "Don't worry. This time it will only make you laugh. Look at you, you've turned into a sour melon." After enduring 3 sleepless nights with her, Mu Chongxi's complexion had turned pale, and he appeared thoroughly worn out. With a long sigh, he conceded, "All right. To be honest, my junior sister's symbols are quite entertaining. If it were not for the use of one's own experiment, it would have been even better." Upon obtaining consent, Ye Qiao eagerly tossed the laughter talisman onto Mu Chongxi. Sometimes, a talisman need not possess overwhelming power. The ability to provoke laughter that disrupts one's performance serves as a unique form of interference. Initially, Mu Zhongxi exhibited no reaction, maintaining his disinterested demeanor, yet soon enough, the youth tilted his head back and erupted into a series of maniacal cackles. Ha 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 ha. Mu Zhongxi laughed heartily for a considerable time, startling the sword cultivators practicing nearby, who nearly believed that Brother Mu had fallen into madness. Finally, after a brief pause, Just as Ye Qiao thought the episode had concluded, Mu Zhongxi's rhythmic laughter resonated once more. Ha ha ha. Ye Qiao. Chapter 22. Have I learned bad habits from my junior sister? If she continues to laugh like that, Ye Qiao might almost believe that the dark god Ganara is about to descend upon the world. Hastily, she tore the talisman that had stuck to Mu Chongxi's body off. It appeared to be quite effective. Mu Chongxi laughed for such a long time that his face grew stiff. When he finally stopped, he shook his head and slumped onto the ground, letting out a soft sigh. Not just that, but the sound just now made me almost think I was losing my mind. Who wouldn't find that laughter terrifying? By the way, are all talisman practitioners so playful? During the past few days, Mu Chongxi had been accompanying his junior sister in experimenting with various whimsical talismans, gradually forgetting that Ye Qiao was a sword practitioner. What sword practitioner could draw talismans so skillfully? Ye Qiao did not even lift her eyelids. Do not slander me. I am indeed a bona fide sword practitioner. Drawing talismans is merely a hobby. It should be noted that the original owner had chosen to be a sword practitioner in the Moonclear sect, a place teeming with talisman practitioners. Compared to being a mage, Ye Qiao preferred to be an assassin. Mu Chongxi chuckled softly at the power of her talismans. A hobby? Who has a hobby that yields such impressive results? It might be due to her lack of a proper alchemy furnace. The elixirs she concocted in a large pot were all peculiar in appearance, lumpy, oddly shaped, and unrefined. Because of their unsightly looks, she had set their prices very low. Yet even then, no one would want a potion that looked so strange, fearing adverse effects. Ye Qiao sighed inwardly, wondering how one could judge based solely on appearances. Are you not done drawing this talisman yet? Mu Chongxi propped his chin on one hand, leaning in to observe Ye Qiao as she sketched on the talisman paper. Ye Qiao crumpled up another failed talisman, having discarded several already. Witnessing her repeated failures, Mu Chongxi pondered for a moment before suggesting, why not consult Ming Xian? I'll try again. If I fail again, I'll ask second senior brother. Although it was highly likely that Ming Xian would suspect she had lost her mind for abandoning a proper path as a sword practitioner to learn talisman drawing. Did you learn talisman drawing at the Moonclear sect? Ye Qiao turned to look at him, contemplating. Yes. I did learn by following the images of the talisman practitioners, drawing talismans in the memories of the original owner. The Moonclear sect is known in the cultivation world as the rightful domain of talisman practitioners. Mu Chongxi spoke slowly. In the cultivation world, there exists a hierarchy of disdain. They look down upon talisman practitioners from other sections. If the people from the Moonclear sect learned that you had studied their talismans, I can only imagine how ugly their expressions would be. This was the first time Ye Qiao had heard such a perspective. Upon reflection, the discrimination and competition within large sects were indeed not less than that found in modern workplaces. In the original owner's memories, the Moonclear sect was the same. The direct disciples looked down upon the inner disciples looked down upon the outer disciples, and the outer disciples looked down upon the servants, who in turn looked down upon those from small sections. It was quite absurd. Mu Chongxi's gaze shifted to the brush in Ye Qiao's hand, and he sighed heavily. Also, junior sister, I heard second senior brother mention that if you want to improve the quality of your talismans, it's best to use a better wolf hair brush. Ye Qiao was taken aback. Oh, but other brushes are quite expensive. I'll make do. She was quite casual about it. After all, one shouldn't be too materialistic. Mu Chongxi observed Ye Qiao using a frayed brush, realizing that his junior sister was indeed rather frugal. It was miraculous that she could succeed with such a brush. I have an unused wolf hair brush. He rummaged through his storage bag and soon produced a brush that shimmered with a faint purple glow, engraved with special runes. Heavy in his hand and of a mid-grade magical item quality. It was likely the first time Mu Chongxi was giving something to someone. He scratched his head. I'll find you a better one later. Though he was not a talisman practitioner, this wolf hair brush had been acquired from the black market. Ye Qiao did not hesitate and accepted it immediately. As it turned out, expensive items do have their merits. There was no delay in her drawing, and the intricate runes formed a golden spell imprint. With the increase in speed, She quickly completed the talisman in one go. A light of pale gold gradually illuminated, indicating that the talisman was not wasted. Ye Qiao's anxious heart finally settled. However, the next moment, the talisman burst forth with dazzling brilliance, and small black letters appeared at the corners of the talisman, resembling a special mark or ancient script. Ye Qiao stared in astonishment, tracing her fingers over the strange ancient text at the corner of the talisman. What is this? In the moment the golden light appeared, all the elders of the Changming sect simultaneously looked up towards the direction of the light. Heavenly Dao's blessing. Qin Fanfan stood up, feeling the protection of the Heavenly Dao, completely unaware of where the golden light had fallen. He gazed upward, pondering deeply. Is it Ming Xian who received the blessing? Or perhaps Shuiyu? Not just them. The commotion was so great that even the leaders of several other sects were stirred. Who is it? Heavenly Dao's blessing? It seems to be from the Changming sect. Is it Mu Chongxi? Or Zhou Xingyan? Ming Xian? In an instant, the various sects were abuzz with speculation, all unable to contain their curiosity to investigate the Changming sect. Meanwhile, the parties involved were still in a daze. Heavenly Dao's blessing. Mu Chongxi murmured, his expression gradually becoming serious. Are you truly a talisman practitioner? He quickly corrected himself, his gaze intense. So you really can achieve dual cultivation of sword and talisman. Mu Chongxi had never seen true dual cultivation. He had only heard that their Changming sect's ancestor was such an extraordinary figure. To his astonishment, one day, his own junior sister could achieve it too. Ye Qiao was unaware of the significance of this. So, fourth senior brother, what is the Heavenly Dao's blessing? What special uses does it have? Compared to the Heavenly Dao's blessing, she was more concerned about what benefits it could bring her. Mu Chongxi contemplated. As for special uses, being blessed by the Heavenly Dao means that it has been recognized by the Heavenly Dao. In the future, the talismans you sell will fetch at least 5 times their price. Ye Qiao's eyes sparkled. Is there such a good fortune in the world? Furthermore, as far as I know, even those few who proudly claim to be the orthodox talisman practitioners of the Moonclear sect have not received the Heavenly Dao's blessing. It won't be long before news spreads that someone from our sect has received the Heavenly Dao's blessing, and their faces will surely darken. The more Mu Chongxi spoke, the prouder he became, his lips curling upward as if he could already envision the scene of slapping their faces in the future. He turned to look at his junior sister. By the way, Ye Qiao, what talisman did you draw? A formation talisman? A defensive talisman? Or an offensive talisman? Under the expectant gaze of fourth senior brother, Ye Qiao hesitated. A crawling talisman. What is that? Upon hearing the name, Mu Chongxi felt something was amiss. Does it have a specific function? Ye Qiao's voice grew softer. The person it is affixed to will crawl on the ground like an animal. He fell silent. What could he possibly say? After a long moment, the young man managed to force out a sentence. You truly are something, junior sister. Even receiving the Heavenly Dao's blessing takes such an unconventional route. Ye Qiao held her talisman, feeling quite disheartened. Had she known she would receive the Heavenly Dao's blessing, she would have drawn a more conventional talisman. For the past few days, Ye Qiao had been engrossed in tinkering with her peculiar creations, leaving no time for classes. And Mu Chongxi had also skipped classes alongside her, which made the other 2 senior brothers feel as though they had missed out on something important. What have you 2 been secretly doing behind our backs these past few days? Ming Xian pushed open the door, his eyes filled with suspicion. Ye Qiao tucked away her talismans and, upon seeing him, waved enthusiastically. Second brother, third brother, good evening. Shuiyu smiled and nodded, pulling fourth junior brother close. Good evening. Junior sister. I came to find junior brother. Mu Chongxi exclaimed. Huh? He inexplicably felt an ominous premonition. Shuiyu said, I have some newly refined elixirs here and am in need of someone to test them. He spoke as he rested his hand on Mu Chongxi's shoulder, a slight smile gracing his lips. Come now, junior brother. Let's discuss this calmly, third senior brother. He vividly recalled the incident where Shuiyu had been punished for incapacitating several inner disciples, and upon hearing those words, Mu Chongxi felt a chill run down his spine and took off running. No! Upon witnessing this, Ye Qiao hastily stowed away her talismans and followed suit. May the heavens bless us! Who has stirred up such a commotion? Zhou Xingyun pondered, his gaze narrowing. Is it my junior brother? Or perhaps that newly arrived junior sister? Qin Fanfan replied, I'm not sure. We can summon those little rascals later and find out. Speaking of which, they have been skipping classes for several days now. Worry crept into him. Zhou Xingyun's expression turned serious. They've been skipping classes? Qin Fanfan, angered by this, rapped the table and gritted her teeth. Not only have they skipped classes, but they did so collectively under Ye Qiao's leadership. Forget it. I'll go see what they're up to. Zhou Xingyun, under his master's pained gaze, reluctantly made this decision. He felt that if he didn't intervene soon, his junior disciples might well ascend to the heavens. In truth, before Ye Qiao's arrival, Ming Xian and the others often gathered together. Shui Yu wanted to experiment with his elixirs, but Ming Xian, being a fragile talisman cultivator, could not serve as a test subject, leaving only the junior brother available. Now, just the sight of Shui Yu made Mu Chongxi's teeth ache. He summoned the wind beneath his feet, ascending into the sky on his sword. Determined to shake off these two, Shui Yu followed behind, wearing a villainous smile reminiscent of a scheming antagonist from a drama, relishing the chase. Run all you like. You cannot escape. Ming Xian added with pity, no one will come to your rescue, no matter how loud you shout today. Accept your fate, junior brother. Ye Qiao, firmly planted on her sword, called out behind them, don't run. Fourth senior brother, we mean you no harm. Their pursuit, however, resembled that of a twisted attempt to coerce a wayward youth. Ye Qiao, standing on her sword, was flanked by two senior brothers, one in front and one behind, while Shui Yu shouted, fourth junior brother, I promise this time I won't make you uncomfortable. The quartet moved with incredible speed, leaving devastation in their wake. As if locusts had passed through, leaving not a blade of grass untouched. Mu Chongxi raced ahead, with Ming Xian and the others in hot pursuit. Observing this scene, Zhou Xingyun remarked, well, this is rather lively. Ever since the arrival of the junior sister, the Changming sect had rarely experienced tranquility. Even Zhou Xingyun, who had long been indifferent to the world, felt stirred by this commotion. The eldest brother silently gazed at his flying junior siblings, resembling avian creatures. And even this typically stoic figure found himself twitching at the corners of his mouth. He raised a hand and unleashed a gust of wind directed at Ye Qiao's sword. Shui was the first to gracefully land on one knee, but before he could strike a pose, Mu Chongxi was swept off his sword by the residual force of the wind and fell awkwardly. Instinctively, Shui Yu reached out to catch him, resulting in a somewhat intimate embrace as their eyes met, creating a scene that was quite eye-catching. What are you doing? A cold voice rang out. Zhou Xingyun observed them with an unruffled demeanor, his sleeves not even rustling. Shui Yu, who typically felt intimidated by the senior brother, lifted his gaze only to find Zhou Xingyun regarding him with an unusual expression. Shui Yu released his hold, struggling to maintain his composure. Eldest brother, let me explain. It's not what it looks like. Ye Qiao and Ming Xian's expressions froze as well. Fearing retribution, she hastily descended from her sword, swallowing hard. Eldest brother, please hear our defense. It's not as you think. Zhou Xingyun remained calm for a moment. Perhaps, he mused, his junior siblings truly had lost their minds? The four stood in a neat row, none daring to speak, as Zhou Xingyun's gaze turned icy, methodically preparing to address the matter. I've heard that you four have not attended classes these past few days? Ming Xian instinctively countered, no, we haven't. Who told you that? Surely someone was trying to tarnish their innocent and virtuous reputation. Mu Chongxi quickly chimed in, exactly. Zhou Xingyun gave a cold smile, and the two fell silent as if frozen. For the first time, Ye Qiao comprehended the oppressive aura of the eldest brother. She sensed that if they did not act decisively today, all four might find themselves confined to the forbidden grounds. Her mind raced. And she urgently interrupted Zhou Xingyun before he could speak. Eldest brother, who do you think will claim the title of the first sect in the cultivation world this year? Zhou Xingyun frowned, perplexed by her question, yet he responded, for millennia, the Chengfeng sect and the Wenjian sect have alternated in their positions as the foremost sect. This year. In terms of strength, both sects are equally matched. Thus, it remains uncertain who will claim the title. Ye Qiao smiled brightly, locking eyes with Zhou Xingyun. Then, if eldest brother puts in a bit more effort, could we possibly become the leading sect in the cultivation world? Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. As if with a nod from Zhou Xingyun, she would urge him to confront the Wenjian sect and trample the Chengfeng sect. The muscle in his temple twitched as he fought to maintain his composure, desperately reminding himself to stay calm. No. The words seemed to be squeezed out through gritted teeth. Ye Qiao immediately adopted a disappointed expression. Eldest brother, you've let me down. Zhou Xingyun? Mu Chengxi, witnessing the rarely speechless eldest brother, quickly grasped the notion of taking the initiative. Indeed, eldest brother, if you cannot even lead us to become the foremost sect in the cultivation world, it is truly disappointing. Ming Xian, catching on to their intentions, casually added, yes, it's utterly disappointing. Seizing the moment while the eldest brother was momentarily stunned, Ye Qiao swiftly grabbed the nearest Ming Xian and bolted away. Following suit, Mu Chengxi seized a sluggish Shui Yu, and in an instant, the four of them fled. As Zhou Xingyun regained his composure, he pondered, have they all learned these shameless escape tactics from the junior sister? Chapter 23. Unfilial Child. How to address your father. The Forbidden Ground can be considered the second most spiritually rich area after the main peak. Thus, it serves not only to punish errant disciples, but also aids in cultivation. The four individuals trapped once again in this forbidden area were feeling quite frustrated, almost inclined to scratch the walls in despair. Shuiyu and Ming Xian remained relatively calm. Their personalities allowed them to find stillness. As practitioners of talisman and elixir arts, they were already rare in the realm of cultivation and naturally had to exert themselves doubly to meet the expectations of their sect. However, the two sword cultivators, Ye Qiao and Mu Chengxi, were struggling to endure the silence. Seated on the ground, Ye Qiao wondered aloud, surely the elders would not be watching us every day for no reason? Can we sneak out? Grasped by her sleeve, Ming Xian glanced at her and replied, perhaps. However, if we wish to evade the elders' notice, we must utilize a teleportation talisman. With a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, Ye Qiao inquired, does that senior brother have a teleportation talisman? Ming Xian lifted his chin, of course. My family, the Ming clan, is renowned in the realm of cultivation for its talisman crafting. Ye Qiao exclaimed in admiration, how impressive, second senior brother. Ming Xian, meeting Ye Qiao's adoring gaze, cleared his throat, relishing the compliment. Without hesitation, he produced his only two teleportation talismans and tossed one to her, saying, here, use these based on the situation. Ye Qiao's eyes brightened as she caught the talisman, beaming with praise. I knew you were the best, second senior brother. Ming Xian raised an eyebrow in pride. Of course, although your words sound quite familiar. Nearby, Shuiyu opened his eyes, aware that these two disciples were the type who thrived on chaos. Keeping them in line was likely more challenging than the destruction of the cultivation realm itself. With a resigned sigh, he cautioned, if you two decide to venture out, refrain from causing trouble. If the situation turns dire, tear the talisman and flee. Should you encounter any opportunity, seize it. If you cannot win, do not be greedy. In the future, there will be plenty of grand secret realms to explore, and when that time comes, we five will have a higher chance of safety together. If there's anything you desire, we can assist you. Shuiyu's lengthy admonition was met with Ye Qiao nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grains, smiling brightly. Rest assured, third senior brother, we are honest people and will not stir up trouble this time. Oh, right. Ye Qiao rummaged through her bag and produced a cleansing spirit elixir she had prepared earlier. This elixir can help you absorb spiritual energy more quickly. Knowing the two senior brothers intended to cultivate, she was eager to lend her assistance. The cleansing spirit elixir was effective in purifying impurities within one's spiritual energy, making it highly beneficial to consume while absorbing spiritual energy. Upon catching the familiar scent of the elixir, Ming Xian's face turned pale. Months had passed, yet he could not forget the taste of this concoction. Unaware of her senior brother's aversion to her elixir's flavor, Ye Qiao hastily placed it down and exchanged a glance with Mu Chongxi before tearing the teleportation talisman and departing the forbidden ground. Having experienced Ye Qiao's previous treatment, Shui was somewhat mentally prepared this time. He shook the vial and inhaled the fragrance, astonished to discover that what his junior sister claimed seemed to hold true. The elixir indeed contained a potent essence. Could it be that she truly possessed the ability to concoct elixirs? When Ye Qiao had previously offered him the elixir, he had thought she was merely jesting, and the flavor had been so shocking that he spat it out after a single taste. Unaware of the purity of the spiritual essence within, Min Xian shivered at the thought. Shuiyu had an obsessive fascination with elixirs, and Ye Qiao was hardly conventional herself. Concocting elixirs felt akin to manufacturing biochemical weapons. If these two were to join forces in elixir crafting, what would become of his and Mu Chongxi's future? Shuiyu blinked, pondering, is that so? Ming Xian nodded fervently, indeed. Practitioners of dual cultivation are a rarity in our realm, he added. And she's still just a child. Shuiyu contemplated this and felt a twinge of regret, having hoped to research elixir formulas with her in the future. For solitude could be rather dull. Ye Qiao had entrusted several elixirs to a potion shop named Four Seasons Hall in Yunzhong City, where the shopkeeper was enthusiastically promoting elixirs to two seemingly affluent female cultivators. Fair maiden, do not judge its appearance. It possesses a beautiful essence. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief, her arms crossed. Are you certain? This thing is beautiful in spirit? Indeed, dear maiden, one must not judge by appearances. The same applies to elixirs, the shopkeeper implored. Having initially dismissed these oddly shaped elixirs, he had come to recognize that their pricing was significantly lower than that of other alchemists. Moreover, despite their unappealing appearance, they were surprisingly effective. Not inferior to those crafted by major sections, I'm not boasting. These elixirs are on par with those from the Baishui sect. The two girls, who had previously shown little interest in such unattractive items, paused at the mention of the Baishui sect. Not inferior to the Baishui sect? One girl laughed. Do you truly think that the elixirs from the Baishui sect can be compared to those made by some random alchemist? Her tone dripped with sarcasm, prompting the other woman to intervene, softly admonishing, Miao Miao, be cautious with your words. The girl named Miao Miao pouted in defiance, murmuring, but it is ugly. The woman furrowed her brows, extracting a yellow-brown elixir and crushing it. Observe. The essence inside is quite rich. Its quality is commendable, however. Why is its shape so peculiar? Which master could have concocted such an unattractive elixir? Moreover, the price is shockingly low. Are they not concerned about market saturation? As the sect with the most alchemists, this was a scenario they were keen to avoid. A single elixir priced at merely 10 mid-grade spirit stones? Madness. Perhaps its unappealing appearance rendered it unsellable? The woman pondered, recognizing that the cost of alchemy was primarily labor, with raw materials being relatively inexpensive. Or perhaps they are not seeking profit but rather wish to benefit the scattered cultivators. Miao Miao chimed in softly. I heard from my master that the Grand Secret Realm is opening early this year. Many cultivators have gathered here recently. The woman nodded in agreement, acknowledging that hidden talents among scattered cultivators did exist. Perhaps they had encountered one. After tearing the talisman, they arrived at a bustling area in the heart of Yunzhong City, where scattered cultivators were milling about. Ye Qiao sighed in relief, as it was said that teleportation talismans could lead to random destinations. Thankfully, they had not landed in some bizarre location. What if they had been transported into the belly of a beast or onto someone's grave? That would have been frightful. Mu Chongxi noticed the mystical sword hanging at Ye Qiao's waist and could not help but advise, junior sister, you should choose a life-bound sword from the sword cave. It's located near the Wenjian sect. If you rank within the top 10 of the Sword Cultivator leaderboard during the grand competition, you'll qualify to enter the Sword Cave, where even ancient spirit swords can be found. Ye Qiao replied, "It's too competitive." "Never mind. My mystical sword is quite satisfactory." She silently thought that if it broke, she could always replace it. And the key was that she did not need to rank in the top 10. Mu Chongxi, resigned, thought, all right then. It was clear that no amount of encouragement would spur Ye Qiao into proactive effort. As the saying goes, where there are people, there is a world of intrigue. Dining establishments are invariably the best sources of information. Thus, the duo decisively opted to seek out a meal. The private rooms upstairs were already fully occupied, leaving only a few tables available downstairs. Ye Qiao ordered 2 bowls of noodles, not forgetting to nudge Mu Chongxi as a reminder to pay later. Mu Chongxi readily agreed. No problem. While waiting, a large group of individuals entered the establishment. Ye Qiao noticed they were all dressed uniformly, their swords hung at their waists, resembling disciples from a particular sect. The man at the forefront had an elongated face resembling that of a horse. He scanned the surroundings and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, isn't that from the Changming sect?" Ye Qiao was momentarily taken aback, almost mistaking the remark as directed towards herself and Mu Chongxi. However, it was another table where 2 individuals had risen. They were not dressed in disciple robes, had it not been for the horse-faced man's words. Ye Qiao would have been oblivious to their affiliation with the Changming sect. Mu Chongxi stroked his chin thoughtfully, if I'm not mistaken. They should be from the Wanjian sect's inner circle. The Wanjian sect? Ye Qiao blinked, recalling the rumors that this year they were poised to become the foremost sect. Mu Chongxi nodded, and the gazes of those around them converged upon a few individuals in the distance. The man with the horse face seemed to harbor some grievance against the 2 disciples of the Changming sect, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. One of the Changming disciples raised his voice, "Song Jian, don't go too far. This is Yuncheng City. Drawing swords is prohibited." The horse-faced man named Song Jian chuckled. "What's the rush? I haven't done anything yet. Didn't I mention before? You Changming sect members are nothing but trash in my eyes. From now on, if you see us, just take a detour, understood?" He insultingly patted the other's face with one hand. Seeing the Changming disciple's eyes redden, Song Jian beamed with even more arrogance. "What? Did I say something wrong?" Mu Chongxi gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to strike back. He took a deep breath. Yuncheng City had strict rules against fighting and drawing swords, and he had to force himself to remain calm. Ye Qiao picked up her bowl of clear noodle soup, lowered her gaze, and asked in an ambiguous tone, "Fourth senior brother, is the Wanjian sect always this arrogant?" It was the first time she had encountered such brashness. Mu Chongxi responded with a disdainful hum, "Their sect is the foremost in the cultivation world. They've looked down on us for a long time. Moreover, our sect has enmity with them, and every encounter leads to conflict. In the last century's grand competition, the Wanjian sect took first place, the Yueqing sect second, the Chengfeng sect third, and the Bisui sect fourth. We ranked fifth. The direct disciples of the Bisui sect, particularly the female cultivators and alchemists, are not particularly skilled in combat, so their fourth place is commendable. Additionally, the Bisui sect is affluent and has many alchemists. No one wishes to offend them, otherwise they might end up on the Bisui sect's blacklist, leaving them without any means of seeking help when injured." Ye Qiao remarked, "So, in other words, our Changming sect is the weakest." Mu Chongxi responded, "That's not an incorrect interpretation, but does this little junior sister have to be so blunt?" The dispute continued nearby, while Ye Qiao nonchalantly sipped her noodles before lifting the bowl and asking, "Fourth senior brother, are you full?" The clear noodle soup was rather unremarkable. Mu Chongxi nodded, puzzled by her question. "What's the matter, little junior sister?" As he finished speaking, he observed Ye Qiao stride directly towards Song Jian. "You are Song Jian?" she inquired with a slight smile. Song Jian, abruptly interrupted, turned with a fierce glare. "What do you want?" Without hesitation, she flipped the bowl upside down onto his face. "Unfilial son, is this how you speak to your father?" Her movements were fluid and decisive. She then swiftly turned to shout at Mu Chongxi, "Run." The duo had already garnered enough experience escaping from the Changming sect, and they took off like the wind, disappearing in no time. Only Song Jian remained, disheveled. With noodle soup dripping from his chin and strands of uneaten noodles clinging to his head, appearing both comical and pitiful, Ye Qiao felt no concern about being pursued. Even the highest-ranking inner disciples were merely foundation establishment cultivators, and Mu Chongxi could handle them alone. Moreover, fighting was forbidden in Yutong City. Recalling Song Jian's bewildered expression, Ye Qiao's eyes sparkled with mirth, feeling much better. From the moment he walked in, I wanted to do that. Little junior sister, Mu Chongxi caught up. Stepping lightly on the morning and evening sword, giving her a thumbs up, and taking a deep breath, he slowly uttered, "You truly are like a little calf giving birth." He released the 4 words, quite impressive. Mu Chongxi had long harbored disdain for the Wanjian sect, always adhering to the elders' teachings and enduring without provoking them. Ye Qiao's clean and decisive actions brought him immense satisfaction. Chapter 24. Another member of the death squad enters. The meal was no longer an option, yet fortunately Mu Chongxi, this reliable senior brother, had gathered intelligence about the unusual agitation of the demonic beasts in the beast forest. Typically, such disturbances herald the emergence of a secret treasure. Thus, the two decided to venture into the beast forest to investigate. Ye Qiao could not recall if the original text mentioned any opportunities within the beast forest. After all significant fortunes were reserved for the female protagonist. With Yearned absent, it could only signify the lack of anything worthwhile. Nonetheless, this did not deter the 2 restless disciples from seeking excitement. In truth, they were not alone in their pursuit of potential fortunes. Many wandering cultivators had also arrived. In the realm of cultivation, these solitary practitioners, devoid of sect affiliations, lacked any backing or masters, rendering them vulnerable and often the easiest targets. Aware that no grand opportunity awaited them, Ye Qiao leisurely strolled alongside her senior brother, occasionally admiring the scenery. The periphery of the beast forest posed little danger, and as they ventured deeper, the atmosphere grew increasingly tranquil. They occasionally encountered weaker demonic beasts, which Ye Qiao skillfully dispatched, gaining confidence with her newfound experience. After her initial training, Ye Qiao found slaying demonic beasts to be quite manageable. It hardly seemed challenging. Mu Chongxi, however, appeared somewhat disinterested. Sword cultivators were typically combative by nature, though Ye Qiao was an exception. She fought when capable and fled when outmatched. Aside from the eldest senior brother, the rest of the disciples at Changming sect were either inferior in cultivation or comprised gentle artisans, alchemists and talismans, incapable of engaging in true combat. Mu Chongxi felt the solitude of a master profoundly, akin to snow in winter. After meandering for about half an hour, they gradually reached the heart of the forest when a distressing sound resembling a donkey's bray echoed through the air. Ye Qiao turned to see a panicked youth stumbling forward, pursued by a large bird. Indeed, it was a large bird, about 3 feet long, with fiery red plumage reminiscent of a phoenix, its golden eyes glinting with the merciless gaze of a predator. The slender beak could pierce through one's very soul. The youth appeared somewhat disheveled yet uninjured, indicating he possessed a modicum of skill. Upon spotting them, his eyes brightened, but the moment he discerned their cultivation levels, that light extinguished. "Run, brothers! That thing will eat you alive." Ye Qiao was taken aback by his fervor, even losing a shoe in his frantic escape, yet still managing to warn others. The red bird, now aware of its 2 new targets, became visibly excited, emitting a shrill cry as it swooped towards them. Mu Chongxi was the first to draw his sword, its cold gleam reflecting his resolve as it clashed against the bird's sharp beak, the resounding impact reverberating through the air. His arm tingled momentarily as he took a half-step back, his expression tightening. Mid-stage golden core. A single realm of difference in the cultivation world could mean a world of disparity. Ye Qiao was slightly taken aback as well. Mu Chongxi was only at the initial stage of golden core. It was no exaggeration to assert that a mid-stage golden core cultivator could easily overpower 2 at the initial stage. perhaps sensing Mu Chongxi as a formidable opponent. The bird shifted its focus to the youth, who was now on the verge of tears, pleading, "Help me. Save me." The best course of action would have been for the two to shred a teleportation talisman and escape, but if they did not intervene now, the youth would surely be pecked to death by the bird. In a moment of brilliant intuition, Ye Qiao, without a second thought, summoned her spiritual energy, picked up a stone, and hurled it towards the bird's head with great force. The stone struck, momentarily diverting the bird's attention and igniting its fury. The lower the realm, the simpler the intellect. With its mid-stage golden core prowess, the bird's intelligence was akin to that of a 7- or 8-year-old child. Moreover, birds were notoriously quick to anger. As she anticipated, her stone enraged the creature, which then charged at her. Ye Qiao, recognizing the futility of combat, took flight. It was evident what the outcome would be in a race between a foundation establishment and a golden core cultivator. Mu Chongxi reacted swiftly, drawing his sword and unleashing a wave of sword energy towards the bird's rear. His attack was effective, severing half of the bird's elegant feather. The youth was left dumbstruck, staring in disbelief. Is this how we cut hair now? As the furious bird turned to pursue Mu Chongxi, Ye Qiao seized the opportunity, striking it with another stone from behind. The bird redirected its attention to her, prompting Mu Chongxi to launch another surprise attack. The creature was clearly bewildered. These despicable humans. The youth stood agape, gradually questioning his own existence. Wait, can it really be done this way? While the two kept the bird preoccupied, the youth seized the moment to throw a golden rope in Ye Qiao's direction, calling out, "Catch!" Ye Qiao caught the bundle of golden thread, instantly recognizing its purpose. This was likely the famed binding rope for demonic beasts, a valuable item indeed. Without hesitation, she swiftly hurled the rope at the bird. The bird, enraged, instinctively extended its neck to seize the rope. Ye Qiao's lips curled into a satisfied smile as she tugged on it. Her heart brimmed with joy. She had been pondering how to ensnare a mid-stage golden core demonic beast, only to have it walk right into her trap. She deftly wrapped the rope around the bird's slender beak, and the binding spell tightened almost immediately. Realizing too late that its beak was ensnared, the bird attempted to emit a piercing scream, but was instead rendered impotent, flailing about in a fit of rage. Such a demonic beast, once its beak was compromised, was essentially rendered helpless. The youth watched as the situation stabilized, struggling to steady his trembling legs while attempting to project an air of calm mastery. Ye Qiao cast him a sidelong glance. Perhaps you should straighten your legs before speaking. The youth, embarrassed, glanced down at his quaking limbs and retorted defiantly. I'm merely a tool cultivator. Fighting is the domain of sword cultivators. Isn't it? Back in my sect, I was always protected, even when venturing out. He rambled on, but upon turning around, he found the two already crouched down, curiously examining the red bird. Ah, so this is the legendary red bird. Mu Chongxi, intrigued, kicked it lightly, only to receive an indignant glare from the creature. Ye Qiao reached out, tugging at its feathers. I've heard its feathers can be crafted into defensive artifacts. Many tool cultivators utilize this material when crafting protective garments. How do you know? From books, of course. It proves that reading is indeed beneficial. Mu Chongxi's eyes brightened. Then selling it to the Qingfeng sect should fetch a handsome price. Ye Qiao held the struggling bird and pondered before shaking her head. Not yet. We can pluck its feathers now, and once they regrow, we can harvest again. This is what we call sustainable development. We must learn to view matters from a developmental perspective rather than merely consuming resources. Mu Chongxi gave her a thumbs up. Sister, you never cease to amaze me. Truly impressive. The red bird squawked in protest. Ah, these wretched humans. The youth, taken aback, pondered, why hadn't I thought of that? As a direct descendant of the Qingfeng sect, I've always taken whatever I could catch, never considering the potential of nurturing a demonic beast and harvesting its resources later. It seems there is indeed a path for sustainable development. Seeing the two's enthusiasm, he hesitated before generously offering, then this binding rope is yours. I have no need for artifacts. He shyly smiled at them. I'm a tool cultivator. I originally came to the beast forest seeking materials for crafting. Who knew I would encounter such an event? Typically, demonic beasts of the redbird's caliber resided only in the innermost depths of the forest. He scratched the back of his head, perplexed by the odd turn of events today. In truth, even without the intervention of Mu Chongxi and the others, he could have fled, albeit at the cost of some spiritual artifacts. Regardless, the young man felt a sense of gratitude towards these two. Are you also here to investigate the rumored treasure in the beast forest? Ye Qiao nodded. Sounds good. Ye Qiao smiled amiably at him. I'm Ye Qiao. Mu Chongxi. Thus, the trio formed an impromptu team. We should come up with a name, Mu Chongxi mused, stroking his chin. After all, it was his first time teaming up with others. How about the Three Musketeers? Ye Qiao, utterly exasperated. Duan Hundao, that name just as Ye Qiao thought he might say something significant. The young man's eyes lit up with excitement. That name sounds great. Ye Qiao, fine then. The Three Musketeers it is. If all goes as expected, this makeshift team will soon disband. As they ventured deeper, the visible number of beasts diminished, and they encountered little danger along the way. It seemed many cultivators were guarding the inner gates, eager to see what treasures might stir the beasts of the forest. When the three arrived, the situation was still somewhat intense, with the crowd split into two factions, one led by a group of loose cultivators at the Golden Core stage. And the other Song Hanshen? Wasn't he this an old acquaintance? Yes, the infamous disciples of the Yuqing sect. Ye Qiao could hardly be bothered to recall their names, opting instead to dub them the Beastly Army. It must be said that Ye Qiao had a knack for inflicting harm. Song Hansheng, who had been impatiently facing off against the filthy loose cultivators, suddenly turned cold upon hearing Ye Qiao's voice, his expression darkening as he directed a chilling gaze in her direction. He had come at his master's behest to assess the situation, and it was likely that the recent disturbances in the beast forest signified the emergence of a spiritual artifact. However, such artifacts invariably attracted powerful beasts of golden core level or higher. Immediately, Song Hansheng devised a sinister strategy, setting up a formation to trap the loose cultivators and a formidable beast together, intending to use them as bait to distract the creature while he led his fellow disciples to seize the artifact. This plan seemed foolproof until, unexpectedly, the disciples of Changming's sect arrived. Ye Qiao. Song Hansheng narrowed his eyes. Are you all here to seek death? Coincidentally, he smiled slightly. I could use your useless group as a stepping stone. The more the merrier. They could help distract the beast a little longer. As for whether they would survive, that was of no concern to him. The world of cultivation was inherently a survival of the fittest. Duan Hongdao shivered, leaning closer to Ye Qiao, whispering, They're the direct disciples of the Yeqing sect. How do you know him? I may have tricked him once. Many loose cultivators were injured, and numerous individuals chose not to venture further. It was evident to the discerning that the disciples of Yeqing sect were using them as bait. However, perhaps due to the earlier commotion, the ground trembled slightly, and then, with a deafening roar, a massive black beast charged forth, its overwhelming presence causing discomfort to many. Mu Chongxi frowned. Late Golden Core stage. Are they insane? A beast of that caliber shouldn't he appear this close to the entrance? Upon spotting the creature, Song Hansheng's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he hurled a talisman at the rhinoceros beast, clearly intending to provoke it to obstruct Ye Qiao and the others. This time, he was determined to claim the spiritual artifact. Song Hansheng was a cunning strategist. He affixed a demonization talisman, which typically drove intelligent beasts into a frenzy, indiscriminately attacking the nearest target. After applying the talisman, he set up a defensive formation and chose to retreat. Ye Qiao and her companions became the first targets of the beast's ire. She barely managed to dodge, but was struck by the beast's long, barbed tail, sending her crashing to the ground. The sharp spikes pierced her flesh, and as she regained her footing, her vision darkened, revealing the beast's cavernous maw as it lunged to devour her. Mu Chongxi attempted to rush in and save her, but they both fell into the creature's gaping mouth. Damn it. Its mouth was as wide as a hippopotamus, and thankfully it didn't teach you its food. Otherwise, they might have perished in that very moment. Ye Qiao was uncertain what it felt like to fall into a whale's belly, but plunging into the belly of a beast was undoubtedly unpleasant. The stench was overwhelming, a putrid odor that assaulted the senses. As she adjusted her position during the fall, she managed to avoid a humiliating landing. Mu Chongxi landed beside her, gagging from the foul smell. Suddenly, he found that his junior sister's horrid elixir didn't seem so bad in comparison. Indeed, happiness is often relative. Holding his nose, Mu Chongxi muttered, "That beast is at least at the late golden core stage. Such a creature should only be found deeper within the secret realm or the innermost areas. How could it be here?" The two exchanged glances within the creature's belly, both bewildered by their predicament. Just then, another figure fell from above. "All right then. Another member of the suicide squad has arrived. Who do you think will drop in next?" With no immediate danger, the three began to place bets. Ye Qiao clasped her hands together, an earnest look on her face. "I hope it's Song Hansheng." Mu Chongxi mimicked her posture, also wishing ill upon him. "I hope he encounters some trouble. Duan Hengdao, how vicious you two are." Yet, to be honest, he hoped it would be Song Hansheng as well. Perhaps the trio's collective intent was too strong. Minutes later, as they heard commotion, Ye Qiao and the others swiftly moved aside, watching as Song Hansheng plummeted into the beast's belly, landing face-to-face with it. His expression twisted in disgust, his pallor suggesting he was on the brink of collapse. Just as he collected himself, he looked up to see that wretched Ye Qiao waving at him cheerfully. "Hi, Song Hansheng, you've got to be kidding me." Chapter 25. Of course, choosing to overcome magic with physical might. Hello. Mu Chongxi, upon noticing, also stretched out his neck and waved at him. Duan Hengdao, seeing the boldness of the two, mustered his courage and greeted Song Hansheng. Song Hansheng, damn. His face turned pale, nearly retching from the foul odor. As the three of them continued to irritate him, each taking turns to greet him. Ye Qiao, Song Hansheng gritted his teeth, uttering those two words with such hatred that he wished to see this person suffer 1,000 deaths. "Who are you trying to intimidate?" At this moment, Ye Qiao was not afraid of him. "You couldn't defeat my senior brother outside, and now you're bold enough to act tough inside the belly of a beast?" She pointed at the two others around them. "Do you not grasp the situation? If the three of us each land a punch, you would have to swallow your pride. What would happen when three confront one?" It was hardly a matter needing contemplation. Song Hansheng, whether out of fear or disgust, chose to remain silent. For the time being, there seemed to be no immediate danger, but that was merely due to their cultivation levels. Without that, the corrosive effects of stomach acid would have already taken their toll. If they did not find a way out soon, they might perish within the belly of this beast by dawn. "Is your spiritual energy sealed?" Mu Chongxi discovered that he could not utilize his spiritual power. He attempted to channel it, only to find it bound as if by some unseen force. Hearing this, the others also tested the energy within their dantians, only to find it stagnant, as if it had become a still pond. Duan Hengdao was greatly alarmed. Song Hansheng's expression darkened, his tone cryptic. "Something within this beast's belly has sealed our spiritual energy. Otherwise, such a situation could not arise. We must split up and find that thing." The four of them decisively dispersed to search for the culprit that had sealed their powers. Considering the beast's rampage and the rumors of a spiritual artifact emerging into the world, it was not out of the question that the artifact lay within the monster's belly. With this thought, Song Hansheng grew increasingly frantic, determined not to allow them to succeed. The interior of the beast was vast, filled with the remains of cultivators and other beasts that had been consumed, some still partially undigested, creating a scene that made the disciples, unaccustomed to such sights, turn pale. Ye Qiao fared somewhat better. After all, she was not a mere 15-year-old girl. Having searched the vicinity for some time without finding anything of note, they soon began to feel the effects of their lack of spiritual protection. The beast's digestion was remarkably swift, and if they delayed any further, none would doubt that by morning they would become part of the remains themselves. Song Hanqing visibly grew agitated. Are we to sit idly by and await our doom? If you wish to die, go ahead, but I will not accompany you. His voice was cold. I am the heir of the Song family, the chief disciple of the Yueqing sect, while you— He paused, sneering, are nothing but a group of commoners, fortunate enough to be accepted as inner disciples due to your talent. Indeed, Mu Chongxi was exceptionally gifted, but he was still a commoner. As the heir of one of the 8 great families, Song Hanqing held a particular disdain for those of humble origins. He had heard of Duan Hengdao, a mere minor clan's tool cultivator, accepted as an inner disciple due to his rare fire spiritual root. As for Ye Qiao, he had never even deigned to look at her. Duan Hengdao interjected, while I respect your status, noble heir, this is not a matter of desire to live or die. If we do not find a way out, none of us will survive. Ye Qiao, annoyed by Song Hanqing's pretentiousness, smirked, you are right. The thought of you all dying brings me great joy. I forgive everyone. Her voice dripped with sincerity. This left Song Hanqing in silence, unsure whether he had learned a lesson or simply found himself outmatched by Ye Qiao's retorts. After realizing he could not best her in argument, he seethed in silence. Ye Qiao continued her search. While Song Hanqing either surrendered to despair or exhaustion, he remained uninvolved throughout, while she appeared calm, showing no signs of distress. This was not because she desired death, but because she had a plan for escape. In this situation, she felt an inexplicable pull towards something nearby, a curiosity that drew her closer. Even in the realm of cultivation, encountering such peculiar circumstances often heralded either a fortuitous opportunity or a dire omen. Ye Qiao did not feel fear. Rather, she was determined to unearth whatever it was that beckoned her. Opportunity and danger often walked hand in hand, and fortuitously. She was unafraid of peril. As she drew nearer, she realized her steps grew uncontrollable, leading her to a singular point until she finally beheld the entirety of what lay before her. It was a pitch-black rod, embedded deep within the flesh of the beast, standing there as if it possessed a magnetic allure. Ye Qiao mused, no wonder the beast has gone berserk. How could it not rage when pierced by this black rod? Without hesitation, she reached out and grasped it. To her surprise, it came away easily, feeling cool and heavy to the touch, yet beyond that, it seemed unremarkable. Ye Qiao contemplated, could this be the cause of the chaos in the beast's forest? Lost in thought, Mu Chongxi noticed his junior sister had remained still for an extended period. Hesitantly, he gave her a gentle nudge. Ye Qiao? Duan Hengdao interjected. Is it really that simple? Just picking up a random stick qualifies as a magical artifact? Yet, Ye Qiao felt no concern. She was already enthusiastically discussing potential names for the rod with Mu Chongxi. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not take away what others cherish. After much contemplation, she lifted the rod and declared, I shall name it Duosun. With that, she casually tucked it into her belt. Duan Hengdao? What does this name have to do with the concept of a gentleman not taking what others hold dear? He was baffled and quite astonished. Surely there should be a limit to such nonsense. Though Mu Chongxi did not grasp the significance of the name, he too wore a perplexed expression. Was this name really appropriate? Junior sister, while others have names like Jian Juan Mingyu Jian, yours is what? Duosun Jian? Does that even sound respectable? It sounded embarrassing to even utter. Oh no, this wasn't even a sword. As the three continued their banter, Song Hanqing was frantic, his face ashen with frustration. Have you all lost your minds? There's not a hint of urgency. We must escape, or by tomorrow we may very well become a puddle of blood. Were they treating the beast's belly like a vacation spot? Did they expect to dig their way out with their bare hands? The flesh was far too thick to penetrate. Duan Hengdao, equally at a loss, wondered if they should use their swords to slice their way out. But that would take days. By then, they would have already turned to blood. Song Hanqing scoffed from the side. Throughout the ordeal, Ye Qiao remained the calmest of the group, her spirits high with no sign of worry, prompting Song Hanqing to suspect she might possess knowledge of an escape route. Do you know something? Song Hanqing bluntly questioned, eager for her to reveal a means of salvation. Ye Qiao smiled gently. Guess. Song Hanqing collapsed in frustration. He was increasingly convinced that Ye Qiao had a plan. Not a fool, Song Hanqing quickly realized this woman was seeking to negotiate. What do you want? He asked anxiously. Spirit stones? Something else? He preemptively warned her. Our Yeqing sect's talismans are not for distribution. Mu Chongxi rolled his eyes dismissively. Who would covet your talismans? My junior sister has already been blessed by the heavens. Does she lack for talismans? Mu Chongxi was initially filled with trepidation, yet the calm demeanor of Ye Qiao suddenly reminded him of the peculiar items his junior sister had previously procured. Perhaps she indeed possessed a solution. With this thought, he found himself regaining composure. This only served to intensify Song Hanqing's agitation. He believed that everyone was tacitly aware of an escape route, yet conspicuously withheld this knowledge from him. Ye Qiao declared, I do not require talismans. What is it that you desire? He inquired. I seek 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, as well as the inner sect's mental techniques and talisman scriptures of your Yeqing sect. Each sect's talismans varied significantly. The scriptures of the Changming sect differed from those of the Yeqing sect. While the former primarily focused on offensive talismans, the latter emphasized defensive formations. The original owner's memories contained fragments of this knowledge, and Ye Qiao was eager to see what the true talisman scriptures of the Yeqing sect entailed. Upon hearing her terms, Song Hanqing exhaled in relief, only to be unable to suppress a mocking laughter within. Did she truly believe she could acquire the talisman scriptures of the inner sect of the Yeqing sect? Did she not realize that one's initial path in learning talismans dictated their future trajectory, and that studying talismans from other sects would only lead to one's own ruin? However, Song Hanqing had no intention of kindly advising her. He promptly acquiesced. Very well, I can provide that immediately, but you must assist me in escaping. Song Hanqing was a decisive individual. After counting the spirit stones in his mustard seed pouch, he tossed them to Ye Qiao, along with the mental techniques. Even someone of his noble lineage felt a pang of regret over the loss of 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. To conceal the internal bleeding of his heart, he could only maintain a sullen expression as he glared at Ye Qiao. Hurry up. All right. The sensation of sudden wealth was undeniably exhilarating. As Ye Qiao beheld the neatly arranged spirit stones within the pouch, one thought resonated in her mind. Talisman practitioners are indeed affluent. But please, wait a moment, she added. I need to count to ensure it's sufficient. Song Hanqing's face turned pale. Was this person truly insufferable? She was actually leisurely counting the spirit stones. Ye Qiao utilized her spiritual sense to scan the contents, and upon confirming there were no discrepancies, she turned to Song Hanqing with a faint smile. Thank you. Song Hanqing regarded her expressionless, while internally he began devising a plan to eliminate this detestable individual upon his escape. For reasons unbeknownst to him, despite her loathsome nature. When she spoke of a means to rescue them, he found himself inexplicably compelled to believe her. She reached into her sleeve for the explosive device and raised her voice to the others. Everyone, stand back. In a situation where spiritual power could not be utilized, how would Ye Qiao respond? Naturally, she would choose to defeat magic with sheer physical force. Chapter 26. The embarrassment is registered under real names. A thunderous boom echoed through the air, causing the rampaging beasts outside to writhe in agony as if they had sensed the pain. Their bellies churned violently, disorienting several individuals. Is this a secret artifact of the Changming sect? This shared thought flickered in the minds of two individuals. Without hesitation, Ye Qiao hurled 3 more bombs, the successive explosions intensifying the beast's struggles. The force of the bombs rivaled that of a golden core strike, targeting what may be the most vulnerable part of the beasts, their steel-like bellies. The detonation of 3 bombs left a gaping hole in the creature's abdomen. Run! Duan Hongdao shouted, and the group swiftly dashed out. Outside, numerous disciples from the Yeqing sect had gathered, frantic as their senior brother had been devoured. After sending a message to the elders, Yun Ke hurriedly brought others to assist. Upon seeing them emerge, she was filled with joy. Senior brother, she exclaimed, her gaze filled with concern for Song Hanqing. Are you all right? Clad in a light blue robe, The girl appeared delicate and ethereal. A stern-looking young man stood protectively behind Ye Qiao, shielding her from prying eyes, creating a complementary image with her. Is that someone from the Wenjian sect? Song Hanqing's expression softened as he took note of their attire, which was predominantly white. Ye Qiao quickly explained, "Senior brother Yi saw me alone and decided to accompany me." She smiled brightly. "Senior brother Yi is incredibly powerful. I relied on him the entire way." Song Hanqing's expression turned slightly troubled. He nodded slightly toward Ye Qiao, expressing gratitude for taking care of their junior sister. "Okay." He beckoned, "Come here." Ye Qiao hesitated, sensing that Song Hanqing wanted her to distance herself from senior brother Yi. However, in such a perilous situation, how could she feel secure among a group of talisman cultivators? After all, she had sought refuge behind Mu Chongxi out of necessity, in dangerous times. Who wouldn't instinctively seek protection from a sword cultivator? Just when she had found a Wenjian sect sword cultivator to guard her, Song Hanqing wanted her to move away. That was simply out of the question. Ye Qiao remained silent, discreetly refusing his request. Frustrated by her rejection, Song Hanqing gritted his teeth, never having perceived this junior sister as so lacking in awareness. Which disciple of a sect would be so cowardly as to seek refuge in another sect's ranks? She was shameless, and they still had their own reputation to maintain in the Yueqing sect. Mu Chongxi exclaimed, "By the heavens, it's Yi Qinghan." The youth, as cold as jade, donned black attire and wielded a sword, his gaze sharp and indifferent. "Isn't that the chief disciple of the Wenjian sect, Yi Qinghan?" Ye Qiao was slightly taken aback. Is he really Yi Qinghan? In the novels, the male lead is never a non-player character. There must be a main character. When she had read those novels, she had anticipated a charming demon lord or an aloof master. But she never expected that the true protagonist would be the seemingly invincible Yi Qinghan. "Indeed, it's him," Mu Chongxi affirmed. "As a sword cultivator, I certainly know of Yi Qinghan. He possesses one of the 2 innate sword bones in the sword path. He formed his golden core at 15 and reached the late golden core stage by 18. However, seeing Ye Qiao's astonishment, he quickly added, "Our senior brother is no slouch either. He was once renowned alongside Yi Qinghan." This detail had not been mentioned in the original text. Senior brother once stood shoulder to shoulder with the male lead? Ye Qiao pondered in surprise. In her recollection, that obsessive, rigid, and cold senior brother had been so formidable. Standing nearby, Song Jian suddenly noticed Ye Qiao, his eyes widening. "It's you too. Senior brother, these 2 rascals are the ones who put that faceplate on me." Ye Qiao, enjoying the unfolding drama, was suddenly drawn into the spotlight by Song Jian's loud proclamation. Ye Qiao frowned, glancing in Ye Qiao's direction, her voice soft yet puzzled. "Second sister? Even after leaving the sect for so long, you still call yourself that? Are you trying to sow discord? Or are you reminding yourself of the disparity between you two during your time at the Yueqing sect?" Ye Qiao, uninterested, lowered her voice. "Is Song Jian here to seek revenge on us?" Indeed, Song Jian was intent on settling scores, glaring at the instigator of his humiliation. His expression contorted as he ordered, "Surround them. Don't let those few escape." Song Hanqing recalled the spirit stones Ye Qiao had tricked him out of and called to several inner disciples behind him. "You all help out too. If we're to fight, let us deal with them first." Mu Chongxi blinked, perplexed. How ruthless. We were at least in the same sect once. That statement could easily be misconstrued. Ye Qiao decisively grasped her senior brother, attempting to flee. But Mu Chongxi resisted, his hand resting on his sword at his waist, eyes cold. "I could slay them with one stroke." "Please, no need for that." Ye Qiao interrupted. "If we truly engage, we are outnumbered. Besides, if Yi Qinghan intervenes, it will be nearly impossible for us to escape intact. Fighting will not resolve our issues." Pulled along by Ye Qiao, Mu Chongxi couldn't help but feel a sense of existential doubt and remarked, "I finally understand. The elders had us learn the cleansing wind technique to prevent us from being beaten to death outside. Previously, he had been indifferent to life and death, ready to confront any challenge, but ever since the arrival of his junior sister, It seemed they were either fleeing or on the run. Enough chatter, Ye Qiao shouted. They're catching up. They were being pursued not only by sword cultivators, but also by talisman cultivators. While the latter were ill-suited for combat, the most troublesome aspect was the unpredictable formations, and none among them had any knowledge of such tactics. Yi Qinghan, disinterested in the internal conflicts among the inner sects, found such disputes beneath him, thus Ye Qiao was untroubled by his potential interference. As the disciples of the Wenjian sect relentlessly pursued them, Ye Qiao seized the opportunity, casting talismans into the air. With a flourish, she scattered them like petals, creating a magnificent spectacle. Due to the sheer quantity, those pursuing had no chance to evade. Song Jian was struck by a talisman on his face. As he reached to tear it off, he soon realized that his limbs were no longer under his command. Before long, his movements became erratic, collapsing to the ground as he began to writhe like a serpent, his body twitching uncontrollably. What was happening? Had an evil deity invaded the realm of cultivation? Those afflicted by the crawling talisman, dressed uniformly in the white robes of the inner sect, began to crawl across the ground, resembling insects, moving faster and faster. Gradually, scattered cultivators noticed the commotion, and as they approached to investigate, they were collectively stunned by the sight before them. A group of Wenjian sect disciples, led by Song Jian, was bizarrely crawling on the ground. Is this truly the Wenjian sect? Had they not seen their robes, they might have thought a swarm of insects or serpents had evolved before them. Surrounded by onlookers, Song Jian felt mortified, desperately trying to crawl away in panic. Ye Qiao halted her escape, turning her head to quietly reinforce her point to her fourth senior brother. You see, I told you it's unwise to flaunt our sect's robes in public. Embarrassment is indeed registered under real names. Chapter 27. The fish pond of Ye Qiao seems to have exploded, with a count of over a dozen. As soon as the words left her lips, the ground trembled violently, and a dozen monstrous beasts charged towards them, their target unmistakably set on Ye Qiao. She reacted swiftly, stepping onto her sword to make her escape. Although she was uncertain as to why they were pursuing her, fleeing was undoubtedly the right course of action. Goodness, had these beasts gone mad? They clung to her relentlessly, akin to hounds scenting meat, desperate to tear a piece from her. With a slight flick towards the horde of beasts, their frenzy intensified. Ye Qiao realized that they were not chasing her, but rather the stick she held. She nodded, contemplating its potential worth. After all, a mere trinket would not incite such a wild pursuit. Reflecting on her life thus far, she mused that she had never been so fervently pursued. My senior brothers should have reached Yunzhong City by now. I must hasten to meet them. The grand secret realm of Yunzhong City opens but once every century, housing numerous ancient spiritual plants and treasures, and each opening incites a tempest of bloodshed. The opportunities within the secret realm are finite, and countless individuals are willing to resort to violence to seize these treasures. Speaking of which, Mu Chongxi had a few suspicions regarding his identity, leading to no particular surprise. He succinctly stated, Changming sect. Inner door? After a brief appraisal of Mu Chongxi, he quickly dismissed the notion. No, if he were at the Golden Core stage, he could only be a direct disciple. Attaining Golden Core at such a young age is beyond the reach of loose cultivators. Mu Chongxi nodded, grasping Ye Qiao's hand. This is my junior sister. We are both out here to hone our skills. Duan Hundao was taken aback by their identities, and upon learning they were direct disciples, his expression shifted subtly. The sect known for its amiability had certainly broadened his horizons today. Then we shall part ways here. Ye Qiao waved her hand with warmth in her voice. See you at the grand competition. Duan Hundao's lips twitched slightly. All right. Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of encountering Ye Qiao during the competition, as he harbored an ominous premonition that this year's contest might lead to unprecedented upheaval. As a weapon cultivator, he was particularly sensitive to fluctuations in spiritual awareness. Even the slightest disturbance was palpable to him. Mu Chongxi, confused, sensed nothing amiss. Upon hearing his words, Ye Qiao expanded her spiritual awareness and mused, indeed, It seems there is a barrier around us. Though her experiences with secret realms were limited, she had accompanied her senior brothers to a minor realm. And this situation bore a striking resemblance to the barriers found therein. The secret realm felt alive, manifesting itself and enveloping them like a domain. Standing there was tantamount to stepping into the secret realm, and their only escape would be to wait for several months until it automatically dissipated. However, wasn't it said that the grand secret realm would not open for months yet? Mu Chongxi was in a frenzy. Why had it opened prematurely? The distinction between the grand and minor secret realms lay in the fact that, within a minor realm, they could cavalierly explore with their golden core cultivation, whereas entering a grand secret realm required the escort of elders. Now, with 2 golden cores and 1 foundation establishment among them, could they survive to exit the grand secret realm? Observing the despondent expressions of her companions, Ye Qiao paused to offer comfort. It's all right. Consider this. We have the Moonclear sect and the Sword Inquiry sect accompanying us. We are not the only unfortunate souls here. Her words did indeed lighten the mood. Duan Hongdao remarked, "You certainly know how to comfort others." The sudden opening of the grand secret realm caught everyone off guard. The Moonclear sect was the first to sense something amiss. By the time they attempted to flee, it was too late. No one possessed the ability to break through the barrier, leaving them trapped and bewildered. Ye Qiao, alert to the approach of others, chose to remain hidden in the trees. Beckoning to her companions below, "Hurry up. I have a feeling something exciting is about to unfold." Duan Hongdao protested, "Hey, is it appropriate for 3 direct disciples to be lurking in the trees like this?" Meanwhile, Mu Chongxi had already ascended the tree. After a moment's hesitation, he joined him, reasoning that there was no one else around. The approaching group consisted of members from the Moonclear sect and the Sword Inquiry sect. Song Jian and his companions had been afflicted with crawling talismans, but were now back to normal. Perhaps out of embarrassment, he had eschewed his inner sect robes for ordinary attire. The situation was tense, with both sides at an impasse. For reasons unknown, Song Hansheng and Yi Qinghan found themselves at odds. Both were the pride of their respective sects, chief disciples unwilling to yield to one another. Song Hansheng grasped Yun Chao's arm, speaking rapidly, "Junior sister, it is dangerous to follow this reckless sword cultivator into the grand secret realm." As he spoke, Yi Qinghan unsheathed his sword, his demeanor cold and threatening. "Do you wish to die?" Ye Qiao marveled at his audacity, for he resembled the archetypal overconfident hero of a cultivation tale. Song Hansheng wore a forced smile. "By all means, do try." Did they truly believe the Sword Inquiry sect was invincible? Under normal circumstances, a united front between the 2 sects would have been ideal. Yet, the arrogance displayed by the Sword Inquiry sect had irked Song Hansheng, shattering their fragile alliance. Ye Qiao reveled in the spectacle of their discord. Had they successfully allied, she and her senior brothers would have been forced to flee haphazardly through the secret realm. Caught in the middle, Yun Xiao felt torn, whispering, "Senior brother." "Ye senior brother, didn't he mean it that way? He only wishes to protect me." Song Hansheng was nearly driven to the brink of fury. The fish pond of Yun Xiao seemed to have erupted. Ye Qiao, intrigued, recognized that as a heartthrob, she likely had numerous admirers. In the novels, Song Hansheng had once been captivated by her innocent demeanor, yet he had yet to develop feelings for Yun Qiao. Her biased actions were likely to infuriate him. On the other side, Yun Qiao had made her choice. Given the dangers of the grand secret realm, she felt far more secure following Yi Qinghan. After all, a group of talisman cultivators would require protection, while a sword cultivator was undoubtedly more formidable. She nestled behind Yi Qinghan, unwilling to meet her senior brother's gaze, softly murmuring, "I will stay with Yi's senior brother. Senior brother need not worry, I will take care of myself." The disciples of the Moonclear sect were left in a state of complex emotions. Their junior sister aligning with another sect. Such a move could be seen as either naive or disloyal. Having witnessed enough of this drama, Ye Qiao savored the myriad expressions flitting across Song Hansheng's face, reminiscent of a painter's palette. She clapped her hands, declaring, "Let us depart. To seek treasure, of course." Did you not wish to find a treasure beast? Let us try our luck. She was aware that the treasure beast was a cherished companion of the protagonist, and while they might not have the fortune to encounter it, the grand secret realm housed more than just that singular creature. Duan Hongdao interjected, "Play? Who would venture into such a perilous place for amusement? Do you think this is a vacation?" He found it curious that following Ye Qiao seemed like a reliable choice. Alas, she too was merely at the foundation establishment stage. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, Duan Hongdao met Ye Qiao's gaze, inhaled deeply, and conceded, "Very well. I suppose I shall take the plunge. After all, remaining alone here is equally dangerous, and should misfortune befall me within the secret realm, it would merely be my fate." Chapter 28. The terrifying Changming sect. How could he have been so impulsive as to agree to follow Ye Qiao in search of treasure? Setting aside the question of whether they could actually encounter any fortune, their team comprised 2 golden core cultivators and 1 foundation establishment cultivator. They were bound to be at the mercy of any formidable demon beasts they might encounter. Regret was futile now. They could only press onward. The first day within the secret realm had presented a relatively normal environment, but as they ventured deeper, everything grew increasingly bizarre. As dusk descended, the group decided to rest for the night and resume their journey the following day. Ye Qiao seized the opportunity to study the heart techniques and talisman texts of the Moonlight sect. The art of talismans, while seemingly diverse, fundamentally adhered to core principles. Drawing the talisman formations themselves was not overly challenging. Success hinged primarily on precise control of direction and a high degree of proficiency. In addition to the formation talismans, there were also various destructive talismans, which explained the scarcity of talisman cultivators. Mastering these arts nearly drained one's mental acuity. With her fingers mimicking the formation talismans of the Moonlight sect, Ye Qiao found it surprisingly manageable. She decided to harness the surrounding spiritual energy and began to replicate the formation talismans from the text. Before long, a small stack of talismans had accumulated beside her. Wiping the cold sweat from her palms, a result of gripping her brush too tightly, she reminded herself to stay alert. Someone was approaching. Duan Hongdao drowsily opened his eyes. "Who?" "Unclear," Ye Qiao replied. She had sensed the presence while drawing talismans, but had refrained from waking the others due to the distance. Typically, one would expect those with the strongest spiritual awareness to be talisman, elixir, and artifact cultivators, as they relied heavily on their spiritual acuity to forge, refine, and draw talismans. Thus, their spiritual seas were well trained, making them more sensitive to danger. The width of the spiritual sea was also related to their cultivation level. He was already at the golden core stage, while Ye Qiao was merely at foundation establishment. It seemed implausible that his spiritual sea could be broader than hers. Before he could ponder further, Ye Qiao waved a handful of talismans, her lips curling into a smile. "Brothers, we have work to do." Mu Chongxi looked at her with a puzzled smile, a shiver running down his spine. "Work? What kind of work? Are you initiating a talisman game?" With a flourish, she waved her talismans. "I have plenty more. Whoever wants them can come and take them." Given that Changming sect had only 1 talisman cultivator, it was only natural for him to assume they were crafted by Ming Xian. Ye Qiao thought to herself, why does it seem they don't understand plain speech? Do you want them or not? Yes, yes, yes. The 2 quickly snatched them up. Who would refuse talismans? They were precious items typically held by talisman cultivators, and this was their first encounter with such artifacts. Duan Hongdao gazed around in awe. Wow, so many talismans. Ming Xian must have spent quite some time crafting these. He then inquired, what are their effects? Mostly formation talismans, with a few offensive ones mixed in. Use them freely. I have plenty. As the 3 huddled together, examining the talismans, a stranger's voice emerged from behind them. Which sect are you disciples from? Ye Qiao turned, taken aback by the vibrant green robes of the approaching group. What an overwhelmingly green sect! Their demeanor was arrogantly dismissive. They introduced themselves as the Xianyun sect. Ye Qiao had never heard of them. Duan Hongdao expressed mild surprise and whispered to her, I know of them. They're a fairly large sect, while they can't compare to our 5 sects. They hold some renown in the cultivation world. They claim to be righteous, but I suspect they have much in common with demonic cultivators. Low emotional intelligence. Their practices are not much different from those of demonic cultivators. High emotional intelligence. They will certainly find common ground with demonic cultivators. Ye Qiao understood. What are you dawdling for? Hand over your treasures. The leader of the group raised his chin with ill intent. Otherwise, don't blame me if I kill a few of you to feed my sword. Duan Hongdao frowned, particularly averse to this sect's demeanor. Just as he was about to announce his own sect's name, Ye Qiao stopped him. Are you joking? In a situation like this, why would you reveal our sect's name? That would surely draw the ire of our enemies. Ignoring his protest, she flung a talisman at the man's face. The explosive talisman ignited swiftly, erupting with a loud bang that sent the man's hair standing on end. Taking advantage of his momentary confusion, she hurled several more talismans at him, and Mu Chongxi began to follow her lead, tossing talismans in the same manner, seizing the opportunity to strike while they were down. Even if they couldn't defeat them outright, they could at least deplete their strength. The relentless barrage of talismans continued, and even though the man had reached the golden core stage, he found it difficult to withstand the onslaught, spitting out blood. Brother! A fellow disciple in similar green robes rushed to support him, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. They must be from the Moonlight sect, right? The girl, clad in ordinary attire, was harder to identify, but possessing so many talismans indicated she was not a mere rogue cultivator. She was likely not from a small sect. Mu Chongxi refrained from using his sword, opting instead to join in on the talisman throwing, creating the illusion that all 3 were talisman cultivators. Could they be the Moonlight sect's group? Most prominent talisman cultivators hailed from the Moonlight sect. While Changming sect had 1 talisman cultivator, their direct disciples were notoriously known for being overly kind-hearted, upright, and somewhat foolish. It was unlikely they were from Changming. In contrast, the Moonlight sect had a reputation for shamelessly pursuing resources, leading the disciple to believe he had unraveled the truth. They must be those shameless direct disciples of the Moonlight sect. Duan Hongdao, observing the joy his companions took in throwing talismans, eagerly joined their ranks, wielding a binding talisman. With his golden core cultivation backing him, and given that the man was already injured, he could not evade its effects. The talisman shot forth at incredible speed, golden patterns flashing as it ensnared the man in place. The man's face contorted in rage. You're from the Moonlight sect, aren't you? Fine. I'll remember you. The binding talisman thrown by Duan Hongdao proved effective. Previously, Song Hansheng had employed this formation to confine rogue cultivators to a specific area, and now they found themselves temporarily trapped. Ye Qiao calculated the time. They would likely remain ensnared for about 5 more minutes. Fearing they might escape and retaliate against her, she called out, "What are you waiting for? Keep throwing." She had drawn an assortment of unusual talismans, and this was the perfect opportunity for experimentation. Duan Hongdao began to discover the joy in it. There were talismans of all kinds, laughing talismans, crawling talismans, sleeping talismans, stinking talismans, anything bizarre one could imagine. He couldn't help but shudder. What a terrifying Changming sect. Why isn't Ming Xian behaving like a proper talisman cultivator? Why is he delving into such nefarious paths? If we encounter a member of the Changming sect in the big competition, just the torment from these talismans could be enough to thoroughly wear them down. Ye Qiao used the talismans to stall for time, and soon enough, the Moonlight sect arrived, catching the 3 groups off guard in a narrow encounter. Song Hansheng immediately noticed Ye Qiao. With old grievances and fresh animosities combined, he prepared to settle the score, coldly uttering her name, Ye Qiao. Ye Qiao's eyes lit up, and she waved enthusiastically. Song Shixiang, come and save us. She pointed at the Xianyun sect members, feigning a look of indignation. How dare these lowly sect members provoke our Moonlight sect? They truly do not know their place. What? Song Hansheng replied, bewildered. What do you mean our Moonlight sect? Who are you referring to? He paused for a moment, and the Xianyun sect disciples, enraged by her mockery, brandished their swords and charged toward him. Song Hancheng gritted his teeth. I am not even acquainted with her. The Xianyun man clearly did not believe him. Not acquainted? Who are you trying to fool? Did you not just call her by name? Brother, don't listen to his nonsense. Let us go teach them a lesson. A disciple impatiently drew his sword. Sword cultivators typically had fiery tempers and were easily provoked. Moreover, Ye Qiao was fervently stoking the flames of discord, exclaiming, indeed, Brother Song, how could you act in such a manner? We are members of the inner sect of Wuqing sect, and your actions have left us profoundly disheartened. Silence. Song Han's voice was laced with fury, nearly reaching the brink of madness. Are you blind? Can you not discern that one of them is a sword cultivator and the other a weapon cultivator? Our Wuqing sect boasts no weapon cultivators, and we have only one sword cultivator among our direct disciples. Ye Qiao's voice suddenly rose above his, What? How dare you insult them as blind? Master brother, even though you are the chief disciple of Wuqing sect, such remarks are unacceptable. The members of Xianyun sect, upon hearing this, became further incensed, for they harbored a deep disdain for the individuals from the 5 sects, each of whom considered themselves exceptional. Do not let them escape. I am eager to witness what audacity a mere group of talisman cultivators possesses. He sneered as he brandished his sword and joined the fray. Song Han cursed internally, dismissing the foolishness of his companions, and with a talisman clenched in his hand, he unleashed a sudden eruption of chaos. Ye Qiao, reveling in the turmoil, darted about the periphery, delivering swift kicks and subtle nudges, inciting both factions to mistakenly believe they were assailing one another, escalating the conflict into a fervent clash. Once she had sufficiently stirred the waters, Ye Qiao waved her hand at the two, and with a swift flick of her sleeve, she departed, embodying the profound wisdom of concealing her achievements and name, making a hasty exit. Du Nhngdo, having done nothing of significance, trailed behind her. Amazed at how her antics had incited the two sides into a frenzy, he remarked, I have learned much from this. Chapter 29. KFC with the members of the Xianyun sect hindering the progress of the Wuqing sect, it signified that, for the time being, they would not face any troubles. The vast secret realm was teeming with beasts of considerable strength. Not long after, as the trio traversed through the damp, muddy caves, several red and white rodents emerged. These creatures were as large as dogs, with sharp teeth and a grotesque appearance that was quite repulsive. Perhaps sensing potential prey, their eyes glinted with a crimson hue, ready to pounce at any moment. Ye Qiao felt a shiver run up her arm. She had always harbored a deep-seated aversion to rats. Though their cultivation levels were low, their sheer numbers made them exceedingly troublesome, especially since they reproduced in large litters. Just as she voiced her concerns, a few white-furred fire rats lunged at them, prompting Mu Chongxi to swiftly dispatch several with his sword, only for 2 more to leap forth immediately after. Duan Hongdao possessed defensive artifacts, yet even they were insufficient against the relentless gnawing of so many rodents, leaving him utterly frazzled. Ye Qiao managed to repel dozens with a single strike, but they seemed inexhaustible, coming in waves. While evading, she noticed that each burrow could only accommodate 1 rat at a time, and their emergence followed a discernible pattern, preventing the cultivators from unleashing devastating attacks all at once. Quite clever indeed. Equipped with an array of weapons, Duan Hongdao quickly produced 3 hammers for the 2 companions. How long would this continue? Just as despair began to creep in, Ye Qiao suddenly inquired, Have you ever played whack-a-mole? What? What do you mean? Once we clear the ones outside, we should guard their burrows while they remain hidden, she proposed. Ye Qiao had deduced the emergence pattern and instructed them to wait by the burrows, ensuring each strike would be precise. Duan Hongdao was still apprehensive. Really? Don't be deceiving me. What if you misremember the order, and I end up getting bitten? Mu Chongxi reassured him, Have faith, my junior sister possesses an impeccable memory. This will be a piece of cake for her. He held complete confidence in Ye Qiao, without a hint of concern for potential failure. Duan Hongdao, typically timid, nodded hesitantly in agreement. After all, they had joined forces with these 2 from the Changming sect. So, what was the alternative? Once the trio dealt with the rodents surrounding them, they quickly positioned themselves at the burrows as instructed by Ye Qiao to commence their game of whack-a-mole. Several white-furred fire rats sprang forth, baring their teeth as they lunged at them, only to be met by the heavy hammers at the very moment their heads emerged. Dazed, they fell motionless to the ground. Each person managed 3 burrows, and the rhythm of thudding hammers was satisfying and efficient. In no time, all the rats in the burrows lay unconscious. After hammering away for half an hour, Duan Hengdao, fatigued, sank to the ground, his wrist aching. These creatures could serve as excellent materials for weapon crafting, and selling them would yield a handsome profit. After all, such beasts were only found in the secret realm, and their value would not be trifling. Ye Qiao glanced at the oversized rodent at her feet and unceremoniously stuffed it into her spatial bag. While she was not a craftsman, it could certainly be sold for a good price. In the realm of cultivation, while money may not be everything, lacking it was undoubtedly a grave misfortune. Duan Hengdao observed her actions with admiration, astonished at how she managed to fight while simultaneously observing her surroundings. What an extraordinary mind! He couldn't help but think about recruiting Ye Qiao for his sect. Indeed, her memory was too remarkable to waste on anything less than craftsmanship. Mu Chongxi, annoyed, interjected, "Hey, she's our junior sister. Who would want to be a mere craftsman?" Duan Hengdao retorted, "What do you mean mere craftsman? Do you have any idea how much a single artifact is worth?" As their banter escalated, Ye Qiao raised a hand for silence. "Did you hear that?" "What?" Ye Qiao extended her consciousness, scanning the vicinity with keen attention, soon spotting a crimson fire chicken nestled beneath a stump. Her eyes brightened. "Shoo, we have meat." The fire chicken, seemingly bold, scrutinized Ye Qiao for a moment before flapping its wings in an attempt to escape. Sensing her malevolent intent, it flapped in fear, trying to evade her grasp with a clever maneuver. Cunning, indeed. Yet, alas, futile. Ye Qiao seized it firmly, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. "Where do you think you're going?" The chicken struggled fiercely, but its efforts to break free were in vain. Mu Chongxi, raising an eyebrow, remarked, "A red bird? Quite small, isn't it?" Ye Qiao swallowed hard. It was indeed diminutive, but surely it would suffice for a meal. Enraged, the fire chicken pecked at her hand, surprisingly strong for its size, drawing a drop of blood. Ye Qiao frowned. "See? This is just a chicken, isn't it?" No sooner had she spoken than a flash of red light illuminated the air. A contract had been forged. The unexpected speed left both parties stunned. The fire chicken was furious. It had not intended to enter a contract with her. It had come seeking a master, one clad in light blue, possessing a superior water affinity and great fortune. Instead, it had been caught by this cunning human and bound to a contract. How utterly humiliating! In a fit of rage, it leaped onto her leg, pecking at her incessantly. Ye Qiao's composure faltered as she frantically kicked her legs, trying to distance herself from the ugly creature. Clearly, neither party held the other in high regard. Each looked down upon the other. Duan Hengdao was taken aback by this peculiar turn of events. He had witnessed many strange occurrences in his travels, yet this was entirely unexpected. He reached out to pry the chicken away, stating, "You two are now bound by a contract. Unless one of you perishes, the bond cannot be severed." Ye Qiao took a deep breath, her head hanging low. "Can it even fly? Other people have majestic beasts like qilins or treasure-seeking creatures. Why did I end up with a chicken?" Duan Hengdao replied, "Probably not." Ye Qiao mischievously suggested, "It's quite plump. Perhaps we should braise it? Which do you think is tastier, braised chicken wings or beggar's chicken?" Duan Hengdao couldn't help but swallow at her description. "Braised sounds good. I do enjoy savory." No. That's not what I meant." He realized he was getting sidetracked. The fire chicken squawked in disbelief. "Are you even human?" Duan Hengdao, suddenly aware of his inappropriate train of thought, covered his eyes. "What I meant was, we can't roast it. You two are now one. If it dies, you will suffer the backlash as well." Ye Qiao merely jested about roasting the chicken. She had no real intention of doing so. With a sigh, she conceded, "Fine. Let's see how it goes for now." Indeed, Each individual is destined for their own fate. Ye Qiao recalls that the protagonist rides upon a magnificent Qinghuan, a resplendent azure phoenix, exuding an ethereal charm. As for herself, while others travel with an air of grandeur, she finds herself astride a clumsy hen that cannot even take flight. They say that the foolish bird takes to the skies first. Why not demonstrate your prowess? With that thought, she pokes at the creature with a twig. Reduced to a state of utter poverty, why must she be burdened with a golden swallowing beast? What is this? An overbearing demonic creature enforcing its affection upon her? The fire chicken is vexed as well. This heartless human. So many cultivators sought to form a bond with it, yet she dares to flee. Mu Chongxi reaches out, capturing the fire chicken, observing his junior sister, who appears utterly dejected. Suppressing his amusement, he attempts to console her. This is merely a juvenile beast. The growth of demonic creatures is notoriously slow. They require rare treasures of heaven and earth for sustenance. As the saying goes, a girl undergoes 18 transformations. Perhaps it will become quite splendid as it matures. Duan Hongdao, on the other hand, immediately retrieves a small box from his storage pouch. This is something I had saved previously, originally intended for artifact refinement. You may use this to feed it. When Ye Qiao opens the box, she is taken aback by a rush of warmth. What is this? Raising an eyebrow, she recognizes the contents. In the original tale, for reasons unknown, the Grand Secret Realm had arrived ahead of schedule, where Yearned formed a contract with a treasure-seeking beast. Under its guidance, they unearthed a fire-type crystal mine, sharing the spoils with the disciples of the Wenjian sect. Under the indulgence and direction of Yi Qiao, she had nearly claimed half of it. The rarity of those fire-type crystals later allowed Yearned to win over a considerable number of hearts, leading the cultivation world to praise the kind-hearted and generous junior sister of the Yueqing sect. Ye Qiao pinches the hen, pondering its potential. I might have an idea. Where? Mu Chongxi suddenly perked up. I'll take you there shortly. After speaking, she lowers her gaze, engaging in a silent stare down with the fire chicken for a while. Before tentatively suggesting, shall I name you? What do you think of the name Fire Chicken? At that, the creature begins to peck at her fervently. Well, it seems you are not pleased, she concedes, contemplating a new name. After studying it for a moment, inspiration strikes. Since you are a chicken, how about we call you KFC? For reasons unknown, Ye Qiao feels that this chicken comprehends human speech. With an impassive demeanor, she assures it. This name is one that only the most formidable individuals deserve to possess. The average person wouldn't even qualify to bear such a name. Chapter 30. We are searching for disciples of the Moonlight sect. Perhaps due to Ye Qiao's heartfelt words, the turkey pondered for a moment and nodded in acceptance of the name Kentucky Chicken. It aspired to be the most formidable bird. Ah. But it was certainly not a chicken. Originally, the trio's journey included a magical beast. Kentucky Chicken, small in stature, hopped onto Ye Qiao's shoulder, its soft red fluff cozying up as it nestled there obediently. Little junior sister, do you truly know where the fire crystal mine is? Mu Chongxi inquired, teasing Kentucky Chicken while harboring doubts. Hurry up, she urged, activating the wind-treading technique to accelerate towards their destination. The Great Secret Realm would arrive months in advance, and it was conceivable that the heroine would also acquire a treasure-finding beast ahead of them, leaving her no one to lament to if robbed of her discovery. Fire crystals are birthed in intensely hot regions, and the environment of the Great Secret Realm is perpetually enigmatic. One moment it may be clear skies, and the next, it could rain no ordinary rain, but something akin to acid rain, corrosive and searing upon contact with the skin. Duan Hongdao contemplated, I possess a defensive artifact, but it requires some spiritual energy to sustain. Would you all like to use it together? Depleting spiritual energy. Ye Qiao calculated the journey ahead and decisively declined. What if they encountered enemies with exhausted spiritual energy? Mu Chongxi also rejected the idea. In the past, he would not have imagined running into foes while training outside. But ever since he began accompanying little junior sister, she had unwittingly attracted the ire of 2 out of the 5 great sects. Truly remarkable. Wait, a pot? A cooking pot? Ye Qiao succinctly replied, for alchemy. Alchemy with a pot? Duan Hongdao was taken aback. I lack funds. Please understand, Ye Qiao responded. All right then, he conceded. Pondering whether after Ming Xian's madness, Shuiyu had also begun employing a cooking pot for alchemy. Is the mental state of the CHNGM insect's direct disciples all right? With the pot atop his head, Duan Hongdao found it surprisingly functional, at least not taxing on spiritual energy, even if it did give him an odd appearance, yet. It mattered little, as there were no outsiders around. Moreover, Ye Qiao possessed an astonishing array of peculiar items, prompting him to sincerely express, I hope that during the great competition, you will show mercy to our CHNGF insect. Duan Hongdao muttered, difficult to say. The CHNGM insect has long been underestimated by the outside world. This year, the top spots were likely to go to either the WNJI sect or the CHNGF insect, with even the UQ insect and the Bishu sect in contention. He truly did not regard this long-standing, underperforming sect with much concern. But their newly recruited junior sister, her unpredictable actions were simply overwhelming. The secret realm frequently manifested illusions that could confound one's mind, making it easy for the unsteady of heart to lose themselves within. Ye Qiao also noticed that the other two were dazed, standing still. After rummaging through her storage bag for a while, she opened a porcelain bottle of pills. Nodding, she distributed them to the two. Duan Hongdao blinked. How do you have so many pills? Ye Qiao replied subtly, third senior brother gave them to me. After Shuiyu perfected his craft, he also provided her with a heap of them. Now she had an abundance of calm heart pills. Such pills could prevent one from succumbing to illusions, making them indispensable for any journey. Through Ye Qiao's relentless efforts, the trio swiftly located the fire crystal mine mentioned in the original text. As they flapped their wings, they prepared to swoop down onto the crystals. A slumbering flower leopard suddenly opened its eyes, sensing their approach. Instinctively, it bared its teeth, ready to teach the uninvited guests a lesson. However, it was startled to find a featherless chick furiously gnawing at a crystal. The flower leopard, teeth bared, was tempted to swallow its prey whole. Suddenly, Kentucky Chicken tilted its head and glanced at it. With just one look, the leopard, unable to resist, lay prostrate on the ground, its massive body trembling slightly, remaining motionless as the trio collected the crystals without resistance. Oblivious to the unfolding events, the three remained engrossed in their mining endeavor. Having learned from previous experiences, Mu Chongxi wasted no time and began mining immediately. They cleared the area of fire crystals, leaving not a single one for others. After several days of mingling with Ye Qiao, Mu Chongxi discovered that kindness was futile. It was far more comfortable to be shameless. There should have been magical beasts guarding such a crystal mine, yet inexplicably, no guardian appeared, and the process was astonishingly smooth. Along the way, Ye Qiao fed the bird while casting a complex gaze at it. Was it perhaps eating too much? Mu Chongxi shrugged nonchalantly. To eat is a blessing. Ye Qiao pondered this as well, but seeing it eat so joyfully nearly suffocated her. Who could afford to feed such a creature? As she walked, feeding Kentucky Chicken, they soon caught the attention of a group of people. Within the secret realm, many loose cultivators were trapped and unable to escape. Noticing they were all at the Foundation establishment stage, Ye Qiao paid them no mind. Unexpectedly, those who had been stealthily following them suddenly jumped out and immediately accused her. You took my crystals. The accuser's tone was assertive, clearly having witnessed the entire event. Behind him stood several others, all likely loose cultivators. Your crystals? Did you inscribe your name on them? Ye Qiao arched an eyebrow, her demeanor remarkably nonchalant. We discovered them first. Enraged, he retorted, you are simply bullying us. Upon seeing Ye Qiao's indifferent attitude, the man was consumed by fury, attempting to teach her a lesson with his bare hands. Ye Qiao swiftly ducked, twisting his arm and deftly throwing him to the ground, smiling slightly. What? What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. It was a jest. Staring into Ye Qiao's smiling eyes, the man, now sprawled on the ground, was momentarily stunned. It wasn't until the sharp pain from his body registered that he realized he had been subdued by a seemingly frail talisman cultivator. Wasn't it said that talisman cultivators were the least adept at close combat? Direct disciple? Could she be the newly recruited Yearned of the Moonlight Sect? Ye Qiao nearly burst into laughter. She had intended to frame Song Hansheng, but since Yearned was the only junior sister in the Moonlight Sect, she could only go along with it, couldn't she? Immediately, he felt he had unraveled the truth and indignantly exclaimed, "I knew it was those shameless Moonlight Sect disciples." Bold. Ye Qiao feigned anger, furrowing her brows. "How dare you insult my sect?" With that, she threw a formation talisman at them. The binding talisman lacked lethality, at most. It would confine them for a few minutes. However, upon her casting the talisman, the loose cultivators below erupted in outrage. Aha! It truly is a disciple of the Moonlight Sect. Who else could be this despicable? I clearly saw it. That was definitely a Moonlight Sect talisman. The talismans of the Moonlight Sect were quite recognizable. Their formation talismans typically originated from the Moonlight Sect's techniques, and once formed, they bore unique golden patterns that a knowledgeable loose cultivator immediately recognized. This completely solidified her identity as a direct disciple of the Moonlight Sect. Unfazed while donning the Yearned disguise, Ye Qiao unceremoniously claimed the crystals and sauntered away. Duan Hongdao followed her, merely shouting 666 throughout. When faced with a dilemma, frame the enemy. This process had truly been mastered by Ye Qiao. Word spread that someone had discovered a fire crystal mine within the secret realm. Where is it? Such a heavenly treasure is rare and invaluable. Even a single piece could fetch astronomical prices at the auction house, instantly stirring excitement among all cultivators in the secret realm. It seems that the disciples of the Moonlight Sect have acquired the crystal mine. In an instant, the initially eager crowd fell silent. The great sects? Were they not courting death by competing for resources with them? Someone immediately incited, "Fear not. Even if it's the Moonclear sect, let us not forget they are merely a bunch of talisman cultivators. With our numbers, are we to fear a handful of talisman practitioners? Once we seize the crystal stones, we shall divide them equally." Suddenly, the collective spirit of the crowd ignited, swayed by this shared conviction. What could the great sects do? After exiting the secret realm, who would know whom? Meanwhile, Song Hansheng, having just extricated himself from the clutches of the Xianyun sect, could not help but curse, "Those rabid dogs are truly troublesome. And that Ye Qiao. She is utterly deranged. We have done her no wrong." Speaking of Ye Qiao, Song Hansheng had vaguely heard that she was once an inner disciple of their Moonclear sect, but for reasons unknown, she had defected from the sect overnight. The accounts of her departure varied within the Moonclear sect, yet Song Hansheng firmly believed that she left due to the Longming sect's enticing offer of a personal disciple position. Thus, this woman forsook her gratitude and the nurturing care of her master, choosing betrayal instead. Otherwise, he could not fathom why she would descend the mountain without a better alternative. With a cold demeanor, Song Hansheng declared, "Just a thankless wretch. I shall not let her off the next time we meet." No sooner had he spoken, a group of rogue cultivators emerged from nowhere, blocking their path and encircling them. "Are you from the Moonclear sect?" The familiar query caught Song Hansheng off guard. He raised his chin, addressing the rogue cultivators with impatience, "And if we are, what of it? The Xianyun sect was one thing. At least it held some renown in the cultivation world. Did these rogues dare to provoke them?" As if sensing an opportunity, the eyes of the rogue cultivators gleamed with hunger, akin to wolves spotting their prey, and they lunged forward, exclaiming, "We are precisely looking for disciples of the Moonclear sect." Song Hansheng? Chapter 31. Your treasure beast no longer wants you due to Ye Qiao's unfortunate encounter with yet another brutal beating. Song Hansheng assessed the strengths of both sides and promptly formed a barrier to intercept the frenzied crowd outside. "Quickly hand over the crystal stones." The rogue cultivators outside continued to shout. "Yunke, if you have the ability, take the crystal stones and break the barrier." A cold sweat trickled down Song Hansheng's forehead as he inwardly cursed. What exactly did Yunke take from them? It was not uncommon for people to kill and seize treasures within secret realms, a practice he begrudgingly accepted. However, that did not mean he was willing to be beaten senseless. Why couldn't Yearned be more astute? Must she cause such a ruckus that everyone knew of it? In the original narrative, Song Han Sheng harbored feelings of admiration for Yearned Quebec. Yet, after Ye Qiao's incessant meddling, that budding affection was ruthlessly extinguished before it could even blossom. At this juncture, far from being enamored, Song Han Sheng would prefer to grab Yearned and let a pill master examine her mind. Meanwhile, the inexplicably scapegoated Yearned was journeying towards her destination alongside disciples from the Jian sect. Her path had been uneventful until she unexpectedly found herself entangled with a small beast adorned in yellow feathers, with 2 perky ears and a tail that stood upright in utmost adorableness. Being a connoisseur of beauty, Yearned disregarded Ye Qinghan's objections and immediately forged a contract with the creature. Ye Qinghan felt a sense of helplessness. Junior sister, if it is merely an ordinary beast, then your contract amounts to acquiring a mere mascot. He was quite fond of this innocent and gentle girl, yet her naivety sometimes proved to be a source of exasperation. Yearned, unfazed, replied, "It's fine, senior brother. I signed a master-servant contract. If it proves useless, I can just dispose of it." This statement left the little beast wide-eyed, seemingly taken aback by the existence of such a cruel human. Ye Qinghan tenderly ruffled her hair, choosing to remain silent. The treasure beast instantly wilted, fully aware that humans were never benevolent. Fearing that this human might indeed treat it as an ordinary beast to be killed, it hurriedly grasped Yearned's garment with its teeth, signaling her to follow, making a few sounds to assert its worth. Yearned's eyes glimmered with interest, and she promptly followed. Under the guidance of this small creature, they discovered numerous rare spiritual plants and fruits within the secret realm. After forging their bond, their consciousnesses became intertwined. The treasure beast raised its head, indicating that it knew a location where fire-type crystals were hidden. With the help of this little beast, Yearned obtained many valuable items. Upon hearing this, her eyes sparkled, and without hesitation, she relayed the information to the disciples of the Jian sect trailing behind her. Initially, they had expressed their reservations about their senior brother bringing along such a burden, but as the treasure beast led them to plentiful finds, they gradually accepted her. The mention of fire-type crystals invigorated everyone. What are we waiting for? Junior sister Yun, please let your spirit beast lead the way. In just a few short hours, their disdain transformed into endearment, each one addressing her as Junior Sister Yun. With a crescent smile, Yearned reveled in their admiration, nodding softly, of course. The group hurried along and finally arrived at the destination indicated by the treasure beast. However, they had arrived too late. By the time they reached the site, nothing remained. Silence enveloped the scene for a moment as Yearned gazed upon the desolate landscape, recalling her earlier fervent declarations. A flush of embarrassment crept over her face as she instinctively grasped the treasure beast in her hands, her shock causing her to lose control of her grip. Where are the crystals? The girl's sharp nails pierced the little beast's skin, prompting it to emit a shrill cry. Unable to endure the pain any longer, it bit down on Yearned's hand and fled. In that moment, had Ye Qiao been present, she might have quipped sarcastically, "Your treasure beast no longer wants you." Chapter 32, Grateful for the Generosity of the Jiangwen Sect. One could hardly say it was anything but adorable, with its yellow fur resembling a fluffy ball at first glance. Beside it, a frenzied KFC was ruffled and chasing the little yellow beast, evidently displeased with the intrusion of this foreign creature. Ye Qiao raised an eyebrow at this. It was undoubtedly bound by a contract to the female protagonist. After all, the treasure-seeking beast was intended for Yearned in the narrative. She picked it up, feeling rather indifferent. "Little creature, have you lost your way? Or did you wander out on your own?" Just moments ago, she had been sleeping soundly when this tiny beast burrowed into her embrace, attempting to stealthily approach the treasure she had hanging at her waist. "Off you go," Ye Qiao said, poking the little Pikachu-like creature. She had no inclination to assist in raising a spirit beast. The treasure-seeking beast, looking quite forlorn, twitched its ears and stubbornly clung to her, refusing to leave. Observing its reaction, Ye Qiao couldn't help but ponder. Could it be that it truly fell out with Ye? Unbeknownst to her, she had inadvertently caused a butterfly effect by claiming the precious or first, which led to Ye in a fit of anger, losing control and letting the treasure-seeking beast flee. Moreover, if she accompanied this beast, wouldn't she be able to gather treasures along the way? The thought invigorated her. She scooped up the treasure-seeking beast and declared, "Come on, wake up, we're off to seek treasures." Ye Qiao yawned, observing her fourth senior brother's eager demeanor. Stroking her chin, she recalled that Mu Chongxi was once a rather upright disciple of the righteous path, hesitating even to take a spirit herb, considering whether to leave some for others. Had he truly shed all such scruples now? Ye Qiao was quite pleased with this change. In the original narrative, Mu Chongxi was merely a dependable backup and loyal dog, risking his life for Ye only to receive the dismissive remark, "You are like a brother to me." The tropes of Sea King literature had been thoroughly understood by her. She bent down to retrieve the KFC and followed in Mu Chongxi's footsteps. He seemed to quite like it, feeding it several crystal stones, which instantly elicited a delighted display from the treasure-seeking beast as it presented its belly for them to pet, leading them to unearth all the treasures hidden within the secret realm. These included, but were not limited to, spirit herbs, fruits that could enhance cultivation, and the bones of demon beasts at the golden core stage. It was no wonder the author had gifted it to Ye. It was truly a treasure. Duan Hengdao was overjoyed, as he was in need of refining materials, showering the treasure-seeking beast with affectionate kisses. Meanwhile, Ye was nearly beside herself with worry. As the owner of the treasure-seeking beast, she could trace its aura, yet she was unaware if it had followed another group as it darted chaotically throughout the secret realm. Just as she caught a whiff of its scent, it would vanish to another location in an instant. Yi Qinghan observed Ye anxious expression, pressed his lips together, and turned to his fellow disciples to assist in the search. Sword cultivators were swift. Soon, Song Jian located Ye Qiao and the others. He called out, "Ye, look. Is that yellow one your treasure-seeking beast?" Ye immediately urged Yi Qinghan to take her there. Perhaps it was due to the black staff hanging at Ye Qiao's waist, which seemed to attract the beast like catnip does for cats, as it rubbed against her with an expression of bliss. The KFC paced anxiously in circles, wishing it could sweat this little interloper away. This was its contracted partner. Thus, when Ye arrived, she witnessed her spirit beast nuzzling against Ye Qiao, and her expression shifted slightly. Second sister. Hearing the familiar address, Ye Qiao couldn't even muster the energy to lift her eyelids. "We're not close. She chases after me every day like she has some issue." Of course, she pondered for a moment, if one were to say they were acquainted. There was indeed a bit of personal animosity, but it wasn't directed at her, rather at the original host. The two chatted casually while Ye, feeling overlooked, tightened her grip on her dark sword and asserted, "Second sister, please return my treasure-seeking beast." She was convinced that Ye Qiao had recognized the beast's abilities and sought to claim it for herself. Who wouldn't want a treasure-seeking beast? One could say that a majority of the individuals in the great secret realm were there precisely for it. Ye emphasized the word my, as if to remind Ye Qiao of something. Ye Qiao lazily smiled. "All right." She tilted her head, nonchalantly swinging her leg. "Pikachu, let go of me." Her attitude was as defiant as could be. The treasure-seeking beast clung to her fiercely, refusing to budge. The situation grew increasingly uncontrollable. Seeing her spirit beast cling to another, Ye's expression began to twist in frustration. The treasure-seeking beast feigned ignorance, and in such moments, ignorance was indeed bliss. Ye's countenance darkened. Yet no one could reproach Ye Qiao, for it was undeniably the treasure-seeking beast that had latched onto her, behaving like an eager puppy, a sight too embarrassing to behold. "Oh, right." Ye Qiao seemed to suddenly recall something. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she slowly produced an invoice, locating Ye precisely and tossing down the firm declaration, "Pay up." Yun Kei's eyes widened slightly as she stared at what was in Ye Qiao's hands. Momentarily stunned. What is this? Ye Qiao replied, an invoice. She casually gestured to the small item. My senior brother just fed it 5 crystal stones. So let us calculate it at market price, shall we? 50,000 high-grade spirit stones? Not too much, right? Indeed, it was not an excessive amount. Crystal stones were considered a non-renewable resource in the cultivation world. But was this not asking for too much? Ye Qiao shrugged nonchalantly. If you don't pay, I'll just hold on to your treasure-seeking beast for now. In an instant, Yun Kei recalled that the crystal stones her beast had brought her were already depleted. Connecting the two incidents, she gritted her teeth and questioned, Did you take those crystal stones? Yes. Ye Qiao replied with a cheerful smile. This brazen manner of speaking left Yun Kei momentarily speechless, and she turned to Yi Qinghan for help. The stereotype that sword cultivators were poor was just that, a stereotype. Take this prominent disciple of the Jiangwen sect. For instance, he was wealthy. Thus, Ye Qiao readily accepted the mustard seed bag tossed her way by Yi Qinghan. In critical moments, one must rely on the male lead. The Jiangwen sect was understandably infuriated. Why should their senior brother be responsible for the food consumed by Yun Kei's spirit beast? 50,000 high-grade spirit stones was no small sum for the Jiangwen sect either. Has your Changming sect gone mad with poverty? Song Jian sneered. Ye Qiao looked at him in surprise. How do you know? She took a step back, speaking earnestly. Are the great geniuses of the Jiangwen sect present? I'm so poor I can't sleep. How about you give us some spirit stones? She emphasized the words great geniuses heavily. Song Jian was so furious he nearly fainted. What kind of people were these, speaking so brazenly? Ye Qiao didn't care about the Jiangwen sect's feelings. She started counting the money in front of them, leaving no stone unturned, her earnest counting causing the onlookers' blood pressure to rise. Even Yi Qinghan couldn't help but frown. His voice icy. You people from the Changming sect have gone too far. Counting money in front of those who had been swindled was tantamount to adding insult to injury. How could that be? Ye Qiao was unafraid of him. How could the male lead resort to such lowly tactics? After counting the spirit stones, she sincerely smiled at the members of the Jiangwen sect. I must express my gratitude for the generosity of the Jiangwen sect. Grateful for the generosity of the Jiangwen sect. Mu Chongxi observed Yi Qinghan's darkening expression, fearing for his junior sister's safety, and hurriedly pulled her aside, adding a hasty remark. There was no helping it. Her solitary presence was attracting far too much animosity. He genuinely feared Yi Qinghan would draw his sword on the spot. Duan Hongdao dared not provoke the sword cultivators. But Ye Qiao was, after all, his friend. The youth gathered his courage and echoed, Yes, thank you for the generosity of the Jiangwen sect. Done. This is truly a vexing situation. What business does the Qingfeng sect have in this matter? If it were merely Ye Qiao, they would undoubtedly seek to teach her a lesson. However, her companion Mu Chongxi has never been lacking in strength, possessing a natural sword bone. He is a rare talent in the realm of swordsmanship. The head of the Wanjian sect had once considered recruiting him. It remains a mystery what kind of enchantment the Changming sect has cast upon him, as he steadfastly refuses to leave, despite the sect's apparent financial struggles. The Qingfeng sect and the Changming sect have always been protective of their own, and offending two sects for the sake of Ye Qiao seems a clear miscalculation. Endure. Ever since Ye Qiao's arrival, Song Jian has felt as though he is becoming a veritable ninja turtle. First, he was humiliated, and then he was swindled out of spirit stones. How infuriating! Was it not merely a couple of truthful remarks made during my stay at the inn? What harm is there in mocking the Changming sect? Surely, it cannot be that you hold a grudge against me for my earlier jests about the Changming sect. Song Jian was somewhat indignant. After all, the Changming sect has long been at the bottom of the rankings. Must one not even mention it? He could not help but scoff, challenging them to achieve first place this year. Very well, Ye Qiao, just you wait. After a brief moment of hesitation, Song Jian could not contain his laughter. What gives you such confidence? A mere foundation establishment practitioner daring to boast. The disciples of the Wanjian sect were amused by his words. Yun Kei could not help but smirk, feeling sympathy for her naivete. Senior sister. It is better to refrain from speaking such things in front of so many people, lest you be ridiculed for your ignorance. While others may not regard Ye Qiao highly, he harbored a peculiar sense that she could turn the competition upside down. Mu Chongxi raised his gaze in surprise, meeting Ye Qiao's eyes. He tightened his grip on his sword, unsure whether he was inspired by her words or some other force, and grinned widely. You ask us why we are so confident? The youth drew his sword from its sheath, and in an instant, apart from the sword in Yi Qinghan's hand, the swords of the disciples of the Wanjian sect trembled in response. Mu Chongxi's voice rang clear. We are both born with sword bones. Tell me, why should we lack confidence? In the realm of cultivation, there are two prodigies in swordsmanship, Ye Qiao and Mu Chongxi. Though Mu Chongxi is younger and somewhat less advanced in cultivation in terms of innate talent, who among them is superior? The inner disciples of the Wanjian sect, who had previously been mocking, gradually fell silent. Standing side by side with Ye Qiao, Mu Chongxi leaned casually to the side. He realized that spending time with Ye Qiao instilled a growing sense of confidence in him. Initially, he had always approached the other sect's prodigies with a mindset of yielding and self-doubt. Now the top swordsmen? Their strength pales in comparison to mine. The disciples of the Wanjian sect were left feeling frustrated yet unable to retort. The cultivation world reveres the strong. And Mu Chongxi's golden core strength at the age of 16 was enough to silence the majority. Even Song Jian, who often prided himself on his sharp tongue, found himself unable to respond. Had he not witnessed the trembling of his own sword when Mu Chongxi drew his? This move thoroughly silenced their objections. Ye Qihan's demeanor was slightly aloof as he remarked, "Then let us meet at the competition." His tone carried an air of arrogance and provocation as he gazed at the two. Ye Qiao met his gaze directly, unflinching and smiling. We shall see at the competition. Unlike Yearned softness, the 15-year-old girl exuded clarity and determination, showing no hint of fear. Second senior sister? Song Jian glanced between the two. Do you know each other? Chapter 33. How is it again with those three? Yunk belongs to the Moonlight sect, right? How could these two sects be acquainted? As the saying goes, filial piety is paramount among virtues, and a day as a teacher means a lifetime as a father. This holds true even in the realm of cultivation. To betray the master who raised one from childhood and run to another sect, such behavior can only be described as that of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Immediately, everyone cast disapproving glances at Ye Qiao, condemning her as a scoundrel. In the next moment, a flash of sword energy passed by, and Yunk's expression froze. She was swept by the sword chi, losing control and stumbling back, crashing to the ground. A metallic taste filled her throat. Even though Ye Qiao had acted swiftly to dissipate most of the sword's energy, Yunk was still startled, sitting in the dirt, her skirt stained and in disarray. The culprit, Mu Chongxi, stared at her with a carefree grin. Sister Yun, my junior sister refrained from striking you today out of courtesy. As for me, I did so because I lack such refinement. The crowd, your Longming sect understands decorum, do you? If you don't believe it, let your Moonlight sect and me have a duel. Which sister isn't a treasure to her sect? How could that be allowed? Thus, the exasperated Mu Chongxi took action. Ye Qiao exclaimed, wow, to be honest, when fourth senior brother is not being silly, he's quite handsome. That sword strike was so sudden and devoid of malice that even Ye Qiao failed to react immediately. Observing Ye Qiao's indifference, Yunk finally lost control and wept aloud. Mu Chongxi covered his ears. Here we go again. Is it ever going to end? Yunk, crying like a delicate flower drenched in rain, evoked sympathy even from those of the Wanjian sect, who were typically as cold as ice. After all, it was indeed rare to witness a beauty in tears. The trio huddled together, whispering for a long time without discerning the situation. Yunk's treasure-seeking beast was so enamored with that stick, it must possess some mystery. Duan Hengdao pondered thoughtfully, unable to ascertain the material from which it was crafted. I suspect that the treasure-seeking beast might have been drawn here by the scent of that stick. Allow me to inscribe a sealing spell on it. We wouldn't want to attract any formidable beasts. Ye Qiao expressed her sincere gratitude. It was no wonder the Qingfeng sect was affluent. Who wouldn't he appreciate such versatile artisans? The secret realm is brief, about 5 days, he added. Does that mean it will end tomorrow? She blinked, sighing. I'm rather enjoying this. Duan Hengdao could only weakly retort, of course, she is indeed quite happy. Only the injured Moonlight sect found themselves in this predicament. They all sought treasures. Yet Song Qihan and his group had done nothing but accumulate hostility, unaware of who had instigated it. How tragic! However, following Ye Qiao was indeed a delight. They merely needed to pick up the spoils from behind. Alas, why didn't their own sect have a sister like her? Duan Hengdao, skilled in action, spent over an hour inscribing the sealing spell. Ye Qiao examined the stick in her hand. As a weapon cultivator, she could not discern any differences. Duan Hengdao kindly explained. Time is too tight. This is a temporary sealing spell. If you wish to remove it, simply erase it with your spiritual power. Ye Qiao nodded, indicating her understanding. Why are you descending the mountain? In the long night, the two engaged in a rather unproductive dialogue. Ye Qiao sighed. The forbidden area is too dull. We asked second senior brother for a teleportation talisman to sneak down the mountain. Sneak out? Ye Qiao fiddled with the stick, noticing his astonishment, and smiled brightly. Indeed. But I hope senior brother hasn't discovered that we slipped away. Otherwise, Zhou Xingyun might just explode with rage, right? The next morning, as the secret realm was about to close, all cultivators gathered to seek the exit. There were quite a few familiar faces. The disciples of the Moonlight sect, led by Song Han, were unrecognizable in their tattered robes, a stark contrast to their previous splendor upon entry. Ye Qiao speculated that they must have encountered a group of rogue cultivators, leading to their disheveled appearance. Song Han spotted Ye Qiao instantly, but he had no time to settle scores. His gaze was fixated on Yunk. He was furious. Having gained nothing in the secret realm was one thing, but being chased by a group of rogue cultivators demanding to know where the crystal stones were hidden was intolerable. Song Han wanted to curse. How was he to know where Yunk had hidden the crystal stones? His little junior sister was clever, trailing behind the Wanjian sect, pursuing them relentlessly. If you have the ability, go after Yunk. Though he thought this, he restrained his explosive temper and grabbed Yunk. Little junior sister, did you obtain the fire element crystal stone? Yunk was taken aback. Fire element crystal stone? No, I don't have it. Confusion colored her face. Hadn't Ye Qiao taken it? Why was she being questioned? However, Song Han assumed she was feigning ignorance, thinking she intended to hoard the crystal stones for herself, which only fueled his anger further. Just as he was about to question her further, the exit of the secret realm opened. Yunk found him utterly nonsensical and didn't wish to engage. Turning to grasp Yu Qinghan's hand, her soft gaze slightly curved. Senior brother, let us go. I have the map of the secret realm. I know the safest route. The exit of the secret realm appeared unpredictably, requiring cultivators to seek it out themselves. Yunk spoke with conviction, and indeed, she held a map in her hand. Yet, Ye Qiao was a woman with a script. The path she indicated was accurate in the novel, but the losses were also considerable. The large group encountered a monstrous beast at the nascent soul stage, and many rogue cultivators, lacking the strength to protect themselves, perished in the beast as small. Perhaps to equip the female protagonist, though many rogue cultivators met their end, Yunk gained significantly. After uniting with the group to slay the nascent soul beast, she acquired a wealth of spiritual fruits. However, this triggered the surrounding barriers, trapping everyone within, leaving them helpless. Ye Qiao observed as the rogue cultivators were about to follow Yunk, and she couldn't help but interject. Is anyone following us? Her words carried an air of audacity. A group of cultivators looked at her, their expressions clearly stating, a Foundation establishment cultivator? Why would we follow you? Yunk inhaled deeply, turning her head, seemingly exasperated. Sister, please don't cause trouble. I truly have the map. Ye Qiao remained silent for a moment. I advise you all, really, do not go. Following the male and female protagonists might spare them, but some inconsequential characters would undoubtedly suffer. Song Jian sneered. What are you babbling about, Ye Qiao? Are you so eager to show off? Coincidentally, I belong to that type of person. If others tell me not to do something, I will deliberately do it. However, Song Jian's almost provocative words did not stir any reaction in Ye Qiao. She even had the leisure to retort, if others tell you not to do something, you will do it? May I interpret that as, if I advise you not to eat dung, you will insist on doing so? Who taught you to interpret it that way? After retorting to Song Jian, Ye Qiao repeated her earlier warning, seeing that all the others firmly chose to follow Yunk. She ceased her futile efforts, turning to her two friends. Then let us go. If one cannot prevent those seeking death, then let them be. Of course, there were a few who were somewhat intimidated by Ye Qiao's serious tone, hesitating before choosing to follow them. However, this was merely a minority of rogue cultivators. Most still felt a sense of security by following the disciples of the Wanjian sect. Not to mention the beasts, they hadn't even seen a bird. Their journey was exceedingly smooth. Ye Qiao blinked, of course not. I was merely joking. Surely, she couldn't reveal to them that she was a woman holding a script. After guiding the group of rogue cultivators out, Ye Qiao successfully garnered their grateful gazes. Duan Hongdao's eyes lit up upon seeing the exit. Let us hurry and get out. Ye Qiao feigned a sigh, declaring her intent to capture a few demon beasts. Duan Hongdao raised an eyebrow, perplexed. If his memory served him correctly, the demon beasts in the Great Secret Realm possessed at least mid-foundation cultivation, did they not? How could she, a mere early foundation cultivator, hope to capture one? Was she not merely inviting disaster upon herself? Ye Qiao nodded in affirmation. Duan Hongdao could not fathom the source of her confidence, yet he gritted his teeth and resolved. Very well, I shall accompany you. After spending so many days together, I cannot simply abandon her. Mu Chongxi observed his reckless junior sister, clutching his head in exasperation. Yet, what could he do but indulge her whims? Excitement? Whose excitement? Soon, their curiosity was sated. It turned out they were heading to witness the commotion at Yeqing sect and Wanjian sect. Meanwhile, the group led by Yun Ke found themselves ensnared within a barrier. With the closing of the secret realm looming ominously, panic ensued as they fretted over the prospect of being trapped within. Observing the chaos, Ye Qiao casually tossed a communication talisman into the barrier. Those inside could not escape, but those outside could enter. To prevent herself from inadvertently slipping into the barrier, she maintained a safe distance while using the talisman to communicate. Song Hanchen reached out to grasp the talisman, and upon hearing her voice, he was momentarily stunned. Ye Qiao? You're alive? Ye Qiao replied nonchalantly, You're the one who is dead. She stepped forward, greeting the trapped individuals within the barrier with a cheerful smile. Hello. The voice from the talisman resonated clearly throughout the barrier. Mu Chongxi echoed, Hello. Under the gaze of everyone, Duan Hongdao felt compelled to join in, Hello. As the familiar greetings reached his ears, Song Hancheng felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Ah. Why are those three here again? Just as he opened his mouth to hurl insults, Ye Qiao swiftly severed the communication. Mu Chongxi asked, Aren't you going to listen? I shall not. Ye Qiao replied with remarkable composure. My pride is too strong to endure whatever insults he might hurl next. Truly, it was just like her. Mu Chongxi began to worry about whether Song Hansheng might suffer a cerebral hemorrhage from his mounting frustration. After cutting off the talisman, Song Hanjing's curses grew more fervent. But alas, no one could discern his words through the barrier. Once his tirade dwindled, Ye Qiao, with a teasing demeanor, tossed another talisman his way. This time, Song Hansheng had the wisdom to avoid taking it himself, tossing it instead to Song Jian. Still seething from previous rebukes, Song Jian immediately flung it to his elder brother. Yi Qinghan, instinctively reluctant to engage with Ye Qiao, turned to pass it to someone else, only to find there was no one left. With no other options, he reluctantly took the talisman. Hello, Ye Qiao greeted him enthusiastically. Do you wish to exit? Do you possess a means to escape? Song Hansheng, having been stifled by his earlier anger, poked his head forward and coldly inquired through the talisman. The scattered cultivators, unable to bear it any longer, erupted in anger. What business is it of yours? Had it not been for your junior sister leading us astray, we would not have lost so many lives. They had followed Ye Qiao's path, while the disciples from the major sects had emerged unscathed, leaving the scattered cultivators to suffer heavy losses, ultimately allowing Ye Qiao to claim all the spoils while they were trapped by the barrier. A wave of resentment washed over the group. Ye Qiao turned pale and shrank closer to Ye Qiao, murmuring an apology. "I'm sorry." No one paid her apology any heed. Everyone was solely focused on finding a way out. Outside the array, Ye Qiao rested her chin on her hand, smiling brightly. "How about this? You from Weqing sect and Wanjian sect can propose a price. If I find your offer satisfactory in spirit stones, I will devise a way to release you." Having just been swindled out of spirit stones, both Song Hansheng and Ye Qinghan's expressions darkened in unison. Duan Hengdao marveled at her audacity. "Aren't you afraid that these two sects will conspire against you during the competition?" Ye Qiao replied with unwavering confidence. "But once enmity is established, it is bound to be absolute. As the saying goes, a debt of many cannot be feared. A dead pig is not afraid of boiling water." Chapter 34. Woohoo! Take off. No one paid heed to Ye Qiao's earnest suggestion, and Ye Qiao, in a fit of frustration, drew his sword and struck at the barrier. The backlash of double the sword energy left a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. "Brother Ye!" Ye Qiao rushed to support him, her lips pressed tightly in panic, a tear slipping down her cheek. "Are you all right?" Ye Qiao shook his head, yet undeterred. Once again drew his sword to strike the barrier. This time, he bent over, spitting blood, his complexion paling further. Ye Qiao immediately produced a handkerchief to wipe away the blood, their gazes locking in a moment filled with unspoken emotions, the atmosphere growing increasingly intimate and ambiguous. If one were to overlook the frantic cultivators within the barrier, it is often said that human joy and sorrow are not shared. Some are in love, while others are desperately clinging to life. "How elegant, so very elegant," Ye Qiao remarked, clapping her hands in delight. Truly the immortal version of Long Aotian. Even bleeding does not diminish his flair. How did the protagonists escape in the original plot? Oh, it was all thanks to Ye Qiao. The male lead, a master of overcoming challenges, ultimately managed to lead Ye Qiao out of the secret realm, albeit after exhausting his spiritual energy and suffering a severe backlash. This event was pivotal in warming their relationship. Ye Qiao, deeply moved, believed that only a man with such a carefree spirit was worthy of her admiration. Ye Qiao possessed the ability to open the barrier, yet that did not mean he was impervious to harm. With only 2 hours left before the secret realm closed, everyone was on the brink of madness. Song Hansheng could no longer remain calm. "Ye Qiao, I know you have a way. With so many of us here, you cannot possibly sit idly by, can you? Is this what the elders of Changming sect have taught you?" Even at this moment, Song Hansheng did not hesitate to impose a moral obligation upon her. However, Ye Qiao firmly believed that as long as she held no moral compass, no one could bind her. Sitting cross-legged outside the barrier, she feigned a smile and replied, "If you cannot get out, what can I do?" Song Hansheng pressed on, "What about that magical artifact from your sect? I saw you use it to blast open the belly of a beast. Surely it can deal with this barrier?" Ye Qiao stroked her chin. "It's all gone. I used it all. Besides, explosives only inflict physical damage. Their impact on a barrier such as this, wrought by magical forces, is negligible." Her words left Song Hansheng feeling despondent. Undeterred, he rummaged through his bag of holding, pulling out numerous talismans in a desperate attempt to shatter the barrier. Observing the flurry of activity around him, Ye Qiao began to offer earnest advice. "If you can't finish today, just do it tomorrow. Who knows, you might all be dead by then. And you won't have to do anything." "Shut up, Ye Qiao. Can you not inflict mental anguish with your words?" Ye Qiao's nonchalant remarks left many gasping in disbelief. Song Hansheng took a deep breath, glaring at her with malice. "If we cannot escape, do you think you will not be branded as someone who let us die?" Unexpectedly, Ye Qiao matched his apathy. "Then you might as well die. After you're gone, I wouldn't mind being labeled as someone who let you die. Come on. Let us hurt each other." It was evident that Song Hansheng had no retort for Ye Qiao's cavalier attitude, leaving him seething with frustration. Her calm demeanor was unsettling, and in desperation, Ye Qiao chose to negotiate with her. "What price do you seek in spirit stones?" Ye Qiao, nonchalantly clutching a crumpled piece of fried chicken, replied, "What do you think the lives of the disciples from the sword-seeking sect are worth?" Ye Qinghan was momentarily taken aback, then slowly exhaled, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Ye Qiao remained silent, her smile lingering as she extended her words. "Oh, so the esteemed disciples of the sword-seeking sect are worth only 100,000 high-grade spirit stones?" Even Ye Qinghan's ever-cold demeanor faltered momentarily at her words. How could such a person exist in this world? Did she know the meaning of moderation? Clearly, she did not. As she even began an impromptu auction, "Is there anyone from the Moonclear sect willing to bid higher?" Song Hansheng interjected. "What are you even doing?" In contrast, the talisman users were seemingly wealthier. As time slipped away, Song Hansheng could no longer contain himself and called out, 150,000 high-grade spirit stones. "It's all I have left." He gritted his teeth, wishing he could turn back time, distancing himself from Yun Quebec. Had she not insisted on this path, they would not have encountered the formidable beast. Had she not coveted the spirit fruit, they would not have triggered the barrier surrounding them. Ye Qiao understood that one could only share so much wool before the sheep became bare. She clapped her hands, casually retrieving a blank sheet of paper from her bag. "Shall we draft a receipt?" "A receipt? Do we really need a receipt?" Song Hansheng held back his frustration as he watched Ye Qiao slide the receipt through the barrier. Reluctantly, he pressed his seal upon it. Ye Qinghan remained silent, joining him in sealing the document. Strangely, Song Hansheng felt a sense of balance restored within him, as though he were reassured by the thought that he was not the only one suffering misfortune. Having offended two sects, Ye Qiao showed no signs of remorse as she rose gracefully. "Shall we go?" To her surprise, she boldly asserted, "We're hunting beasts." Isn't that what I said from the beginning? How could she still remember such trivialities? Who would venture into a beast's den at a time like this? As it turned out, Ye Qiao would. Moreover, she successfully located two large beasts' hiding spots. Both creatures were at the golden core level. While Mu Chongxi could have defeated them, he restrained his impulse, mindful of Ye Qiao's warnings, and merely observed her reckless antics. Little junior sister stealthily crouched down, seizing a rock and hurling it at the sleeping beasts. After the surprise attack, Ye Qiao bolted. With a quick leap, she evaded the beast's sharp claws. "Ye Qiao?" It felt as if some terrifying presence sent shivers down his spine. "Why are you running?" He couldn't help but ask. "Duan Hengdao, why are there so many beasts pursuing you? What on earth did you do, Ye Qiao?" Had the timing been different, he would have transformed into a masterful assailant, seizing her by the collar and shouting. As Duan Hengdao dashed forward, he realized that Mu Chongxi and Ye Qiao had already outpaced him. A wave of incredulity washed over him. Is the secret of your Changming sect that whoever runs the fastest becomes the disciple? One by one, they moved like startled rabbits, all masters of escape. The trio raced toward the barrier, and at the moment a golden core beast lunged at them, Ye Qiao dashed into the barrier where Yun Ke and the others were located. While the barrier allowed living beings to enter, it did not permit beasts. A horde of enraged beasts began to batter against the barrier, their frenzied onslaught sending shivers down the spine. "What have you done?" Inside the barrier, Song Hansheng's head was ready to explode upon seeing Ye Qiao rush in. "You brought those beasts here?" Two golden core beasts were furiously clawing at the barrier, launching wave after wave of attacks, casting doubt upon Ye Qiao's intentions. Ye Qiao shrugged. "I didn't do anything. Wait until they weaken the barrier, then strike." One must learn to utilize everything around them. She firmly believed that as long as the hatred was sufficient, even beasts could not resist the urge to strike back. "Did you not see how those outer sect beasts are already on the brink of madness?" Ye Qinghan, observing the encircled beasts, deduced her plan. "You intend to use these beasts to break the barrier? That is indeed a possibility. However, shouldn't a rational person strive to break free from constraints through their own efforts? Your approach is rather opportunistic. Yi Qinghan's gaze was cold and difficult to interpret as she fixed her eyes upon her. You will surely stumble in the future. If one can take shortcuts, why bother with hard work? Yi Qinghan fell silent, her expression indifferent, perceiving her as obstinate, devoid of the slightest integrity found in Yunk. Ye Qiao guessed that he was once again comparing her to Yunk in his heart. Have you ever played the fishing game? Ye Qiao smiled, her lips curling playfully. It's all about casting nets and catching fish. After explaining, she turned her gaze to the barrier, stroking her chin. How's your aim? Duan Hongdao replied, quite good. This was no boast. As a competent artifact cultivator, they were always required to provide their instruments to fellow cultivators in need during battles, ensuring that his precision was indeed top-notch. Then I am at ease, Ye Qiao muttered softly. A swarm of demonic beasts surged against the barrier. The once formidable barrier weakened with each relentless assault. It was visibly thinning. It's about to shatter, Mu Chongxi warned in a hushed tone. In the moment the barrier silently fractured, all cultivators surged forward with the speed of arrows released from bows. After all, the secret realm would close in less than an hour, and those unable to escape would be trapped inside. Ye Qiao tucked away her documents and adeptly began to flee. With a rush, she took to the wind, her skills and flight not in vain. Pursued by a flurry of demonic beasts, those soaring above and those scuttling below, creating a spectacular scene. The area she traversed was devoid of any signs of life, akin to a desolate landscape where not a single bird dared to fly. At last, he comprehended the meaning behind Ye Qiao's phrase, catching demonic beasts. Duan Hongdao murmured, so that's how it is. Had she meticulously orchestrated this? Deliberately provoking the demonic beasts to breach the barrier. Not only ensnaring the spirit stones of the other two sects, but also capturing the exhausted beasts in one fell swoop. How did she know there would be a barrier here? From a conventional perspective, no, that was not right. He could not apply normal reasoning to understand Ye Qiao. A typical person would not provoke a group of slumbering demonic beasts, nor would they think to offend the core disciples of the other two sects while venturing out for experience. The trio worked in perfect harmony, managing to extract all the demonic beasts before the secret realm closed. Almost in tandem with its disappearance, the peculiar barriers vanished entirely. Duan Hongdao scratched his head, suggesting, you all keep the inner cores. This venture had yielded considerable rewards. The materials for artifact crafting alone would sustain him for a long while. The three swiftly divided their spoils, yet Ye Qiao felt as though she had forgotten something. Right. Where's my chicken? The barrier outside prohibited demonic beasts from entering. Where had the KFC chicken gone? Her exclamation was far from inconspicuous, and Mu Chongxi glanced around, ultimately spotting the KFC chicken perched atop Ye Qiao's head. Surprisingly, this little creature had found an excellent hiding spot, settling comfortably on her head, even showing signs of intending to nest. She sighed, pulling the KFC chicken down and pointing at it. No nesting on my head. The chicken feigned ignorance. All right then. So these demonic beasts understand human speech? Ye Qiao calmed her emotions and suddenly had a whimsical idea. By the way, isn't that red bird still tied to the tree? Ye Qiao tugged at him. Let us experience flying on a bird. In ancient tales, Santa Claus rode reindeer. Harry Potter rode a broom, and now they would fly atop a bird. It was not entirely out of the question, was it? Mu Chongxi? Thus, under Ye Qiao's encouragement, the two located the red bird bound to the tree by demonic ropes. The bird, now thoroughly despondent, gazed at these two detestable humans, devoid of any will to resist. Duan Hongdao was somewhat accustomed to her outrageous behavior and resignedly said, so, shall we part ways here? Until the great competition. Until the great competition, they echoed. The two had been missing for 5 days, and if all went as expected, Qin Fan and the senior brother were likely aware of their clandestine descent from the mountain. Go! Ye Qiao mused for a moment, then decisively sat upon it. Let us go fast. The red bird was infuriated. This human dared to treat it as a beast of burden. Mu Chongxi hesitated before sitting atop it, feeling that this mode of transportation was rather ominous. The red bird, already aggrieved by the oppression of two humans, was further incensed as they treated it like a chariot. The instant they took flight, it began to deliberately sway left and right. Ye Qiao clung tightly. Yet just as they approached the territory of Changming sect, the red bird swayed even more violently. She found it impossible to maintain her grip. And at the moment she was flung off, her sole thought was that riding a bird was indeed not feasible. Just before the trio of 2 humans and 1 beast plummeted from the sky, Elder Zhao was engaged in friendly conversation with other sect disciples. The disciples of Bishui sect had come to Yunzhong City, purportedly for the opening of the secret realm, but soon after, the realm had opened prematurely, trapping everyone outside the gates. They could only regretfully halt their journey, deciding to visit Changming sect since it was conveniently nearby. Shui Yu and Ming Xian had just been released from the forbidden area and were idly chatting with the 2 disciples from Bishui sect when suddenly, something dark and heavy plummeted from the sky. With a loud thud, dust erupted. Then, amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Ye Qiao nonchalantly rose from the ground, greeting. Hello, 2nd senior brother, 3rd senior brother. Chapter 35. The deepest hatred for gifted individuals' death is an inevitable fate for all, yet one must avoid social demise. Mu Chongxi found himself experiencing the acute embarrassment of social demise, keeping his head down and refraining from uttering a word, fearing a fierce reprimand from Elder Zhao. Those little rascals, Elder Zhao muttered as he and his companion nonchalantly stood up from the ground, discreetly kicking the red bird that had been knocked down. The 2 direct disciples of the Bishui sect were both young women, one named Miao Miao and the other Simian. Sister, Miao Miao murmured. I feel like the direct disciples of the sect are rather peculiar. Simian, rarely one to agree, nodded slightly. Despite having met countless individuals, she had never encountered such an oddity among direct disciples. Which sword cultivator would choose to fly atop a bird rather than gracefully riding their sword? Elder Zhao's expression twisted momentarily. He could sense the peculiar looks from the other sects, and though he restrained his immense anger, he forced a smile that was meant to be approachable. You have arrived just in time. These 2 are the direct disciples of the Bishui sect. Why not accompany them for a tour of our Changming sect? The optimal solution for hosting 2 direct disciples was to delegate them to one's own direct disciples, a task Elder Zhao was all too willing to undertake. Ye Qiao observed the situation, maintaining a calm demeanor as she agreed. She was already devising a plan to escape Elder Zhao's thunderous roar once these 2 direct disciples departed. After Elder Zhao left, everyone present breathed a collective sigh of relief. Simian discreetly scrutinized Ye Qiao several times. She had heard prior to her arrival that the Changming sect had recently accepted a new junior sister, said to have been promoted from the outer sect as a direct disciple. Traditionally, the 5 sects selected direct disciples based on the highest qualifications. Yet this girl appeared rather ordinary and lacked any remarkable traits. It remained unclear whether the Changming sect's decision was a sign of utter decline or if there were ulterior motives at play. Shuiyu nodded in agreement. Observing the 2 junior disciples, in 5 days, with your current state. He assessed them thoughtfully. Broaden your horizons a bit. After a moment of silence, he found her words oddly reasonable. Senior brother Shui, as they chatted without any regard for their surroundings, Miao Miao interjected. May I ask you a question? Is there a trending pill in Yunzhong City lately? She presented a peculiar pill to Shuiyu, gesturing with her chin. It's this one. This. Shuiyu took the pill and gazed at it for a moment. The yellow pill emitted a faint fragrance, yet its appearance was far from the conventional, round, and polished pills. Had it not been for a lack of tobacco, he might have felt compelled to smoke a cigarette on the spot, overwhelmed by the absurdity and confusion regarding this world. How could such an unsightly pill become popular in Yunzhong City? It was nearly as unattractive as the junior sister herself. Ming Xian found it somewhat familiar. I feel like I've seen something like this before. With a laugh, he remarked, only our junior sister could concoct such an unappealing pill. Where? Miao Miao's eyes lit up. She genuinely wanted to know which genius could create such an ugly pill while still preserving its efficacy. What level of precision in controlling divine perception and spiritual plants would that require? Ming Xian chuckled. My junior sister produced a similar one while experimenting. Pointed out. Ye Qiao turned her attention to the pill in Miao Miao's hand. She stroked her chin, realizing she had not anticipated this outcome. Before embarking on her journey, these pills had been unsellable due to their unattractiveness, yet mere days later, they had transformed into a trending item. Miao Miao was momentarily taken aback, staring at Ye Qiao. You, a sword cultivator, actually aspire to become an alchemist? Ye Qiao gracefully allowed her to scrutinize her before addressing Shuiyu, third senior brother. I shall head to the library first. Ming Xian, eager to escape the conversation, quickly added, I'm going too. The two promptly fled together. Shuiyu could only smile helplessly. Witnessing this scene, Miao Miao couldn't help but feel envious. The atmosphere between you two is quite pleasant. Not all sect disciples could coexist harmoniously. They were all prodigies, the future of their sects, and competition for talent was fierce. In simpler terms, no one looked down on anyone else. She and her sister were among the few who could maintain a cordial relationship, largely due to Simeon's gentle temperament. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to get along. Not at all, Mu Chongxi replied, feeling somewhat bashful as he touched his face. Before Ye Qiao arrived, their group rarely spent time together, and their occasional outings were solely for training. The current unity they enjoyed was entirely thanks to Ye Qiao's remarkable social skills. Returning only to be overwhelmed, Ye Qiao couldn't help but sigh. Her purpose in visiting the library was to meticulously study the mental cultivation and talisman books provided by Song Hanqing, contrasting them with the Changming sect's talismans to see if improvements could be made. However, she was promptly caught by Elder Yu. In contrast to Ye Qiao's busyness, Ming Xian appeared quite content, casually flipping through a talisman book. Elder, Ye Qiao recalled her previous experience of mental exhaustion and, adopting a curious demeanor, inquired, is it common for talisman cultivators to have a nosebleed during their first attempt at drawing talismans? Ye Qiao was the type to faint upon her first try. She touched her nose and humbly asked, is there anyone who doesn't experience this? She still vividly remembered that dizzy sensation. Your second senior brother doesn't. He could draw talismans at 7 and joined our sect at 10. Such mental exhaustion is non-existent for him. Elder Yu glanced at her with a pointed look. You could interpret it as a gift for the talented. Indeed, her second senior brother had undeniable talent in talisman crafting. Ye Qiao lowered her gaze, her voice filled with indignation as she declared, I harbor the deepest hatred for those endowed with talent. In conclusion, she added, what I resent most is that I am not one of them. Elder Yu, you little rascal, you have not treated me as an outsider at all. Chapter 36, you'd better not cause any trouble when the time comes. Unlike others who might conceal their jealousy, this girl boldly expressed hers. Ming Xian, who had been unjustly dubbed a talented dog, could only chuckle in disbelief as he urged, hurry up and copy it, the cafeteria will open soon. Upon hearing the mention of food, Ye Qiao immediately quickened her pace. After being confined in the library by Elder Yu to transcribe texts, she had become quite adept at it. The ancient scrolls contained numerous alchemical recipes from antiquity, and after such an extensive transcription, Ye Qiao could recite them effortlessly. Before leaving, she made sure to take the talisman book with her for further study. They arrived a bit late, and the cafeteria was nearly emptied of food. Ming Xian sighed as he looked at the baskets of buns. When will our sect have better meals? Ye Qiao had grown accustomed to it, being not picky at all. Yet, after being away from the mountain for so long, the bland food had become unbearable. Ming Xian shook his head. You probably won't be able to go out now. With the competition approaching, the occasional disappearances of the fourth junior brother and the junior sister have nearly given Qin Fan a heart attack. This time, Master certainly won't allow them to slip away. Looking on the bright side, Ming Xian paused. We can go to Baishui sect during the competition. Their food is quite good, they have plenty of meat. However, when Ye Qiao and Ming Xian exchanged glances, instead of feeling comforted, they only grew hungrier. At that moment, human joys and sorrows were interconnected. Qin Fanfan pondered who had encouraged them to venture down the mountain. The forbidden area was well guarded. Yet these two had the audacity to sneak out. Elder Zhao, without needing to think, knew who had instigated them. He scoffed, who else but that little rascal Ye Qiao? Before Ye Qiao's arrival, even Mu Chongxi, despite his rebellious nature, wouldn't have dared to sneak away from the sect. Qin Fanfan, unfazed by this, waved her hand generously. Youth is meant to be wild. Those kids are just at that age. Why should you be upset with Ye Qiao? Elder Zhao rubbed his forehead. What I mean is, these two are causing chaos daily. Doesn't that seem unreasonable to you? This time, Qin Fanfan nodded thoughtfully. You have a point. Those kids do need some guidance. Determined to have a heart-to-heart with Ye Qiao, Qin Fanfan adjusted her sleeves late at night and sent a message via jade slip, asking her to come to the main peak. Upon receiving the message, Ye Qiao casually tossed the KFC bucket aside and made her way to the main peak. Little Qiao. Qin Fanfan cleared her throat, preparing to feign a reprimand to her little disciple for her mischievousness. However, just before Ye Qiao entered, she nearly broke character. The sight of her disciple in plain clothes, appearing rather carefree, with something resembling a turkey on her head, left her speechless. Little Qiao, what is that on your head? Ye Qiao, poking the chicken atop her head, replied nonchalantly, Oh, this is my contracted beast, master. Do you know what kind of beast this is? Qin Fanfan pondered for a moment and searched through the beast compendium, but found no similar creature. After a moment of peculiar silence, her gaze fell on the chicken, her tone filled with complexity. Little Qiao, you didn't really contract a turkey, did you? Who would choose a turkey as a contracted beast? Yet, it was entirely plausible that her little disciple would do something like that. A chicken? Upon confirming that it was indeed a chicken, Ye Qiao accepted the reality and even playfully shook it. Master, it's not just any chicken. Qin Fanfan, feigning curiosity, asked, Oh, is it some kind of divine beast? Ye Qiao responded earnestly, It's a KFC chicken. What is a KFC chicken? Qin Fanfan, fearing to display her ignorance before her disciple, chose to change the subject instead. Little Qiao, she looked at her. I must ask you, do you have confidence to place in the top 10 of this year's sword cultivation competition? The sword cultivation ranking was not limited to just the 5 sects. Sword cultivators from all corners of the realm would compete, making it a contest for the top 10 among all talented peers in the cultivation world. Faced with this abrupt question, Ye Qiao shrugged, exclaiming, No confidence, just let me die. This time, it was Qin Fanfan who was momentarily speechless. Ye Qiao had only heard of the so-called sect competition through others. She had never witnessed it herself and was unclear about the rules. After considering, she asked, Master, is the competition only for the direct disciples of the 5 sects? Indeed, Qin Fanfan replied slowly, You will all be sent to the same grand secret realm, each holding an observation stone to allow the elders and cultivators outside to witness the scenes inside. Ye Qiao's eyes widened slightly in surprise, repeating, Is it a live broadcast? Isn't that just like modern streaming? Yes, Qin Fanfan nodded, quite familiar with the process at that time. Every action you take will be under the scrutiny of the cultivators in the cultivation world. Little Qiao, she paused, gazing at the carefree Ye Qiao, feeling an inexplicable urge to caution her, You better not cause any trouble when the time comes. For some reason, wherever Ye Qiao was, Qin Fanfan felt that this batch of direct disciples would have an exceptionally lively future. She sincerely hoped that those direct disciples would remain unscathed amidst Ye Qiao's antics. Chapter 37, Second Senior Brother, Shall We Just Give Up Together? Ye Qiao regarded his doubts with an air of innocence, her clear eyes sparkling as she asserted, I am a good person. How could I possibly cause trouble? Go and cultivate, Qin Fanfan chuckled, waving her hand impatiently to send the little rascal away. Ye Qiao hurriedly complied. The Changming sect implemented a free-range policy, allowing practitioners to cultivate at their leisure, with abundant spiritual energy available, though they were rather stingy when it came to spirit stones. Nevertheless, this posed little concern for Ye Qiao, as the Yueqin sect and the Wenjian sect had become her major clients. She had already devised a plan to extract funds from them during the upcoming competition. Meanwhile, after spending 2 days at the Changming sect, Si Miaoyan hesitated for a moment, gently clutching the pill in her hand, unable to resist the curiosity gnawing at her. She shook off Meow Meow and hurried to the apothecary pavilion, breathless as she sought out the proprietor who had sold her the pills, speaking earnestly, "Old sir, I am a disciple of the Bisui sect. To capture your attention, I must reveal my identity. I sincerely wish to meet the alchemist responsible for crafting those pills. May I?" The apothecary owner stammered for a while but did not relent. After all, she was a disciple of the Bisui sect, and refusing her would be foolish. However, it was not simply a matter of his willingness. He had lost contact with the alchemist who had handed him several unremarkable bottles of pills for resale days prior. Where could he possibly find him? Yet, Si Miaoyan interpreted the owner's reticence as indicative of a master who was elusive and unreachable. Her imagination began to embellish the figure of the alchemist, elevating him to the status of a formidable being, perhaps even an expert in the core formation stage. Ye Qiao was not the only one suffering. Mu Chongxi accompanied her. Indeed, it was proven that an elder would always be an elder. She barely discerned how her opponent made his move before he seized her arm and kicked her out with the same ease. Duan Yu's initial strike had indeed missed. Ye Qiao shouted, "No. If I go over there, I will surely be beaten again." Duan Yu raised an eyebrow, finding this avoidance strategy novel. Yet, instinctively, she reacted swiftly, performing a leap and retreating to create distance. "Come again." Ye Qiao, having been thrown to the ground, felt pain all over her body, and she lay there, completely surrendering. "Is this it? Is this your limit?" He attempted to provoke her spirit with words. Ye Qiao chose to lie down, saying, "Elder, go ahead and hit me. I can't run. All I can expect is a beating. What else can I do?" The two were locked in a stalemate for several minutes until Mu Chongxi suddenly called out, "Dinner's ready." Ye Qiao's eyes lit up. After standing for so long, she felt she might starve. With a sudden change in her demeanor, the girl quickly flipped over and sincerely said, "Elder, after lying here for a while, I suddenly feel invigorated. Do you think I have a chance?" He scanned the lazy girl before him and chuckled. "Are you hoping to eat something?" Ye Qiao bashfully nodded. Duan Yu praised her quick response, realizing he was about to commence another round of punishment. The man turned, gripping her fist tightly and pulling it down sharply, while his free hand swung toward her abdomen. To his surprise, Ye Qiao slipped away like a slippery eel, twisting her body to evade his grasp. Does he not recall teaching her the first form of the Qingfeng technique? Ye Qiao eagerly thought of rushing to the dining hall. "Have I passed the test now, Elder?" Duan Yu, with a complex expression, nodded. It was no exaggeration to say that Ye Qiao was the most adept imitator he had ever encountered. Any sword technique he demonstrated, she could mimic almost perfectly after just one glance. Alas, time was too short. Talents like Yi Qinghan had grown up in the great sects, surrounded by countless treasures, mastering their swordplay over the years until it became second nature. Qin Fan observed the pitiful duo, feeling relieved that she was merely a delicate alchemist who could endure being beaten every day. In contrast to their turbulent days, Ming Xian had secluded himself in his courtyard for several days without venturing outside. Given his usual behavior, he would undoubtedly have come to witness their misfortunes, yet this recent silence felt excessive. When Ye Qiao inquired, she was informed that Ming Xian was busy drawing talismans. For 3 days, he had been absorbed in his work. Whenever Ye Qiao was beaten, Ming Xian was drawing talismans. When she was sleeping or eating, he was still at it. She exclaimed in astonishment, "The Talismancer King is right beside me?" After hesitating at the entrance to Ming Xian's courtyard, contemplating whether to invite him to join her for a meal, she thought it might be disrespectful to interrupt his diligent efforts. Upon knocking, Ming Xian looked up and said, "Junior sister?" "Second senior brother," she replied, glancing at the myriad of talismans scattered on the ground. The first time she had attempted to draw talismans, merely seeing so many now made her head ache. "How many have you drawn? How long have you been at this?" "What?" Are you here to persuade me to take a break? Ming Xian smiled. Ye Qiao respected everyone's dedication and shook her head. No, but second senior brother, with more than a month until the competition, is there really a need to rush? 3 days and nights without sleep, can you endure that? Ming Xian paused, gazing at her with an expression of understanding. He ultimately chose to be honest. I wish to break through to the golden core stage. Ah? Ye Qiao was momentarily taken aback. Are you in such a hurry to advance? Ming Xian hesitated, ruffling her hair and smiling. You could say it's the pressure of being a genius. Was he jesting in reference to Elder Yu's words? Ye Qiao swatted his hand away, puzzled. Why? Ming Xian's expression turned serious. Being talented does come with envy, but it brings pressure as well. My family is one of the 8 major families of talismancers. Oh! You must have known this already, the 4 direct disciples of the Changming sect. Before you arrived, I was the fastest in my cultivation. He chuckled softly, recalling how he reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment at 15 but had not advanced since. My family thinks I lack diligence. Even my father often sighs in his letters. Moreover, I face ridicule from the other 4 sections. This constant pressure weighed heavily on Ming Xian, leaving him in a state of torment. Ye Qiao's arrival had indeed improved his mindset somewhat, yet the thought of facing the mockery from the other 4 sects at the competition left him feeling exhausted. Ming Xian was aware that his mindset was flawed, but he was unsure how to rectify it. Ye Qiao, slightly taken aback, broke into a smile. I see now. So, the reason Ming Xian ultimately succumbs to darkness in the original story is due to the provocation of those rumors. If that is the case, I have a plan. As the saying goes, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. Without desires, one remains steadfast. To acknowledge one's mistakes and to embrace a carefree attitude. If she were to truly give up, who would dare to point fingers at her? Second senior brother. She extended an invitation. Would you consider joining me in this carefree endeavor? Chapter 38. The eve of the great competition, how to slack off? Ye Qiao gazed at Ming Xian's bewildered expression and smiled mysteriously at him, saying, You'll understand when the competition begins. Ming Xian paused, observing her confidence. After a moment, he chuckled helplessly. All right then. I'll take a nap for now and we can discuss it later. He had been stuck at the peak of the foundation establishment stage for many years, and a breakthrough was not something that could be achieved overnight. Practice makes perfect. Having perused numerous incomplete texts, Ye Qiao, though not a professional alchemist, considered herself an amateur at least. She decided to practice creating some recovery elixirs. On her first attempt, she managed to form 9 alchemical seals. This time, she aimed to see if she could produce even more. With deft movements, she swiftly crafted the seals, golden patterns swirling around her. Moments later, she altered her gestures, and the 10th seal trembled into existence. Compared to the previous 9, it appeared significantly weaker. A sharp pain shot through her consciousness, but she disregarded it and calmly continued her actions. As time passed, the seals gradually solidified. Ye Qiao exhaled softly and lifted the large pot's lid. 10 oddly shaped elixirs lay quietly within, their colors and appearances as unappealing as ever. This time, she did not intend to sell them. Instead, she carefully bottled them for future use. After securing the bottles, the excessive consumption of her consciousness resulted in blood trickling from her nose. Once cleaned, she felt drowsy and fell asleep. With the competition imminent, the 5 sects were busy training their direct disciples, and it was rare that anyone interrupted them. Aside from Zhou Xingyun, none of the 4 could escape the fate of attending classes. Qin Fanfan stroked his beard and, upon receiving news, sighed. Indeed. That girl reached the golden core stage at 16. Her talent is unparalleled compared to other direct disciples. Duan Yu narrowed his eyes, non-committal in his response. The object they were examining was quite unique, likely incorporating some special materials, differing from modern firearms. Mu Changxi was eager to try it out, but given his previous mishap that resulted in an explosion affecting the sect leader, Ye Qiao hesitated to let him handle it. She explained that the item could store talismans, akin to a concealed weapon. The rapid-fire silver needles of the Tang sect bore some resemblance to this, and the designer had been enamored by the clever internal design when she had shared the blueprints. Ye Qiao demonstrated it, showcasing how talismans could be stored within, allowing for swift and multiple discharges. While traditional talismans had a delay when thrown, this concealed weapon could fire several shots in quick succession, leaving little time for evasion. Mu Chongxi remained silent for a moment before sincerely commenting, "It's a pity you're a sword cultivator. You'd excel as a weapon cultivator." Ye Qiao shrugged, stating it was not her doing, merely drawing inspiration from the wisdom of predecessors. After testing the concealed weapon, Ye Qiao stored it in her storage pouch. In the main hall of the sect, the other disciples had gathered, engrossed in something. Even the usually reclusive senior brother had made an appearance. "What are you all doing?" Ye Qiao inquired, peeking in. Shuiyu held a jade slip, shaking it slightly. "You're just in time. We're looking at the gossip." "Gossip? Whose?" Shuiyu handed her the slip, indicating she should look for herself. Ye Qiao examined the jade slip, noting its similarity to a smartphone in that it allowed communication and interactions, including a forum-like feature where numerous cultivators had left messages. Quite sophisticated. Such intelligent jade slips were affordable only to wealthy cultivators. Just as Mu Chongxi was about to teach her how to use it, he was taken aback as Ye Qiao adeptly navigated the interface, displaying a level of familiarity that left him astonished. The forum posts varied widely, with the most popular discussions revolving around predictions for the great competition. Post 1. Betting is open. Which sect will claim victory this year? Post 2. I happen to have a pair of underpants belonging to Jian sect Qinghan. Anyone interested? Bidding starts at 100 high-grade spirit stones. Post 3. I heard the neighboring Changming sect is clashing with the Yueqin sect. The plethora of gossip left Ye Qiao's eyes wide in disbelief. Were Yu Qinghan's underpants truly worth that much? Ming Xian stroked his chin. It seems so. Should we buy them? Shuiyu, perplexed, asked, why would we buy his underpants? Ye Qiao asserted confidently the underpants could be displayed for sale, and when the competition occurs, presenting Ye Qinghan's underpants could psychologically disturb him and his adversaries. A threefold benefit. Mu Chongxi silently gave her a thumbs up. Brilliant. The little junior sister certainly has an audacious imagination. Zhou Xingyun had initially intended to refrain from participating in their conversation. Yet he found himself stifled by Ye Qiao's outrageous remarks. He lowered his gaze, unable to suppress a chuckle. Now he understood why Mu Chongxi had insisted on having someone of such mediocre talent like Ye Qiao as his direct disciple. Only someone with such a personality could blend in with the younger disciples. As the five gathered, the atmosphere was exceptionally harmonious, preparing to depart for Fuxing City the next day to meet with the other four sections. Unlike the others, Ye Qiao felt sleepy and decided to rest her head on the table. Ming Xian, who had not slept all night, noticed her waking up, dark circles under her eyes, and handed her a set of red sect robes. Come, junior sister, quickly change into this, or we'll be late for departure. Change into what? She asked, somewhat confused. The sect robes, Ming Xian said, surprisingly chatty. During the competition, the entire cultivation world will be watching us. We must wear our sect robes. Ye Qiao opened her eyes to see three senior brothers enthusiastically surrounding her. She tactically leaned back, sincerely asking, is this why you all dress like little lobsters? This is called handsome, Mu Chongxi cheerfully said, pulling Ye Qiao along. Trust me, compared to the drab colors of other sects, our robes will definitely stand out and dazzle them. This time, Ye Qiao did not dispute. Red was indeed eye-catching, and among a sea of plain sect robes, it would certainly stand out. Senior brother, are you changing? She asked, glancing at Zhou Xingyun, the only one among the five not changing. Senior brother? Ming Xian hesitated, looking at the seemingly dozing Zhou Xingyun. Who among them would dare to suggest changing alongside him? Zhou Xingyun's usual morose and indifferent demeanor caused many disciples to avoid him. Even Shuiyu, with his good temperament, was hesitant to approach. Change, come on. Ye Qiao had no sense of reverence towards Zhou Xingyun. She had even dared to confront Ye Qinghan directly. She waved her hand. Senior brother, join us. Zhou Xingyun, halted by Ye Qiao, faced her eager insistence and calmly declined. No, thank you. Senior brother, please indulge us, Mu Chongxi implored. Ming Xian nodded in agreement. You're the only one missing. The four of them looked pitiful yet synchronized, leaving Zhou Xingyun with a complex expression. Reluctantly, he took the robes and changed. The bold color of red was typically hard to carry, but with the good looks of the Changming sect disciples, the five of them formed a striking scene together. Zhou Xingyun, however, tugged at his robes and muttered two words, unattractive. The pattern on his robes was misaligned, stirring the compulsive tendencies within him to want to draw his sword and slash the garment. Mu Chongxi immediately chimed in, no worries. Even the ugliest sect robes can't obscure senior brother's handsomeness. Ye Qiao added, agreed. Shuiyu concurred, same here. Ming Xian chimed in, one. Zhou Xingyun nearly succumbed to laughter at the synchronized declaration from his junior disciples. In the realm of cultivation, Floating Life City lies beneath the dominion of the Sword Inquiry sect. An unwritten rule prevails during the great competition of the cultivation world. The victor shall gather in the territory of the first place holder, and a century ago, it was the Sword Inquiry sect that claimed this honor. Early in the morning, 5 individuals were summoned to the back mountain, attracting a crowd of disciples eager to witness the prowess of their esteemed seniors. A throng of students chattered animatedly, debating who among them was the most handsome. Among the crowd, Ye Qiao spotted a familiar face, Du Chun, whom she had encountered on her first day at the sect. Upon noticing her gaze, he enthusiastically waved, exclaiming, Ye Qiao, long time no see. How does it feel to be a direct disciple? He rubbed his hands together, inquisitively asking, is it exhilarating? Ye Qiao tilted her head slightly and replied, it's all right. If I were to be honest, I prefer being an outer disciple. She genuinely believed this, for at least as an outer disciple, no one was constantly scrutinizing her training. Now, it seemed she was either enduring a beating or on the path to one. The outer and inner disciples whispered among themselves. Is this a display of modesty? Surely it must be. Chapter 39. Completely grasping the joy of the little junior sister's nonchalance amidst the envious gazes of both inner and outer sect members, Ye Qiao maintained an air of tranquility as she followed the crowd. In the realm of cultivation, affluent cultivators traveled by flying boats, which could accommodate thousands, while those lacking wealth had no choice but to endure the hardships of sword flight. Having spent considerable time in the realm of cultivation, Ye Qiao had yet to lay eyes on a flying boat, and as Ming Xian stood on tiptoe, peering ahead, it was evident that they would reach Wanjian sect by afternoon. Without a doubt, Ming Xian was a man of means. He found the flying boat unremarkable, while only Ye Qiao exhibited curiosity. Once the 5 were prepared and boarded the vessel, Ye Qiao pressed against the barrier to admire the scenery outside, while the others lounged about, reminiscent of modern airplanes. Qin Fanfan distributed jade tokens to each person, infusing them with spiritual energy, and solemnly instructed, this waste token signifies your identity. Show it to the Wanjian sect steward when they arrange accommodations for you. Ye Qiao accepted her jade token, casually fastening it to her waist. They arrived at their destination by afternoon, and in stark contrast to the bustling prosperity of Yuncheng City, Fuxing City exuded a sense of distance, with few vendors in sight, mostly shops, which made Ye Qiao reluctant to gaze around. She couldn't afford the wares in Yuncheng City, let alone those in the first sect's vicinity. Shall we take a look around? Ming Xian inquired, having discerned Ye Qiao's curiosity. I'll cover the expenses. The prospect of spending money excited Ye Qiao, her eyes brightening. All right. Ming Xian smiled and led them into a shop. They were not the only ones who arrived at their destination that afternoon. The other 3 sects also disembarked their flying boats simultaneously. Ming Xian, not eager to confront the mockery of others, found solace in exploring the shops with his junior sister. The items for sale were standard magical tools and elixirs, but Ye Qiao lost interest after a cursory glance due to the exorbitant prices that extinguished her mundane desires. Even though Ming Xian offered to pay, She felt the prices were unjustifiable. Despite her lack of expertise in crafting, she had a modicum of understanding regarding alchemy. Realizing that the low-grade elixirs priced at 50 high-grade spirit stones each were exorbitant, Shuiyu explained, the scarcity of alchemists drives up the prices of elixirs, making it exceedingly difficult for cultivators outside the prominent families and sects to acquire them. Ye Qiao finally understood why her humble elixirs had gained popularity, affordability, and abundance. She contemplated purchasing a cauldron once she acquired sufficient wealth. Although a large pot could yield similar results, the peculiar designs of such vessels forced their prices down. They were housed in a shared courtyard, presumably to avoid conflicts among the 5 sects, with the steward of Wanjian sect thoughtfully assigning each sect separate accommodations, though they were merely divided by a wall. If they truly wished to fight, a single punch could shatter the barrier. The Yueqing sect has been assigned next door, Mu Chongxi remarked, casually tossing his jade token. I wonder what the steward was thinking. It feels like a setup for trouble. The Wanjian sect and the Changming sect had long-standing grievances, eagerly awaiting their encounter during the competition. While Ye Qiao preferred to avoid conflict, it did not imply that the other 4 direct disciples of Wanjian sect were equally amiable. Dressed in white robes adorned with auspicious clouds and brandishing a sword at their waist, Shuiyu's suspicions were aroused. Is that a direct disciple of Wanjian sect? Ah, Chu Xingji chuckled. Isn't that a direct disciple of Changming sect? How have they fallen to the point of walking to our Wanjian sect? Can't they even afford a flying boat? His words dripped with provocation and scorn, reminiscent of the insufferable Song Jian. Ming Xian's expression shifted dramatically. But before he could advance, Chu Xingji smiled lightly. Is that Ming Xian? It's been years. Have you still not broken through to the golden core stage? Having someone like you as a direct disciple of Changming sect is truly a disgrace. I wonder what qualifications a failure like you has to participate in the competition. Ye Qiao observed Ming Xian's growing silence and began to comprehend why her second senior brother had once felt anxious about the competition, leading to his eventual descent into madness. Mu Chongxi, nearly infuriated enough to draw his sword, was restrained by Zhou Xinyan, who urged calmness, reminding him, no fighting before the competition begins. Zhou Xinyan, usually quiet, interjected. Hold off on any altercations. We haven't even entered the secret realm yet. Ye Qiao unexpectedly grasped the underlying meaning of her senior brother's words. So, once we enter the secret realm, we can resort to violence? Chu Xingji was indeed acting with malice, intentionally provoking them. Fully aware that the Changming sect was filled with foolish individuals, by inciting them before the competition, he could provoke Mu Chongxi into violating regulations, leading to a deduction of their competition points. As she observed the Changming sect members, rendered speechless with indignation, Chu Xingji smirked, preparing to deliver further taunts when he was interrupted. Ye Qiao, having overheard, leaned out from behind her senior brother and greeted them with a friendly hi. Mu Chongxi, well aware of Ye Qiao's tendencies, instinctively felt a pang of discomfort. Based on his understanding of her character, he knew that her hi usually heralded trouble. Chu Xingji paused, dismissively remarking, "You must be that newly admitted junior sister at the initial stage of foundation establishment, right? How laughable that you 2 failures think you can participate in the competition." Yes, Ye Qiao nodded in agreement. You are absolutely right. Chu Xingji momentarily faltered, questioning, Are you mocking me? Ye Qiao replied innocently, not at all. I am merely affirming your statement. Everything you've said is correct. Is there a problem? There was indeed no issue, for Ye Qiao genuinely concurred with him. Yet, for reasons unknown, Chu Xingji felt as if his words had landed with the weightlessness of a feather, capable of stifling someone. Suppressing an inexplicable sense of frustration, Chu Xingji chose to continue provoking Ming Xian, realizing you're a failure is the first step. You haven't even broken through to Golden Core in 3 years. And you still dare to compete? I feel ashamed for you. Yes. Ming Xian readily conceded. I am indeed a failure. My junior sister often says, why should I follow my own path when others can speak of it? He could easily follow others' paths, leaving them with nowhere to go. Chu Xingji was momentarily taken aback by Ming Xian's unexpected retort. Ming Xian, adopting Ye Qiao's irritating demeanor, shrugged lightly. So what? We are indeed the last in ranking. We are happy. We won't compete anymore. Is there a problem? We acknowledge our mistakes. If it doesn't work, we'll just give up. You can mock us as you wish. We remain steadfast. Witnessing the expression of frustration on Chu Xingji's face, Ming Xian's lips curled into a smile, finally grasping the joy of his little junior sister's nonchalance. Chapter 40. The innovative spellcasting gestures of the Changming sect in a fit of anger. Chu Xingji rolled up his sleeves, eager to confront Ming Xian. Just as he grasped his sword, Ye Qiao arched an eyebrow and dramatically exclaimed, "Come quickly. The Wanjian sect is attacking." Caught off guard by her preemptive strike, Chu Xingji found himself in an awkward standoff, sword half-drawn, unable to either withdraw or advance. "You," he began, but was interrupted by Shuiyu, who spoke with a downcast expression. "It's all right. It's only natural for the powerful Wanjian sect to bully us weaker ones." This nearly drove Chu Xingji to a furious outburst. Weaker? The disciples of the five sects were fundamentally on par with one another. If it weren't for the Changming sect's decline over millennia, they wouldn't be subjected to such ridicule. If they were weak, then what of the others? Shuiyu's seemingly casual remarks left Chu Xingji seething. Mu Chongxi, feigning delicacy, clutched his chest and said softly, "Indeed, junior sister. You are new here and do not understand. The formidable Wanjian sect merely holds us all in disdain on average. It's nothing. We have grown accustomed to it over the years. Are you all from the Changming sect putting on too much of a show?" Chu Xingji's eyes widened in disbelief. Mu Chongxi, gritting his teeth, retorted, "If you have the ability, fight me then. Who dares look down upon us?" What had happened to the irritable Mu Chongxi of the past? Chu Xingji was baffled by the transformation of his companions. His fellow disciples quickly restrained him, urging him to remain calm. "Brother, please keep your composure. It is forbidden to draw swords before the competition begins." The youngest disciple subtly reminded him, "You might be confined or lose competition points." Chu Xingji struggled to regain his composure. "Do not get angry," the younger disciple urged. "What is there to discuss with such worthless opponents? We can deal with them when we enter the secret realm." Reassured, Chu Xingji bit his lip, casting a resentful glance at them, and vowed, "I will not let you off easily." Yes, you're right. Your reasoning is sound," Ye Qiao replied cheerfully, nodding in agreement. "Now let us rest." The disciples of the Wanjian sect, who had just been mercilessly mocked, were left momentarily speechless. The tension in the air was palpable, nearly suffocating them. After inciting the ire of the Wanjian sect, Ye Qiao, fearing reprisals, hastily exited the scene. As they departed, Mu Chongxi nearly leapt with excitement, gesturing animatedly. What a pity no one else witnessed Chu Xingji's ashen face. I should have recorded it. They had encountered the Wanjian sect numerous times during their training, and despite the inevitable friction, they had never emerged victorious in verbal sparring. Yet, Ye Qiao's outburst left Chu Xingji in a state of silent frustration. Bystanders, perplexed, began to speculate. Who gives him the audacity to look down on the other four sects? Sometimes, the power of the masses is invincible. When a rumor spreads, even falsehoods can become truth. As the night wore on, fueled by the escalating events, news of Chu Xingji's boast to trample the other four sects during the competition spread like wildfire. What began as a mere skirmish between two sects rapidly escalated into a matter concerning all five. Has the Wanjian sect grown so arrogant? Si Miaoyan mused, puzzled. Although their prospects this year are indeed promising, that does not imply the other four sects are weak. How dare they act so presumptuously before the competition has even commenced? Upon hearing the news, Chu Xingji was taken aback. When did I ever look down on the other four sects? An elder from the Wanjian sect, upon learning of the incident, immediately reprimanded Chu Xingji. How dare you belittle the other sects before the competition? Who taught you such insolence? Chu Xingji opened his mouth to defend himself. Isn't mutual mockery before the competition a common practice? The elder's frown deepened. You cannot belittle the other 4 sections. For instance, Dou Xingyun of the Changming sect is on par with our own Ye Qinghan. To utter such words before the competition even begins is sheer folly. Chu Xingji felt unjustly accused. He had merely been mocking the Changming sect. Before the competition, you should remain quiet and not tarnish our sect's reputation, the elder scolded. Chu Xingji was left bewildered, frustrated by how the situation had spiraled out of control. Meanwhile, those with a modicum of sense began to investigate the origins of the rumor. Ultimately, the senior disciple of the Feng sect pieced it together and chuckled thoughtfully. This year's competition promises to be quite intriguing. With the competition yet to begin, the excitement was palpable. Once underway, it would surely be even more exhilarating. Do you know her? The senior disciple squinted. A mid-grade spirit root. Merely at the initial stage of foundation building? He tapped his junior's head, scoffing. Anticipating her arrival is far less exciting than the surprises that the young lady from the Yueqing sect might bring us this year. In just over a month, she had reached the golden core stage. Clearly, Ye Qiao was no ordinary talent. The senior disciple expressed his disdain. Have you hit your head during training? Why would you expect anything from a foundation-building disciple? Duan Hengdao, dissatisfied, swatted the senior disciple's hand away. No, she's truly remarkable. Duan Hengdao could not forget Ye Qiao's audacious maneuvers. He solemnly warned his senior disciple, in any case, we must be cautious of her when we enter the secret realm. The senior disciple patted his head, sighing in resignation, increasingly convinced that his junior was not quite right in the head. After a night filled with chaos, they finally regrouped. Perhaps due to the malicious rumors, the disciples of the Wanjian sect settled down. After 3 days of rest, they collectively prepared to enter the secret realm. Previously, they had largely remained secluded, avoiding interactions with others, but upon regrouping, an encounter with the Yueqing sect was unavoidable. Song Hanchen walked ahead, and just before boarding the flying boat, he maliciously remarked, Ye Qiao. Ye Qiao stepped back warily. What do you want? The competition hasn't even begun. And you wish to ingratiate yourself with me? Song Hanchen? Who the hell wants to befriend you? Junior sister. A familiar voice rang out. And this time Ye Qiao felt a pang of discomfort. Honestly, when she sought to irritate someone, no one could leave her speechless, except the protagonist. The familiar voice of the junior sister was called out by Ye Qiao, this time accompanied by 3 protectors. One must admit, the protagonist's charm was boundless. Aside from Su Zhuozhi, who had a connection to the original owner, there was even a man by her side, adopting a protective stance. Junior sister Ye Qiao, Jai Chen, upon recognizing her, felt a whirlwind of emotions. It had been over 6 months since they last met, the last encounter having ended in a quarrel over a fleeting grass. What surprised Jai Chen was that she had entered the Changming sect, and as a direct disciple, it seemed almost unbelievable. Wow, Ming Xian exclaimed, raising his voice. Crossing his arms and leveraging his height to block Ye Qiao's path, do you not have a junior sister of your own? Why look at our junior sister with such disdain? Jai Chen's expression turned icy. Ming Xian, do not think I fear you simply because you are from the Ming family. Ming Xian, undeterred, replied, then let us see what happens in the secret realm. For now, please keep your distance from my junior sister. Thank you, Ye Qiao. After a prolonged silence, Su Zhuo finally spoke, fixing his gaze on Ye Qiao for a considerable time. Perhaps he had ultimately come to terms with the fact that his senior sister, who had grown up alongside him, had joined the Changming sect. His tone turned icy as he pressed his lips together and remarked, I hope you won't regret this decision. Once we enter the secret realm, I shall show no mercy. Upon hearing this, Ye Qiao burst into laughter, entirely unrestrained. It was as if he had once cared deeply for the original owner. If he had ever harbored any compassion for the previous owner, he wouldn't have used the herbs painstakingly acquired by her to curry favor with Yun Quebec. Zhou Xingyun furrowed his brow, perplexed by her gesture. After listening for quite some time, he finally grasped the underlying tensions between his junior sister and the Yueqing sect. However, He refrained from intervening, believing that it was a matter she ought to resolve on her own. If she could not handle it well, he could always step in later. Not only Zhou Xingyun was puzzled by Ye Qiao's actions, but the other three also fell into contemplative silence. Could it be a special gesture for casting spells? No, they refused to lose face. As senior brothers, they needed to support their junior sister. Thus, the 5 members of the Changming sect simultaneously raised a middle finger toward them. The members of the Yueqin sect were left bewildered, feeling inexplicably insulted. What did this mean? Were they being mocked? Su Zhuo recalled having seen Ye Qiao raise her middle finger once before, directed at their master, and he always sensed it bore an ominous connotation. Ye Qiao said with earnest sincerity, how could that be? This is our Changming sect's new spellcasting gesture. Excuse me. Which sect is so misguided as to adopt the middle finger as a spell-casting gesture? Chapter 41. A humiliation at the sect competition during the tense standoff. It was evident to all that Changming sect was fiercely protective of their junior sister. Yun Ke had previously consoled herself, perhaps their relationship was merely average, and Mu Chongxi and the others were simply catering to Ye Qiao's vanity. After all, the world of cultivation is marked by a clear hierarchy. Geniuses often disdain mingling with those of mediocre talent. Even among direct disciples, there is a tendency to regard each other with disdain. She gently bit her lip, gazing at the 5 individuals simultaneously extending their middle fingers clenched tightly, feeling somewhat bewildered. Why? Why was Ye Qiao, who had seemed so dull and tedious in her memories, now the center of such attention? If Master were to find out, would he regret giving her the mayfly grass? Yun Ke suddenly froze, finding her previous thoughts rather amusing. She and Ye Qiao were fundamentally different. How could Master possibly regret it? After all, she was the prodigy. Was she not? Since her breakthrough to the Golden Core stage, both the outside world and within the sect had described her as exceptionally gifted. Even Song Hanxing, who had previously been dissatisfied with her, had shown signs of comfort and gentleness after her breakthrough. Thus, how could Master possibly feel regret? The flying vessel moved swiftly, arriving at the location just before the secret realm was to be opened in less than a day. The arrangements were akin to modern times, with the organizers covering all expenses, including lodging and food, all costs borne by the Wanjian sect. A significant part of the sect competition was, of course, the betting. After inquiring about the largest casino in Fuxing City, Mu Chongxi declared decisively, "Let us go, we shall also participate." He boldly dragged them towards the direction of the casino, where throngs of cultivators were placing bets, and they even encountered several direct disciples from the 5 sects along the way. Who are you betting on? Have you made up your minds? As the other party raised an eyebrow in surprise, Ye Qiao tossed all of her 50,000 high-grade spirit stones to the man. I bet all these on Changming sect. The short man at the casino weighed the stones and, upon discovering they were all high-grade, suppressed his delight and nodded. Very well. You've been doing well lately. Shuiyu was taken aback by her bold move. Ye Qiao smiled modestly. Oh, this was given to me by Song Hanxing. She recalled the deal she had made with Song Hanxin while trapped in the belly of a beast, and he still owed her several tens of thousands of spirit stones. Thus, producing 50,000 spirit stones was not a challenge. Shuiyu questioned, "Just how many people have you coerced in our absence?" Mu Chongxi, equally enthusiastic, proclaimed, "I have 200,000 high-grade spirit stones, all on Changming sect." Seeing this, Ming Xian sighed and, without hesitation, tossed 300,000 high-grade spirit stones to the casino owner. Here, all on Changming sect. Shuiyu followed suit, betting another 300,000, saying, "This is from our big brother." He pulled out a bag containing 150,000 spirit stones. Among them, the wealthiest were he and Ming Xian. Yet even for them, 300,000 was not a trivial sum. If they lost the competition, they might as well jump off the main peak together. The thought of nearly 1 million high-grade spirit stones going to waste shattered their hearts. Ye Qiao declared, "For the sake of 1 million. The 4 exchanged glances, for the sake of 1 million. In light of this, They began to discuss their future plans. First, trample the Wanjian sect, and second, secure first place in the competition. The casino owner, overhearing their fervent chatter, was bewildered. Have they lost their minds? Excellent. Mu Chongxi clapped enthusiastically. Shuiyu paused for a moment, deep in thought, noting that Wanjian sect was comprised entirely of sword cultivators, making them a formidable opponent. Ming Xian slowly interjected. When the fighting begins, we can target Ye Qiao first. The Yueqing sect also posed a challenge. Mu Chongxi nodded in agreement. Yueqing sect has 4 talisman masters who can be quite bothersome, akin to a persistent sore. Nearby, several scattered cultivators, who had come to place their bets, were left in disbelief. Target Wanjian sect first? What audacity! The key was that the others showed no hint of doubt, actively planning whom to eliminate first. They spoke with such confidence, as if they had already secured victory in the competition. Ye Qiao merely hummed in acknowledgement. Zhou Xingyun did not inquire about their plans, casually stating, "Tomorrow, we head to the location of the Secret Realm's opening. The first match will be in the Void Secret Realm." He briefly explained the rules. The victor would be determined by the number of demon beasts hunted. The match would commence with team battles followed by individual contests, where individual strength and teamwork would be tested. Had it not been for the unexpected need to care for several younger disciples, Zhou Xingyun would have sought solace in a tree with his purple clay pot. Ye Qiao lowered her gaze, deep in thought. Hunting demon beasts? Mu Chongxi assumed she was worried about facing the chaotic situation they had encountered before and reassured her, once we enter the Grand Secret Realm, we will have a map. Unlike before, where we were utterly lost. After all, we are the new generation of prodigies in the cultivation world. While the competition is fierce, safety will be ensured. If anything were to happen, none of the 5 sects could bear the responsibility. Ye Qiao nodded, understanding. Then good night? After a moment's thought, she added, "See you tomorrow." The next morning, as the time for the Secret Realm's opening approached, the crowd of thousands of cultivators grew increasingly frenzied. Shuiyu, Ye Qiao, I love you. Qin Huai, promise me that Chengfeng sect will secure first place this year. Pfft, the top sect in the cultivation world must be Wanjian sect. The atmosphere was electric, resembling a grand concert for fervent fans. However, this had no bearing on Ye Qiao and her companions, for they were late. Perhaps the excitement had been too overwhelming, as the 4 had slept soundly, only to awaken to find the elders and the sect leader had departed hastily, leaving no one to wake them. "Oh no, we're late!" Mu Chongxi exclaimed, nearly jumping up in panic. Ye Qiao facepalmed, feeling a nostalgic sense of being back in school. Together with Mu Chongxi, she hopped onto her sword, accompanied by her 2 senior brothers, weaving through the streets at breakneck speed, almost colliding with pedestrians. They finally arrived just before the competition commenced. Upon their hurried arrival, the deafening and intense noise reached Ye Qiao's ears, prompting her to lean closer to Shuiyu. Hey, do you have fans?" "What?" Shuiyu seemed puzzled by the term. Ye Qiao pondered. "People who like you." Shuiyu looked at her in surprise, of course. Each direct disciple is well known among cultivators, so having admirers is quite normal. Most of those who admire Ming Xian are female cultivators. Despite Ming Xian's somewhat brash demeanor, when he donned the sect's robes and smiled gently, he could easily captivate many hearts. Ye Qiao touched her arm, reflecting, the cultivation world is indeed superficial. The girl from Yueqing sect is quite impressive, she added. She reached the golden core stage in just half a year, such talent. At the elder seating area, they gathered together, with an elder from Chengfeng sect subtly commenting, compared to Ye Qiao, she is indeed formidable. If all goes as expected, she is likely to be this year's dark horse. Indeed, but since the first match is about hunting demon beasts, we must be wary of the Wanjian sect. Sometimes, the joys and sorrows of individuals do not resonate. While the elder from Chengfeng sect discussed the situation of the disciples from various sects in this year's competition, the atmosphere at Changming sect was distinctly different. Elder Zhao, filled with urgency, longed to leap up, but after a prolonged wait, he saw none of his 4 beloved disciples. Could it be that those little rascals, led by Ye Qiao, had overslept? Qin Fanfan's expression stiffened momentarily. Did none of you go to rouse them? In the past, aside from Ye Qiao, they had all risen earlier than the roosters, some even staying awake through the night. Did they truly require someone to wake them? Qin Fanfan rubbed his forehead. You mentioned that was in the past. Before Ye Qiao's arrival, they were all diligent overachievers. Who, apart from Ye Qiao, would choose to retire to bed at such an hour? Or, even worse, oversleep? Look, the disciples of Changming's sect have arrived. Due to the urgency of the moment, Ye Qiao failed to halt the sword beneath her feet, resulting in an ungraceful drift that sent Ming Xian tumbling off. Mu Chongxi, equally unable to regain control, fell alongside her. Not far away, at the Baishui sect's designated seating, Miao Miao witnessed a familiar scene and could only think, why is it that the Changming sect always seems incapable of walking properly? They were already late, and now, with all eyes upon the tardy disciples, their grand entrance was nothing short of a spectacle. The gazes of the audience, comprised of fellow cultivators, were fixed upon them. Why are they staring at us? For the first time, Ye Qiao felt as though she were walking down a red carpet. Mu Chongxi, unabashed, mused. Perhaps they are admiring our good looks? Zhou Xingyun gazed at them with the vacant stare of a dead fish. Upon hearing this statement, he inhaled deeply. His usually tranquil heart stirred with irritation. Fools! You've taken the wrong path. That direction leads to the seats of the Yueqing sect. Silence enveloped the venue, a stark contrast to the lively atmosphere. Qin Fanfan buried his face in his hands, unable to face the disapproving looks from the elders of the other sections. What a disgrace to have embarrassed themselves at the sect competition. Elder Zhao felt a throbbing in his temples, his anger boiling over as he could no longer contain his temper and slammed his hand on the table. Ye Qiao looked skyward, seeking solace. Elder Zhao then redirected his ire toward another disciple, Mu Chongxi. Immediately, Mu Chongxi imitated Ye Qiao's gesture, gazing upward as well. Chapter 42. The frail alchemist who cannot stand alone as long as they remain unembarrassed. It is others who will feel the awkwardness. What if they have merely wandered into the wrong place? Is that of any consequence? The onlookers were stunned. Those few foolish individuals who had strayed from the path belonged to the Changming sect? How amusing! Is this year's Changming sect truly so entertaining? In their collective perception, Changming sect was renowned for its lack of presence among the 5 sects, to the extent that even casual conversations rarely touched upon the sect. This dramatic scene, they assured themselves, would likely remain etched in their memories for millennia to come. Shuiyu had never encountered such an embarrassing situation. He hung his head, hesitant to meet the curious gazes of the other practitioners. In stark contrast, Ye Qiao appeared remarkably unfazed. With nonchalance, she dusted off her clothing, waved at the spectators scrutinizing her, and flashed a smile, exuding an air reminiscent of a leader inspecting the countryside. I appreciate this slightly eccentric behavior, she expressed candidly. I feel the same. Just look at her getting up from the ground and waving at us, as if nothing happened. Clearly, she possesses a thick skin. Isn't that precisely the kind of talent that Changming sect lacks? The individuals nearby nodded in agreement. Ultimately, they believed that among the 5 sects, Changming sect was excessively docile. While other sects would engage in fierce battles for resources, Changming sect would leave a portion for those who had not acquired any. The naivete was undeniable. Word had it that their junior sister this year possessed a mid-grade spiritual root for foundation establishment. What? Some were momentarily stunned. Had they truly lost their minds? Whether it was Changming sect being foolish or having some hidden agenda, it was undeniable that this implied Changming sect was destined for last place this year. Acknowledging this did not preclude them from appreciating the beauty of their sect's disciples. The 5 individuals donned vibrant red sect robes, adorned with golden edges sketching auspicious clouds, far more eye-catching than the plain robes of the other sections. Particularly under Ye Qiao's leadership, the other 3, who initially felt uneasy and somewhat socially anxious, gradually shed their inhibitions. As Chu Xingji prepared to mock them as they passed, Ye Qiao didn't even cast him a glance, simply walking by. His smile instantly faltered as he turned to see Ming Xian attempting to say something, only to find Ming Xian also walking past without acknowledgement. Chu Xingji could no longer muster a smile. Once we enter the secret realm, I will ensure that this group from Changming sect faces consequences. Ye Qiao, hearing a commotion, glanced back, only to be momentarily blinded by the brilliance of the golden sect robes. At that moment, she found her own bright red robe suddenly more agreeable. Yet, her younger junior brother's enthusiastic demeanor resembled that of an eager admirer. Duan Hengdao covered his head, muttering 3 words, "You don't understand. You simply do not comprehend, Ye Qiao." As the ethereal secret realm opened, they entered amidst the eager and anxious gazes of all the practitioners. The grand competition had officially commenced. The positions of all participants were assigned randomly. Fortunately, Ye Qiao found herself alongside Shui Yu at the same location. Upon entering, the first sensation was one of cold. The secret realm was shrouded in night. Shui Yu promptly extended his spiritual sense to survey the surroundings, and upon confirming the absence of danger, the two decided to sit down. With a fluffy chick perched atop her head, Ye Qiao mimicked a thoughtful pose, fingers gesturing as if holding a gun, chin resting thoughtfully. The terrain within the secret realm was exceedingly complex, and a moment's carelessness might lead to peril. Thus, they unanimously agreed to remain in place for the time being. Ye Qiao, alongside Shui Yu, who was merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, seemed ill-equipped to protect him. Min Xian and the others had also landed at different locations. Regarding the other 3, Qin Fanfen was not overly concerned. All were at the golden core stage and possessed the ability to protect themselves within the secret realm. However, Shui Yu, being an alchemist, would undoubtedly face elimination if he encountered a sword practitioner. Strictly speaking, alchemists were even more defenseless than talismans. They could only offer their teammates pills, being utterly useless in a fight. Clearly, Shui Yu was aware of this. He surveyed the environment and said softly, "We should quickly locate our senior brother and regroup." The nocturnal beasts were particularly numerous, but with Shui Yu's spiritual sense active, there was no need for Ye Qiao to worry. Due to the cold, she fashioned her KFC into a bundle to warm her hands. Ignoring the enraged cries of the beasts, she wielded a bamboo shoot as a makeshift staff, leisurely parting the underbrush as she led the way. Each of them held a recording stone, intended to relay the happenings within the secret realm to the audience outside. In a sense, it was akin to a live broadcast. Miss it, and it was gone. Thus, during the competition, a significant portion of the cultivation world was glued to the recordings, fearful of missing any thrilling moment. As a practitioner inquired about the situation on the sword sect side, hushed discussions ensued. Isn't Chu Xingji heading to settle scores with those from Changming sect? The 2 sects had harbored grievances for ages. Before the competition commenced, actions were prohibited. However, once it began, it was only natural to repay grievances in kind. It appeared so. The Changming sect had only Shui Yu and a foundation-building junior sister. Would these 2 be eliminated on the very first day? Such a pity, yet entirely expected. Each grand competition had seen Changming sect eliminated first, and with Chu Xingji's formidable strength at the initial golden core stage, his sword ranked among the top 20 spirit tools. The only ones capable of suppressing him from Changming sect were Mu Chongxi and Zhou Xingyun. Yet, at this moment, the group was still separated. This was Ye Qiao's first participation in the grand competition, and she remained somewhat oblivious to the rules. Shui, you kindly explained to her. The main objective is to hunt demonic beasts. The sect that slays the most wins. The identity tokens represent you as an individual. If someone were to shatter yours, the only outcome would be elimination. Your jade slip records the ranking of every participant from your sect. Shui Yu produced the jade slip and pointed out the rankings, indicating, currently, the first place is Yi Qinghan, followed by Qin Huai from the Chengfeng sect, and then Song Hanqing. These individuals were indeed swift, having begun their endeavors the moment they entered the secret realm. Is that so? Ye Qiao elongated her tone, signaling her understanding. In truth, compared to the other sects that had plunged into the competition upon entering the secret realm, the duo from Changming sect was evidently out of sync. Ye Qiao tossed her identity token into her mustard seed pouch, reasoning that there were still 5 days left. So they might as well let the others hunt first. Shuiyu agreed wholeheartedly. Then let us linger here for the time being. Hearing the conversation of these two dispirited disciples, Elder Zhao could only face Bom. It was evident that Shuiyu had once been a promising and upright child of the righteous path. The bystanders in the audience chuckled softly, unable to contain their laughter as they observed the sword sect engaged in fierce battles, while the atmosphere around Changming sect had transformed into that of two elderly gentlemen taking a leisurely stroll. Although this description may seem absurd, it was not entirely inaccurate. Indeed, Ye Qiao and Shuiyu appeared increasingly carefree, as if on a leisurely excursion, devoid of any sense of urgency. Ye Qiao, however, was acutely aware of what was to unfold next. The original narrative had indicated that during the grand competition, the male and female protagonists would both shine brilliantly, achieving fame throughout the land. Yet, in the narrative, the first to be eliminated was none other than Shuiyu. Thus, it was certain that someone would soon come for them, for alchemists were the easiest targets within the secret realm, without exception. She needed to devise a plan to ensure her third senior brother could survive until the secret realm's conclusion. Third senior brother, Ye Qiao pondered for a moment before inquiring, if a golden core sword practitioner were to confront you, what are the odds you would avoid elimination? Shuiyu lowered his gaze for several seconds before finally shrugging. I am merely a frail alchemist who cannot fend for himself. Relying on an alchemist to fight is akin to expecting a sow to climb a tree. It is indeed understandable to grasp the concerns of the junior sister. Historically, those eliminated first in the great competition have often been alchemists, as they lack the means for self-protection and are easily dispatched once discovered. Ye Qiao pondered for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, third senior brother. Do you possess an alchemy furnace? Shuiyu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I do. Coming from a lineage of alchemists, he had access to high-quality furnaces, and his spatial pouch contained at least 5 of various types. Ye Qiao had merely asked out of curiosity, not expecting a positive response, which piqued her interest immediately. May I examine it? Shuiyu readily obliged, retrieving one from his pouch. The furnace was palm-sized, with a surge of spiritual energy. It quickly expanded, revealing a crimson surface adorned with intricate patterns, immediately exuding an aura of luxury. Ye Qiao eagerly reached out to touch it, her lips parting in excitement as she murmured, wow, this must be quite heavy. A furnace of the size, if not reduced, would weigh at least 100 pounds. Is that true? Upon noticing her brightened eyes, she continued, could I possibly give it a try? Try? What do you mean? He looked perplexed. Oh, nothing, Ye Qiao replied with a gentle smile, meeting Shuiyu's confused gaze. Just wait a moment and follow my lead, third senior brother. Previously, during their descent into the secret realm, Shuiyu had taken on the role of leader due to the unreliability of several disciples from Changming sect, and he had grown accustomed to it over time. Upon Ye Qiao's sudden suggestion to follow her commands, Shuiyu recalled their prior experiences in the small secret realm, hesitating briefly before acquiescing. Meanwhile, on another front, Chu Xingji casually dispatched a demon beast before turning to the junior sister. Let us first locate the alchemists from Changming sect and Bishui sect. We must shatter the identity tokens of Shuiyu and Ming Xian. At that point, the members of Changming sect will not be able to stir much trouble. The roles of talisman and alchemy practitioners are akin to that of a mage and healer. If both are eliminated, only 3 sword cultivators remain, which would be of little consequence. Zhiyu nodded, considering the presence of Ye Qiao. How could someone who has just established their foundation dare to participate in such a grand competition? Zhiyu pondered, finding it perplexing. This individual must either have connections or serve as a trump card for Changming sect. Either scenario solidified her resolve to eliminate her. Chu Xingji casually replied, leave it to me. I do not regard a mere foundation establishment as a threat. The location of the secret realm is fixed and limited. He swiftly tracked down the pair wandering nearby. The earlier mockery and subsequent disregard he faced were still fresh in his memory, and he did not hold back. Unleashing a lethal strike with his sword, Shuiyu sensed his approach, retreating 2 steps with his junior sister to evade the blow. The ground erupted in dust as the formidable sword energy left deep fissures, and Chu Xingji wore a chilling smirk. Are Zhou Xingyun and Mu Changxi absent? Ye Qiao, devoid of any sense of crisis, even scoffed, if they were here, would you be so pleased with yourself? Remarkably, Chu Xingji did not become angry. Instead, he narrowed his eyes. You're quite the sharp-tongued one, yet you're the first to be eliminated. Typically, the first to fall is subject to mockery, especially given how little time had passed since the secret realm opened. He smirked, aware that Ye Qiao would be difficult to capture on her sword. Moreover, as a mere foundation establishment, her elimination would hold little significance. Thus, his focus had always been Shuiyu. With spiritual energy coalescing in his grasp, he advanced upon Shuiyu with an unstoppable momentum. In the blink of an eye, Shuiyu deftly dodged his strike, but as he turned to evade again, he found Chu Xingji's foot hurtling toward his abdomen. Despite both being at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, the myriad forms of a sword cultivator's attacks were overwhelming. Shuiyu quickly retreated, yet he could not escape the relentless onslaught. Suddenly, Ye Qiao's voice rang out from behind. Third senior brother, where is your alchemy furnace? The alchemy furnace? Shuiyu momentarily froze. As he noticed Chu Xingji's triumphant grin closing in, Ye Qiao suddenly shouted, Smash him! Shuiyu, witnessing Chu Xingji charging toward him, felt a rush of panic. Hearing Ye Qiao's command, he hesitated briefly before instinctively enlarging the furnace in his hand for self-preservation. Then, without hesitation, he swung it above Chu Xingji's head with a resounding thud. An alchemist attacking so unexpectedly caught everyone off guard. With a loud crash, Chu Xingji's head rang painfully. Though both were in the early stages of the Golden Core realm, Shuiyu's sudden strike sent him crashing to the ground. Chu Xingji fell, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide as he began to question his own existence. What the hell? Wasn't it said that alchemists are feeble and incapable of defending themselves? Chapter 43, Hand in Hand. The two prodigies traversed the elimination path. Without loneliness, the onlookers were utterly astonished. Even the elders of the Asking Sword sect could not suppress their surprise. Fixating their gaze on Elder Zhao, their expressions a blend of admiration and complexity. Is the path of alchemy for your Changming sect this audacious? Elder Zhao awkwardly covered his mouth with a fist. He had witnessed the events clearly. It was unmistakably the girl, Ye Qiao, who had shouted smash him, prompting Shuiyu to take action. Who taught this girl such brazen tactics? The audience outside voiced their opinions, stating, though the motivation may be unethical, it is theoretically sound. Perhaps due to being raised within their respective sects, even the more ill-tempered disciples would not resort to underhanded methods. Yet, Ye Qiao's presence had clearly shattered their preconceived notions, igniting their enthusiasm. Unbeknownst to Ye Qiao, the commotion outside was lively. She surveyed the fallen Chu Xingji and, without a shred of martial decorum, placed a foot upon his shoulder, beaming with a radiant smile. Who did you say would be the first to be eliminated? Come on, speak up loudly for us. Shuiyu, quick of hand, fed him a spirit-sealing pill, leaving Chu Xingji with no room to struggle. He was genuinely dazed. The alchemy furnace could vary in size, and such a flamboyant maneuver was unprecedented. When it suddenly expanded and came crashing down, no one could react in time. That he hadn't been knocked unconscious was already a testament to his resilience. Observing Chu Xingji's dazed expression, Ye Qiao promptly dragged him inward, treating him as if he were nothing more than a tool, pulling him along as if plowing a field. Ye Qiao shrugged nonchalantly. How boring would that be? You still have some utility. Waste not, want not, how environmentally friendly. What utility? Upon hearing that he wouldn't be immediately eliminated, Chu Xingji felt a flicker of resolve to resist once more. Ye Qiao inquired, can you surprise him and pin him down? Chu Xingji responded with a look of confusion. The audience erupted in laughter. Ha ha, look at the expressions of the asking sword sect's disciples. Chu Xingji's expression was complex. He thought, I will not sink to your level. Ye Qiao playfully tossed his identity token, her smile radiant. Don't be like that. Let us go find Song Hansheng to have some fun. If Mu Zhangxi were present, seeing her smile like that would surely cause him stomach pains. Alas, her senior brother was not around. Ye Qiao kindly suggested, all you need to do is hold him off for a moment. Chu Xingji scoffed, in your dreams. I would never obey your commands. Who do you think you are? Shui may be one thing, but you, a mere foundation establishment disciple, how dare you issue orders to me? Ye Qiao remained unperturbed, casually waving his identity token. Not to your liking? Very well. She nodded. Then when you exit, you will be the first disciple eliminated in this year's competition. The first, mind you. Ye Qiao beamed. While you may not be the top in swordsmanship, at least you will be first in elimination, right? Being eliminated in the first round was a disgrace, especially for a talented sect like the Asking Sword. Chu Xingji felt his scalp prickle, envisioning the ridicule he would face on the forum in the cultivation world. He thought he must at least drag Song Hansheng down with him to save face. Though he himself was not in a good position, he absolutely could not be the one who suffered the most. So, how shall we cooperate? This was not merely a matter of shame. It was about his desire to heed Ye Qiao's words. Ye Qiao was in no hurry. She even took out her jade slip to check the overall rankings. The Asking Sword sect had hunted 1,000 demonic beasts, Chengfeng sect 700, Weqing sect 500, Bai Shui sect 300, and at the very bottom, the Changming sect stood with a pitiable 50, which was blindingly embarrassing. Ye Qiao promptly feigned ignorance to avoid looking at it, as long as she didn't see it. This humiliating score would never affect her. Do you know where Song Hansheng is? Chu Xingji, his spiritual energy sealed, could no longer act brazenly. Ye Qiao replied, of course. She was well aware that in the original plot, while the protagonists were entwined in romance, Song Hansheng was diligently hunting demonic beasts in the secret realm. Sometimes, she felt a twinge of sympathy for him, risking life and limb for the glory of the sect while his junior sister was off courting. Upon noticing Chu Xingji's approach, Song Hansheng instinctively took a step back, protecting his identity token and eyeing him warily. What do you want here? He was not concerned about being robbed of his identity token, as he still had teleportation talismans to escape if necessary. Chu Xingji raised his hands in feigned innocence and, as Ye Qiao suggested, he slowly said, I'm not here for anything, just to seek your cooperation. We can join forces. He looked steadily at Song Hansheng. After all, he had been thoroughly dominated by Ye Qiao. If he could drag Weqing sect down with him before being eliminated, it would not be a total loss. Who would have thought that one day he would be so thoroughly bested by a foundation establishment disciple? They could all share the shame together. Song Hansheng met his gaze unhurriedly. What is your reason? He did not believe that the Asking Sword sect, so proud and lofty, would condescend to ally with them. There was simply no need. The Asking Sword sect was currently leading the rankings by a wide margin, and barring any major mishaps, first place was virtually assured. With Chu Xingji seeking him out now, Song Hansheng found it hard not to suspect ulterior motives. Under Song Hansheng's piercing gaze, Chu Xingji's heart quaked. After all, they were all inexperienced disciples, far less bold than Ye Qiao. Just as Chu Xingji was hesitating, struggling to find the right words, he suddenly caught sight of Ye Qiao eavesdropping from a nearby tree. A flash of inspiration struck him. We can collaborate to take revenge on Ye Qiao. Originally disinterested in the proposition of partnership, Song Hansheng's interest piqued at the mention of Ye Qiao. He raised his eyes, slowly responding, oh? Do elaborate. His demeanor clearly indicated a shift. Encouraged, Chu Xingji launched into an elaborate tirade against Ye Qiao, emphasizing her despicable actions. Ye Qiao feigned indifference, pretending not to understand. The audience, witnessing the spectacle, pointed and chuckled. What has this Changming sect junior done to offend so many disciples? Before mentioning Ye Qiao, Song Hansheng had been dismissive, Not interested, please don't mention her. Yet, after the mention of Ye Qiao, his tone shifted. Oh? Do elaborate. Thus, the question arose, just how many people held a grudge against Ye Qiao? This was the first time the audience had witnessed such a lively competition. They urged for more, reveling in the entertainment. Unlike previous competitions filled with bloodshed, this year was brimming with excitement and crafty tactics emerging one after another. At this moment, the two hid behind a tree, concealing themselves with a hidden pill. The Kenda chicken had grown larger, likely due to eating the crystal stones, its soft fur becoming somewhat coarse and nearing the stage of shedding for feathers. The small, fiery creature lazily nestled atop Ye Qiao's head, an odd sight indeed. Mu Zhangxi had previously fed the fire-type crystal stones he had brought from the secret realm to Ye Qiao's contracted beast, as he had no use for them and thought they would benefit his junior sister. Thanks to this generous feeding, her beast had visibly grown. Shui Yu, concerned it might interfere during a fight, extended a hand to help her secure it. Utilizing the cover of the tree branches, Ye Qiao crouched slightly, using the recoil to launch an attack on Song Hanqing. She struck swiftly and decisively, catching the unsuspecting man off guard and sending him sprawling to the ground. Upon hearing the rustling of branches, Song Hanqing had already grown vigilant, using his diamond talisman to block Ye Qiao's assault, and his fingers deftly dispatched a talisman in return. Yet Ye Qiao was not one to allow him the opportunity. She swiftly retreated to create distance. Just as Song Hanqing sought to escape with a teleportation talisman, she called out loudly, "Chu Xingji, what are you standing there for?" Upon hearing her words, Song Hanqing's lips curled into a cold smile as he prepared to taunt her, only to find Chu Xingji genuinely lunging toward him. His reaction speed was utterly inferior to that of the sword cultivators. As Chu Xingji seized his wrist, he knocked away Song Hanqing's teleportation talisman. In a desperate bid to secure a scapegoat, he boldly clung to Song Hanqing's thigh and yanked him downwards. Betrayed and caught off guard, Song Hanqing's pupils trembled violently as he gazed at Chu Xingji, never having witnessed such underhanded tactics. His expression seemed to convey, "I considered you a brother, and yet you conspired with Ye Qiao against me?" At this moment, Chu Xingji had completely shed his shame, noticing Song Hanqing's attempt to struggle. He bellowed, "If you keep squirming, I shall strip you of your trousers." Song Hanqing. He paused momentarily, allowing Ye Qiao to seize the opportunity and unhesitatingly snatch his identity token from his waist, crushing it with a fierce grip. How splendid. At last, he had secured a suitable accomplice. Chu Xingji felt justified in his demise. When his senior brother inquired why he was eliminated on the first day, he could proudly declare that he had taken the Moonlight Sect's chief disciple down with him. It was at the moment of Song Hanqing's elimination that his identity token was likewise shattered by Ye Qiao. She triumphantly clapped her hands, having dispatched two opponents with efficiency. At the instant both were eliminated, every disciple in the secret realm halted. Song Hanqing and Chu Xingji had been eliminated together? How could this be? What was happening? Ming Xian, who had just encountered his senior brother, was utterly astonished. The first to be eliminated were none other than Song Hanqing and Chu Xingji. Could it be that the Sword Inquiry sect and the Moonlight sect had clashed, resulting in a fierce battle? They had barely met before shattering each other's identity tokens. Zhou Xingyan was equally bewildered, exclaiming, "So soon?" Typically, it was the alchemists who were eliminated the quickest. Even if Shui Yu were to be ousted, no one would be this shocked. How could it be Song Hanqing and Chu Xingji instead? Song Hanqing had never encountered anyone so treacherous. He stared intently at Ye Qiao, his mind a blank in his fury. "It was you. You instigated Chu Xingji?" Clearly, Song Hanqing was reeling from the blow, questioning his very existence. Ye Qiao shrugged. "No, don't accuse me unjustly. We are co-conspirators. How can we call it instigation when it is mutual benefit?" She had observed the recordings of previous sect competitions, which were merely tedious slaughters of beasts. If they happened upon one another, they would engage in combat, and the victor would continue to hunt beasts. Ultimately, the one who eliminated the most beasts would claim victory. This puzzled Ye Qiao greatly. Why would one engage in a frontal assault when ambushes were possible? To confront openly with strength is to be powerful. To do so without strength is sheer folly. Noticing the blend of anger and confusion on Song Hanqing's face, Ye Qiao kindly informed him, Song Shixiang. Has no one ever told you the significance of teamwork in the grand secret realm? A silence ensued. Song Hanqing nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Who in their right mind would collaborate with their enemy? Initially, upon witnessing Chu Xingji and Ye Qiao at odds, he had lowered his guard, completely trusting that Chu Xingji sought collaboration. At this moment, he was consumed by the desire to eliminate Ye Qiao, feeling a surge of frustration before expressionlessly asking, "Why does Chu Xingji heed your words?" As the saying goes, two disciples hand in hand, one is not lonely on the path to elimination. Following her words, as the teleportation array vanished, Song Hanqing became the first unfortunate disciple to face elimination. The abruptness of it left his face ashen. Chapter 44. Farewell, everyone. I shall embark on my journey tonight. Song Hanqing, someone with a lack of decorum, loudly inquired about his feelings after being eliminated first. Just as Song Hanqing emerged from the teleportation array, his expression darkened. Alongside him was Chu Xingji, who, in stark contrast to Song Hanqing's gloomy demeanor, appeared quite cheerful. No need to ask, it was evident that he was in a good mood by dragging the chief disciple down with him. The strength of the Yearned sect was not to be underestimated. As the chief disciple, if given a suitable position, he could wield the 5 elements array with remarkable finesse amidst this group of talisman cultivators, provided he wasn't backstabbed. The thought of being eliminated due to betrayal made Song Hanqing turn and throw a punch towards Chu Xingji's face. Chu Xingji effortlessly tilted his head to dodge, maintaining a camaraderie facade. "Why are you hitting me?" "It was Ye Qiao's orders. I was threatened too." "How about we team up next time in the secret realm to deal with Ye Qiao?" Song Hanqing replied, "Get lost." If he trusted Chu Xingji again, he would be no better than a fool. Their little altercation did not escape the keen eyes of the audience, who found great amusement in the spectacle. It was quite pitiful. Such circumstances had not been seen in previous competitions. One suffered betrayal, while the other was struck by a cauldron. I'm dying of laughter. That fool Chu Xingji didn't realize that the Yearned sect wants to put him to death. Master. Song Hanqing pursed his lips, dejectedly making his way to Yunhan's side. He indeed had been careless. No one anticipated such shenanigans on the first day. Yuhen stood up, staring intently at the images reflected in the recording stone. Somewhat lost in thought, he recalled Ye Qiao's unyielding demeanor. Yuhen did not regret his decision at the time. Choosing between the ordinary and the extraordinarily gifted was not a matter for hesitation. He simply did not expect Ye Qiao to be so resolute. Now, with his most esteemed chief disciple eliminated, claiming he was not angry would be a lie. This was tantamount to slapping the Yearned sect in the face. Meanwhile, several direct disciples from the Chengfeng sect were swiftly hunting down the demonic beasts. When news of 2 of their direct disciples being eliminated reached them, the attendees were incredulous. The first to be eliminated was not the Longming sect's Ye Qiao, though Qin Huai was unaware of the events between the 2 sects. He could not fathom how Chu Xingji had been eliminated. Shouldn't a sword cultivator thrive in such a secret realm? He was so astonished that he nearly became distracted by a surprise attack from a demonic beast. Duan Hengdao, dissatisfied, urged, "Focus, master brother. There's no way Ye Qiao could be eliminated on the first day." He rolled his eyes, convinced that Ye Qiao must have had a hand in the elimination of these 2. Duan Hengdao had unwavering faith in Ye Qiao's ability to orchestrate chaos. It appeared that the Longming sect was not intent on competing for this ranking, almost as if they had resigned themselves to defeat. Given this, it was not too surprising for Ye Qiao to start causing trouble. However, it remained a mystery how she had managed to eliminate 2 golden core cultivators so swiftly. Qin Huai sheathed his sword with a decisive air. "Whatever you think, it matters not. We must secure first place." Their only remaining rival was the Wujian sect. "If you're so confident, then you should handle the Longming sect if you encounter them," he pondered. However, he did not dare to be overly presumptuous. Yet, until now, his junior brother had frequently mentioned Ye Qiao's name, and what if she truly became a variable? it would be prudent to eliminate more of their rivals. With Song Hanqing out, Ye Qiao should be preoccupied with romancing Ye Qinghan, causing the Yueqing sect's ranking to stagnate at third place. Shui glanced over the rankings and, upon seeing his sect's count of 53 demonic beasts, quickly stowed away the jade slip, wishing to forget that embarrassing number. To be frank, he felt that this junior sister from the Yueqing sect had an unusually rapid progression. He had long wanted to express this sentiment. Within half a year, achieving golden core status was virtually unheard of in the cultivation world. She had previously suffered damage to her spiritual roots, but it seemed she had been healed. Ye Qiao stroked her chin thoughtfully. Shui pondered aloud. In such cases, it's either from consuming medicinal pills or some fortuitous encounter. Ye Qiao hesitated, contemplating the possibility that perhaps a demonic king or a demon lord had voluntarily formed a contract with her. She was not joking. She was serious. It was not surprising for the female protagonist to attract romantic interests. Contracts typically involved a higher realm binding to a lower one, and if the contracted beast was powerful, it could elevate one's cultivation by simply clinging to their coattails. Speaking of which, Ye Qiao sighed as she regarded her own contracted beast. To this day, she still did not know what breed this chicken was. Once its red fluff shed, it grew beautiful crimson feathers. For safety's sake, they decided to find the other three to regroup. Otherwise, if they encountered Ye Qinghan, they would be doomed. However, after traveling through the secret realm all night, they found only Mingxian. Curious, Ye Qiao asked, "Where are Master Brother and fourth Senior Brother?" Mingxian shrugged. "I haven't encountered Mu Chongxi since entering the secret realm. Master Brother went to slay demonic beasts." Zhou Xingyun felt there was little hope, yet the count of 53 was irritatingly obsessive. He insisted on gathering 100. In the secret realm, being alone at any time was precarious. However, Zhou Xingyun was strong enough not to worry about this issue, which put Ye Qiao at ease. "Then let us depart." The three of them traveling together certainly heightened their sense of security. Only then did Mingxian remember to address the matter at hand. Smilingly sharing the good news with his junior disciples, Song Hanqing and Xu Xingji were eliminated on the first day. Neither of the two was virtuous. Mingxian, upon witnessing their elimination, felt more glee than surprise. "I know," Ye Qiao pointed at herself, "it was my doing." Mingxian exclaimed, "Ah?" Shui clapped his hands. "Everyone. Someone is approaching." He easily detected the unfamiliar and powerful aura surrounding them. His voice turned grave. 2 golden cores. If they are sword cultivators, it could be troublesome. Meeting in a secret realm was not unusual, but while Mingxian had previously felt fearless alongside his master brother, he now had a foundation-building junior sister and a pill cultivator junior brother, leaving him as the only one with any real combat capability. Upon seeing the red sect attire, Qin Huai immediately recognized who had arrived. His junior brother sensed the presence of others and rushed over to investigate. He had not expected to encounter the Longming sect's direct disciples so fortuitously. Qin Huai swiftly drew his sword, a smirk playing on his lips as he looked at Ye Qiao. "You are the underwhelming junior sister, Ye Qiao, whom my junior brother always speaks of." Judging by their demeanor, the newcomers did not seem friendly. Good. The two truly believed it. How absurd. The elders of the Chengfeng sect observed the scene with amusement. It was rare to witness such mutual trust among direct disciples. In previous years, the notion of team battles had often resulted in fragmentation, with everyone fighting solo. Although they were unsure why she was so confident, the trust among several direct disciples was indeed enviable. After the two handed their identity tokens to Ye Qiao, Qin Huai smirked with interest. "Are you really entrusting a foundation-building disciple with your identity tokens? Is it ignorance, or does this Ye Qiao truly possess some skill?" Ye Qiao regarded him. "I shouldn't have offended you, right?" "Of course not. However, to avoid any unforeseen accidents, it would be better for you to be eliminated." As he spoke, Qin Huai's sword was already aimed directly at Ye Qiao's face. "I was wrong." Ye Qiao swiftly admitted her fault, casting a glance at Mingxian, who was discreetly forming a hand seal. She immediately chose to buy time. How about we discuss this further? She could also draw talismans and recognize that Ming Xian was setting up a formation. Surprised that her second senior brother could arrange formations, Ye Qiao was taken aback. Qin Huai revealed a cold smirk. "You're as good as dead today." He raised his hand, and the sword's shadows split into two, striking towards the trio with overwhelming force. Ming Xian, usually carefree and nonchalant, wore an exceptionally serious expression as he deftly manipulated the talismans with his fingertips. In a flash, he unleashed 4 talismans, their golden light rising from the ground to form a binding array that ensnared Qin Huai, rendering him immobile. This 4-sided formation, while capable of temporarily restraining an opponent, was more intricate than the standard binding talisman and required prior preparation. Qin Huai's expression darkened as he realized he had overlooked the troublesome talisman practitioner. Observing Qin Huai trapped, Ye Qiao quickly changed her tune. "Hey, I was right." Qin Huai sighed, acknowledging, "The junior brother is indeed correct. This person is truly insufferable." Ming Xian succinctly commanded, "Let's go. Enough fooling around." Without hesitation, Ye Qiao seized the identity tokens of her 2 senior brothers and fled. Duang Hendo noted Ye Qiao's momentary struggle with her conscience, but during the competition, leniency towards the enemy was out of the question. The young man summoned a bundle of binding ropes, launching them directly toward Ye Qiao. In a confrontation between Golden Core and Foundation Establishment, even as a mere tool user, his speed surpassed hers. Her earlier successful ambush on Song Hanxing was merely due to surprise. Without Ye Qiao, he would never have fathomed the immense utility of the alchemical furnace, capable of both offense and defense. It proved extraordinarily effective. Who had taught him to wield the furnace in such a manner? As Qin Huai prepared to break free from the formation, Ye Qiao hastily scanned her surroundings for something to leverage. In the next moment, she threw out the supple ropes, which automatically ensnared the creature's talons. The series of actions flowed seamlessly, and as the great bird soared higher, Ye Qiao found herself being yanked into the sky. With a playful grin, she inadvertently exclaimed, "Farewell, everyone. I shall embark on my journey tonight." Duang Hendao's expression darkened as he recognized the ropes, his gift to her. While the ropes possessed an automatic locking function against beasts, it did not imply they could be wielded so recklessly. Qin Huai watched in dismay as Ye Qiao flew away with the identity tokens, his attempts to assist thwarted by the 4-sided formation. Not being a talisman master, breaking the formation would require time, and even if Ming Xian's cultivation was slightly inferior, dismantling such a complex array comprised of 4 talismans was no trivial task. Ming Xian had spent years perfecting just 3 4-sided talismans, underscoring the formation's complexity. An elder from the Asking Sword sect sipped his tea leisurely, chuckling, "Talisman practitioners are indeed remarkable. One alone can restrain individuals for such an extended period. It is no wonder the Qing sect has grown increasingly arrogant over the years." Alas, had Song Hanxing not been eliminated on the first day, Ye Qiao would have had no chance to escape amidst the chaos. Ultimately, her earlier underhanded ambush had provided her with an excellent opportunity to flee. Since the one trapped was not his sect's disciple, the elder from the Asking Sword sect feigned lament, acknowledging the rarity of talisman practitioners as justifiable. The elder from the Chengfeng sect twitched at his temples, feigning a smile. "Our sect does not have any disciples eliminated on the first day." The elder from the Asking Sword sect's expression darkened momentarily, but he soon replied with a grin, "No matter. Although Chu Xingji was eliminated, there is still the chief disciple of the Yueqin sect accompanying us, is there not? Elder of the Yueqin sect? Why is it that in the end, our Yueqin sect suffers the most?" Duang Hengdao drew out his magical artifact, intent on bringing Ye Qiao down, but Ming Xian thwarted him, pinning him firmly to the ground. Duang Hengdao, caught off guard, choked on the dust and struggled to rise, while Shuiyu hurriedly pressed down on him. How amusing it was that without resorting to violence, the most rudimentary methods of brawling proved effective. The direct disciples of Changming sect piled atop one another like a game of human stacking, completely shedding their usual dignified personas. Suddenly, They transformed from esteemed competitors into mere disciples scrambling for groceries in a market. What had led to such a transformation among these prideful disciples? Ning Xian, with a playful smile, retorted, could one maintain their dignity and avoid elimination? Clearly, that was impossible. The little junior sister escaping with their identity tokens was their only hope of avoiding collective elimination. Such a daring act was rare, for millennia. Few direct disciples would willingly entrust their identity tokens to another, for if mishandled, it could lead to their sect's complete annihilation. And now, the little junior sister was their entire village's beacon of hope. Observing the chaotic scene, the elder from the Qingfeng sect's lips twitched as he offered a candid assessment. There are indeed many tricks at play. The onlookers could only exhale in exasperation. Are those tricks? Clearly, it is a matter of shamelessness. Chapter 45, Embracing Chaos, we shall revel in disorder. Ye Qiao rode atop the majestic crimson bird, swiftly ascending into the clouds. This untamed beast, fiercely independent, sensed her intentions and desperately attempted to dislodge her. Having previously experienced the peril of being thrown off, Ye Qiao clutched its neck tightly, resolutely avoiding a fateful fall. Even so, she was jostled about as they soared. Once high in the air, she seized the opportune moment to hurl her sword into the sky, stepping upon it deftly to adjust her posture for a more upward trajectory. Unfurling the map in her possession, which meticulously detailed the locations of various types of beasts, she regarded it as an invaluable guide to the secret realm. Immediately, Ye Qiao directed her flight toward the area teeming with these creatures. There was no need to attract undue attention as she passed by the beasts. She waved the bamboo shoot in front of them, inciting a frenzy among the pack as they emerged from their lairs, drawn by the tantalizing scent. And as for Ye Qiao, with a swift application of her technique, she was off like the wind. What of the other sects? Did they not seek the beasts as well? She was merely delivering them a gift. The bamboo shoot acted like catnip. Once unleashed, the beasts pursued her with wild abandon. Ye Qiao's speed was unmatched. Employing her technique, she called out to the spectators below, "Do not be enamored by me. I am but a legend." The audience was left in awe, pondering who truly commanded attention in the cultivation world, and it was clear that Ye Qiao reigned supreme. What, one might wonder, was her true intention? It was evident that her demeanor suggested she was up to no good. The commotion she created drew the attention of Mu Chongxi, who, while idly wandering the realm, spotted her in the air, pursued by a throng of beasts. Recognizing the scene as oddly familiar, he squinted and turned to his senior brother, Yu Xingyun, saying, "Let us seek out our junior sister." Yu Xingyun responded with a nonchalant "Oh." Their paths had crossed fortuitously, both harboring little hope for the grand competition. Their attitudes decidedly pessimistic. Mu Chongxi, however, had wagered a considerable sum and was merely there for the spectacle. Upon seeing Ye Qiao, his spirits lifted, and he hopped onto his sword, dragging his senior brother along as they soared upward. Yu Xingyin nearly found himself choked by his junior brother's enthusiasm. "Junior sister," Mu Chongxi called out loudly, prompting Ye Qiao to notice the two brothers. "Fourth brother," she glanced at the relentless beasts pursuing her, then delivered a swift kick to Mu Chongxi, exclaiming, "Catch." He hesitated momentarily, but their prior understanding kicked in, and he caught it expertly, kicking it back to Ye Qiao just as the beasts closed in. Yu Xingyun, having never witnessed such a grand display, was taken aback. The audience outside was equally baffled, questioning the absurdity of their relay in such serious circumstances. One wondered how the Changming sect trained its disciples as they moved with the agility of hares. Typically, golden core beasts could hardly keep pace with them. Was this truly the infamous Changming sect, ranked last for millennia? Duan Yu stroked his stubbly chin, watching the two disciples dart about like rabbits, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. In the realm of martial arts, speed is paramount. There was no special secret to their prowess. Their coordination was simply unparalleled, as the throng of beasts could not keep up. Yu Xingyun observed their seamless passing of the sword, his usually indifferent demeanor tinged with intrigue. This looks entertaining. Yet neither of them noticed their senior brother's movements. as Ye Qiao rapidly explained her intentions to Mu Chongxi. Our second and third brothers have been captured by the Chengfeng sect. As dawn broke, Qin Huai emerged from the array with a cold smile, binding the two members of the Changming sect. Shuiyu leaned against a tree, devoid of any awareness of being a hostage, and sweetly uttered, "I'll make you regret this." Her tone was insufferably familiar. Qin Huai scoffed, "You're quite confident. Relying on a foundation establishment? What can she do?" Duan Heng hesitated, suggesting, "Shall we leave? We haven't acquired our identity tokens, and I sense impending trouble." Yet, he would soon regret this decision. Above, a cheerful voice rang out, "Second brother, third brother, I've come to rescue you." The two looked up to see their junior sister arriving. Ming Xian had not anticipated her speed, but what was that she held? Shui Yu, with a good memory, recognized it as the firewood stick she had previously kept at her waist, indeed, a rather unassuming tool. Ye Qiao spotted her bound brothers, her lips curling into a faint smile as she winked at them from afar, not lingering. Observing the Chengfeng sect encircling her and her brothers, she grinned and lunged into their ranks. Offering herself willingly, she thought, why not? They would not kill her without reason. Before she could fully delight in her plan, she sensed the ground tremble, and several flying beasts dove toward them. Qin Huai, dismissive of such lowly creatures, soon found himself overwhelmed by a terrifying onslaught of beasts rushing from both air and ground. "Retreat!" Qin Huai commanded decisively, his gaze narrowing. Although the Chengfeng sect had golden core members, two of their disciples were merely weapon cultivators with no means of self-defense. As she ran ahead, Mu Chongxi provided cover from behind, dispatching any beast that attempted to attack with a deft sword maneuver. Ye Qiao adeptly managed to warn him of approaching threats, ensuring he remained unharmed. Seeing that he had no role to play, Yu Xingyun took it upon himself to free the two bound disciples. Their seamless collaboration was nothing short of extraordinary. For the first time, he witnessed such flawless teamwork. An elder from the Bisui sect remarked, "The Changming sect has indeed trained their disciples well." Logically speaking, Ye Qiao, as a novice in the foundation establishment stage, should have been their only vulnerability. Yet, it appeared otherwise. It seems that girl-esque consciousness differs from that of ordinary sword cultivators. The Chengfeng sect began to sense something amiss, glancing at Elder Zhao. "Are you certain she is a sword cultivator?" He recalled her formidable consciousness, a trait only talisman or pill cultivators typically possessed. Elder Zhao furrowed his brow. "What do you mean? Is she not wielding a sword? Is she not employing the Changming sect's sword techniques?" Elder Zhao was displeased, feeling as though they were questioning the integrity of their sect. The elder from the Chengfeng sect, noting Zhao's reaction, mused silently. The cultivation world has long had dual cultivators of swords and talismans, albeit rare. As such, multitasking demands exceptional intellect and spiritual capacity. Though he harbored doubts, he observed Elder Zhao's apparent ignorance and decided to suppress his suspicions for now, preparing to further observe this disciple from the Changming sect. Unaware of being scrutinized, Ye Qiao was thoroughly enjoying her escapade with the Chengfeng sect. When Qin Huai sensed something was amiss, he led his disciples to retreat, only for Ye Qiao to relentlessly pursue them. The tides of battle had dramatically shifted. "Do not come any closer," Qin Huai shouted, turning back with a hint of coldness in his voice. "Otherwise, once the secret realm ends, I shall not let you off." Although he possessed defensive artifacts, they were hard-earned and meant to counter the lethal strikes of various sects, not to face beasts. Ye Qiao, with a cheeky bravado, retorted, "No worries. Once you're out, you can join Song Han and Chu Sheng in seeking revenge on me. I've even come up with a name for you all, the Avengers. Isn't that a catchy name? Catchy? You wish." Outside the arena, upon hearing the words of Song Han Xing, Chu Xingji remarked, "We are truly grateful." Once eliminated, they found themselves seated in the disgraceful corner of the elimination area. Under normal circumstances, during such a solemn competition, they should have been focused on the projection stones of their respective sections. Yet, perhaps unbeknownst to them, Their gazes were uncontrollably drawn towards the projection stone of the Changming sect, eager to witness any unorthodox maneuvers by Ye Qiao. In the grip of a similar to a marble magical artifact, Duan Heng wielded a shimmering light that erected a protective barrier. Listening to the piercing sounds around him, his expression grew tense. I possess a magical item capable of restraining a portion of the demon beasts, but the sheer number here is overwhelming. We cannot eradicate them all. Has Ye Qiao ventured to provoke the demon beast's lair again? Previously, they had collaborated to capture these beasts, but this time, Ye Qiao, being an adversary, charged towards them with a throng of demon beasts without hesitation. While it had been delightful to ally with Ye Qiao in their schemes against the Yueqing sect, facing her as an opponent was an entirely different ordeal. Yun-Kei frowned, glancing at the distant commotion. "What is transpiring over there?" she inquired. Upon observing, Ye Qinghan shook her head. The first person she encountered in the secret realm was indeed Ye Qinghan, which prompted Yun-Kei to abandon her senior brother joyfully and accompany the direct disciples of the Asking Sword sect, collecting spoils and slaying several demon beasts along the way. Many onlookers outside were critiquing her actions. If I were a direct disciple of the Yueqing sect, I would be utterly infuriated. What a pitiful Song Hanqing. He diligently hunted over 100 demon beasts on the first day, only to find his junior sister frolicking with the rival sect after elimination. As Song Hanqing overheard the comments from the audience, his expression darkened further. Ye Qiao, sensing the presence of the Asking Sword sect nearby, would typically not dare to provoke Ye Qinghan, yet with her senior brother present, hesitation dissipated. As soon as she encountered the Asking Sword sect and the Chengfeng sect, Ye Qiao brandished her weapon and plunged into the crowd of opponents, followed closely by a frenzy of demon beasts charging after her. Ye Qinghan stood momentarily stunned, repelling a wave of frenzied demon beasts with his sword, and coldly instructed his junior disciples, "Scatter." While it was not difficult for him to retreat with his fellow disciples, Yun-Kei clung tightly to his arm in fear, severely limiting their mobility amidst the onslaught of demon beasts. Ye Qinghan was bewildered by the overwhelming number of demon beasts, seemingly insatiable in their pursuit. Though he aspired to claim the top position, it did not imply he could single-handedly contend with such relentless foes. Yun-Kei's gaze fell upon Ye Qiao's staff, and a tremor coursed through her as she recalled how she had previously rubbed against that very staff while searching for treasure. It was Ye Qiao. It was her doing. Her voice rose in realization. She lured the demon beasts here. No one else could commit such a treacherous act. Ye Qinghan also grasped the situation. Yet, Ye Qiao pursued them like a relentless shadow. As the demon beasts chased Ye Qiao, she in turn chased after a group of direct disciples. Qin Huai felt an urge to curse. Damn it. What is wrong with her? The crux of the matter was that while Ye Qiao pursued them, she did not forget to mentally taunt them. Why the rush? Weren't you all eager to eliminate us? Come now, I possess 3 identity tokens of direct disciples. Don't be shy to come and challenge me. What audacity! At that moment, who would dare approach her? Ye Qiao's azure sword energy transformed into a crescent shape, her wrist twisting as the sword wind sliced through the air, cleanly severing the necks of the demon beasts. She glanced down at the idol Zhou Xingyun below, steadily kicking towards him, senior brother, catch. Uncertain if he would join her in the fray, she recalled Zhou Xingyun's typically serious demeanor. To her surprise, Zhou Xingyun indeed caught the weapon, even displaying swifter reflexes than both of them, vanishing with a blink. Ye Qiao was momentarily taken aback. Although she and her 4th senior brother could employ the wind-treading technique, neither she nor Mu Chongxi, with his innate sword bone, could match the speed of his execution. "Why are you in a daze, little junior sister?" Mu Chongxi asked, using his sword to block a sneak attack from behind. He was thoroughly enjoying the thrill of the chase. In previous encounters within the secret realm, they had always been the ones fleeing in disarray. But now, the tables had turned, and they reveled in their newfound dominance. "I have made a decision," he declared, clapping his hands in excitement. "I shall play until the end of the secret realm. Rankings are mere illusions. After all, our Changming sect is already at the bottom. We have nothing to lose. So why not embrace our recklessness? As the saying goes, without desire, one remains steadfast. If things went awry, they could always shatter their identity tokens and flee. The Changming sect had little to lose, but other sects could not afford such luxury. The Qingfeng sect had secured a stable second place, with effort. They could aim for first. The Asking Sword sect was even more formidable, currently occupying the top position. Unless faced with life-threatening danger, none would easily destroy their identity tokens. Below, Ming Xian looked up to witness a flurry of sword cultivators soaring through the sky, racing against each other. And he felt a wave of disbelief wash over him as Ye Qiao once again shattered his understanding. This was likely the first time in a millennium of competitions that one individual, through sheer might, had forced the disciples of two sects to flee in panic. Chapter 46. Seizing opportunities. As Ming Xian became engrossed in the scene, the voice of Ye Qiao broke through his reverie. Quick, follow behind Yu Qinghan and seize the opportunity. He paused, puzzled by the notion of seizing. Ye Qiao had just tossed the stick to the senior brother, catching his breath before she began to gesture animatedly. Behind. Right behind Yu Qinghan. Can you finish the kill? When he is about to slay the beast, you sneak in and strike before him. And the kill will count towards our tally. Ming Xian was momentarily taken aback before enlightenment dawned upon him. Master, I understand now. It can be done this way. After receiving this guidance, Shui Yu and Ming Xian quickly applied hidden talismans, stealthily trailing the Wanjian sect. As Ye Qinghan injured a beast, they shamelessly rushed in to claim the finishing blow. At that moment, Ye Qinghan was too preoccupied to notice the two shameless disciples of Changming sect sneaking behind him. Shui Yu and Ming Xian shared a close bond, having played together often, fostering a synergy between them. Ming Xian held the talisman at his fingertips, erecting a formation to avert ambushes from the beasts, while Shui Yu took a more direct approach, wielding his alchemy furnace to smash precisely at the beasts. Ming Xian observed the once gentle Shui Yu now mercilessly dispatching the beasts, and he fell into a peculiar silence. Their camaraderie stemmed from Shui Yu's amiable nature. Both hailed from the 8 great families, and Shui Yu is not known for his lethal prowess, primarily focusing on alchemy, unlike the 2 sword cultivators who were more violent in their methods. Now, however, Ming Xian contemplated whether he should treat Shui Yu with greater respect in the future, lest one day he became displeased and decided to kick his head around like a ball. What are you dawdling for? Shui Yu shouted as he flung a charging beast aside. Ming Xian deftly turned his fingers, sending several injured beasts flying, and upon noticing, he shook his head sheepishly. Nothing. Ye Qiao, aware of her 2 senior brothers' opportunistic antics, cautiously distanced herself while passing them the stick. Consequently, the Wanjian sect and Qingfeng sect suffered even more under the onslaught of the beasts. Watching the flurry of sword cultivators, Ming Xian felt a lightness in his heart, thinking, let them fight. We can comfortably seize opportunities from the back. On the Jade Tablet, the previously stagnant numbers for Changming sect began to soar dramatically. Zhou Xingyun, faster than the other 2 disciples, darted through the Wanjian sect's ranks with his stick. By the time Ye Qinghan sensed something amiss and swung his sword, Zhou Xingyun had already vanished from sight. Ye Qinghan's brow twitched, and his expression twisted uncontrollably with frustration. Is speed really that impressive? And why is Zhou Xingyun mingling with those people? Far away at the other end of the secret realm, Su Zhuan noticed the rapid increase in the hunting numbers among the 3 sects on the Jade Tablet, his brow furrowing in confusion. Where are they finding these beasts? The Changming sect, which had languished at the bottom, appeared to be gaining momentum. Su Zhuan felt a sense of foreboding, particularly since the senior brother had been eliminated on the first day for reasons unknown, and the junior sister had also vanished without a trace. Only he and the other 2 brothers remained, tirelessly searching for the beast's lair, only to find empty locations as if all the beasts had vanished overnight. The audience shared in the anxiety. Foolish. Go find Ye Qiao. She led all the beasts away. With this trend, it felt as though the Yueqing sect was in imminent danger. The rankings on the Jade Tablet refreshed at a terrifying pace. Wanjian sect with 5,000 beasts, Qingfeng sect with 3,000, Weqing sect with 700, and Bishi sect with 600. Meanwhile, the Changming sect, which had been stagnant at the bottom, had suddenly surged to third place. Bishi sect had fared reasonably well, encountering numerous beasts along the way, thanks to their uneliminated and missing disciples, allowing the 5 of them to traverse the secret realm smoothly. Miao Miao glanced at the rankings and muttered, Changming sect actually reached second place. Bishi sect firmly held fourth place, while the situation for Weqing sect remained dire, plummeting to the last place in the competition. As the blinding light of the teleportation array flared, the 5-day period concluded, and all direct disciples were transported out. Following the first round, the scores for the 5 sects were announced. Wanjian sect with 200 points, Changming sect with 150, Chengfeng sect with 100, Bishi sect with 50, and Weqing sect with none. This ranking brought a sigh of relief to Shui Yu and Ming Xian, who exchanged satisfied glances before joyfully slapping hands. Human emotions do not resonate universally. Upon seeing the rankings, the members of Weqing sect, except for Yun Ke, wore grim expressions. There must still be a sense of honor within the sect, and being last would surely invite ridicule. As Ye Qiao passed by the Weqing sect, she paused momentarily, rhythmically tapping her feet. Oh, how delightful! The faces of the 5 members of Weqing sect simultaneously changed. Song Han's voice turned cold. Are you mocking us? Not at all. Ye Qiao replied nonchalantly, looking up. I'm simply celebrating my joy. Is that not permissible? And what about him? Ming Xian added casually, I'm also happy. Zhou Xingyun fell silent for a moment, observing their synchronized rhetoric before succinctly stating, happy. As Song Han appeared ready to retort, a fan of Changming sect chimed in, Hey. Hey. Our Changming sect is in second place. What's wrong with us being happy? Exactly, what's this nonsense about mocking? We, the direct disciples, are merely expressing joy. Can your Weqing sect dictate who gets to be happy? Realizing he could not outmatch them in argument, Song Han finally fell silent, frustrated. Ye Qiao, who had secured first place, felt equally vexed. He glared at Ye Qiao, who smiled back in a teasing manner, perhaps wishing to avoid confrontation. He turned to his junior disciples and said, Let us go. Although Wanjian sect ranked first, it felt to him as though they were less jubilant than Changming sect. I think Ye Qiao has become withdrawn. The second-ranked sect overshadowed the first for the first time in the cultivation world, a remarkable occurrence. For years, Wanjian sect had been known for its powerful direct disciples, rendering the other disciples oblivious to their own origins, but they had finally met their match. Who did you all place your bets on? I bet on Wanjian sect. Chengfeng sect. I put mine on Weqing sect. The talisman cultivators are quite strong. A voice in the audience timidly piped up, Since you all are betting on other sects, I'll place my bet on Changming sect. With a total of 10,000 seats, those who came to spectate were either well-versed members of influential families or capable rogue cultivators. Not to mention the young ladies and gentlemen of the cultivation world seeking excitement. In other words, they were not short on resources. The stakes rose higher with each bet. Initially, few within the 5 sects had wagered on Changming sect, but after witnessing the recent events in the secret realm, they could not help but ponder whether they should place some spirit stones on Changming sect as well. Let us wait and see. I still favor Wanjian sect. You all can take your time. I'm going to bet on Changming sect. The betting will close in a few days. The surrounding chatter was incessant. Yunhen suddenly stood up, a flicker of annoyance surging within him, and he resolved to find Ye Qiao for a discussion when the area was clear. After they emerged, Qin Fan intended to chat with a few disciples, but realized that the most significant contributor had already vanished. Where did that girl Ye Qiao go? He wondered. Mu Chongxi, who understood her well, replied, She probably went to sleep. She's quite exhausted after all this commotion. Yun Ke felt somewhat at a loss after being reprimanded. I'm sorry. The next round is the ancient battlefield. He said coldly, You are not to follow anyone from Wanjian sect again. Do you understand? Without talisman cultivators, they will certainly seek our collaboration. Song Han could only hope that his junior sister would refrain from shamelessly approaching Ye Qiao. Ye lowered her water-like eyes slightly, feeling a bit aggrieved. Apart from the few from the Changming sect, it was her first encounter with a man who treated her with such disdain. Song Hansheng softened his tone and casually inquired that Ye Qiao, was she ever so brazen during her time in our Yuqing sect? If their sect had indeed boasted someone like Ye Qiao with her knack for causing trouble, it was perplexing that Song Hansheng had only just learned of her existence. Yun Ke shook her head in confusion. In her recollection, Ye Qiao had always been taciturn. Who would have imagined her transformation upon returning from the mountain? Currently, all members of the 5 sects were residing in the accommodations arranged by the Wenjian sect, likely to prevent potential conflicts, as each sect was given its own courtyard. As the instigator, she was understandably subjected to prolonged inquiries. What is the situation with that stick in your hand? Ye Qiao reluctantly opened her eyes and replied, I found it. It's called Duo-sun. I'm not sure about its specifics, but it seems to attract demonic beasts quite effectively. It appears to be quite a valuable item. Shall we head to the tavern? A celebration is in order. Absolutely not. Mu Chongxi pouted. Everything in Fusheng City is prohibitively expensive. Initially, they thought that the prices in Chongming sect's territory were already exorbitant, but it turned out that Wenjian sect's vicinity was even pricier. A single meal would cost at least 100 top-grade spirit stones. The mere thought of parting with their spirit stones for the tavern in Wenjian sect's domain dampened their spirits. Ye Qiao rubbed her sore shoulder from being slapped, turned to her senior brothers, and pondered for a moment. In that case, why not seek out the neighboring sect? Song Hansheng still owes me money. We can use the spirit stones he gives us for the tavern. Spending spirit stones obtained from an adversary would alleviate any discomfort in our hearts. Curious. Shuiyu leaned in. How much does he owe you? After some consideration, Ye Qiao replied, around several tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones. Ming Xian immediately stood up. Let us go collect the debt. Such a sum of spirit stones should not be taken lightly by Yuqing sect. At this late hour, Shuiyu muttered. They shouldn't be able to hear us, right? If we confront them directly, it might be deemed a disturbance and they could deduct our competition points. That's easily resolved. Mu Chongxi produced a set of 3 gongs. Striking them twice to create a dull thud will simply block their entrance and make noise. I refuse to believe that Yuqing sect would lose face over this. Isn't that inappropriate? Shuiyu hesitated, feeling that such reckless behavior would earn them collective reprimands. Not a problem. Zhou Xingyun, who had been relatively inconspicuous, slowly chimed in, we placed second, implicitly suggesting that since they had just secured second place for their sect, their master Wu Ti punished them for such antics. With the eldest senior brother's endorsement, any lingering concerns dissipated. Ming Xian produced 2 sound amplification talismans from his storage bag. I have amplification talismans. We'll use these to shout. I'll do it. Leave it to me. Mu Chongxi exclaimed enthusiastically. As the moon rose above the willow branches, the once tranquil courtyard of the 5 sects erupted into a lively commotion. Mu Chongxi led the charge, loudly proclaiming, Yuqing sect owes money and refuses to pay. Shuiyu nonchalantly added, may lightning strike them. Ming Xian chimed in. They're worse than pigs and dogs. Ye Qiao asserted, they've lost all sense of morality. Zhou Xingyun chuckled, amused by their use of idioms. Leading the way. Mu Chongxi shouted slogans, while the others followed suit, banging gongs and drums, creating such a ruckus that they woke the other sect members from their slumber. Initially, they had been enjoying a peaceful sleep until this commotion startled them awake. What is happening? Is the demon sovereign invading the cultivation realm? The ailing Qin Fan, roused from his near slumber by the cacophony outside and the familiar shouts of his disciples, rubbed his face and took a deep breath. After finally securing second place, can't you lot behave yourselves? Chapter 47. The blessing of the heavenly path. The commotion created by the 5 individuals was so great that it illuminated the neighboring sect's courtyard, prompting the disciples to peek out in curiosity. At this moment, Song Hansheng was still tormented by the humiliation of being in last place, unable to sleep. Suddenly, the sound of gongs echoed, causing him to jolt. The next instant, Mu Chongxi's voice boomed with an air of authority. Yuqing sect owes money and refuses to repay. This nearly caused him to collapse. Ye Qiao. He had long been aware that Chongming sect had changed, but he never anticipated that this group would shamelessly come to his doorstep. Enraged, Song Hansheng felt his nose twist in anger and hurried to borrow money from his fellow disciples to silence them. Otherwise, by the following day, the forum might be abuzz with the scandal of Yuqing sect's chief disciple in debt. After much effort, he managed to gather a meager sum of spirit stones. Just as he was preparing to cover his face and deliver the stones to Ye Qiao, Yunhen emerged. Master. Song Hansheng's face flushed crimson, entirely incensed by Ye Qiao and her shameless antics. Yunhen listened to the cacophony outside, his expression complex, and sighed. Give me the spirit stones. I will speak with Ye Qiao. Grateful for someone willing to stand up for him, Song Hansheng promptly agreed. Given the nature of the Chongming sect members, he was certain that if he went out, he would be met with ridicule. Seeing his master appear unfazed, he decisively handed the spirit stones over to Yunhen. Upon recognizing the person before her, Ye Qiao elongated her tone. Oh, sect leader Yun. What, is Song Hansheng too afraid to confront us directly? So he sends you to handle it? Yunhen frowned, sensing a hint of mockery in her tone. Coldly, he tossed a bag of mustard seeds towards her. Ning Xian caught it effortlessly, maintaining a stoic expression. Thank you. Indeed, shamelessness proved to be a formidable weapon, accelerating the debt collection process. Let us go to the tavern for a meal, he declared, turning away with a nonchalant air. I want roasted chicken. Life in Chongming sect had been so grim, subsisting on buns day after day that one could easily feel sick. Now that they finally had some leisure, a hearty meal was a must. The group engaged in lively banter, wholly disregarding Yunhen. Ye Qiao, Yunhen suddenly interjected, is ignoring your elders what Chongming sect teaches you. Ye Qiao halted, curious to see what he would say next, and unusually chose to remain silent. Yunhen continued, as long as you are willing to admit your mistakes and leave Chongming sect, I will consider reserving a position for you after the competition concludes. Mu Chongxi stroked his chin, pondering the notion of a reserved position for a direct disciple. Yunhen nearly laughed in disbelief. Direct disciples were typically prodigies with top-quality spiritual roots. No matter how well Ye Qiao performed, he would never entertain such a proposition. Shui Yu, adept at reading the room, understood Yunhen's expression and smiled. Perhaps your sect would fare better with a nap? Hey, old man, Mu Chongxi pointed to those present. Although we may be a bit impoverished, we are still direct disciples. Do you understand what it means to be a direct disciple? In other words, we represent the future of the cultivation world. The importance of direct disciples is evident from the 5 sects competition. Only those with the best talents of the same generation qualify. Has your head been kicked by a donkey? Who would forsake a direct disciple to join your Yuqing sect as an inner disciple? Ning Xian's expression turned into a bemused smile. Sometimes, I envy your sect's confidence. You know, ever since I failed to break through to the golden core stage, I have felt quite inferior. However, I now realize that inferiority can also be a virtue. Ye Qiao declared, I am a disciple you will never acquire. Meanwhile, Qin Fan Fan, who had been eavesdropping behind, nearly gave a thumbs up to the audacious group. Well said. How dare that shameless old man pry at their sect's corners? Unconscionable. Yunhen's face turned a shade of crimson with anger. Just as he was about to lose his temper, Qin Fan Fan adjusted her expression, adopting a sorrowful demeanor, and rushed forward before Yunhen could explode. Friend Yun, please do not be angry. I apologize for my incompetent disciples. They might be overly excited about their second-place victory tonight. Please be understanding. Yunhen felt a stab of annoyance. Who didn't know that they were in last place? He maintained a stern expression, forcing a cold smile as he uttered 2 ominous words. Is that so? Indeed, Qin Fan Fan quickly kicked Mu Chongxi, urging him to leave. You're fortunate that sect leader Yun isn't holding grudges. Let's go. Yunhen could only watch as the 5 departed nonchalantly, seething with frustration. He suspected that the old man had deliberately waited for Ye Qiao and her companions to say their piece before emerging when he could no longer contain his anger. Meanwhile, the Jian sect was still awake, deliberating their strategy for the upcoming match. Be cautious, Yuqing sect. Yi Qinghan thought of Ming Xian's four-direction formation, captured in the recording stone, and revised his statement, and Ming Xian as well. It was already challenging enough that skilled talismans were scarce in the cultivation world, but it seemed that anyone with talent flocked to Yuqing sect. It appeared to those talisman practitioners that only Yuqing sect was the rightful place for proper talisman cultivation. It was as if the droughts were starving the weak while the floods overwhelmed the strong. Yuqing sect had 4 talisman practitioners, while the other 4 sects could boast only one from Chongming sect. Yi Qinghan found it perplexing. As one of the 5 major sects, what was it that Jian sect lacked compared to Chongming sect and Yuqing sect? The formation that even Qin Huai had been ensnared by demonstrated its complexity. If unnecessary, it was best to avoid any conflicts with talisman practitioners in the next round. Chu Xingji was the most provocative among the direct disciples, often antagonizing Ming Xian. Previously, Ming Xian had earned the favor of the elders with his exceptional spiritual roots and identity as a talisman practitioner from the Ming family. But after years without breaking through to the golden core stage, Chu Xingji would undoubtedly seize every opportunity to mock him. However, after receiving a warning from his senior brother, he could only suppress his temper. I understand. The group reviewed their strategies late into the night when suddenly, the sounds of gongs and drums erupted outside, creating quite a ruckus. As sword cultivators, their hearing was keen. Chu Xingji blinked. Who is that? Yi Qinghan recognized the sound. It's those from Chongming sect. All right then, he replied, not surprised in the slightest. His junior sister questioned, are they celebrating their second place? They didn't even make such a fuss when they were first. Yi Qinghan listened intently and replied expressionlessly, no. They are collecting debts. Is there truly such a method of debt collection? Chu Xingji couldn't help but chuckle. Who is unfortunate enough to cross paths with Ye Qiao? Yi Qinghan felt a twinge of self-reflection. He had yet to give Ye Qiao the spirit stones. At that moment, he was somewhat relieved that he had not provoked her before the competition. Otherwise, would he be the next to be met with gongs and drums at his door? Just picturing that scene made Yi Qinghan's expression turn vivid. The next match would take place in the ancient battlefield, a place rife with complex formations. To enhance their self-defense capabilities, Ming Xian was selected for intensive training, while the other senior brothers also put in their efforts. Ming Xian lazily hummed, aware that the terrain of the ancient battlefield was ever-changing, with constant risks of triggering formations. This was where the role of talisman practitioners became crucial. As the sole talisman practitioner of Chongming sect, he needed to gather quickly. If he arrived late, what would happen if his fellow disciples were trapped in a formation? Thus, bearing the weight of the next competition's success, Ming Xian once again plunged into an endless cycle of drawing talismans. Due to her frequent transcription of books, she had paid special attention to the various symbols patterns. Why not try the four-direction talisman? A moment's carelessness could lead to ruin. After failing 5 talismans in succession, Ye Qiao pressed her lips together, collected her thoughts, and approached Ming Xian to request a square talisman, intending to practice and see if she could succeed. Though Ming Xian was puzzled, he refrained from asking further questions and simply handed it over, assuming that Ye Qiao desired it for self-defense in the next secret realm. He himself had only managed to produce 3 such talismans, having failed countless times in the process. Yet, who could blame her for being Ye Qiao? Ye Qiao was not particularly obsessive. She learned as much as she could and reassured herself if she struggled, reminding herself that she was not a professional talisman master. After failing for the 10th time, she finally grasped the subtle essence of the square talisman in a moment of inspiration, with her fingertips deftly guiding the brush. The intricate and ancient symbols flowed forth, her hand steady and her eyes unwavering. By the end, she felt a dizzying haze in her consciousness, and her eyes grew somewhat dry. A mark was imprinted at the talisman's corner, surrounded by a halo of golden light. Once again, a blessing from the heavens. Ye Qiao breathed a sigh of relief. She had succeeded. Ming Xian, who had been immersed in his own talisman crafting, was abruptly startled by the commotion. Who? Damn. Impressive. Another blessing from the heavens. Suyu, who was refining pills, raised his hand in protest, exclaiming, "Don't implicate me." The last time he witnessed such a blessing was ages ago. Ming Xian rose, thoughtfully mimicking a gun with his fingers at his chin, pondering. Aren't you curious who caused the stir? He had found it strange when he previously saw a blessing, yet could not pinpoint its source, only aware that a disciple of the Longming sect had been favored. But now only the 5 of them were present in the courtyard. Suyu, indeed curious, followed Ming Xian as he pulled him toward the senior brother's room. They stumbled upon Zhou Xingyun, who was about to hang himself. The man tilted his head, puzzled by the antics of his 2 junior brothers. What are you doing? Ming Xian replied, My apologies for the interruption. Please continue. He calmly closed the door and led Suyu onward to Mu Chongxi's courtyard. Initially, Qin Fanfan had been concerned about Zhou Xingyun's peculiar habit, but eventually, he grew indifferent, deciding to respect each disciple's personal interests. Their timing was unfortunate. Mu Chongxi was left battered and bruised, having been kicked away before he could even draw his sword. Desperate, he pleaded, Elder, could you slow down? Give me a chance to react. Duanyu, standing nearby, lightly interjected, Your speed is too slow. In a fight, who waits for you to finish your sword technique before striking? You were already kicked away as soon as you displayed your stance. With innate talent for swordplay like his, he would be revered in other sects, but in the Longming sect, such recognition was a distant dream. Suyu and Ming Xian exchanged feigned sympathy for their younger brother for a fleeting moment before slipping away. After excluding their junior brother, only their junior sister remained. Ye Qiao was intently gazing at the talisman she had just drawn when the door was suddenly flung open. Surprised, she looked up. What now? Must you always burst in without knocking? Ming Xian and Suyu exchanged glances. Upon noticing what she held, astonishment flickered in their eyes. Finally, Ming Xian, with a grave expression, asked, Is it you, junior sister, who is blessed by the heavens? Indeed, the fortunate one. A talisman master receiving such divine favor is recognized by the Tao, a unique honor that can only be bestowed upon a chosen few. Later, Qin Fanfan approached them to inquire if the blessing had been bestowed upon the 2 of them. Generally, the recipients of such blessings are talisman or pill masters. And upon learning it was not them, Qin Fanfan scoffed, suggesting they all reflect on their actions. The master's exact words were to awaken their senses and not squander their time, for some could receive blessings while others were absent from their duties. At that moment, the profound meaning of his words rendered the 4 of them silent. Ye Qiao looked up at the serious expressions of her 2 senior brothers, feeling inexplicably anxious. Yes, it was me. Is there a problem? Seeing her assertive admission, the 2 brothers exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously uttered a significant, "Oh." This was the legendary dual mastery of sword and talisman they had heard about, alive before them for the first time. Ming Xian instantly perked up, throwing an arm around her shoulders and dragging her outside with a warm smile. Come, let us have a heart-to-heart, junior sister. What other surprises do you hold that we are unaware of? Chapter 48. The underestimated genius Ye Qiao was seized by Ming Xian and swiftly pulled outside, leaving her no opportunity to react. She hurriedly tucked away the talismans she had painstakingly crafted from dozens of sheets. Come, little junior sister, Ming Xian said, using his height to assert dominance as he firmly held her down. Tell us, are you indeed a dual cultivator of sword and talisman? Even with her mind prepared, the sight of Ye Qiao clutching the talismans as the door swung open elicited a delightful surprise. A dual cultivator of sword and talisman. This phenomenon had not been witnessed in the cultivation world for ages, as those who achieved such mastery either ascended or perished, leaving no trace of their kind behind. Ye Qiao observed her 2 senior brothers, whose eager expressions suggested they were ready to interrogate her. She raised an eyebrow, puzzled by their excitement. If we adhere to your standards, Then I suppose I am indeed a dual cultivator of sword and talisman. In the past, Ye Qiao had never considered herself capable of such dual cultivation. She had always regarded herself as someone who lacked proficiency in any particular area but managed to dabble in everything. Yet now, with 2 blessings from the heavenly Tao descending upon her, how could she deny it? Ye Qiao was not one to shy away from acknowledging her abilities. If she was gifted, then so be it. Who could deny the prowess of talent? Upon her admission, Ming Xian's grin widened, his gaze appraising her as if she were a prize beast awaiting slaughter. Ye Qiao shivered inwardly. "Shui Yu, steady yourself," he murmured, though not a talisman cultivator himself. He understood the rarity of such practitioners. "Little junior sister, I suddenly feel that you are the true genius underestimated by all." In this year's sect competition, many elders were betting on Ye Qiao, for she was the only one to have broken through to the golden core stage in less than a year. Ye Qiao's spiritual root was of low quality. Though not entirely useless, it paled in comparison to the abundance of exceptional roots around her, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from the truly deficient. Thus, among the most promising disciples, she was conspicuously absent. As Shui Yu leaned closer, deep in thought, he remarked, "Little junior sister, I believe there is something unusual about your spiritual root. Logically, testing stones seldom yield errors. To achieve dual cultivation of sword and talisman, your sea of consciousness must surely be wider than others. It cannot simply be a mid-grade spiritual root. Why dwell on such matters?" Ming Xian shrugged nonchalantly, a victorious smirk on his face. "I declare that the next match will be our Changming sect's triumph. This year, with you included, we have 2 talisman cultivators." In the past, he had been the sole talisman practitioner in the sect, tirelessly competing not only against his own kin, but also with the disciples of the Ye sect. The emergence of another talisman cultivator alleviated some of his burden. Had it not been against the rules to ignite fireworks, he would have celebrated with firecrackers. "Does Yunhen know you can draw talismans?" Ming Xian's eyes sparkled with mischief. The Ye sect prided itself on its association with talisman cultivation, attracting nearly all talisman practitioners. They likely remained oblivious to Ye Qiao's presence. Otherwise, if Yunhen discovered he had personally driven away a talisman cultivator, he would surely regret it. Ye Qiao raised her hands in surrender. "Of course he doesn't know. The original owner was a true sword cultivator. I only learned after leaving the Ye sect." "Then you must have spent years at the Ye sect mastering talisman drawing before coming to benefit our Changming sect, right?" Ming Xian proclaimed with the air of one who had uncovered a monumental truth. Ye Qiao replied flatly, "No." She had joined Changming sect purely because it consistently ranked at the bottom, exhibiting a lackadaisical attitude that suited those disinclined to exert effort. Ming Xian continued his soliloquy. "With a genius like you in Changming sect, I can rest easy. I shall now embrace mediocrity." He grinned widely. Shui Yu, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "That expression of yours is rather foolish, resembling a simpleton." Ming Xian retorted with a smirk, "You do not comprehend the pressure I bear as the only talisman practitioner. The entire sect places its hopes upon me, yet I feel utterly incapable of bearing such a weight. This expectation suffocates me." The arrival of Ye Qiao banished his unease and gloom in an instant. Meanwhile, disciples from other sects speculated about the blinding light that had just appeared. "Another blessing. This must be the second for Changming sect, right? Who could it be? Let us unite against them in the next round. I suspect it must be Shui Yu." If Ming Xian truly receives blessings twice, then why has he stagnated for so long? Though the frequency of blessings for sword cultivators was minimal, it was not impossible. What was Changming sect up to? 2 blessings from the heavenly Tao were indeed remarkable. Sensing the commotion, Qin Fanfan from Changfeng sect dispatched someone to investigate the situation at Changming sect. With the noise escalating, it was inevitable that inquiries would follow. Ye Qiao pondered briefly. "We can feign a diversion, catching them off guard." "How so?" "Simple enough," Ye Qiao responded with enthusiasm. "Spread the word that the heavenly Tao's blessing was intended for the senior brother. They will naturally lower their guard." Shui Yu, somewhat conscientious, interjected, But won't the senior brother then become a target? Ming Xian shrugged. It matters not. They cannot best him. Ah. Imagining their expressions when entering the secret realm was utterly delightful. Little did Qin Fanfan know that these youngsters were secretly scheming, having witnessed the golden light as well. However, since no disciple had come forward to confess, he refrained from inquiring further. No matter, he would unveil their antics in the next grand competition. As long as they did not finish last, he bore no obsession with securing first or second place. After all, even the worst outcome was merely another step towards the bottom. Changming's sect had always adopted a free-range approach. Compared to the strict and regimented routines of the other sects, they maintained a much more relaxed environment, resulting in a group of unruly disciples. Meanwhile, Ming Xian and Ye Qiao, the two talisman practitioners, were ensconced in their room, collaboratively strategizing for the upcoming match. I have spirit summoning talismans, trapping talismans, invisibility talismans, and various supportive ones, Ming Xian remarked, blinking his eyes. What about you? Though aware of Ye Qiao's proficiency in talisman drawing, he had yet to see the array of talismans she possessed. Ye Qiao fell silent for a moment, then unveiled her talismans for his inspection. This one is a crawling talisman, if it adheres to them. You might be fortunate enough to witness a group of disciples crawling on the ground. We could capture the moment with several recording stones for daily viewing. And this one. I've named it Dance of the Demons. You might see a throng of disciples engaged in a dance battle. Ming Xian was momentarily rendered speechless. Perhaps the second senior brother's silence was too profound, prompting Ye Qiao to realize her frivolity. I suppose I am holding back the talisman practitioners. Ming Xian had encountered a plethora of uninhibited individuals, but had never seen anyone as carefree as Ye Qiao. Since she could effortlessly draw the four directions talisman, why waste time pondering such absurdities? Who wished to witness the disciples dance? Yet, Ming Xian's curiosity piqued. If it truly sticks, would I behold Ye Qihan and the senior brother dancing hand in grass skirts? Ye Qiao envisioned the scene and gasped. Now that he mentioned it, she too felt a twinge of anticipation. Ming Xian was a serious person. Painting talismans alongside him allowed her to experience the atmosphere of a diligent practitioner. He did not forget to set a goal for her, 3 days and nights, and once we finish, we shall rest. Think of the million we wagered at the gambling den. Ming Xian, ever the optimist, painted a grand vision for his little sister adept at slacking off. If we secure first place, we could easily net over 1 million. What do you say? Shall we strive together? Ye Qiao, with her listless gaze, gradually found focus, her previously drowsy eyes widening with newfound determination. Excellent. As a professional talisman master, Ming Xian possessed no fewer than 5 pristine wolf hairbrushes. Upon discovering that Ye Qiao also had the talent for talisman crafting, he eagerly presented them to her. Choose whichever you find most suitable. Ye Qiao, revitalized, eagerly experimented with each brush, ultimately selecting the one that felt most comfortable. In her mind, she had recalled numerous ancient talismans, yet her current cultivation level constrained her to crafting only the simplest of designs. With steady hands, Ye Qiao executed her work with precision. Aside from a careful finish, each talisman was almost effortlessly completed in a single stroke. Midway through his own work, Ming Xian noticed the little sister's focused activity, his lips twitching in amusement. Honestly, if our clan's elders or Yunhen were to witness your speed in crafting talismans, they would surely revere you. The swiftness of a talisman crafter often reflects their innate talent and formidable consciousness. Ye Qiao's pace was astonishing. Her mind seemed to flow seamlessly, producing nearly 1 talisman per minute. Just as Ming Xian was marveling at her speed, he noticed a drop of blood from the tip of her nose. She paused briefly, skillfully wiped it away, and rested her head on the table for a moment. Her consciousness had been overexerted. I can't draw too many, otherwise I'll faint. Ye Qiao sighed. Were it not for her dizziness, she would have already amassed wealth through the sale of talismans. Curiosity piqued, Ming Xian poked her gently. If you feel faint after drawing like this, won't you suffer from kidney deficiency? Ye Qiao retorted. You're the one who is deficient. Chapter 49. Those who understand will understand. She rested her head on the table for quite some time before regaining her spirit, soon bouncing back to life. The young girl waved her hand in front of him. Second senior brother, shall we venture out to sell our talismans? After 3 days and nights of sleeplessness spent drawing so many, it would be a pity not to sell a few. Ming Xian paused for a moment. Isn't there a rule in the sect against private sales? He was not in need of spirit stones and thus did not consider selling in markets. Ye Qiao shrugged. If we go secretly, it should be fine. If we get caught, we can just be locked up in our forbidden area. She was unsure if the Jian sect had a forbidden area. Upon hearing this, Ming Xian relaxed completely. Although a laid-back lifestyle would not enhance their strength, it would certainly be more comfortable. In the bustling city of floating life, there were hardly any stalls, only shops. During the day, it was vibrant, filled with various trinkets used by cultivators, and some even sold fan fiction about their direct disciples. Ye Qiao found a conspicuous spot, set up a sign, and, together with Ming Xian, eagerly squatted in front of their stall, ready to sell. They waited for quite a while, yet not a single cultivator paused to glance at them, leaving Ming Xian somewhat dejected. Shouldn't talismans be hard to come by? Why was no one approaching their stall? Because there are too many scammers, Ye Qiao lamented. I was fortunate to have sold at a stall once. Back then, the business of the neighboring stall selling yellow books was better than mine. I envied them so much, I almost wanted to change professions on the spot. Ming Xian replied, Do you have to be so harsh? After pondering for a moment, he suggested, Perhaps we could demonstrate the power of an explosive talisman in the street? Ye Qiao coldly reminded him, If I see you next time, it might be in the Jian sect's prison. Just as in Yunzhong City, there were rules in Floating Life City against damaging public property. Ming Xian pouted, feeling a bit disheartened. As they were shivering in the cold wind, a shop nearby suddenly opened, and in the next moment, all the surrounding cultivators rushed inside. The talismans from the Moonclear sect were on sale. Hurry, hurry. They will be snatched away. Ming Xian immediately leaned in closer. Let me take a look. His cultivation level allowed him to hold his ground among a group of loose cultivators. He quickly pushed his way in, picked up a talisman, glanced at it for a few seconds, and then scoffed. This drawing isn't that impressive. When did the Moonclear sect's talismans become this shabby? Instantly, someone in the crowd erupted in anger. His unfiltered words caught Ye Qiao's attention, and she poked him. Haven't you ever been ambushed when you went out? Ming Xian muttered. How could that happen? I'm a direct disciple. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly had a revelation, rushing back to grab the talismans from their stall, proclaiming loudly, Ours are the authentic talismans produced by the Moonclear sect, priced at 50 high-grade spirit stones each, first come, first served. Upon hearing the price, the crowd erupted in disbelief. Even the direct disciples don't act like you. 50 high-grade spirit stones? Might as well go rob a bank. Ming Xian couldn't help but chuckle. As if anyone else isn't a direct disciple. Without changing his expression, he insisted, These are indeed talismans crafted by direct disciples. It was true they were crafted by direct disciples, but not from the Moonclear sect, rather from their own Changming sect. How clever. Not only would they avoid punishment, but they could also shift the blame onto the Moonclear sect if needed. Don't ask, just know that direct disciples from the Moonclear sect are here. Ye Qiao smoothly continued the narrative, casting a proud glance at her second senior brother. A loose cultivator scoffed, Just because you say so? Where's the proof? They practically challenged them on the spot. The expressions of the surrounding loose cultivators changed, clearly struck at their core. Ye Qiao seized the opportunity, pulling out the talismans to show them. Besides the one they had just mentioned, there was also an explosive talisman capable of instantly elevating one's spiritual energy to its peak, the effect lasting for half a tea time. And this, Ye Qiao began an enthusiastic pitch, leaving the onlookers in awe, for they were mere amateurs and had never seen authentic talismans before. After witnessing the impressive effects, everyone began to believe their claims. However, someone raised a doubt. But I remember the direct disciples from the Moonclear sect. Didn't he look like that a few days ago during the competition? Ye Qiao turned to him with a warm smile. What do you mean they don't look like that? Take a closer look. Aren't those direct disciples all rather good-looking? They are quite attractive. Good-looking people tend to be quite similar. Perhaps you've simply mixed them up. Her conviction was so strong that the cultivator began to waver. With that, the talismans were swept off the table, and the brother-sister duo exchanged a triumphant high five. Oh, what a relief. For the first time, Ming Xian felt the joy of earning money, as all the spirit stones he had previously possessed were given by the Ming family. The 5 sects took approximately half a month to recuperate, and with the next secret realm about to open, Qin Fanfen urged them repeatedly to rest early tonight, commanding that they must not be late the following day. The next morning, they indeed did not arrive late. However, it was not particularly early by the time they arrived. The audience seats were already filled, with many eagerly awaiting the opening of the secret realm. After the first round concluded, discussions about the secret realm flooded the cultivation world's jade slips, with some analyzing the strength of the direct disciples and others criticizing Ye Qiao for her opportunistic tactics, claiming she would eventually face consequences. Moreover, many praised her for her cunning behavior. Most believed that a competition should be lively. The mundane life of cultivation was already dull enough. Who wanted to watch a bunch of direct disciples merely battling demon beasts? Thus, when they arrived, the atmosphere, initially quiet, surged to a peak. Ah, the Changming sect is here. Ming Xian had a charming demeanor that young girls found appealing upon seeing him. Someone excitedly threw flowers in his direction. Ye Qiao remarked, "How ostentatious." Shuiyu blinked. What can we do? Next round, talismans will be our specialty. So he might as well show off. Yet, Shuiyu also had her fair share of flowers. Ye Qiao quietly prepared to distance herself from this group of flamboyant individuals, not wanting to be doused in petals. Ye Qiao, you are the most remarkable. Ye Qiao, you are the most dazzling. Ye Qiao, defeat them. Yi Lang Lang, can't you at least secure first place? She, with her thick skin, immediately waved back with a smile upon hearing the surrounding cheers, responding, all right. Standing next to her, the direct disciple Song Hanqing's forehead twitched, unable to contain himself. What makes you so confident? The ancient battlefield, the world of talismans, what gave her the audacity to boast? Ye Qiao glanced at him, not particularly inclined to engage, and after a moment, uttered something nonsensical. Those who understand will understand. Song Hanqing was left utterly confused. What do you mean? Ming Xian, observing the bewildered expression on the other's face, suddenly grasped the brilliance of his junior sister's whimsical rhetoric. He too disdainfully glanced at Song Hanqing and raised his chin. Those who understand will understand. Song Hanqing gritted his teeth, seeking the opinion of the only rational person. Shuiyu. Their junior sister was the first in the cultivation world to achieve dual mastery of sword and talisman since the ascension of the 5 sects' great powers. It was clear they had decided to let loose. Forget Jian's sect or Feng sect. The Changming sect was undoubtedly the most impressive. They all felt confident. Mu Chongxi couldn't help but poke Zhou Xingyun. What are they playing, a riddle? Mu Chongxi erupted. Are you all isolating me? You all understand the meaning, but tell me, right? The spectators murmured. To be frank, after watching the match for so long, I find myself somewhat concerned about the mental state of the Changming clan. Previously, the Changming clan had always been submissive and complacent. So what accounts for their current audacity as if they are striding with the wind? Song Hanqing's bewilderment deepened. What exactly are they so brazenly boasting about? Chapter 50. A pleasant collaboration. The second secret realm is an ancient battlefield. This arena is decidedly more hostile than the last. Sandstorms swirl around, and upon opening her eyes, Ye Qiao is met with a landscape strewn with remnants of battle, bones and discarded, rusted weaponry that echo the conflicts of a bygone era, each shattered blade exuding a lingering aura of death. Every disciple from the 5 sects possesses a copy of the secret realm map, which indicates the frequent haunts of various ferocious beasts. Perhaps due to Ye Qiao's previous audacious maneuvers, the elders have unanimously decreed, after much deliberation, that the use of external props is strictly prohibited in this round. What a shameless move from the Wanjian sect. The first to explode with indignation was Mu Chongxi. The organizers are indeed the elders from the Wanjian sect. Ye Qiao merely shrugged, showing no dissent. She had not anticipated relying on external props to stir up trouble in every round. Should she do so, it would likely result in a mobbing by fans of the other sects upon exiting the secret realm. The elders had indulged in the novelty of the previous round, allowing for some excitement, but continuing down this path would undoubtedly disrupt the balance of the competition. Moreover, the dangers of the ancient battlefield are far greater than those in the previous round. As Shuiyu observed the disciples stepping into the secret realm, he interjected, advising Ye Qiao and Ming Xian to keep their distance. Both are talisman practitioners. If one pairs with a senior brother while the other does the same, their chances of survival within the secret realm would significantly increase. Should they inadvertently group together, their effectiveness would be diminished. Following this advice, the group entered the secret realm in succession, the familiar sensation of spinning causing a slight dizziness. Once Ye Qiao acclimated to her surroundings, her spirits drooped. Ah, second senior brother. It's you. Ming Xian and Ye Qiao exchanged glances, sharing a moment of misfortune. Two talisman practitioners together. It was evident that the other senior brothers had been scattered to different locations, all thanks to Shuiyu's ominous predictions. Ming Xian pouted, lamenting that they had indeed collided together. Elder Zhao was equally perplexed. Why is Ye Qiao still disdainful of Ming Xian? Isn't it advantageous to have a talisman practitioner as a companion? Qin Fan corrected him. I perceive that they both harbor quite a strong aversion towards one another. The disdain was palpable. Elder Zhao nodded, acknowledging that Ye Qiao's luck had generally been favorable. She hadn't been isolated in the previous secret realm and had now landed alongside Ming Xian in this one. Not to mention, being with a talisman practitioner afforded her a degree of safety. Qin Fan clearly shared this sentiment. In the secret realm, Ye Qiao sat on the ground to catch her breath while Ming Xian perused a jade slip to check their rank. Thus far, the Wanjian sect had managed to hunt down two ferocious beasts at a commendably swift pace. They had barely entered, yet the Wanjian sect had already encountered their quarry. The pair revitalized their spirits and decided to head south, where the arid climate of the ancient battlefield manifested in noticeable cracks on the ground, evidence of past skirmishes. There are ferocious beasts ahead, Ming Xian assessed, likely at the late Foundation establishment stage. Ye Qiao, still in the early stages of Foundation establishment, felt somewhat daunted. Yet with Ming Xian's support, she unsheathed her sword. Despite her mental preparation, her brow furrowed upon spotting the creature ahead, a man-eating spider. Its 8 furry legs and cruelly glowing red eyes suggesting it would pounce and devour them whole at any moment. Ye Qiao sidestepped to evade the spider's legs, quickly closing the distance, her wrist twisting as she aimed for the creature's eyes. Though her cultivation level was significantly lower, her initial attempt, while unsuccessful, provided Ming Xian with an excellent opportunity for a surprise attack. 2 talismans struck the spider from either side, activating in an instant, seizing the moment of its brief stupor. Ye Qiao channeled her sword energy into her blade and plunged it into the spider's abdomen. Through their seamless cooperation, the tally on the Longming sect's jade slip transformed from 0 to 1. Ah! Ming Xian, upon seeing the 1, chuckled mischievously. The senior brother is surely going to go mad. He must be aiming for 100. As long as no one broke the count, all would be well. However, once someone did, Xu would be quick to tally the number of beasts slain. Having encountered a late Foundation establishment beast so soon after entering was a troubling omen. Ye Qiao remarked, the difficulty has escalated significantly compared to the last round. In the previous instance, we weren't immediately faced with ferocious beasts. Ming Xian replied, after all, this is an ancient battlefield. The beasts left behind are not to be underestimated. We have only just begun. Continuing along the path indicated on the map, The journey was momentarily tranquil until, by seemingly fortuitous or unfortunate chance, they stumbled upon two disciples from the Changfeng sect. Ye Qiao recognized one of them vaguely. Mingxian scrutinized them, stating, "That's another tool practitioner from Changfeng sect, named Shenziwei." Though two tool practitioners were not particularly formidable, they were still golden core cultivators. Mingxian felt the situation was becoming precarious. Clearly, the Changfeng sect disciples were also on high alert, instinctively reaching for their storage bags, preparing to draw their magical instruments for confrontation. A confrontation seemed imminent. Upon hearing the name, Ye Qiao could no longer contain her amusement. Shenziwei. "I am Yuhei of Daming Lake." The audience outside the secret realm was bewildered. What is happening? Can we not be serious? Yuhei? What nonsense is that? Let us get to fighting. In the secret realm, was it not customary for disciples to engage in battle upon encountering one another? Ye Qiao's unexpected jest diffused the previously tense atmosphere. Shenziwei shook his head, confused. Who even knows her? Yuhei? What nonsense is that? Ye Qiao chuckled for a while. And observing the standoff, she raised her hand to break the tension. Let us not rush into conflict. How about we discuss collaboration? Taking a step closer. Duan Hongdao instinctively recoiled. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll have my second senior brother deal with you. What had been the fate of the last collaboration with Ye Qiao? Those two ended up hand in hand on the elimination seat. Wasn't this competition about hunting ferocious beasts? Why was there a plot twist? Duan Hongdao scoffed at the notion of collaboration. I believe you, not at all. Everyone has gathered here. Must we always resort to violence? Ye Qiao smiled gently. We could join forces and target the Yueqing sect first. Duan Hongdao was rendered speechless. Could we not communicate properly? It's as if we've fallen into the belly of a ferocious beast, yet you make it sound like we have some secret relationship. Ye Qiao clapped her hands and continued, in the ancient battlefield, those crafty talisman practitioners are the most bothersome. The Yueqing sect has 4 talisman practitioners. If we do not band together, the first place will undoubtedly belong to them. Are you truly willing to watch as they snatch victory? The Changfeng sect had long aspired to claim the top spot. Upon hearing Ye Qiao's words, they hesitated momentarily. Ye Qiao noticed their wary gazes. As if she were a dangerous entity. She spread her hands. We only have 1 talisman practitioner. Surely, we do not pose a significant threat to your claim to first place? If that is the case, wouldn't it be in our best interest to first eliminate the formidable Yueqing sect? This was the truth, aside from the Bishi sect. The Longming sect was the least harmful. Though they had benefited from a lucky break in the last round, the danger level had escalated in this one. And with just Mingxian as a talisman practitioner, they posed minimal threat. Collaboration is indeed possible within the secret realm. But whether the other party is willing depends on the allure of the terms offered. Clearly, Ye Qiao's words swayed the two from Changfeng sect. A pleasant collaboration, Ye Qiao concluded. With the collaboration established, the next step was to discuss strategies. She unfurled the map in her hands, revealing it to the 2 disciples from Changfeng sect. These locations are all ferocious beast nests. If the Yueqing sect aims for first place, they will undoubtedly venture to these spots. If we can maintain our speed, we can certainly set an ambush before they arrive. Ye Qiao pointed to the location on the map, indicating that this was a crucial juncture for all disciples. The Munqing sect was well-versed in formations, so they would undoubtedly be the first to arrive. We can wait for them here in advance. This Ye Qiao, the elder from the Munqing sect, could no longer contain himself. Upon hearing the plan from the 2 groups, he rose from his seat in anger, exclaiming that instead of focusing on the competition, they were resorting to underhanded tactics. How shameless! It was no wonder he reacted so strongly. Such tactics had never been seen before. Who among the righteous disciples would engage in such conspiracies? He proclaimed with righteous indignation, is it not beneficial? It allows Ye Qiao to hone their vigilance. Moreover, what is this so-called underhandedness? This is clearly a display of wit. Ye Qiao continued her fervent discourse, attempting to instruct the 2 weapons cultivators on how to set ambush traps. Wait, does she even know what weapons cultivation entails? It involves refining tools, forging artifacts, and inscribing runes. For thousands of years in the cultivation realm, who among the reputable weapons cultivators would spend time devising traps to ensnare others? Yet, you could also become cunning in your own right. Ye Qiao sighed at his rigidity. No wonder the Chung Feng sect was struggling. She began to enthusiastically persuade him, insisting that a few traps would be a trivial matter. Duan Hongdao hesitated, expressing his concerns about the first place. She spoke with utmost seriousness. Duan Hongdao, feeling shamefully swayed, ultimately nodded in agreement. Fine. It was a rather swift concession. Where's the rope you used to bind me earlier? Ye Qiao gestured for him to retrieve it, as it could be useful for restraining others. Her smile grew warmer. That's splendid. Is this not a vital tool for setting traps? The two sects temporarily entered into a collaboration, with Ye Qiao providing ideas while the two weapons cultivators focused on setting traps and concealed weapons. The atmosphere reached an unprecedented level of harmony. The audience outside began to murmur. This Ye Qiao must have experience in shady dealings, how amusing. Her strategy against the Moonqing sect was quite clear. Little did they know, the very hope of the Chung Feng sect, a legitimate weapons cultivator, had been led astray by this troublemaker into setting traps. The team from the Moonqing sect proceeded smoothly, being well acquainted with the five-element formation, skillfully avoiding the perilous arrays in the secret realm. They navigated with ease, advancing confidently and pulling far ahead of the Wenjian sect. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, they would likely continue this smooth trajectory until the end of the secret realm. However, as they proceeded, Song Hansheng led his junior disciples to the left, only to fall into a pit the next moment. To make matters worse, the pit was concealed with a net. Song Hansheng reacted swiftly and managed to escape just before being ensnared by the net. Moving to the right, he fell into another pit, and another net fell directly upon him. This time, Song Hansheng used a formation to escape from the net. Finally, he had learned his lesson. He quickly picked up a stone and tossed it to test the path ahead. After confirming there were no significant pits, he let out a sigh of relief and led his junior disciples forward. Yet, just as Song Hansheng's foot touched the ground, the concealed binding rope unexpectedly tightened around their feet, hoisting them upside down from the trees. For a moment, Song Hansheng was dazed, and in a state of oxygen deprivation, he finally realized something was amiss. Oh! Behind him, Ye Qiao's playful voice rang out. She bent down to observe the two suspended individuals, bursting with amusement. Look at you both hanging there. Her tone was akin to a leader visiting the countryside to inquire about the welfare of the people, but delivered in a mocking tone. Song Hansheng's pupils dilated in shock as he spotted the two disciples from the Qingfeng sect behind her, nearly spitting blood. You again. He finally understood where the net had come from. It was no wonder he hadn't recognized it as a trap sooner. In the past, the disciples had always been dignified. Who would think of plotting ambushes in a secret realm? Duan Hongdao lowered his head, unable to meet Song Hansheng's incredulous gaze. After all, he had once been among the dignified until he encountered Ye Qiao. Chapter 51. With her presence, no surprises, Ye Qiao surveyed the two individuals before her, unable to suppress a laugh. It was rather amusing to see Song Hansheng and Suzhua hanging upside down together, resembling a pair of unfortunate brothers. Ming Xian could not help but poke fun at Song Hansheng, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, look at you today, Song Hansheng." The Yueqing sect held the utmost disdain for other talisman's masters, and Ming Xian had often been the target of personal attacks. Now he was reveling in his triumph. And Ye Qiao joined in the merriment, both of them resembling the villainous antagonists as they unleashed their raucous laughter upon Song Hansheng and his companions. Where are their identity tokens? Shen Ziwei had come to conduct serious business. He immediately rummaged through the two's mustard seed bags, only to find nothing after a lengthy search. Clearly, after his initial experience of elimination, Song Hansheng had become considerably wiser and had hidden his identity token in advance. Since there was no token, they would seize his mustard seed bag instead. Ye Qiao reached out and unceremoniously snatched the bags, which contained a plethora of talismans and spirit stones. When it comes to wealth, Ye Qiao was perpetually enthusiastic and driven. She could not resist glancing at Ming Xian's identity introduction. The second young master of the Ming family's direct lineage. What a joke! What kind of direct lineage exhibited such a character? This information was utterly unreliable. It even stated that Ye Qiao was a taciturn and honest person. Ha ha ha. Ah. I understand now. The absurdity of the identity introduction is comparable to claiming Ye Qiao is an honest individual, right? Ming Xian wiped away the marks on their mustard seed bags and discovered 2 pairs of Song Hanqing's underwear within. He frowned in distaste. What kind of person was Song Hanqing? Truly a bit peculiar. Who would stuff their underwear into a mustard seed bag? Junior sister, he remarked disdainfully. We no longer want their talismans. This group of men is too filthy. Upon seeing the 2 brightly colored pairs of underwear, Ye Qiao fell silent for a moment before she could not help but exclaim, Big brother, is this your zodiac year? As soon as she spoke, Song Hanqing's face turned as red as a lobster, and he bellowed, What are you looking at? You two better wait for me. They were all here to compete. What was wrong with him keeping personal belongings? It had nothing to do with their Changming sect. A spectator fell into a long silence before finally uttering, This group of direct disciples is rather bizarre. In everyone's eyes, those worthy of being direct disciples were supposed to be the epitome of grace and aloofness, the proud children of heaven. Yet now all dignity had vanished, leading to serious doubts about whether these unreliable direct disciples truly represented the future of their cultivation world. Duan Humdao gazed helplessly at the 2 disciples of the Ye sect hanging there, pursing his lips. What are we to do with them now? Should we find someone to guard them? I think the senior brother would be quite suitable. Zhou Xingyun was idly bored. If he were to guard them, who would come to the rescue? It was such an easy job. Of course, this all hinged on whether they could find Zhou Xingyun. After a moment's hesitation, Duan Hongdao decisively slipped away as well. The 2 teams dispersed, leaving Song Hanqing and Suzhou suspended to endure the harsh winds and bitter rains of the secret realm. After being chastised by Song Hanqing, Yun Ke had become much more subdued within the secret realm. Her cultivation was not weak, and her talent was high. Coupled with her identity as a talisman master, it wasn't long before a sect extended an olive branch to her, seeking collaboration. Si Miaoyan was the first to encounter Yun Quebec. As they were both young women, and Yun Ke appeared somewhat simple-minded, Si Miaoyan quickly reached an agreement for cooperation with her. Having learned from the previous lesson with Song Hanqing, everyone concealed their identity tokens in advance, leaving Ye Qiao no opportunity for a sneak attack. Si Miaoyan said, Your Ye sect aims for first place. Our requirements are modest. We only seek third. Yun Ke's voice was soft. What do you wish to do? The group from the Wenjian sect posed no real threat. It was likely they would seek collaboration with the Changming sect's talisman masters. Si Miaoyan smiled slightly. Let us first eliminate Ming Xian of the Changming sect. Among the 5 sects, the Changming sect is the weakest and poses no threat to first place. Yi Qingshan is unlikely to seek cooperation with the Ye sect, leaving only Ming Xian as the sole talisman master. As long as they eliminated Ming Xian, she wondered who the Wenjian sect could partner with. Upon hearing that the Changming sect was to be dealt with first, Yun Ke immediately agreed. During her time at the Ye sect, she had looked down upon Ye Qiao. But since entering the secret realm, everyone had developed a significant prejudice against her. Although she was the true genius, all attention had shifted to Ye Qiao. Yun Ke was eager to prove herself and wholeheartedly agreed with Si Miaoyan's suggestion. This sentiment was shared not only by Si Miaoyan, but also by Qin Huai and the others. As long as they could eliminate Ming Xian, their victory would be assured. The audience could not help but mourn. Poor Ming Xian. Aside from the Wenjian sect, now all other sects wished for his demise. It was merely elimination. Nothing life-threatening. If Ming Xian survived, wouldn't he the Wenjian sect soar? His death was the best outcome. The first day in the secret realm was relatively calm. Ye Qiao and Ming Xian worked together seamlessly, swiftly dispatching numerous beasts. Their speed surpassed that of other teams, quickly drawing the attention of the elders. Hey! An elder of the Qingfeng sect exclaimed, eyes wide. These two children are faster than the others. Something was clearly amiss. How had Ming Xian managed to avoid all residual formations? Not a single one was triggered, which even Song Hansheng had failed to achieve. However, if it were two talisman masters, that was another matter entirely. The elder of the Qingfeng sect had long suspected that Qin Fanfan, that old scoundrel, was secretly hiding a hand. What pleased Qin Fanfan was that these direct disciples had surprisingly not slacked off but were genuinely seeking out the beast nests. Their ranking continued to rise, eventually stabilizing in third place. The Bu sect and Yun Ke were also making their way toward this position. A collision was imminent. Si Miaoyan observed the approaching duo, a smile creeping onto her lips. She had not anticipated such good fortune. If Ming Xian had been with Mu Chongxi, she would have had to weigh her chances of victory. But Ye Qiao posed no such concerns. How could a foundation establishment cultivator turn the tide? Without granting the two any opportunity to react, upon seeing them, Si Miaoyan gently lowered her gaze and blew a long, melodious flute tune. The lively melody interwoven with an eerie cadence. Suddenly, Ye Qiao felt as though her consciousness had been seized, a line drawn painfully through her mind, leaving her momentarily dazed. Ming Xian ignited a soundproof talisman, but it had little effect. His complexion paled momentarily. It was an auditory attack. In the cultivation world, some wielded long bows. Some played flutes, while others only wielded swords. Those who could seamlessly integrate various magical tools were exceedingly rare talents. Ming Xian spoke rapidly. The Bu sect must possess other magical tools to have safely arrived here with a few alchemists. The soundproof talisman was ineffective. Enduring the piercing pain from their consciousness, both their faces grew increasingly pale. They barely managed to remain conscious, thanks to their formidable mental fortitude. Apologies, Si Miaoyan's voice turned cold, directed at Ming Xian. Your threat level is too high. She denied them any opportunity to cooperate with Yun Ke and utilized formations to divide the battlefield. TSK, TSK, TSK. This group of youngsters was fighting quite fiercely. If Ye Qiao could forge an alliance with the Qingfeng sect, Yun Ke could certainly seek collaboration with the alchemists. However, she had not anticipated Si Miaoyan would employ an auditory attack. It appeared they were all hiding their true abilities. This year's disciples exhibited remarkable talents. That Yun Ke was quite impressive as well. Qin Fanfan took several gulps of water, angrily slamming the table. That shameless old scoundrel has even concealed an alchemist capable of auditory attacks. The Bu sect's leader glanced at him with disdain. This is called strategy. All warfare is based on deception. Qin Fanfan fell silent in frustration. He truly dared not to gaze upon the unfolding scene, concocting an excuse to evade the sight, and fled. The leader of the Baishui sect smiled, thoroughly pleased. Why is one's psyche so fragile? First, he would deal with Ming Xian. Si Miaoyan's objective was crystal clear. In her eyes, Ye Qiao was hardly a cause for concern. Yun Ke promptly accelerated the operation of the formation. A chilling light glimmered as countless sword shadows surged towards her, and Ye Qiao's already pained visage turned pale. She had to contend with the bothersome elements of the formation. And at that moment, her mood was exceedingly irritable. With a cold laugh, Ye Qiao remarked, "Very well, you have forced our hand." She rolled to evade the oncoming swords and expressionlessly retrieved a suona from her mustard seed bag. She had prepared thoroughly for the day of debt collection. Yet, out of consideration for the Moonclear sect, she had refrained from playing the suona. Now, however, it was time to put it to use. She wiped the blood from her ear and shouted towards Ming Xian, "Second brother, where are your drums? Bring them out and strike them towards me." Ming Xian, while dodging the lethal moves of the formation, hastily rummaged through his mustard seed bag for the drums. It was not that he was stingy, needing to bring even drums into the secret realm. He had long harbored a grudge against Si Miaoyan. The mind was perhaps the most vulnerable aspect, and excessive force could render one foolish. The intermittent sharp pains that caused blood to flow from his ears had driven him somewhat mad. Upon hearing Ye Qiao's words, A sinister smile gradually crept across Ming Xian's handsome face as he aimed the drum towards Si Miaoyan and struck it with precision and ferocity. Come on. Let us inflict mutual harm. He had long suspected that his previous misfortunes stemmed from aligning with the wrong crowd. In the past, when he had ventured into the secret realm with his third junior brother and others, he was perpetually pursued like a dog. Yet now, being with Ye Qiao was indeed far more comfortable. Outside, Si Miaoyan paused momentarily upon hearing Ye Qiao's declaration of "You have forced our hand," a sense of foreboding washing over her. In the next moment, a resounding crash echoed as the clash of drums harmonized with the Suona's melody, creating an unceasing symphony from the secret realm. The rhythmic interplay of drum and Suona was audible even to the nearby disciples. What a lively commotion! Mu Chongxi remarked, hands folded and chewing on a blade of grass, blinking in confusion. Is someone getting married in this secret realm? The thunderous drums and the shrill Suona filled the air. Shuiyu frowned. We should find our junior sisters as soon as possible. One is at the foundation establishment stage, the other at the peak. If they encounter Yi Qinghan, they will surely be eliminated. They did not seek the top position, but instead leisurely experimented with various positions within the formation until they discovered a breakthrough. Not engaging in competition was indeed quite enjoyable. Mu Chongxi nodded absently. I know. With Ye Qiao around, what is there to worry about? With her here, there will be no surprises. Shuiyu's lips twitched. His concern stemmed from the fear that Ye Qiao would stir up more trouble. Ye Qiao seized the opportunity to channel the Qingfeng technique into her mysterious sword, striking at the weakest point of the formation. In an instant, the formation beneath her feet shattered into ashes. An elder from the Qingfeng sect furrowed his brow. Such swift speed. Does she understand formations? Ye Qiao and Ming Xian emerged from the formation almost simultaneously, while Ming Xian was to be expected as a talisman cultivator. For a sword cultivator like her to comprehend formations was astonishing. An elder explained, it must be a coincidence. They did not see Ye Qiao observing the layout of the formation. She simply swung her sword lightly, and the formation collapsed, purely a stroke of luck. Do not blame us for this, Elder Zhao huffed. Perhaps the moon-clear sex formation was simply too fragile. Is that excessive? The elder from the moon-clear sect gritted his teeth. What did he mean by a formation being too fragile? The elder from Qingfeng sect wore a complex expression. He had long suspected that the Changming sect might be hiding something. After all, it was one of the 5 major sects. Would Qin Fanfen truly appoint a mere foundation establishment disciple of mediocre quality as a direct disciple without reason? To be honest, the items those two had produced earlier had nearly sent them off. Who brings such useless things into a secret realm instead of talismans and pills? Does the Changming sect truly have anyone normal left? Without this audacious maneuver and the unexpected cooperation between Si Miaoyan and Yun Ke, even a peak foundation establishment, Ming Xian, and a budding Ye Qiao would have been left helpless in the face of Yi Qinghan. Who could have anticipated this twist? These 2 little rascals have somehow survived? Qin Fanfan had been so frightened earlier that she had taken a moment to escape to the restroom, using it as an excuse to avoid the fate of her 2 disciples being eliminated. What did she mean by surviving? One might think that the competition among the 5 sects was a scene of carnage. Ignoring the noise, Qin Fanfan relentlessly inquired, how did you manage to survive? How did you endure through the relentless auditory assault? She speculated, could it be that Zhou Xingyun arrived just in time to rescue you? Chapter 52. Reputation damaged Qin Fanfan. What? What on earth is a combination of Suona and gongs? Can such a thing even be harmonized? The commotion just now was so loud that I reckon the entire Secret Realm's disciples heard it, no matter how composed Si Miaoyan is. She could not withstand the cacophony created by these 2, whose duet disrupted the formation set by Yunk, giving them the opportunity to break through. Duan Yu, you ask me? Who should I ask? He noticed that this year's disciples all seemed to have their quirks. You'll get used to it. Qin Fanfan had never experienced the taste of devastation. But for him, the fact that both disciples were alive was a good thing. He immediately broke into a grin, his eyes gleaming. That child Ye Qiao is impressive. Qin Fanfan was certain that had anyone other than Ye Qiao been paired with Mingxian today, Mingxian would have surely been eliminated. Disciples like Ye Qiao, who are both reckless and competent, have never faltered in competitions, making them both endearing and exasperating. The situation after breaking the formation turned into a 2 versus 2. Si Miaoyan took a deep breath, stowing away her vertical flute. Next time she entered the secret realm, she would definitely bring earplugs. The duet from those two had shattered her long-held perceptions. Si Miaoyan decided to confront them directly. After all, Mingxian had to be eliminated. Both she and Yunk were in the Golden Core stage and could easily handle 2 Foundation Establishment disciples. Ye Qiao assessed the combat potential of both sides. Under the bright sky, how could you? The next moment, her words took a sharp turn. Run. The disciples of Changming sect were all experts at fleeing. In the blink of an eye, the two had darted 2 miles away, leaving Si Miaoyan momentarily dumbfounded. Mingxian was being pulled along swiftly by her. And he was bewildered. Are we really retreating without a fight? What do you mean by fleeing? Ye Qiao corrected his erroneous grammar. This is called a strategic withdrawal. On the first day, Changming sect's rank had not diverged too much. Mingxian and Ye Qiao worked well together, and with the 2 talisman cultivators possessing broad consciousness, they could evade danger even if they couldn't win. For a moment, they were like slippery loaches, impossible to catch. Qin Huai watched the ever-changing rankings, gradually feeling anxious. So far, the standings were Yuqing sect in first, Changming sect in second, and Wanjian sect in third. Shall we collaborate? Zhaichen approached and inquired. You need talisman cultivators, and we need to eliminate Mingxian. It was evident that Changming sect posed a threat to their top position. Zhaichen was puzzled. He had never seen Mingxian so formidable. How had he managed to navigate the ancient secret realm without triggering any formations and push for first place? Once we secure first, your Feng sect can take second. What do you say? In the past, Qin Huai would never have agreed to such a deal. Feng sect has long been satisfied with being second. However, given the current trajectory, not collaborating with Yuqing sect could mean their own downfall. After a moment of deliberation, Qin Huai agreed. The audience was filled with anticipation. How had Mingxian achieved this? With his own strength, he had made so many sects want him eliminated. The bigger the tree, the more wind it attracts. He's almost at first place, they mused. It was the first time they had seen Changming sect rank so high, ever since that little junior sister joined. The fortunes of Changming sect had seemingly reversed. Yet, it was still only the first day. Making premature conclusions could lead to embarrassment. So no one dared to speak too confidently. Ye Qiao and Mingxian had drawn all the animosity upon themselves, with everyone in the secret realm chasing after them. Mingxian couldn't help but mutter, you know, right now, everyone thinks I possess extraordinary talent, and all the hatred is directed at me. No one was aware that their sect actually had 2 talisman cultivators. People naturally assumed that Mingxuan's deep understanding of formations was the reason for their soaring rankings. Ye Qiao, you've worked hard. When you're eliminated, I'll lead our sect to victory. Mingxian, I appreciate that. Just then, a fierce sword aura sliced through the air, and the two quickly dodged, only to find themselves cornered by Qin Huai and Zhaichen. Prepare to meet your end. Qin Huai brandished his sword, charging toward Mingxian, while Ye Qiao, slower to react, hurled her Xian sword. In an instant, it clashed with the sword aura, shattering in midair. What a ferocious sword move! Qin Fanfan outside the arena was both amused and exasperated. Give me a break. Don't say just one sword. If it means winning first place, I'd give you 10 Xian swords. After muttering that, Ye Qiao's previously carefree demeanor became more serious. Qin Huai's relentless sword attacks came in quick succession. His opponent's speed far exceeded his own, and not only was he fast, but the chilling aura emanating from the sword seemed to meld with his hand, making him appear rather effortless compared to Qin Huai's struggle. The pressure from their respective realms was no laughing matter. Moreover, compared to those disciples who had been wielding swords since they were 7 or 8 years old, Ye Qiao, who had only been learning for half a year, was significantly outmatched. Taking advantage of the moment when Ye Qiao was engaged with Qin Huai, Zhaichen pursued Mingxian. Clearly, both aimed to eliminate Mingxian. As long as Ye Qiao could hold her ground and prevent Qin Huai from assisting Mingxian, under such circumstances, Mingxian could at least trade one for one. Even with a difference in realms, Mingxian, relying solely on talismans and mental techniques, could hold his own against Zhaichen, a true descendant of the 8 great clans. As long as Ye Qiao could delay Qin Huai. However, it seemed implausible for a foundation establishment cultivator to stall a golden core cultivator. Ye Qiao excelled at evasion, but under such absolute pressure from the realm, she found herself somewhat helpless, getting hit twice in quick succession. The metallic taste of blood rising in her throat. Expressionless, she rose to her feet, rapidly analyzing Qin Huai's attack patterns in her mind. It was infuriating. However, if pushed to her limits, she could be quite formidable. Duan Yu recalled how she had been provoked recently during practice, when it was time to eat. She had initially laid down and allowed herself to be struck, only to spring back into action the next moment. She needed to be stimulated to reignite her fighting spirit. He smirked coldly, worried about Ye Qiao when you can't even save yourself? Mingxian turned to meet Zhaichen's gaze. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he shouted, Ye Qiao, for our 1 million. The audience was bewildered. What was this 1 million? Soon, they noticed that Ye Qiao, who had previously appeared somewhat overwhelmed, suddenly changed her demeanor upon hearing those words. Qin Huai was equally astonished. Had she suddenly altered her approach? Ye Qiao nonchalantly drew her weapon from her waist, an ordinary staff, wielded with overwhelming force, sliding past Qin Huai's sword. The blade's shadow grazed his wrist, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the sword. Changming sect's sword techniques prioritized speed, and Ye Qiao expertly synchronized her movements with her weaponry. Qin Huai felt a slight chill. He had recognized her tenacity. Especially in a direct confrontation, he found himself unable to swiftly dispatch her. The battle on the other side also reached a fever pitch. The two exchanged formations, closing the distance, almost simultaneously grasping each other's identity tokens. Once crushed, it would lead to mutual destruction. Mingxian maintained his nonchalant smile. How about you give me your identity token first, and then I'll give you mine? Chen, sure. You go first. As soon as he spoke, both simultaneously crushed each other's identity tokens. Mingxian sighed. Where is trust between people gone? You've truly disappointed me. Zhaichen, as if you didn't crush yours. As the dust settled, the onlookers gradually sank into their seats, breathless. Qin Fanfan remarked, Ye Qiao did her best. To have held off Qin Huai for so long is quite impressive. The two had teamed up to try and eliminate Mingxian, but Ye Qiao was ultimately unable to stop them. Elder Zhao slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. It's over. Completely over. Without our only talisman cultivator. What can we do now? Unlike the somber mood of Qin Fanfan and the others, Mingxian felt an unexpected lightness. Being eliminated was not a concern for him. It marked the beginning of his carefree attitude. Upon receiving the news of both Mingxian and Zhaichen's simultaneous exit, Mu Chongxi maintained an impassive expression. No matter. There was still the junior sister. Coincidentally, Shuiyu shared the same sentiment. Zhou Xingyun observed his increasingly composed junior brothers and found himself calming down as well. Well then. If you are not anxious, neither shall I be. Thus, the four of them appeared remarkably serene, as if Mingxian's elimination had no bearing on them whatsoever. How calm they were. Did they possess some hidden trump card? Just wait, soon they would no longer be smiling. Losing a talisman practitioner posed significant challenges in navigating the secret realm. The neighboring Wenjian sect, lacking a talisman master, faced the dire consequence of being ensnared in formations, accomplishing nothing for an entire day. Their plight was nothing short of brutal. After emerging from the secret realm, Mingxian pushed away the young ladies who attempted to throw themselves at him. When asked about his feelings, he replied nonchalantly, nothing particularly noteworthy. If I must say, though my body cannot accompany them in battle within the secret realm. Mingxian stated earnestly, our spirits remain with them. Do not think that your righteous words conceal your evident ease. Watching the second senior brother being eliminated, Ye Qiao felt nothing but a stark envy. Had she not been the sole talisman practitioner remaining, she too would have relished lounging about in the elimination area. Upon seeing the two names fade, Ye Qinghan furrowed his brow. 2 talisman practitioners eliminated on the first day. This group was quite the ruckus. Unlike their Wenjian sect, which remained ensnared in formations even now, they needed to collaborate with a talisman practitioner. Otherwise, they would be unable to secure even a top 3 position. The junior sister, sword in hand, spoke with a calm demeanor. Ye Qihan pressed his lips together, his tone growing colder, with Mingxian eliminated. It is impossible for Yueqing sect to secure first place while cooperating with them, as Wenjian sect poses a threat to us. The junior sister's voice grew irritable. Those talisman practitioners must be blind, flocking to Yueqing sect. Are the resources of other sects lacking? Ye Qinghan's mood began to dampen. Yet, for reasons unknown, a vague image of Ye Qiao tossing talismans in the great secret realm flickered in his mind. Perhaps he had overlooked someone. I underestimated you. Qin Huai spoke slowly. Upon receiving the news of Zhaichen's elimination, he realized he had been ensnared by Ye Qiao for far too long. A mere foundation establishment practitioner should have been swiftly dealt with in his plans. Indeed, Ye Qiao showed no sign of surprise at being praised. She remained entirely unruffled. In this grand competition, one genius is my elder brother, another is Ye Qinghan, and the third underestimated genius is me. The elders outside rolled their eyes. Keep boasting. Even at such a moment, she remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, revealing their underestimation of Ye Qiao's audacity. Qin Huai's lips curled in disdain. You can talk such bravado after escaping from my grasp. 1, 2, 3, she counted. A total of 3 individuals. All 3 direct disciples of Chifeng sect had arrived. Ye Qiao remarked, You 3 encircling me. Don't you think that as unethical? Qin Huai responded incredulously. Do you really expect me to adhere to ethics? She was perhaps the most unethical of them all. As they spoke, Ye Qiao was repeatedly struck by wind blades. She steadied herself and reached into her mustard seed pouch. Initially, she had no intention of using these items, fearing uncontrollable chaos might affect Mingxian. But now that he was gone, she felt no reservations. The pouch contained landmines and a cultivation version of a pistol filled with various peculiar talismans. Thus, in full view of everyone, Ye Qiao slowly retrieved a oddly shaped artifact. An artifact, perhaps? Not only had the cultivators never seen such a thing, but even the sect master of Chifeng sect appeared bewildered as he looked at Qin Fanfan. What is this? Qin Fanfan replied, How would I know? He had always been laissez-faire, knowing little about Ye Qiao, only that a few direct disciples enjoyed her company and frequently skipped classes to descend the mountain. As for what they were concocting behind the scenes, Qin Fan was genuinely perplexed. Ye Qiao revealed a mysterious smile, leisurely aiming the weapon at those from Chifeng sect. Let us see whose sword is faster, yours or my talisman launch speed. She unleashed a barrage of talismans at the 3, a relentless assault. Upon witnessing this, Qin Huai spun his sword, deflecting the incoming talismans. How swift! Duan Hengdao was taken aback. Ye Qiao had loaded her weapon with a myriad of talismans, laughing talismans, crawling talismans, mushroom talismans, and other assorted oddities. It was merely a matter of who would be unfortunate enough to be struck. After her assault, Qin Huai was the first to be hit. He furrowed his brow, initially feeling no lethal impact, but the next moment he found himself laughing uncontrollably. Ye Qiao laughed as well and took off running. Ha, ha, ha. Don't run. Qin Huai, in a fit of laughter, became enraged, determined to eliminate Ye Qiao. This unpredictable variable. Yet, it is easy for one to falter when caught in uncontrollable laughter. His laughter echoed like a lunatic forcing a fallen girl to endure, prompting the onlooking cultivators to turn away in discomfort. Can we not laugh? Can't you stop? I said, is Mingxian really this malicious? He even gave his junior sister such talismans before coming here. The talisman he was struck with bore resemblance to an illusion talisman, making him see whatever he desired most in his heart. Duan Hongdao excitedly grasped him, reaching out to tug at Shen Ziwei's pants. Hee, what a large spiritual artifact. This left Shen Ziwei grimacing, compelled to abandon the pursuit of Ye Qiao to preserve his dignity. If possible, he wished to slap this fool twice. To hell with sect loyalty. I have no ties with you fools. This scene of direct disciples losing all sense of reason drew the attention of the other elders, who could not help but avert their gazes. After this event, the entire cultivation world would surely know of the mass insanity among the direct disciples. Qin Huai relentlessly pursued her, his fierce sword strikes severing nearby dead trees, yet Ye Qiao remained unscathed. She had the leisure to glance back at the battlefield, and upon confirming the chaos was sufficiently thick, she swiftly made her escape. Without Mingxian to protect her, she felt utterly liberated. The talismans in Ye Qiao's possession, though not lethal, were certainly irritating. Furthermore, the speed and quantity of her concealed talismans were overwhelming, aside from Shen Ziwei, who had the quick reflexes to conjure a protective barrier. The others were all struck. It was perfectly normal for direct disciples to clash. That was precisely why team battles were necessary for their growth. Had Qin Huai been a bit more vigilant, he would not have been so easily hit. And with so many artifact practitioners in Qinfeng sect, how could no one discern what she held? Surprisingly, no one realized what it was. The elimination area saw Zhaichen finally unable to restrain himself. What's the point of drawing such bizarre talismans? The misunderstood Mingxian fell silent. Do you believe me if I say I didn't draw that? Chapter 53. A talented talismancer. How many talismans does Ye Qiao possess? Is Mingxian truly the embodiment of diligence, tirelessly crafting such unconventional artifacts day in and day out? The talismans held by Ye Qiao are not entirely unheard of in the marketplace. Yet, to the eyes of other talismancers, these symbols are deemed insignificant. A frivolous expenditure of time and spiritual energy, lacking in lethality. Who could have anticipated that one day, such talismans would be brought into the grand competition? Remarkably, their efficacy is commendable, at least affording Ye Qiao ample time to escape. Ha ha. Qin Huai's expression twisted in frustration as he gritted his teeth. Stop her. He could not bear to watch Ye Qiao rendezvous with the disciples of the Changming sect. Just as he spoke, he noticed that his two junior brothers seemed paralyzed. And upon turning, he saw Shen Ziwei gripping his belt tightly, defending his dignity. Relieved to see the pair finally back to their senses, Shen Ziwei took a breath. Clutching his pants as he inquired, what should we do next? The current standings are as follows: Wuqing sect in first, Changming sect in second, and Qinfeng sect in third, while Wenjian sect is presumably still ensnared in some formation. This journey has not been entirely fruitless, at least Mingxian has been eliminated. As for Ye Qiao, he paused. Let her be, we shall not chase after her. The disciples of the Changming sect are as slippery as eels, and there is no need to waste time on them. With Mingxian out of the picture, the Changming sect poses little threat. Our focus should be on the Wuqing sect. Mingxian's elimination means Ye Qiao is finally free, able to unleash her true potential. She perceives the ancient battlefield as devoid of human presence, her audacious demeanor leaving the elders spectating in disbelief. Has this girl truly been so fortunate as to evade numerous formations? Qin Fanfen quickly interjected. Luck is indeed a form of strength. Yet, how could Wenjian's sect be so unfortunate? Qin Fanfen fell into momentary silence. Indeed, this luck seems excessively favorable. On the second day in the secret realm, Ye Qiao finally reunited with her fellow brothers, only to find them languidly lounging within the formation. One was napping, while another was idly counting ants. Without hesitation, Ye Qiao stepped in and kicked Mu Chongxi awake. Rise and shine. In this secret realm, those who accompany talismancers often find themselves unlucky. After Mingxian's elimination, Mu Chongxi had already prepared for the possibility of the two talismancers disappearing as well. By the way, how did Mingxian get eliminated? Mu Chongxi mused. Oh, I never expected he had some use left, managing to take down a talismancer. An elder outside observed, to perish alongside a golden core expert like Zhaichen. Ming Xian's strength is commendable. If both disciples of Changming sect are golden core this year, they could indeed contend for first place with the other two sections. What a pity. Ye Qiao surveyed her disinterested brothers and retrieved a suona from her bag, inquiring cheerfully, "Shall I awaken your spirits?" With that, she played a note, startling Zhou Xingyun, whose hair almost stood on end. Shui Yu, who was digging in the dirt, jolted up. No, don't blow. Mu Chongxi leapt up in alarm. What the hell? So, it's you and Ming Xian making all this noise in the secret realm. He had been wondering who could be so peculiar. And it all made sense now. Pointing a finger at Ye Qiao, she promptly swatted it away. What do you mean by peculiar? I am merely rationally utilizing available resources. That Si Miao Yan can play instruments, Ye Qiao remarked. Be cautious around her. However, she doubted Si Miao Yan would gravitate toward them anytime soon. So, you're using a suona against sound attacks? Mu Chongxi could almost envision Si Miao Yan's exasperated expression. He stroked his chin. I also have some gongs and drums in my bag. Ming Xian gave me amplification talismans as well. How about we all play together against her? Shuiyu rolled his eyes at his own bag. What on earth do you all have in your bags? With suonas and gongs. One might think we are getting married in the secret realm. Mu Chongxi sat cross-legged on the ground. I brought some big pancakes. Would you like some? No thanks. Shuiyu replied, I brought buns. How heart-wrenching. Did the head of the Shui family know their esteemed young master had turned into this? Probably not. Just look at Ming Xian, who is now eliminated. Amidst the conversation with her two unreliable brothers, Ye Qiao extracted a formation-breaking talisman from her bag and affixed it to the already weakened formation, shattering it entirely. With the Changming sect now in second place, there was a glimmer of hope for claiming first with a little effort. She had redirected all her grievances from the first half onto Ming Xian. With Ming Xian out, other sects would likely disregard the Changming sect, overly confident that eliminating Ming Xian guaranteed their safety. Seizing the opportunity while other sects' key disciples remained unaware, Ye Qiao resolved to take proactive measures, slaying a few more demonic beasts to inch closer to first place. Have you exhausted all the formation-breaking talismans Ming Xian gave you before entering the secret realm? Ye Qiao inquired. Mu Chongxi pointed at Zhou Xingyun with a sigh. Ask the eldest brother. His luck is abysmal. He keeps leading us into formations. This is the 30th formation we've encountered, and we've run out of talismans. Seeing no way out, the trio surrendered to their fate. Let it be. Losing is losing. Ye Qiao's mouth twitched at the thought. If this were a game, Zhou Xingyun would undoubtedly be the epitome of unfortunate luck. Having rescued her 3 disgruntled brothers, the 4 of them spent half a day studying the map, ultimately determining that Ye Qiao would lead the way. Along the journey, any troublesome demonic beasts encountered were swiftly dispatched by Ye Qiao and Mu Chongxi working in tandem. Having lost her reliable sword, which had shattered, she resorted to using the bamboo shoot as a makeshift weapon. Without hesitation, she ignited a talisman of fiery spirit and tossed it down, hoping to incinerate the beasts. Yet, the snakes only grew more aggressive, lunging at her, only to be mercilessly struck away by Ye Qiao. This isn't working, Ye Qiao, Mu Chongxi lamented, standing atop his sword, feeling a chill run down his spine. I've heard that these snakes need to be cut into smaller pieces to stop moving. Ye Qiao frowned at this, retracting her bamboo shoot and retrieving a demonic beast's carcass from her bag. She had preserved it for trade with artifact users for spirit stones, and now tied it with a string to the bamboo shoot to secure the beast's body. Finding a higher vantage point, she tossed the carcass into the midst of the snake horde. Instantly, the snakes converged, scrambling to devour the offering. In that moment of gathering, Ye Qiao employed a binding talisman to ensnare them all together, decisively commanding attack. Mu Chongxi unleashed 2 sword techniques that shattered upon contact with the tendril snake's body. And seeing it about to split further, Ye Qiao swiftly leaped into the fray, determined to chop it into pieces, lest she fail to eradicate them completely. These demonic beasts were not particularly difficult to kill, just a tad troublesome, yet they provided a fitting opportunity to practice her sword techniques. Recently, Ye Qiao had been diligently attempting the second form of the Qingfeng technique. Thus, during encounters with demonic beasts, she refrained from finishing them off in one go, instead reserving them for practice. Shui Yu distributed the refined pills to his junior brothers and sisters to replenish their spiritual energy, glancing toward the only idle person present. Eldest brother, could you lend a hand? Within the sect, only Ye Qiao and Mu Chongxi were the youngest, at 15 and 16 respectively. Yet they were the only ones laboring like diligent little bees, tirelessly toiling away. Shui Yu was on the verge of exclaiming, "Isn't it a bit shameful to be such a freeloader?" Zhou Xingyun, puzzled, replied, "Aren't they doing a splendid job of killing?" The younger disciples exhibited remarkable teamwork, clearly indicating that this was not their first collaboration. He pointed towards the beasts below, stating that there was no danger, making it an ideal opportunity for them to practice. However, the two foolish apprentices had yet to grasp the second form of the Qingfeng technique, prompting Zhou Xingyun to shake his head in dismay. It was evident that the junior sister wished to learn the second form, occasionally offering brief guidance, but alas, her attempts were too few. Just as Ye Qiao seemed poised to capture something, the vine serpent had already been completely vanquished. Exhausted, Ye Qiao felt her energy deplete, and, rubbing her sore wrist, she sat down on the ground alongside Mu Chongxi. Observing the two tired apprentices leaning against each other, Zhou Xingyun, momentarily touched by conscience, dragged the carcasses of the beasts over to them. He arranged them from tallest to shortest, forming a peculiar shape reminiscent of a Wi-Fi signal. Satisfied, he nodded in approval. Those who knew would think they were hunting beasts, while the uninformed might believe they were staging an auction. Ye Qiao's lips twitched at the sight. Was this perhaps one of the rare moments of affection from her senior brother? She popped a few spirit-replenishing pills into her mouth, wiped the sweat from her palms, and declared, "Let's move on to the next location." Shui Yu nodded, his gaze fixed on the rankings inscribed on the jade slip. At this rate, an encounter with the Moonclear sect was inevitable, as both sects were closely contending for their positions. Perhaps it was due to Ming Xian and Ye Qiao's exceptional synergy that everyone assumed the high standing of the Changming sect was solely attributed to Ming Xian's prowess. With Ming Xian absent, the other disciples showed no inclination to assist them any longer. If all went smoothly, the Changming sect might indeed secure the top position in this secret realm through cautious development. As the four companions journeyed together, Ye Qiao gradually sensed something amiss. Mu Chongxi found himself ensnared in an unknown formation, being drawn inexorably inward. Instinctively, he clutched Shui Yu's arm. Frustrated by the seemingly endless array of formations, Shui Yu retorted, "You stepped into it yourself. Don't pull me in with you. Rest in peace." With that, he eagerly reached into his bag for a pill, intending to incapacitate Mu Chongxi. In a moment of desperation, Mu Chongxi tugged at Zhou Xingyun's sleeve, exclaiming, "Senior brother." Zhou Xingyun's response was cold. He wielded a knife to sever the fabric of his robe, looking at the neat gash with immense satisfaction. Ye Qiao could barely suppress the urge to strike these unreliable disciples. It seemed she had misjudged Ming Xian. Her second brother appeared quite normal after all. With only a few array-breaking talismans left in her possession, she grasped Mu Chongxi's arm but found it futile to pull him out. Instead, she stepped forward to survey the perimeter of the formation, noting its resemblance to those of the Moonclear sect, likely left behind by one of their disciples. What is Ye Qiao doing? Breaking the formation? Breaking an array typically required an internal approach, but judging by Mu Chongxi's reaction, once ensnared, he would hardly have the chance to wield his sword. Thus, Ye Qiao intended to dismantle it from the outside, a task significantly more challenging than the internal method. Moreover, it was a formation of the Moonclear sect. Zhou Xingyun suggested, "Should I fetch Song Hansheng?" "No need," Ye Qiao replied. Having studied the formations of the Moonclear sect, she owed it to Song Hansheng's generosity. He had shown her the inner sect's talisman texts without a moment's hesitation. Barely had she spoken when, with a resounding crack, the formation shattered, and a circle of golden light ejected her, finally freeing Mu Chongxi. "It's broken!" Boldly, an elder from the Moon-Clear sect stood in shock, exclaiming, "She dared to secretly learn our Moon-Clear sect's formations. If the formation had been breached from within, one might attribute it to luck, but to break it from the outside?" He could not believe she had never studied formations. Qin Fanfan's eyes widened in astonishment, his tone entirely incredulous, but to the ears of the others, it sounded like mockery and triumph. "What did they mean by your Moon-Clear sect's formation? Aren't formations meant to be learned by others?" "No, you too. Is that really the crux of the matter? The focus should be on the fact that she is, indeed, a talisman cultivator." Chapter 54. Is this your trump card? The leader of Chifeng sect narrowed his eyes, his heart sinking. He wondered why the members of Changming sect appeared so unhurried. It seemed they had come well prepared. So this was their trump card, a talisman practitioner and a dual practitioner of sword talismans. The elders were utterly astonished that the members of Changming sect could maintain such composure, having kept the existence of disciples capable of dual cultivation under wraps for so long. In an instant, he forgot all of Ye Qiao's trivial faults, her penchant for skipping classes, her daily naps, her carefree demeanor. What did it matter? Perhaps she was merely fatigued. The dual cultivation of sword talismans could indeed be exhausting. Was Ye Qiao's behavior merely laziness? She was simply tired. At that moment, Qin Fanfan had prepared all the justifications for her dear disciple. Previously, the old man from Changfeng sect had bombarded him with a barrage of nonsensical questions. Elder Zhao had suspected that the old man harbored ill intentions, but it turned out he had sensed something during their last encounter and had come to test him. Duan Yu mused, if he had known, would he still have relentlessly tormented Ye Qiao? Talisman and alchemy practitioners are quite rare in the cultivation world. After years of waiting, Changming sect had finally welcomed Mingxian and Shuiyu and would surely protect them. Thus, only Mu Chongxi and Ye Qiao frequently faced beatings during training sessions. Ye Qiao initiated the hand gestures of Yueqing sect without fear of being recognized. Once the formation shattered, she swiftly pulled fourth senior brother over, instructing everyone not to stray and merely follow her lead. The formations were endlessly varied, having evolved from those established by various sects a century prior. Some formations Ye Qiao had never even encountered. The cultivators outside were in an uproar. Who is Ye Qiao? A dual practitioner of talismans and swords? For so many years, Changming sect had kept such talents hidden. Everyone had assumed that she, with her ordinary spiritual root and foundation establishment cultivation, was merely a product of Changming sect's disregard. Little did they know that this junior sister was indeed exceptionally capable. Fans of the Sword Inquiry sect, unable to contain their excitement, exclaimed, "A dual practitioner of sword talismans? The first in the cultivation world. Who wouldn't want to witness such a novelty? Such superficiality." Some cultivators scorned, "Unlike me. I attend to see Changming sect not because of her dual cultivation, but rather to observe how she might further indulge in her whims." Oblivious to the uproar she had incited, Ye Qiao continued her chatter. "Have you encountered Song Hanqing on your journey?" The place where she had hung Song Hanqing was rather conspicuous, so they must have gathered to witness it. Mu Chongxi was exhilarated. "I did. I recorded it using a recording stone. Next time, I'll check the forum to see if anyone is interested. I used 6 recording stones, which could fetch a price equivalent to 10 high-grade spirit stones. Others possess recording stones to capture their own footage. Why would they buy yours?" Empathizing, Ye Qiao believed no one would view this as a misfortune. To her surprise, Mu Chongxi argued convincingly, "Mine is first-person perspective, shot from close proximity to Song Hanqing. Can their recordings from afar compare to what I captured?" That made sense. Ye Qiao replied, "We'll split the earnings." "Why should I?" Mu Chongxi reluctantly conceded, "All right, fine. You take 40, I take 60. The two quickly settled their division of spoils, holding the map and leading the way. Upon learning that Song Hanqing had been captured by Ye Qiao in collaboration with the direct disciple of Changfeng sect, Zhou Xingyun paused momentarily. Realizing that even if Ye Qiao were to ruin the secret realm now, he would not be surprised. Bisui sect and Yeqing sect had formed an alliance. Shuiyu approached her to share the news that Chengfeng sect currently had no intention of collaborating with any sect. Thus, only the Sword Inquiry sect remained. Now, Sword Inquiry sect ranked 4th. This was potentially their lowest ranking since the start of the competition. Ye Qiao pondered momentarily, then let us collaborate with Sword Inquiry sect. I happen to have some talismans left, which we can use to negotiate a partnership. Shuiyu rubbed his arm, sensing that she was about to cause a stir again. After emerging from the formation, Yi Qinghan's face darkened upon seeing their 4th place ranking, as he recognized the significance of talisman practitioners. When Changming sect approached them for cooperation, he surprisingly did not refuse, but inquired, "What capital do you possess that would warrant our collaboration?" "I have talismans given by my second senior brother." "You are in dire need of formation-breaking talismans, are you not?" To substantiate her honesty, Ye Qiao promptly produced her drawn talismans and waved them before Ye Qinghan. Ye Qinghan narrowed his eyes, suppressing the urge to snatch them, and asked, "What do you intend to do?" "Let us collaborate." She stepped closer. "You are aware of the current situation. We, Changming sect, are second. How about we deal with you at Qing sect first? I possess formation-breaking talismans, and I can assist you if you are trapped. If Changming sect desires to secure first place, they must first resolve the issue with Yeqing sect." Ye Qinghan regarded her intently, noting that Ye Qiao's gaze was unwavering, exuding an air of calm confidence. After a moment of contemplation, the youth finally relented. "Very well. We shall be second, and you first." Of course, this was a deception. They at Sword Inquiry sect had always aimed for first place. But for now, it was prudent to placate Ye Qiao, especially since she had the talismans from Mingxian. It was unwise to incite conflict at this juncture. Once her talismans were depleted, Ye Qinghan would deal with them then. Everyone knows how to discard the useless once they have served their purpose. Coincidentally, Ye Qiao shared the same sentiment. The two, each with their own ulterior motives, briefly exchanged words, begrudgingly reaching a consensus to first address Yeqing sect. With her senior brother present, Ye Qiao felt emboldened, and Ye Qinghan dared not launch a surprise attack, leading the two groups ahead. Chu Xingji was the most dissatisfied with the collaboration. He grumbled all the way, huffing whenever he saw Ye Qiao, and when he turned to Mu Chongxi, he huffed again. Shuiyu remarked, "Are you a pig?" Chu Xingji retorted, "When the two sects met, minor frictions were inevitable." Chu Xingji, who always looked down on others, nearly erupted into a fight mid-collaboration. Mu Chongxi placed his hand on the Chaoshi sword, saying, "I will cleave this pretentious fool in two." Shuiyu remained calm. "All right, I shall poison him instead." Now it was Mu Chongxi who intervened. "Steady, Shuiyu." The atmosphere was lively, and under Ye Qiao's persuasion, none of the sword practitioners who lacked knowledge of talisman practices believed her to be leading their two sects through the formations thanks solely to the talismans gifted by Mingxian. Even Ye Qinghan could not help but murmur to himself, "Mingxian is dead, yet his legacy remains so formidable." Could this be the distinguishing feature of a talisman practitioner hailing from one of the 8 great families? Listening to Ye Qiao boast about how her safety thus far was entirely due to her talismans, and the fact that the group believed her wholeheartedly, left Mingxian utterly dumbfounded. "I must express my gratitude for your high regard for me." Chapter 55. After all, we are not good people. The two teams made their way towards the location marked on the map, arriving ahead of the Moonlight sect to eliminate the beasts that resided there. Thanks to Ye Qiao's fortune, the group from the sword-asking sect miraculously avoided triggering any traps, which further solidified Ye Qinghan's belief in Ming Xian's formidable strength. As they approached their destination, a fine rain began to descend from the heavens, the caustic droplets searing against their skin. Ye Qiao, having encountered this rain before, was taken aback by its recurrence. Ye Qinghan furrowed his brow, inquiring if anyone possessed defensive artifacts. The prices set by the unscrupulous artisans of the Chengfeng sect were exorbitant, rendering the acquisition of such artifacts impossible for them. Ye Qiao, with sincerity, suggested, why not use a basin or a pot as a makeshift shield? Although she was capable of setting up formations, Such methods were exhausting and would expose her. Where did you acquire that? Shuiyu asked, weighing the pot in her hands, which was surprisingly light. I borrowed it from the cafeteria, she replied. I intended to use it for alchemy, but the resulting pills were rather unsightly, especially with senior brother San, a skilled alchemist, taking over. Thus, this pot has remained idle. I'll practice with it when I have the time. I have 3 basins as well. Would you like one? Without hesitation, the 3 senior brothers responded affirmatively. Ye Qiao held the pot above her head, while the others balanced basins atop their foreheads, leaving the onlooking cultivators in sheer astonishment. Aside from the essential items, Ye Qiao had indeed brought along some rather unconventional tools into the secret realm. The sword-asking sect members were equally taken aback. Ye Qiao blinked vigorously, ensuring he was not hallucinating, and cast a hesitant glance at the large pot in her hands, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It's quite unsightly, he thought, yet could not deny its practicality. After deliberating for a moment, he finally asked, Do you have any more pots? I'm not a wholesaler, Ye Qiao retorted. Realizing he could not persuade her further, Ye Qiao fell silent, relying on his physical prowess to navigate through the rain. Compared to the sword-asking sect's miserable plight, the Longming sect moved with greater ease. The 3 of them engaged in casual conversation, devoid of any tension. The Moonlight sect, meanwhile, was hastening towards the winged beast's lair, and several inner sect elders outside exchanged concerned glances. To be honest, the energy expenditure on this journey, it might be more effective to simply follow Ye Qiao's lead and balance pots on our heads, one muttered, as they drew closer to the winged beast's location. The intensity of the surrounding sand and wind became palpable. Once the rain subsided, Ye Qiao stowed the pot away, and the 2 teams lined up. The Moonlight sect is nearly upon us, Ye Qiao squinted. I will handle their sword cultivators. He turned to Zhou Xingyun. If you join me, we can move more swiftly. The Moonlight sect boasted 4 talisman masters and a golden core sword cultivator. Although Ye Qiao could manage alone, he sought a swift resolution. Both he and Zhou Xingyun were renowned young talents, yet the true measure of their strength remained untested against one another. As no one had ever witnessed Zhou Xingyun draw his sword. Feigning ignorance, Zhou Xingyun replied blankly, What are you talking about? I don't understand. Ye Qiao inhaled deeply, his tone icy. We need to cooperate. The Longming sect must show some sincerity. With so many sword cultivators, it would be straightforward to take on the 4 talisman masters of the Moonlight sect. Observing the male lead's singular focus on defeating the Moonlight sect, Ye Qiao stroked her chin, realizing that the narrative seemed to be diverging. Ye Qiao was so intent on vanquishing the Moonlight sect that he had failed to consider the presence of Ye among the 4 talisman masters. In the novel, the sword-asking sect had enjoyed a smooth passage, with Ye assisting the male lead during the second encounter. However, due to her interference in the first encounter, Song Hansheng's ire was directed at Ye, culminating in a reprimand that resulted in her not staying close to Ye Qiao as she did in the original story. Upon hearing about the need for sincerity, Zhou Xingyun promptly pushed Ye Qiao forward. Our sincerity from the Longming sect is embodied in her, a dual cultivation practitioner. Our junior sister is the greatest testament to our commitment. Ye Qiao's temple throbbed, interpreting Zhou Xingyun's words as an insult. As he appeared on the verge of losing his temper, Ye Qiao quickly stepped in to placate him. Don't be angry. We will help. You can trust in the Longming sect. We are all of honest character. Only then did Ye Qiao's demeanor soften slightly, recognizing that they displayed some awareness. Taking advantage of their height, Shuiyu pressed Ye Qiao's head down as they turned away, whispering conspiratorially, Are we truly helping the sword-asking sect? Do you believe that once we deal with the Moonlight sect, Ye Qiao will turn his attention towards the Longming sect next? The character of the sword-asking sect is rather dubious. It's fine. After all, we are not good people, Ye Qiao replied. As for Song Hansheng, he had misplaced his identity token, likely hidden on the sole sword cultivator of the Moonlight sect. Thus, she had no objections to confronting the Moonlight sect's sword cultivator first. The red and white garbs of the 2 sects stood in stark contrast, lined up in formation. Noticing this, Song Hansheng furrowed his brow. Sensing trouble, these two sects can actually join forces? The sword-asking sect has always looked down upon alliances with weaker sections. Collaboration in the secret realm typically adhered to a one-for-one format. The Chengfeng sect operated independently, while the Moonlight sect had struck a deal with the Bun sect. They would protect the Bun sect in exchange for alchemical resources, as sustaining formations demanded significant spiritual energy, which they could not maintain for long without assistance from alchemists. Ye Qiao likely hoped to navigate the secret realm smoothly, using the talismans left by Ming Xian. A bunch of brainless sword cultivators. What are they getting worked up about all day? Su Hua scoffed. His words were ironic, considering that not long ago, those very brainless cultivators had bested them. Who are you calling brainless? Ye Qiao countered. No, Ye Qiao is a dual cultivation practitioner, which, in strict terms, does set her apart from the brainless sword cultivators. Ultimately, the audience concluded that Su Hua had likely never experienced a beating from Ye Qiao. Had she remained with the Moonlight sect, it would have comprised 2 sword cultivators and 5 talisman practitioners, considering that Ye Qiao alone could match the strength of 2. Indeed, who wouldn't want a disciple capable of dual cultivation? A practitioner with even a modicum of talent could easily equal the strength of 2. Yun Hen, aware of the surrounding mockery, regretted his earlier decision. After all, it was merely a spirit herb. It was not worth losing a disciple over such trivialities. Yet, he clung to his pride, forcing himself to maintain a calm demeanor, stating, "It is merely a medium-grade spiritual root. Even with dual cultivation, it amounts to little more than mediocrity." Elder Zhao smiled faintly. Yet, your group of exceptional spiritual roots still managed to finish last in the competition, did they not? High-grade roots do not prevent you from being at the bottom. The elder's veiled jibes sparked lively chatter among the disciples present. As Song Hansheng and Ye Qiao crossed paths, he sensed an ominous air, but remained unperturbed. On the ancient battlefield, the talisman practitioners had the advantage. After Ming Xian's elimination, the secret realm was now the domain of the Moonlight sect. Ye Qiao wasted no time in conversation, drawing his sword and launching into action, the cold light flashing as he approached the formation. The powerful surge of spiritual energy and the pressure of 2 golden cores caused Ye Qiao to falter momentarily. Sensing her discomfort, Zhou Xingyun released his pressure to encompass her. Feeling a sudden lightness, Ye Qiao looked up at Zhou Xingyun and smiled, then discreetly stepped back, using her senior brother's heights to hide herself. In the moment the 2 groups clashed, she swiftly formed a hand seal, causing the Moonlight sect's formation to activate. The binding formation silently unfolded beneath their feet, enclosing the members of the Longming sect within its confines. What? If I am not mistaken, did Ye Qiao set up this formation herself? You are not mistaken. She began subtly arranging her tactics upon her arrival. What is this? Am I ensnaring myself? Song Hansheng, upon witnessing the 4 members of the Changming sect ensnared, was momentarily taken aback. Wait, he hadn't trapped Ye Qiao and her companions, had he? He cast a doubtful glance at his junior disciple, wondering if it was Su Hua who had laid down the confinement array. Since the array's design was indeed that of their Yueqing sect, Song Hansheng and the others harbored no suspicions. They merely assumed that their opponent had set the array in advance. The true instigator, Ye Qiao, stood within the formation, observing the 2 factions clashing. Her voice suddenly rising, "We cannot escape. What should we do? Who will come to our rescue?" Shui Yu, noticing that this group was so engrossed in their fight that they paid her no heed, Ye Qiao quickly assessed the external situation and deftly settled into a cross-legged position. Very well, let us allow them to battle for a while. None suspected that Ye Qiao would breach the array. They all believed that the Changming sect was temporarily trapped, and thus, as the 2 sides clashed, they fought without restraint. Amidst the swirling dust and stones, within the 5 elements array, as Ye Qiao calculated their energy depletion, she would then shatter the array to claim her victories. Jai Chen, observing the scene, murmured in a mix of fear and awe, "How audacious." Chapter 56. Whom can you blame for your foolishness? Ye Qiao sat within the formation, observing the spectacle for quite some time, ultimately concluding that Yu Qinghan was rather lacking. He had been completely unable to approach Song Hanqing, who had effectively thwarted him. Both sects had been injured, and neither could do anything to the other. Song Hanqing was adept at arranging formations, while Ye Qinghan, rather straightforwardly, shattered the array with his sword. Such a method was excessively draining on spiritual energy, but seeing as the secret realm was set to conclude in 2 days, he could not afford to be overly cautious. If Munqing sect was not eliminated, it would be their own Wenjian sect that would find itself at the bottom. The talisman practitioners were indeed formidable. Shuiyu leaned in. I've decided to treat Ming Xian with more kindness from now on. Within the formation, they could perceive nothing of the situation outside, allowing them to sit back and enjoy the show. Mu Chongxi produced a handful of sunflower seeds. Care for some? The 3 of them eagerly accepted, indulging in the seeds without a shred of guilt. This is a confinement formation, Ye Qiao noted. It is a type of array from Munqing sect, lacking in lethality and only capable of lasting a brief time. Once the formation is broken, we shall assist Ye Qinghan. Currently, expecting the Changming sect to contribute was out of the question. The only ones who could bear the brunt were the 5 from Wenjian sect. Song Hanqing observed the seemingly unmoving members of Changming sect with suspicion. The confinement array was weak. If they truly wished to escape, they could do so forcibly. Was it possible that their formation was too powerful? He dismissed the thought. After all, if it could restrain the individuals from Changming sect, it was effective enough. Otherwise, their 4 would find it quite taxing to contend with the elite disciples from 2 sections. As the 2 sects fought fiercely, Ye Qiao finished her sunflower seeds and glanced at the vanishing confinement array, clapping her hands. Let us depart. Regardless of what lay ahead, Munqing sect must be eliminated. As the confinement array dissipated, Song Hanqing immediately noticed Ye Qiao's situation. Her presence was simply too striking, especially with the memory of that ambush fresh in his mind. He found himself habitually distracted, keeping a watchful eye on her. Zhou Xingyun sighed, leisurely blocking Song Hanqing's path while glancing at Ye Qiao. Yu and Mu Chongxi handled the other 2. Song Hanqing, eyeing the sword in Zhou Xingyun's hand, felt an unfamiliar sense of pressure. His expression tightened. I am serious now. Zhou Xingyun sheathed his sword and turned to flee, his voice nonchalant. Just kidding. Song Hanqing's face involuntarily twisted for a moment before he immediately chased after him. He knew Zhou Xingyun was a formidable opponent, perhaps even one he could not defeat. His earlier probing had yielded no confrontation, yet now Zhou Xingyun retreated without a fight. Zhou Xingyun was swift, and Song Hanqing pursued closely, creating a scene that astonished the onlookers. What are these 2 elite disciples up to? They wondered. I've been eagerly anticipating a duel between them. As the chief disciple, Song Hanqing's understanding of formations was not inferior to others. In an ideal setting, he could even hold his own against Ye Qinghan. Yet, to his astonishment, the latter showed no inclination to engage him. Ye Qiao crossed paths with Su Zhuo, an unspoken understanding passing between them, and neither wasted words. With a flick of his fingers, Su Zhuo launched 2 talismans at her from an unexpected angle. Ye Qiao, lacking in cultivation, could not evade them, and they adhered to her body, pinning her in place. Su Zhuo thought to himself, is that all? A mere foundation cultivator had managed to instill such fear in Song Hanqing. Just as he thought he had immobilized Ye Qiao, she suddenly lifted her head and delivered a swift kick towards him. Talismans were weak up close, and her kick shattered Su Zhuo's ribs, leaving him pale and astonished, unable to comprehend how she could move. Ye Qiao had no intention of explaining. She seized 2 identical talismans and affixed them to him. Soon, she rummaged through his spatial pouch and retrieved his identification token. As she prepared to crush it, Su Zhuo's face paled, and he instinctively called out, "Second senior sister." He attempted to play the emotional card, hoping to evoke memories of their time together in Munqing sect. However, Ye Qiao offered him no opportunity to linger, swiftly shattering the token and bidding farewell to Su Zhuo. Having dealt with Suzhua, Mu Chongxi likewise eliminated the sword cultivator from Munqing sect. Before Ye Qiao could intervene, the elite disciples of Munqing sect had already exhausted their spiritual energy, rendering them incapable of continuing the fight. Thus, their defeat was swift. Ye Qiao watched as Zhou Xingyun and Song Hansheng engaged in a playful yet intense duel, his lips twitching in irritation. Unable to endure any longer, he seized his sword and entered the fray. He had hoped to observe Zhou Xingyun's swordplay while conserving his own energy, yet he had forgotten that Zhou Xingyun was one who preferred to lie down rather than stand. Faced with the combined onslaught of Zhou Xingyun and Ye Qiao, Song Hansheng found himself unable to execute a single teleportation technique as a blade quietly pressed against his throat. Ye Qiao coldly inquired, "Will you crush it yourself? Or would you like our assistance?" Confirming that even in defeat, he would secure a top 3 ranking, Song Hansheng decisively crushed his identification token. Munqing sect held no particular ambitions for first place. This contest had sufficiently proven their worth, and even in elimination, Song Hansheng felt content, having finally redeemed himself. The audience collectively sighed in relief. It is finally over. Munqing sect, indeed a formidable power in the realm of talisman practitioners, had proven their might. Yet, just when they thought it was concluded, 3 of the 4 talisman practitioners had fallen, leaving only Yun Quebec. As Ye Qiao and Song Hansheng clashed fiercely, Yun Ke, not wishing to offend either sect, feigned complete disinterest, a behavior that drew frowns from the elders. With no spirit of cooperation, one had to wonder where Yun Hen had found such a disciple. Ye Qiao noticed Yun Ke in the corner and declared without hesitation, "Go, surround her." However, Ye Qiao effortlessly countered her sword strike, directing his sword at Ye Qiao. When Jian sect needed to retain a talisman practitioner to guide them, and Yun Ke, with her gentle demeanor, posed no risk of betrayal, making her the most suitable candidate. As for the members of Changming sect, they were of no use following the elimination of the 3 from Munqing sect. Hey. Is it really fair to use us and then turn against us? Mu Chongxi chuckled, pushing aside his sword with an air of arrogance. Weren't we supposed to team up? Aren't we your allies? Ye Qiao replied coolly, "You are foolish." Whom can you blame? He viewed Changming sect's members as inherently foolish and saw no issue with betrayal. The secret realm was ultimately a test of cooperation and strategy. As his words fell, golden chains formed an array in midair, erecting an invisible barrier around them. The 4-directional formation locked into place, radiating brilliance. The familiar array causing their eyes to widen in astonishment. Goodness! Chu Xingji looked up at the array above. His immediate reaction, those little trash from Munqing sect can't play fair. Are they resorting to ambush? His junior sister frowned, observing the formation beneath her feet. But isn't there only one talisman practitioner from Changming sect? Who, then, had set up this formation? Could it be that Ming Xian could resurrect midway? In that moment, Ye Qiao suddenly realized he had overlooked something. He turned abruptly to see Ye Qiao, smiling brightly, gesturing towards them with a slight twist of her palm, mimicking the universal initiation gesture employed by talisman practitioners when setting up an array. "You are foolish. Whom can you blame?" she articulated leisurely. Chapter 57, Complete Elimination of the Talismans. What the hell? She is a talisman practitioner. Ye Qiao finally comprehended why the disciples of Changming sect were so unperturbed after Ming Xian's departure, and why she had repeatedly brainwashed herself about the prowess of Ming Xian's talismans, giving her the audacity to negotiate collaboration with him. It is because she is a talisman practitioner. As a qualified protagonist, Ye Qiao had always believed that as long as one's strength was formidable enough, no conspiracy or scheme could pose a threat. But at this moment, Ye Qiao fell silent. He turned around and gazed at the formation above, expressionless as he swung his sword, only to find it utterly unyielding. It was evident that if Qin Huai could be ensnared, they, having just endured a fierce battle with their spiritual energy nearly depleted, were even less likely to escape. The formation was an advanced array that trapped them. akin to a superior confinement spell, and Ye Qiao was curious to see how Ye Qiao would handle them. If she dared to enter, he was confident he could eliminate 2 of them. Regaining his composure, he stood within the formation, observing the outside. Ye Qiao paid no heed to Ye Qiao inside the array. Instead, she unleashed a barrage of spirit-infused sword strikes without mercy, forcing Ye Qiao to retreat hastily. Senior sister. Ye Qiao felt wronged, unable to comprehend why she was being targeted. Observing Ye Qiao's impassive demeanor, she bit her lip and began to form an array, intending to retaliate. Little did she know, the moment Ye Qiao saw her casting the array, her eyes brightened. Just as Ye Qiao felt perplexed, she realized that Ye Qiao had also replicated an identical spell seal. The patterns were unmistakably from the Muqing sect. Perhaps it was the first time she was imitating someone. As Ye Qiao's movements appeared slightly awkward at first, but in no time, she found her rhythm, producing 2 identical spell seals. Ye Qiao. Have you ever experienced the power of overlapping 2 arrays? Ye Qiao waved the completed formation with a slight smile. Ye Qiao instinctively took a step back, her pupils dilating. The combination of 2 arrays? The resulting collision of spiritual energy could only lead to an explosion. As this thought flashed through her mind, the next moment, the 2 identical Muqing sect arrays overlapped and erupted with a deafening roar, instantly creating a massive pit in the ground. Ye Qiao managed to escape, but she was still affected, ultimately leaving the direct disciples of the Wenjian sect within the formation in dire straits. The combined force of the 2 attacking arrays nearly obliterated them, had it not been for their substantial cultivation levels. Chu Xingji coughed a couple of times, lying on the ground for quite a while before he could rise. He was filled with rage. Taking advantage of the Wanjian sect's members who were incapacitated from the explosion, Ye Qiao called out loudly, "Quick, seize their identity tokens." Several senior brothers, endowed with considerable strength, swiftly retrieved the identity tokens from their storage bags. With the consecutive elimination of 5 members from the Wanjian sect, the remaining disciples were astounded. For from the Muqing sect and 5 from the Wanjian sect had been eliminated. This was unprecedented. Qin Huai was baffled. How could the most powerful Wanjian sect be completely wiped out in the 2nd round? It was only the 3rd day. What on earth had transpired for them to face such a collective elimination? Si Miaoyan speculated reasonably. Did the Muqing sect and the Wanjian sect mutually annihilate each other? As alchemists, they were not accustomed to the brutalities of combat and were unaware of the details that transpired between the 2 sections. Is it possible that 2 arrays can overlap? She pondered. It was akin to a furnace explosion. 2 arrays under pressure would certainly detonate. Ye Qiao intended to obliterate the disciples of the Wanjian sect with this technique. How audacious! I would call this the most impressive batch of disciples. Even Su Zhua and Song Hansheng, who had been eliminated, were astonished by the scene before them. Ye Qiao? In their minds, without the threat of talisman practitioners, Ye Qiao would undoubtedly not spare the Changming sect. Song Hansheng had already prepared to mock them for their lack of foresight after they were eliminated. But what did they witness? Talisman formations. The Muqing sect's array was identical to the one Ye Qiao had deployed. Song Hansheng's gaze sharpened as he recollected that Ye Qiao had previously requested inner sect manuals and talisman books from him. Could it be that she began her studies at that time? Ye Qiao and several elders presumed she had secretly mastered them while at the Muqing sect. Yet, Song Hansheng distinctly remembered their first encounter in the mystic realm when Ye Qiao was still a novice. In just 6 months, could she truly have learned the Muqing sect's formations? His expression grew cold as he gazed towards the direction of the Changming sect's disciples, preparing to discuss Ye Qiao's matters with his master once this secret realm concluded. No one had ever regarded the Changming sect with any seriousness, a feeble sect languishing at the bottom for millennia. While other disciples possessed decent talents, they could not compete with the newly recruited disciple who was a foundation cultivator. You audaciously learned our sect's formations. Ye Qiao was taken aback, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. How did she learn them? Stealing knowledge was indeed unethical. Yet Ye Qiao had a solid justification. I was once an inner disciple of the Muqing sect. What is wrong with learning a few formations? She would rather die than admit she had learned from the talisman book on a whim, for that would be outright theft. Ye Qiao was momentarily speechless. She could not fathom that the seemingly inferior Ye Qiao could learn the Muqing sect's talismans in just over a decade. Yet, the scene before her undeniably revealed that Ye Qiao's array was indeed from the Muqing sect. Ye Qiao staggered back, frantically seeking to escape, only to be halted by Mu Chongxi's sword at her throat. Hey, are you doing it yourself, or shall I assist you? He generally refrained from rummaging through girls' storage bags. Ye Qiao's eyes turned red. Just as she was about to cry, Mu Chongxi winced in exasperation and yanked her storage bag from her. So you wish to be eliminated by me personally, do you? Consider it done. After shattering it, he scampered to Ye Qiao's side, examining the large pit she had created. The explosion of the two arrays could not have produced such a vast chasm. It was clear someone had pre-dug it. Peering into the pit, Mu Chongxi recalled an unreliable rumor in the cultivation realms that claimed tossing the name of someone one despised into a hole could curse them. Is that true? Shall we try tossing in our master's name? Qin Fan. Shui Yu added. Zhao Elder would work too. Yunhen, I have a grudge against him. Ye Qiao suggested. Observing the exchange among the Changming sect disciples, Elder Zhao's mouth twitched. A bunch of fools. After the four jumped into the pit, they were surrounded by earthen walls, engulfed in darkness. Ye Qiao ignited a fire talisman and ventured inside. Zhou Xingyun took the lead, genuinely unafraid, trudging further in. The path grew longer, and just as Ye Qiao thought they would be walking for a while, a green light suddenly emerged ahead. Ghost? I don't believe in that. Ye Qiao replied. It's a demon beast, Zhou Xingyun stated in a hushed tone. These two could converse at any moment. In such a grim place, there could still be demon beasts. Ye Qiao's eyes sparkled. She sensed their cultivation was low, merely at the foundation stage. As she saw Mu Chongxi readying his sword to attack, she quickly interjected, Don't kill them all. Leave a few female demon beasts. This was quite advantageous. Previously, their Changming sect had ranked second and had nearly contended with the Muqing sect for demon beasts. Now, they didn't even need to search for them. Mu Chongxi paused. What do you mean by leaving a female one? After giving her orders, Ye Qiao turned to Shui Yu. Do you have any aphrodisiac pills? If there were demon beasts, there were surely more than just these few. She suddenly remembered a method to attract demon beasts. Are you a pervert? If it weren't for the absence of smoke in the cultivation realm, Shui Yu would have puffed out a smoke ring to express his weariness and confusion. Ye Qiao kicked him expressionlessly. You are the pervert. What I mean to say is that once the demonic beasts enter their mating season, other male beasts will surely be drawn by the scent to seek a pairing, much akin to the behavior observed in dogs during their heat. Moreover, the creatures of the cultivation realm are often even less reasonable than dogs. After a moment of contemplation, Shui Yu realized that this indeed seemed feasible. Why had he not considered employing such a method to attract the beasts before? However, his little junior sister, he raised his hand, feebly attempting a final protest. I am a serious alchemist. If that old man of his were to discover that after joining the sect, he had already learned to concoct aphrodisiac pills, he would undoubtedly be driven to madness. Ye Qiao succinctly stated, 1 million. All right, I understand. Shui Yu enlarged the cauldron in his hand, drawing in the essence of the surroundings, invigorated. I shall practice more. Better safe than sorry. Does anyone know the significance of their 1 million? I do not know. It likely pertains to some confidential matter of the Changming sect. Otherwise, why does everyone mention it as if they had taken a stimulant? Allow me to clarify. The Shui family's direct lineage is notorious for its antiquated traditions. In simpler terms, the family is composed of a group of old-fashioned individuals. The head of the Shui family, upon witnessing this scene, has already begun to rage furiously outside. Chapter 58. The scroll. Shui Yu was engrossed in alchemy, having ensnared a frenzied beast with her binding rope. To ensure absolute security, Ye Qiao had previously laid out an array. The effects of the aphrodisiac pill were remarkable, attracting numerous male beasts. However, the formation dissipated after merely 5 minutes. With a light click of her tongue, she swiftly lifted Duo-sun and Mu Chongxi, efficiently eliminating the obstructive beasts in one fell swoop. During this time, Ye Qiao attempted to practice the second form of the Qingfeng technique, reaching the brink each time but soon finding herself at a loss for the next step. Once the two had cooperatively dealt with the surrounding beasts, Shui Yu retrieved a jade slip. Pondering momentarily, they were merely 300 beasts short of surpassing the Moonqing sect. Mu Chongxi suggested, "Since we are here, why not venture a little deeper?" His proposal received unanimous approval, while Zhou Xingyun's opinion was deemed irrelevant. The four continued onward. The walls around them were constructed from sedimentary brown stones. Shui Yu gently tapped them twice, deducing that this cave was not crafted by the 5 sex cultivators, though not a weapons master herself. Her heritage from one of the 8 great families made her recognize that these materials resembled stones from the realms of the demon clan. Zhou Xingyun remarked, "There's a door here." The stone door creaked open, revealing a closed chamber surrounded by stone walls, inscribed with incomprehensible characters akin to some sort of incantation. Based on Shui Yu's experience, such artifacts were best left undisturbed. Yet, Mu Chongxi and Ye Qiao had already begun to wander about with ease. Shui Yu paused momentarily, admonishing them not to be reckless, as these objects clearly exuded danger. However, the ever-apathetic Zhou Xingyun extended his hand to poke at the uneven incantations, commenting, "Quite ugly." Shui Yu sighed. "Just give up, Shui Yu, haha." After all, their odd behavior was not new. She found that viewing the competition through the lens of disciples from the Changming sect was surprisingly delightful, as the atmosphere among the group remained jovial. After several futile attempts to dissuade them, Shui Yu chose to join their antics. If one could not defeat them, one might as well join them. The four had evidently transformed this bizarre place into their own private garden. Outside, Ming Xian watched the scene with envy, muttering how infuriating. "I wish to join Ye Qiao in her revelry." Song Hanqing sneered, "What a reckless demise." With 2 sects eliminated, the Changming sect's position appeared secure. But what audacity did they possess to venture into such an eerie locale? He had mistaken the sounds for pigs, only to discover it was the prodigious talent of the Moonqing sect. Ming Xian beamed at Song Hanqing's taunts. "You should inquire why both the Sword and Moonqing sects sit idly on the elimination bench, enjoying their fruits, while still being concerned for us." Song Hanqing was momentarily taken aback. "Don't go too far." Chu Xingji interjected, "Is there truly no one willing to team up with me to confront him? That Ming Xian is insufferable." Jai Chen advised, "It will incur penalties. Keep your composure." Wasn't he Ming Xian supposed to be plagued by inner demons? He hardly resembled one burdened by such woes. Jai Chen felt that spending too long with him might even invoke his own inner turmoil. Their words were a testament to the shared disdain that flowed among the Changming sect. Meanwhile, within the chamber, Ye Qiao discovered a scroll floating midair, partially unfurled, emanating a golden glow adorned with specks of light. "What is this?" she inquired. Zhou Xingyun replied, "It resembles a vessel for maintaining the secret realm's activation." Great secret realms open once every century, supported by powerful spiritual tools to sustain their operation and open their entrances. The spiritual tools used to unlock these realms are indeed valuable. Mu Chongxi asked, "What would happen if we took it?" Zhou Xingyun replied, "No one has ever attempted it." Shui Yu suggested, "Let us give it a try." As the four continued their unabashed conversation, a heavy, somewhat hoarse voice drifted towards them from behind. "Little girl." Ye Qiao responded, "A ghost?" Mu Chongxi and Shui Yu echoed in unison, "I don't believe it." Ye Qiao shot a glance at them, irritated that they had borrowed her words. Zhou Xingyun gestured for them to look back, indicating they should show some respect to the elder. Outside, a cultivator remarked, "So your notion of respect is merely calling him an elder?" The elder, having endured much already, initially thought they were merely scattered cultivators. However, upon seeing these four, who strode in like brigands, donned in uniform red sect robes, he began to reconsider. They were disciples of direct lineage. Yet, was this the current state of disciples in the cultivation world? Ye Qiao peered forward to see an elder, dressed in tattered gray, appearing gaunt and shadow-like. as if he might dissipate at any moment. She calculated her approach, adopting an innocent tone. "Are you unable to leave?" His heart leaped with joy. The little girl was soft-hearted and easily deceived. The elder quickly donned a weathered expression. "Indeed, I have been trapped here for decades." Tears streamed down his face. "I never anticipated that I would finally await your arrival." Ye Qiao, unimpressed by his theatrical performance, quietly moved behind Shuiyu, wary of revealing her own distorted features, signaling her senior brother to negotiate with the elder. Shuiyu narrowed her eyes, nearly certain he belonged to the demon clan, and without showing any outward signs, asked, "What do you wish for us to do?" "Release me," he urged, his tone tinged with urgency. "That little girl is a talisman master, correct? Just follow my instructions, and I will repay you once I am free." Ye Qiao replied, "But I am only at the initial stage of foundation building." The elder paused. "Foundation building? Has the threshold for direct disciples become so low? Or is she truly a prodigy so talented that the 5 sects would make an exception?" Harboring hopes that Ye Qiao was indeed a genius, the elder brightened. Observing the pure and innocent demeanor of the 4, he smiled. "I will teach you how to unlock such formations. It is quite simple." As Ye Qiao watched him become animated, even illustrating the initiation of the formation with his hands, she discreetly observed for a moment, ensuring that she had never encountered these array techniques before. However, it did not hinder her from memorizing them quietly. With so many cultivators watching, learning such obviously sinister techniques would undoubtedly lead to severe repercussions. But how could they know what she had learned in private? Noticing her earnestness, the elder became increasingly animated, having been trapped here for nearly a century by those direct disciples, and now with no one to discover this place. He felt his last remnants of spirit dissipating. The demon clan's cultivation methods were insidious. As long as a trace of spirit remained, they could seize a new body. Which was not difficult for him, he merely needed to escape. "Have you learned it?" he asked, his expectation palpable as he gazed at Ye Qiao. Ye Qiao shook her head. "I haven't grasped it. It's too difficult. Perhaps you could teach me some simpler methods?" For a fleeting moment, the elder's expression twisted. But he quickly regained his smile. "Very well." Internally, he cursed the leaders of the 5 sects, wondering which foolish donkey had chosen such a disciple, so utterly dim-witted. He had transformed the method over 100 times, yet she had not learned a single one. Seeing this unfold, Song Hansheng felt utterly relieved. The elder's method of breaking formations was exceedingly simple, yet Ye Qiao could not remember a single one, indicating that it was certainly not something one could master in half a year. As for Shuiyu's earlier boast about her junior sister's photographic memory, that was a thought long forgotten. "Have you learned it?" the elder pressed. Ye Qiao vaguely replied, "Close enough." In truth, she had retained a sufficient amount. So she turned to the elder, reaffirming, "You truly cannot leave?" The elder nodded eagerly, skillfully spinning tales. "Indeed, little girl. You." Ye Qiaowang beamed with a radiant smile, swiftly seized the floating scroll in midair, and took off running, leaving behind a remark, "Since you cannot emerge, I shall rest easy." Chapter 59. Indeed, it has collapsed. After the 4 rushed outside, Shuiyu immediately glanced up into the air. The secret realm was collapsing. The ancient battlefield was solely supported by the scroll, and with Ye Qiao having taken it away, the realm lacked the energy to sustain itself and was evidently on the verge of closing prematurely. Fortunately, the 5 sects had elders guarding the secret realm, prohibiting other rogue cultivators from entering, which meant that only the direct disciples of a few sects would suffer the consequences. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xingyun inexplicably felt a sense of resolution. Indeed, it has collapsed. What was happening? Qin Huai was stunned. He watched as the beasts, which had been resting in their lairs, all rushed out, becoming agitated and frenzied. The barriers within the secret realm seemed to be cracking prematurely. Duan Hengdao exclaimed, "The secret realm is ending early? It's only the 3rd day. Why?" He was perplexed. What unforeseen event could have caused the premature conclusion of the realm? In the previous major secret realm, he and Ye Qiao had remained for the full 5 days. This situation was too bizarre. As the chief disciple, Qin Huai held the authority to decide whether to exit or remain in the secret realm. Ultimately, he cast a glance at the rankings that had been unveiled and, for the safety of his junior brothers, waved his hand, "Let us go." He crushed his identity token to exit. Yu Qingzong held the top position with 300 points. Cheng Mingzong followed in second with 4,000 points, and Cheng Fengzong was third with 200 points. In the given circumstances, there was no need to struggle. Qin Huai coldly smirked at the imminent closure of the secret realm. Plans often faltered in the face of change. With Yu Qingzong being eliminated, it should have been a guaranteed victory for Cheng Mingzong if they had stayed a few more days. Perhaps Ye Qiao had not anticipated the early closure of the realm? He was eager to witness the expressions of the Cheng Mingzong members. "We're leaving." As the identity tokens of the 5 members of Cheng Fengzong were crushed, the tokens of Bishui Zong also shattered, clearly signaling their unwillingness to struggle any further. In such circumstances, it was paramount to exit promptly. Ye Qiao observed as the names of all the disciples dimmed. Now, only the 4 of them remained illuminated. How many beasts do we still need? With all 4 sects eliminated, the focus now shifted to Cheng Mingzong, and all eyes were glued to the recording stone. An elder from Cheng Fengzong could not contain himself, admonishing, "These children still haven't come out? How dare they remain in the secret realm?" Mu Chongxi replied, "It's fine. The secret realm won't end so easily. Ye Qiao has been down twice. There's plenty of time, and she still wants to try the second form of the Qingfengju." Zhou Xingyun, observing this scene, pursed his lips. He had always been indifferent to such matters, but the situation was now different. Sighing, he reached for the sword at his waist and gently patted the backs of the 2, signaling them to be cautious. With his sword, Duanchun, drawn, the blade gleamed as bright as fresh snow, leaving a trail of chilling silence in its wake. Zhou Xingyun deliberately slowed his pace, allowing Ye Qiao to barely catch a glimpse of his swordplay. The principle was simplicity itself, clarity in the wind and moonlight. There were no ostentatious moves. The 2 watched in awe, immediately mimicking his stance without hesitation. In the next moment, Zhou Xingyun struck Mu Chongxi's right hand coldly wrong. Again. "Ouch!" Mu Chongxi cried out, "Senior brother, that hurts." Ye Qiao remained silent, adjusting her posture. "Who taught them this?" An elder from the Jiangwen sect remarked, "They are fearless as calves." As for their talent in the sword path, it was evident. Taking a deep breath, Ye Qiao gathered her strength and swung her sword. Having practiced a few times before, the sword technique had appeared too abstract. Without the ability to focus, she could not visualize it being executed by a real person. Consequently, she had only grasped the edge of the second form. Zhou Xingyun's sword style suddenly became vivid in her mind. She swung her sword down, and the wind from the blade sliced through the air, revealing a gushing flow of blood, seemingly gentle, yet filled with lethal intent. The disparity between the first and second forms lay in the fact that the first was suited for combat, while the second was meant for hunting, if wielded effectively. It could be lethal. However, for now, it could only be used against the beasts. This realm of cultivation differed from her expectations of flashing blades and rivers of blood. The direct disciples were treasures, and the future of the cultivation world depended on them. Despite the conflicts, none could afford to falter, for they were all prodigies painstakingly nurtured by their sections. Thus, a naive and sheltered demeanor had developed among these direct disciples, having been overly protected by their masters and elders. The 3 moved swiftly. The second form of Qingfengju resembled a group attack, making it even easier to resolve the situation. Shuiyu glanced at the rankings above and urged, "That's enough. Let's hurry." Outside, a profound silence enveloped the scene. The elders could not help but marvel. This cohort of Cheng Mingzong truly never ceased to surprise. Other direct disciples would have fled at the first sign of danger. The secret realm would not collapse so quickly. It was a vast expanse. Presently, it was the direct disciples who lacked the courage. An elder from Bishui Zong stroked his beard, admitting he had just taken a deep breath. It had been a long time since he had seen such bravery among the direct disciples, who were actually learning sword techniques in a nearly closing secret realm, and astonishingly, they had even managed to learn them. As Ye Qiao and her seniors were transmitted outside, a crowd rushed toward her, surrounding her. They were all cultivators who had burst in from outside, nearly causing her to flee in fright. Ye Qiao has emerged. Ye Qiao. Someone stepped forward, fervently shaking her hand. You're the one who excels in both sword and talisman, right? It's a pleasure to meet you. I've long admired your name. Ye Qiao was nearly overwhelmed by the throng. Just as she struggled to squeeze through the crowd to stand alongside her seniors, a booming voice from the sect leader's seat pierced through the air, causing all the emerged disciples to tremble. Who caused the collapse of the secret realm? Chapter 60. The map of mountains and rivers. The voice of the master of the sword inquiry sect suddenly rang out from behind. Just as Ye Qiao was preparing to slip away, she froze. Shui Yu, seemingly unfazed, lowered his head. Mu Chongxi and Zhou Xingyun were also present. With a cold smirk, he called out to the four of them, "You all come here and pay for the damages." Ye Qiao awkwardly replied, "Please don't be angry. It's not a big deal. Was it you who caused the secret realm to collapse?" How could he not be furious? If it weren't for Ye Qiao, their sword inquiry sect would not have fallen to such a state. They had placed last in the second grand competition. This was unprecedented in a millennium. Qin Fanfan was forced to step in to defend them. The secret realm was bound to close eventually. Paying for damages will only breed resentment. The master of the sword inquiry sect raised his hand, coldly interrupting, "Enough. There is no goodwill between my sect and your Changming sect. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is for the secret realm to close early? Pay up." In the end, it was Qin Fanfan who had to clean up the mess, tearfully handing over money to the sword inquiry sect, while Ye Qiao found herself surrounded. "When did you learn this formation?" Song Hanqing rushed forward to question her. "A few months ago," Ye Qiao replied, noticing the urgency in his flushed face, her tone brightening considerably. "From now on, please call me the low-key genius, thank you." Moreover, she poked him with a bamboo shoot, reminding him, "Remember to speak politely to the first place of the second grand competition." Song Hanqing. Chu Xingji immediately began to point and comment on the scene. "Look, how proud they are of their Changming sect. I told you we could join forces, but you insisted on opposing us." Ming Xian and Ye Qiao clapped in celebration, joining in the pointing and commenting. Chu Xingji, be mindful of how you speak to the first place in the second grand competition. Chu Xingji. Ye Qiao had never seen this object before, but Shuiyu seemed somewhat familiar. "I think I've seen it in books before. It seems to be called the map of mountains and rivers." Shuiyu poked it, suggesting, "You could check the spiritual artifact rankings. If I remember correctly, it should be ranked 3rd. When opened, the scroll can trap enemies within your own past memories. It is a highly useful illusion device." Shuiyu rested his chin on his hand. It is said that the scenes inside can be so realistic that they are indistinguishable from reality. Ye Qiao perked up. "Should I give it a try? If I get lost in there, just give me a kick." It would be a pity not to personally experience such a spiritual artifact. Shuiyu gestured, indicating it was fine. As he activated the spiritual artifact, Ye Qiao felt a wave of dizziness, and soon she opened her eyes to find herself facing a white desk lamp. She was sitting at a computer, burning the midnight oil over design drafts, her complexion pale and dark circles under her eyes, a scene of someone worn down by the pressures of life and society. The moment Ye Qiao saw this illusion, she shivered, instantly awakening. "How terrifying. What did you see?" Shuiyu raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You woke up the moment you entered? Has the third-ranked spiritual artifact become so useless?" Ye Qiao, still shaken, replied, "I saw the humble daily life of a corporate drone." Shuiyu blinked in confusion, unable to comprehend. But this wasn't the first time he had failed to understand her. "Shall we try again?" Ye Qiao was eager to give it another shot. Perhaps the scene was poorly constructed. Who wants to see themselves being overworked and toiling over design drafts? Shuiyu nodded in agreement and activated the spiritual artifact again. The next moment, Ye Qiao opened her eyes to find herself in a dramatic scene where she was being scolded by her boss. Expressionless, she wiped her face, awakening once more. Shuiyu, this artifact is useless? He shook the map of mountains and rivers in confusion. What did you see? Twice, without entering the state. Ye Qiao finally recognized reality, heaving a heavy sigh as she placed the map of mountains and rivers on the table. Forget it. Let us keep this thing as far away from me as possible. Yet, she did not miss the days of staying up late to rush design drafts. Shuiyu's lips twitched as he collected the map of mountains and rivers. What was with that expression of hers, which seemed to avoid it like the plague? After testing the map of mountains and rivers, the courtyard had become lively. Ming Xian and Mu Changxi were busy preparing a barbecue, claiming they were celebrating. By the time they emerged, the bonfire was already set up. Ming Xian ignited a fire talisman and tossed it in, and the flames shot up high. Is someone cooking? Suzhua sniffed the air with his dog-like nose. Cooking? Song Hanqing was at a loss for words. Don't they have fasting pills? Suzhua replied in a low voice. I heard it's a celebration. It smells so good. He wondered what they were making. Let us go check with the neighboring sect. Oh. He actually didn't want to face Ye Qiao. Every time he encountered his former second senior sister, his feelings were indescribably complex. For a fleeting moment, he even wondered if she hadn't left, would things be different? Although this thought was quickly extinguished, it was undeniable that Suzhua had entertained such fantasies. When they arrived, they coincidentally found Ye Qiao grilling. Hearing the commotion, she looked up at the two of them and spat out 2 words. Pay up. If they wanted to eat, she feared they wouldn't understand, so she added, You need to pay first. Song Hanqing hadn't expected her to see right through his thoughts. He figured since he was there, he couldn't just give up over a few spirit stones. He couldn't afford to lose face. The young man's expression darkened, and he reluctantly tossed her 3 top-grade spirit stones, then sat down impassively to wait. Facing these uninvited guests, Ye Qiao didn't chase them away. After all, if they wanted to eat, they just had to pay. Ye Qiao was quite quick at grilling, but her several senior brothers were quick to snatch food as well. Watching the plates empty, Song Hanqing's expression darkened again. The 5 of them took turns grilling, and in a moment of distraction, they grilled a bit too much. Song Hanqing's plate was already piled high. Ye Qiao yawned, glancing at the sky. Seeing that Song Hanqing wasn't leaving, she immediately grew impatient and started to shoo them away. Haven't you finished eating yet? Why aren't you leaving? Song Hanqing was also annoyed. Didn't you see there's still food on my plate? Ye Qiao. She paused for a moment. Oh, so you plan to finish it here? Could he even eat all of that? Song Hanqing looked at her expressionlessly, raising his voice sharply. Can't I take some with me if I can't finish it? Seeing Ye Qiao's stunned expression, he couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Who would have thought he had become smarter? From now on, no one from the Changming sect would be able to trick him out of a single spirit stone. Watching Song Hanqing actually take the entire plate of grilled meat away, Ye Qiao crossed her arms, her feelings more complicated than ever. Ming Xian was also dumbfounded for a few seconds. What was going on? Previously, Song Hanqing was the chief disciple who wouldn't stay anywhere but the best rooms in the inn. Song Hanqing. Ye Qiao's tone turned somewhat heavy. I've noticed that he has really changed a lot during this time. Oh, Shuiyu remarked, understandingly. He has become kinder? Ye Qiao. He has become a bit foolish. Chapter 61. Where's my Ye Qiao? It is evident that the blow dealt to Song Hanqing by over 100,000 high-grade spirit stones was considerable. Ye Qiao had never sought debts from Yi Qinghan, primarily because sword cultivators are typically impoverished. Song Hanqing might manage to scrape together some funds, but Yi Qinghan would likely have to sell his underwear to repay. In such a scenario, the IOU could serve as leverage against Yi Qinghan. The opening of the secret realm is uncertain, and after a rare moment of relaxation, Qin Fanfan sauntered in, clapping her hands. I have good news and a piece of news that is neither good nor bad. Which would you like to hear first? What is the good news? The good news is that the secret realm will not open for another 2 months, so you can indulge yourselves without worry. Ye Qiao immediately high-fived Shuiyu. I want to join in. Mu Chongxi also leaned over to clap hands. What's the neither good nor bad news? Ming Xian inquired. Qin Fan replied. Someone has commissioned a task for the 5 sects with a 2-month deadline. You may not be able to be as lazy as you hoped. What a dreadful piece of news. Ming Xian rolled his eyes. We will not accept it. What task could possibly require the involvement of the 5 sects? We refuse to become scapegoats. The Changming sect also had tasks, typically involving the hunting of demon beasts to procure spirit stones. Such tasks were unnecessary as they were not in want of funds. Qin Fan interrupted him. The reward is the Chaos Pearl. The Pearl of Creation from the enlightenment of heaven and earth is highly coveted. Thus, the other sects wasted no time dispatching their elite disciples. Recently, the demonic forces had been quite active, and whoever could quell them would claim the pearl for their sect. She patted several disciples on their shoulders, urging them to strive hard. Who commissioned the task? Ming Xian asked, clearly intrigued. It was commissioned by the Lord of Yushui City. Qin Fan explained. It is a small city where the cultivators are predominantly at the foundation establishment stage, with many being loose cultivators. If the demonic forces truly caused chaos, it would be nearly impossible to find any leads. Be cautious. The demonic forces are not to be trifled with. Ye Qiao tapped the teacup on the table. Feeling utterly exhausted and longing for sleep. You forego, she declared. Qin Fan glanced at the slumped Ye Qiao and said, You stay. Why? Mu Chongxi protested first, questioning why she could remain. With so many elite disciples from the 5 sects going, it was unlikely they would even get a turn. Ye Qiao, who could leisurely avoid the task, undeniably garnered envious glances from the other 4. You are at the foundation establishment stage, and so are you all? Ming Xian timidly raised his hand. I'm at the peak of foundation establishment. You should go as well. Qin Fan shot him a glare. No excuses. It's an excellent opportunity for you to hone your skills. These children were akin to delicate flowers in a greenhouse. If they didn't seize opportunities to train, they would be unprepared for the dangers of the outside world. Hearing that she wouldn't have to go, Ye Qiao's eyes sparkled, and she immediately flashed an oily gesture to the other 4. It's all right. You all rest easy. I will remember you. Though my body cannot accompany you, my spirit shall remain with you. Ming Xian muttered, Is there anyone willing to join me in dealing with her? Shui Yu replied, Forget it. Without talismans, you won't be able to handle her. How infuriating. Observing the forlorn expressions of the other 4, Qin Fan offered some comfort. Do not worry. Ye Qiao will not be idle. I've arranged for her to train with a talented talisman master to enhance her reaction speed and understanding of formations. After all, she is a rare dual cultivator of sword and talisman. Though previously unknown, it was now imperative to send her for rigorous training and find her a mentor skilled in talisman crafting. Qin Fan clapped her hands and announced, Your young master uncle is a talisman master. I've notified him to come teach you. The Changming sect has around 4 peaks. She had visited the Pill Peak once, but had never set foot on the other 3. Strictly speaking, she had 4 young masters, and the one Qin Fan found was likely from the Talisman Peak. Mu Chongxi exclaimed, Huh? Young master uncle? As Ye Qiao was a newcomer, she was not well acquainted with the masters of the 4 peaks and was merely surprised at the mention of them. However, the other 4 senior brothers appeared to react significantly. Why is he coming? Ming Xian sipped his water. Isn't he always sleeping? Always referring to him as he without any respect for elders, Qin Fan succinctly replied. I heard a dual cultivator of sword and talisman has arrived, and Xia Chushua, being curious, came personally. The rarity of such dual cultivation is quite high. Who wouldn't wish to come and see for themselves? Just as she finished speaking, the door swung open. A man entered, rubbing his eyes, appearing as if he had just awakened. Upon spotting Mu Chongxi, his light brown eyes brightened slightly. Are you the Ye Qiao? Ye Qiao leaned closer to Ming Xian, unable to contain herself. Is he blind? That name hardly sounds masculine. Ming Xian remarked. Our young master uncle has been a bit slow for years. Our master remains loyal, so try to understand. Xia Chuxiua reached out, pinching Mu Chongxi's cheeks playfully, grinning. You look rather foolish, yet you managed to secure first place in the competition? Mu Chongxi's face contorted under the pressure. Why, young master uncle, please stop. He struggled to escape the playful grasp, unhesitatingly pointing at Ye Qiao. She is the one you're looking for. After releasing Mu Chongxi, Xia Chuxiue continued to smile. Oh. I know, I was just teasing you. Qin Fanfan interjected. Are you done making a ruckus? Xia Chuxiue has always been an eccentric individual. If it weren't for the sudden need for a talisman master to teach, Qin Fanfan would never have sought out this junior brother. You four should make a trip to Yushui City. If you encounter any danger, shatter the jade slip to relay a message. He added, Ye Qiao is too inexperienced. So let her remain. Keeping Ye Qiao behind felt safer to Qin Fanfan. After all, this child had a tendency to stir up trouble, and the demonic forces were not a realm for her to frolic. Ye Qiao had no objections. That works for me. I'd rather not deal with the demonic forces. It sounds exceedingly troublesome. Besides, I finally have a 2-month break. Working extra is shameful. Mu Chongxi was dragged away mercilessly by Zhou Xingyun, his face a picture of reluctance, his resentment palpable. Ming Shen cautioned, that young master uncle is quite wicked. Keep your distance. How ruthless. Shuiyu hesitated. You? Rest easy. With that, he too departed, leaving Ye Qiao with a head full of questions. After the 4 senior brothers left, only Qin Fanfan and Xia Chuxiue remained. Ye Qiao harbored doubts about the naming standards of the previous generation of sect leaders. She stepped outside into the courtyard, seeking an open space and taking a deep breath, preparing herself mentally. Unbeknownst to her, the formation had already been set up in advance, the intricate patterns expanding from beneath her feet. In the blink of an eye, Ye Qiao found herself ensnared within the formation. At the moment she entered, a barrage of attacks ensued. Sword strikes, demonic energy, spells, and physical assaults all converged upon her. Ye Qiao was caught off guard, unable to locate any weak point in the formation. Setting aside her realm, this formation was far beyond her capabilities. Ye Qiao could only defend herself. But within a short span, she was expelled from the formation. Xia Chuxiue remarked, I've seen some of your recorded images. You seem to enjoy catching your enemies off guard. While it can be effective at times, should you encounter someone quicker than you, you will find yourself on the receiving end of the blows. He lowered his gaze, studying Ye Qiao for a moment. Thus, Xia Chuxiue adopted a serious tone, prompting Ye Qiao to finally retract her earlier frivolous assessment. He flashed a smile. So let us continue. Ye Qiao replied. In the days that followed, Ye Qiao found herself ensnared by the formation for a full 3 days. It was only on the 4th day that she managed to locate the formation's core, and fortunately, her little master uncle had a modicum of conscience, refraining from drawing an offensive formation. Otherwise, she might not have survived even 3 days. You're out? Xia Chuxiue lazily opened his eyes, surprised at the speed of her emergence, which exceeded his expectations. Once Ye Qiao emerged, she collapsed like a pancake, and before she could fully comprehend her situation, she was once again enveloped by the formation. Darn it! Much of Ye Qiao's knowledge stemmed from books, supplemented by some experience in the secret realm, yet she had never encountered such a troublesome formation. It could easily wear one down. Initially, Xia Chuxiue focused on training her reaction speed, and once she adapted, he shifted to enhancing her speed in breaking the formation. Illusory formations were one thing, but the entrapment formations were far more vexing. After the 7th day, her speed in dismantling the formations gradually increased, though she felt utterly exhausted. Within the formation, monstrous beasts would occasionally leap out to startle her, prompting her to reflexively wield her weapon, only to tragically discover that the core she had just located had shifted once more. Little Master Uncle. Ye Qiao emerged from the formation, her face pale and head hung low. Was Ming Xian subjected to this as well? Xia Chuxiue nodded affirmatively. The methods of talisman practitioners and sword cultivators differ. While the former do not endure physical blows, the incessant formations can be far more perplexing. Ye Qiao's eyes gradually lost their spark. She lay on the ground, resembling a lifeless fish devoid of dreams. Seeing this, Xia Chuxue vigorously shook her, transforming her into a quivering noodle. Then, he seemed to witness Ye Qiao tilt her head back as if a tiny ghost was drifting from her lips. Is that so? He blinked, tilting his head in confusion. Is she really that fragile? He recalled how resilient Ming Xian and Shuiyu had been in their youth. Xia Chuxue had even attempted to roast Ming Xian and Shuiyu together when they were little, eagerly seeking to perfect a recipe for grilling young apprentices. Back then, both had exhibited remarkable vitality. It seemed, perhaps, they hadn't been worn down to this extent. When Qin Fanfan arrived, she found her disciple being manhandled by Xia Chuxue, who had seized him by the collar, while Ye Qiao appeared on the brink of collapse. Furious, Qin Fanfan delivered a punch to Xia Chushue's head. What have you done to my disciple? Xia Chuxue replied, She's fine. Huh, I knew it. He beamed, instantly releasing his grip on her collar. Ye Qiao fell to the ground once more. Qin Fanfan was at a loss. Ye Qiao, now fully awakened from her stupor, spoke weakly. Do you have a teleportation talisman? I need to find my senior brothers. I never wish to deal with formations again. Xia Chuxue blinked. I don't have a teleportation talisman. However, you could try the teleportation array. With a cheerful demeanor, he added, though it may take some time, it can transport many individuals at once. Would you like to learn? I can teach you. As he spoke, Xia Chuxue formed hand seals with such speed that it dazzled the eyes. Ye Qiao had no chance to protest, and in the next moment, a faint golden formation appeared beneath her feet. Look! He gazed at the spot where Ye Qiao had just vanished, his eyes widening in astonishment. My disciple has disappeared. Qin Fan watched in disbelief as her sizable disciple vanished without a trace. She immediately lost her temper, delivering a punch that sent Xia Chuxue crashing into the wall, unable to extricate himself. Where's my Ye Qiao? Is she dead? It seemed she was sent away by the teleportation array. Xia Chuxue let out a yelp as he struggled to emerge from the wall, then, rejuvenated, casually strolled over, his voice light-hearted. To be honest, I'm not sure where she'll end up. The locations of teleportation arrays are notoriously unpredictable. All they could do was wish Ye Qiao good luck. Qin Fanfan. Chapter 62. A wise man knows when to yield. When the group arrived at Yunshui City, all 5 sect disciples encountered one another, yet they were too indifferent to engage. Those present were all highly skilled and capable disciples. Qin Huai tightened the sword at his waist, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief upon noticing that Ye Qiao was absent. It was understandable. With such meager cultivation, Changming sect would never allow her to venture out. The Chaos Pearl was coveted by all, and each sect was expected to acquire it through their own merit. Throughout the journey, there was no exchange of words among the sects as they followed the butler into the city lord's manor. Yi Qinghan was the first to speak, inquiring whether there were disturbances from the demon clan within the city and if any had been captured. No, replied the city lord, a rotund man, who sighed softly. It is precisely due to the lack of options that I sought your assistance. The 5 sects were willing to lend their support solely for the sake of the Chaos Pearl, fully aware of the underlying implications. Without hesitation, they promised, as long as you eliminate the demons within the city, the Chaos Pearl will be delivered to you. Yi Qinghan nodded indifferently, clearly considering the Chaos Pearl a foregone conclusion. However, Shuiyu furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something amiss. Meanwhile, Ye Qiao found herself in a dizzying swirl before awakening to discover she was lying in an open space, a fact that brought her immense relief. At least it wasn't a grave. The teleportation array was as unpredictable as a teleportation talisman. It could lead anywhere. She brushed off the dust from her sleeves and stood up. King Deji had been transported along with her, its striking red feathers too conspicuous. Ye Qiao quickly tucked it into her sleeve, allowing it to settle in a safe spot. As she surveyed her surroundings, dusk had fallen, obscuring her sense of location. To be cautious, she consumed a breath-holding pill and affixed an invisibility talisman before seeking a secure place to hide and observe. Soldiers patrolled nearby, but due to their low cultivation levels, none noticed her concealed presence. When the last soldier passed by alone, she swiftly covered his mouth and rendered him unconscious. Kung Deji was left astounded, never expecting its master to be so bold as to incapacitate someone in such a situation. Upon awakening in this strange place, King Deji was thoroughly alarmed. Its contract holder was a novice at foundational cultivation, clearly unable to defend herself. After dispatching the soldier, Ye Qiao muttered, "Apologies for the offense," before stripping him of his clothing and donning it herself. Uncertain of her circumstances, she realized her own attire was overly conspicuous, and with no one else around, she had to take the risk of changing into the soldier's uniform. Once changed, Ye Qiao refrained from making any sudden movements and found a hidden spot to quietly contemplate where her unreliable little master had sent her. It was evident that she was in unfamiliar territory, especially after overhearing the previous group speaking in a language she did not comprehend. After a moment of silence, she decisively chose to flee. This place exuded danger, and with a language barrier in place, lingering here was ill-advised. "What are you dawdling for? Trying to be lazy?" A sudden voice scolded her, accompanied by a forceful pat on her back. She turned to meet the impatient gaze of a stranger, whose eyes then swept across a group of similarly dressed individuals, the strongest among them estimated to be at the golden core stage, numbering around 7 or 8. Realizing that attempting to escape now would lead to dire consequences, Ye Qiao promptly turned around and nimbly moved to the back of the group. A wise person knows when to yield. Judging by the apparent disorganization of the group, they seemed to lack any coherent structure, making it easy to blend in unnoticed. Although Ye Qiao's foundational cultivation was not remarkable, it was adequate enough to allow her to remain inconspicuous at the back of the formation. The group paid her no mind as they continued their chatter in a language she could not understand. Yet, her strong learning ability meant she could silently register the words that frequently recurred in their speech. As she followed the group, she increasingly felt that these individuals bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Demon Clan. A slight twitch of her lips betrayed her incredulity. Was her luck truly so abysmal? Transported to the heart of the Demon Clan, she mused that it would have been preferable to be sent to a graveyard for a dance party. At least that would pose no real danger. "We will head to Yunshui City tomorrow. I hear everyone has arrived," she pieced together from their fragmented conversation. Though she could not comprehend the latter part, it did not sound promising. The jade slips used by cultivators for communication could relay messages, but given her current predicament, it was clear that sending a message was ill-advised. Moreover, the demons seemed well-informed about the movements of the other sects, indicating that Mu Chongxi and the others had likely been under surveillance since their entry into Yunshui City. Was the demon intelligence network truly so advanced? In an instant, a thought struck Ye Qiao. Wait a moment. Those foolish disciples from the 5 sects wouldn't be foolish enough to parade into Yunshui City in their sect uniforms, would they? It was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. None of the senior brothers had changed their attire upon leaving, meaning they were a group of naive disciples waltzing into the stronghold of the Demon Clan, practically broadcasting their arrival to the world, with their every move meticulously observed. Ye Qiao silently adjusted her clothing, contemplating the future. If she were to rely on these naive disciples, the realm of cultivation would surely meet its demise sooner rather than later. Where do we look for the Demon Clan? Mu Chongxi scanned the surroundings, remarking that nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Besides Changming's sect, other sects had also dispatched individuals, all treated as honored guests. Although they claimed to be investigating, no leads had surfaced. If only the little junior sister were here. Ming Xian pondered. What would she do? Stop mentioning the little junior sister, Mu Chongxi sighed, resting his chin on the table, tired and disheartened. She isn't here now. We must rely on ourselves. Though Yunshui City was a small city-state, it housed many inhabitants. Identifying the Demon Clan among the throngs was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The group had spent a full week at the city lord's residence, yet not a single clue had emerged. Any news from the other sects? Mu Chongxi nudged the person beside him. Shui shook his head. None. They're all running around like headless chickens. Zhou Xingyun absent-mindedly toyed with the tassels hanging from the table, speaking with a hint of skepticism. Can there truly be a chaos pearl in such a small place like Yushui City? He had maintained a doubtful stance, yet the information had originated from the 5 sects, making it hard to dismiss as fabrication. It could be some unexpected opportunity that was seized. Ming Xian shrugged. After all, not all treasures can be monopolized by the 5 major sects and 8 great families. Shui Yu remarked. I wonder how things are going for the little junior sister and the little master. It should be quite lively for them these days. He could only sincerely hope that Ye Qiao was safe. Meanwhile, Ye Qiao, caught between 2 worlds, endeavored to swiftly assimilate the demon clan's language to avoid exposure. King Deji, nestled within her sleeve, remained motionless, realizing that following this master was indeed exhilarating. Awakening in an unfamiliar place was one thing, but now she found herself amidst the demon clan. Moreover, when had she learned the demon language? With a radiant smile, Ye Qiao engaged in conversation with the demons, exuding confidence despite not knowing anyone among them. To an outsider, it appeared as though she were intimately acquainted with them. When will we reach Yushui City? She inquired. The demon, casting an impatient glance her way, replied, in 2 days. Shouldn't we hurry along? Why are you so full of questions? He let out a cold chuckle. For it was only a matter of time before they captured those disciples from Yushui City. However, to ensure their safety, the saintess from our demon realm would also be arriving here. We shall await her presence. Ye Qiao inquired, the saintess is coming too? Her tone conveyed an appropriately measured surprise, for Qin Fan had not mentioned the existence of a saintess within the demon clan. Throughout their conversation, the other party had only emphasized how simple this task was, merely needing to eliminate the demons causing chaos to obtain the Chaos Pearl. If the situation were too perilous, the other sects would not have allowed their disciples to proceed without reservations. It seemed evident that there were issues with the intelligence gathered by the 5 sections. Ye Qiao's naive astonishment greatly satisfied the vanity of her interlocutor. The demon soldier, upon hearing this, felt his mood lift considerably, eagerly anticipating the arrival of their saintess, confident that she would ensnare the oblivious disciples from the 5 sections. With that, the demon began to laugh heartily. Ye Qiao was unsure if such laughter was typical of villains or a tradition of the demon clan, and thus she merely joined in. Qin Fan was anxiously questioning her about where the teleportation array had taken her and if she was in danger. Observing this, Ye Qiao quickly transmitted a message. You might not believe it, but I've arrived at the demon stronghold. Qin Fan responded. He composed himself, wiped his face, and kicked the seated Xia Chuxue. Where the hell have you taken my disciple? Xia Chuxue swiftly dodged. What's the matter? Wasn't it her who wanted the teleportation talisman? I generously provided her with a teleportation array. He lifted his chin, exuding an air of smugness. Qin Fan kicked him again, sending him flying. After a moment of calm, he sent Ye Qiao a jade slip. What's the situation on your end? Be cautious and don't act recklessly. The demon realm is not a place you can wander freely. Is there a chance for you to escape? I will arrange for someone to come to your aid. Ye Qiao surveyed her surroundings. For now, it seems escape is unlikely. Moreover, she suspected that not only was her own escape improbable, but also that of the other disciples from the various sections. This mission, upon closer inspection, appeared to be a trap. Remaining still was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Have you ever seen what the saintess looks like? Ye Qiao tucked the jade slip away and casually asked the nearby demon soldier. Never, he replied. The saintess is not someone we are permitted to see. Oh, I see. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that they were at a distinct disadvantage. Ye Qiao calmed herself, subtly continuing to extract information. From the demon soldier, she gleaned a rough understanding of the saintess, an enigmatic figure of the nascent soul stage, who aimed to capture all disciples. The other party would arrive in 2 days to meet with them. Ye Qiao had encountered demons before. Previously, she had been confined with an old man who, at the very least, held an elder's status within the demon realm. He had conversed fluently in a language she understood, eschewing any unintelligible jargon. Thanks to that old man, she had learned quite a bit about the demon realm's formations and how to break them. If called upon, she would indeed know a thing or two. Ye Qiao slowly lowered her eyes, suddenly struck by a bold thought. Everyone at home had tested positive. She likely had as well. Would she perhaps need to pause updates for a couple of days? Chapter 63. They deserve it. Ye Qiao had always possessed great audacity. Upon realizing she had ventured into the territory of the demon clan, she decisively stripped a demon soldier of his attire and donned it herself, recalling the task that Qin Fanfan had mentioned earlier. What better way to gather intelligence than to infiltrate the enemy's stronghold? Clearly, there was none. Thus she felt justified in her decision to remain. Ye Qiao, I have signed up for that task. Do not forget to reward me when the time comes. The intelligence network of the 5 sects should not be so inept as to fail to uncover such fundamental information. Ye Qiao surmised that this was undoubtedly a premeditated move, aimed at honing the vigilance of these direct disciples. There are additional rewards for completing the task. Since this was a trial, it should be equitable for all. Ye Qiao had no intention of interfering, but now that she had infiltrated the demon territory, it was evident that she intended to participate in the trial. Among these direct disciples, Ye Qiao's cultivation was the weakest, and despite the emergence of a dual cultivation prodigy, her initial exclusion was expected. Yet, what transpired? The result was that the fool, Xia Chuxue, whisked her away. Qin Fanfan was furious and nearly overturned the table in her rage. The culprit, Xia Chuxue, rested her chin on her hand and blinked innocently. Oh, who do you think will secure first place in this trial? The task rewards were indeed genuine, however. Behind closed doors, they had conspired with the other 4 sects to determine who would excel in this trial to claim the Chaos Pearl. As for how to judge who was first, it would undoubtedly depend on the performance of these children during the trial. After a brief silence, Qin Fanfan remarked, I suspect it might be Ye Qiao. Don't ask, it is merely an instinct. While the other disciples were still milling about, Ye Qiao had already infiltrated the main forces of the demon clan. Seizing the opportunity while the demon patrols were preoccupied, she casually adopted a nonchalant expression and sent messages to a few senior brothers. Can you check for any news regarding the demon clan saintess? Please do so promptly. Currently, she possessed only 2 invisibility talismans, which had a time limit. If discovered by the demons, her fate would be sealed. Ye Qiao had no choice but to wear the demon soldier's attire. If one could not defeat them, one must join them. Ye Qiao saw nothing wrong with her actions. When Ming Xian received her message, he was momentarily stunned. The saintess. The demon clan saintess is coming too? Surely not. Wasn't it said that this task posed no danger? He scratched his head in confusion, only to receive another communication from his junior sister. There appear to be 7 or 8 golden core cultivators on the demon side. Be cautious, this task is quite perilous. Ming Xian, intrigued, inquired, how do you know there are 7 or 8? Shouldn't Ye Qiao be happily frolicking with the little master uncle? Fearing that her small maneuvers would draw attention, Ye Qiao urged, I am currently in the demon territory. You all need to investigate the specifics about the demons. The more detailed, the better. Ming Xian nearly stumbled in shock. The demon clan? He hadn't anticipated that while they were at a loss for leads, Ye Qiao had already infiltrated the demon stronghold. Ming Xian suppressed the impulse to smile wryly. We have been searching for news outside the city, yet we have failed to uncover any useful leads. They had inquired for a long while but found not a shred of valuable information, and Ming Xian contemplated giving up entirely, letting those direct disciples fend for themselves. The Chaos Pearl could be forsaken. Ye Qiao was astonished. Did none of you think of starting from the city lord's mansion? They had never considered that perhaps there was no issue within the city itself, but rather a connection between Yunshui City and the demon clan. Ming Xian. This was a task mandated by the sect. Regardless of the danger, it had to be accomplished. A group of sheltered flowers could not afford to be coddled, otherwise, they would surely perish in the world of cultivation. Prompted by Ye Qiao's remarks, Ming Xian hastened to gather several senior brothers, urging them to assist in investigating the demon situation. They soon discovered that the city lord's mansion indeed held secrets. Firstly, where would a small city acquire a chaos pearl? Secondly, while they claimed to seek their assistance, they offered not a single clue, and whenever questioned, their responses were vague and evasive. The four gathered to discuss. Based on the clues provided by our junior sister, they have a saintess at the nascent soul stage. One at the nascent soul stage can contend with three at the late golden core stage. Shuiyu could not help but chuckle bitterly. How were they to complete this task? Mu Chongxi rested his face on the table, utterly bored. But if she is at the nascent soul stage, this task is beyond our capability, isn't it? Could it be that the news from the five sects is flawed? Is their intelligence network truly this incompetent? Ming Xian crossed his legs confidently. Perhaps this is a trial, a test of their adaptability. However, in such matters, it ultimately depended on Ye Qiao. Relying on their adaptability would yield merely news-gathering results. For anything beyond that, they were utterly clueless. Meanwhile, while they floundered, their junior sister had already dashed off to the demon realm to revel. This exemplified the disparity between individuals. As they were all devoid of leads, the other direct disciples decided to convene, temporarily uniting to hold a meeting. Song Hanqing lightly rapped the table, addressing them earnestly. I plan to investigate the demon realm. Continuing in circles would yield nothing. He might as well take the risk to probe the demon territory. Suzhua hesitated momentarily. Senior brother, perhaps we should not run off recklessly. Song Hanqing, being at the late golden core stage, had the confidence to take such a gamble. Everyone coveted the chaos pearl. Among the direct disciples, obtaining the pearl would naturally test their respective abilities. Song Hanqing did not wish to remain idle. Miao Miao pursed her lips, conceding, if you all wish to go to the demon clan, then so be it. Otherwise, we will only waste more time here. Ultimately, only Song Hanqing and Ye Qiao stepped forward. Ming Xian raised an eyebrow at these two daredevils. Are you truly planning to go? As I understand it, there are 7 or 8 at the golden core stage. You might be captured, regardless of the sex rivalry. Ming Xian could not stand by and watch them venture to their demise. He attempted to dissuade them. However, he was met with a disdainful gaze from Ye Qiao. The reason your Changming sect ranks last is due to your cowardice. Mu Chongxi rolled up his sleeves. Fuming, are you looking for a fight? While speaking, personal attacks are excessive. Ye Qiao coldly placed his sword before him. Are you afraid of me? Seeing this, Shuiyu quickly intervened, pulling his little junior brother aside while wearing a knowing smile. Let it go, let it go. Fighting will only harm camaraderie. Since you wish to go, then you may proceed. Just do not blame the Changming sect for not warning these two stubborn individuals. Indeed, Ming Xian remarked with a cryptic smile. After all, if someone is seeking death, we shall not hinder them. Ye Qiao's expression darkened. Do you wish to die? Ming Xian smiled slightly, deliberately provoking him as he waved his folding fan. You are truly wicked, scaring the poor fellow. Ye Qiao's face contorted with discomfort as he felt nauseated. Get lost. Is everyone in this cohort of the Changming sect insane? Shuiyu, observing Ming Xian's sporadic antics, could not help but face-bomb, turning to his two companions. I cannot endure this. Would someone give him a kick to bring him back to reality? Enough of this. Zhou Xingyun slumped over the table, feeling increasingly despondent due to their antics. Ye Qiao had spent a full 3 days in the demon clan. Because of her low rank, no one paid her mind, and she had nearly gleaned all the essential information. Similar to their sect, the hierarchy was starkly defined, with the upper echelons rarely seen, while those at the bottom had no right to even a fleeting glimpse. To her astonishment, several golden core stage demon cultivators, who would be considered prime disciples in the realm of orthodox cultivation, were merely regarded as mid-level within the demon clan. Ye Qiao maintained constant communication with Qin Fanfan through the Jade Slip, and upon hearing her junior disciple's inquiry, Qin Fanfan elucidated, Demon cultivators differ from their orthodox counterparts. They often tread down treacherous paths, advancing swiftly through the usurpation of other cultivators' powers. In other words, these individuals are fundamentally hollow, destined to reap the bitter fruits of their malevolence sooner or later. Ye Qiao pondered this insight. Despite the explanation, the presence of 7 or 8 golden core cultivators remained quite formidable. As Ye Qiao sat idly, she casually probed for information from several other demons. Upon confirming that none of them had encountered the higher echelons of the demon clan, she lowered her gaze, feeling a sense of relief. A group of demons engaged in conversation, and upon overhearing their dialogue, Ye Qiao felt a slight jolt of anxiety. Yet her expression remained unchanged as she nonchalantly joined the discussion, inquiring, "Who have you captured?" "It wouldn't be my senior brothers, would it?" It seemed they were inquiring about the Sword Sect and the Moonlight Sect. Upon learning that these two sects were involved, Ye Qiao's urgency dissipated. That was precisely what they deserved. Chapter 64. Surprised? Unexpected? Exciting? Qin Fanfan froze momentarily upon hearing a commotion from the jade slip. Could it be that 2 disciples from the sect were captured so swiftly? There was no hope left. Xia Chuxue, cradling a teacup, shook her head, declaring that if these direct disciples were their only hope, it would be best for the realm of cultivation to be destroyed swiftly. Qin Fanfan, unusually in agreement, nodded slightly. Ye Qiao leisurely rose in the evening, glancing at her attire before boldly approaching a demon she had observed for quite some time, gently tapping him on the shoulder. "Hello, brother. Do you have any other colors of clothing that I might borrow?" Her tone was exceptionally cordial. The demon blinked in confusion. "How did you know I had other colors?" Obviously, Ye Qiao replied, having spent 3 days observing the demons. She had noted every piece of information that could be gleaned. "I saw you take it out from your spatial bag." She feigned embarrassment. "I thought your outfit looked appealing, so I wished to try it on." While the demon's clothing was uniform, the garments in his spatial bag were notably different in color. Perhaps to showcase individuality, the black garment stood out starkly against the drab gray of the others. He puffed with pride. "You have a good eye. This is my specially modified piece. The gray attire has been worn for over a decade. I, too, possess a youthful heart and have worn it in private many times." He was delighted that someone had finally recognized his unique taste. Ye Qiao cunningly coaxed the black garment from him. Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, she swiftly knocked him unconscious. After changing into the outfit and tidying herself up, the formerly ingratiating smile vanished, replaced by a demeanor of indifference as she strode forward, hands clasped behind her back. Qin Fanfan, hearing the commotion, dared not speak, sensing that his apprentice was up to something again. Ye Qiao consumed a concealed cultivation pill, rendering her foundational level indistinguishable. The demons, accustomed to the same gray attire, were taken aback by her striking appearance, exchanging glances, mistakenly believing her to be an envoy sent from above to oversee them. "Who are you?" one demon inquired cautiously, rubbing his hands. Ye Qiao stepped forward with a smile. Coldly scoffing, "The holy maiden sent me to inspect the 2 captured disciples." "Why are you all standing there? Do you wish to perish?" the demon muttered to himself, unaware that the holy maiden had dispatched someone. He hesitated. "Do you know what the holy maiden said?" "And who are you, my lady?" This probing question caused Qin Fanfan to break into a cold sweat. However, Ye Qiao's smile grew even brighter. "Oh, you wish to know who I am?" Having watched countless dramas over the years, she had gleaned a vital truth. Awkward acting was inconsequential. One simply needed to smile when confronted. The more maniacal the grin, the more one could project an aura of unpredictability, deflecting suspicion from oneself. The girl maintained her erratic smile, her black attire merging seamlessly with the night, appearing particularly inscrutable in the dim atmosphere. The demon felt a chill run down his spine, recalling the notorious tempers of those in power, especially when Ye Qiao's smile was so radiant. Fearing further words might cost him his head, he bowed hastily. "We shall lead you at once." Ye Qiao intentionally obscured her face with her hair, anxious that her clumsy acting might betray her. As she walked, she kicked anyone who displeased her, her ruthless demeanor instilling terror among the demons, solidifying their belief that she was an authority figure sent from above. The demons in the dungeon lacked the courage to even glance at her, keeping their heads bowed in trepidation. Seizing the opportunity to assert her dominance, Ye Qiao strolled deeper inside. "What are your plans for those 2 disciples you've captured?" she inquired casually. The demons, reveling in their malicious glee, replied, "Those disciples will surely come to rescue them, and at that moment, we will ensnare them all." "Those mere disciples of the cultivation realm," one demon laughed heartily. "In due time, our demon clan shall unify the realm of cultivation." Observing the raucous laughter of the demons, Ye Qiao felt compelled to join in, her laughter echoing, "Ha ha ha." Her mirth, reminiscent of the dark goddess, sent a wave of fear through the 2 bound disciples, their faces paling in dread. Song Hansheng and Yi Qinghan exchanged glances, both sensing that their lives were at stake. These demons were anything but ordinary. Upon entering the dungeon, Ye Qiao spotted 2 familiar faces and inwardly clicked her tongue. Lowering her voice, "What brings the disciples of the Sword Sect and the Moonlight Sect here?" She had suspected someone might be foolish enough to venture in. If it were these 2, it would all make sense. Yi Qinghan met her teasing gaze, his expression taut with icy resolve. "In 30 years, the tides will turn. And I shall flatten your demon realm." Ye Qiao nearly burst out laughing. Truly, he was the archetype of a heroic figure, even in captivity. He could not resist issuing threats, oblivious to the current circumstances. "You dare?" A nearby demon, eager to curry favor, kicked at Ye Qinghan. "How dare you speak disrespectfully to my lady?" Ye Qinghan, unaccustomed to such humiliation, gritted his teeth. "You may do as you wish with me. As righteous disciples, we shall never bow to you." Ye Qiao inwardly marveled at his spirit. Quite commendable, she thought. Song Hansheng weakly interjected, "Ye Qinghan." He was more pragmatic than that. "Don't drag me down with you if you wish to court death," he warned. Ye Qinghan insisted on including him in his bravado. Song Hansheng's expression twisted momentarily. He still had no desire to meet his demise. Having had her fill of amusement, Ye Qiao glanced at the demons surrounding them. With a swift motion, she slapped her palm down. "What are you standing there for? Get out!" Her unpredictable demeanor prompted the demons to scurry away in haste. Once they had all departed, Ye Qiao casually took a seat. "What brings you to our demon realm?" She kicked at Ye Qinghan, astonished that even now, there were still 2 eager to court death. Ye Qinghan sneered, "Naturally, one day, we shall level your insignificant demon clan." Song Hansheng added, "You should tone it down a bit." Ye Qiao couldn't help but chuckle at the distorted expressions of the demons. "So, you came here without even understanding our situation? Are all the disciples this bold?" Her frequent references to our demon clan suggested she had truly adopted the role of a leader here. A display of confidence that made Qin Fanfan realize that she had indeed restrained herself in the secret realm, but was now openly asserting her authority on demon territory. Quite impressive. Ye Qinghan assumed she was mocking him, his expression remaining cold and silent. Song Hansheng's unease grew. He had never imagined he would find himself on demon territory, a perilous situation that made his heart race. Ye Qinghan furrowed his brow, his lips pressed tightly together. He couldn't shake the feeling that her voice sounded remarkably familiar, yet he couldn't recall where he had heard it before. Ye Qiao observed the 2 individuals, both silent and watchful, as if she were a creature of darkness. She grinned, her laughter growing more jubilant. There is an adage that suggests if one is not well, it is a clear day, yet if one is at ease, it must be something remarkable. The expressions of these 2 were quite captivating, evidently concocting scenarios in their minds of some formidable beast. Song Hansheng regarded the high-ranking demoness, who was laughing maniacally and resolved to endure her eccentricities for the time being. This demon clan seemed deranged. He would refrain from provoking her for now. Although Ye Qinghan did not fear her, he too found her demeanor quite abnormal. Her cultivation level was indiscernible, her hair partially obscuring her brow, and her maniacal laughter resembled that of a madman. After thoroughly enjoying the spectacle of their expressions, Ye Qiao calmly lowered her legs, brushing aside her disheveled hair to reveal her familiar and gentle features. With uncontainable joy, she exclaimed, "Hi, have you missed me?" To their astonishment, she clapped her hands and laughed. Surprised? Unexpected? Thrilling? I have a fever, feeling quite miserable at 39 degrees. Dear friends, do take care of yourselves. This is unbearable. Chapter 65. The ground escape talisman far away in Yunshui City. A few disciples were engaged in a futile meeting. They needed to ascertain whether Yunshui City had any connections with the demon clan. Qin Huai clutched his sword, hoping they wouldn't stray off course. Mu Chongxi suggested, "This is simple. I'll rush in with Chu Xingji, deliver a swift kick, and interrogate him about his intentions." "We are righteous disciples, not bandits," Si Miaoyan interjected, feeling exasperated. "If you make such a grand entrance, everyone will know something is amiss. Even if it's a small city, there are plenty of golden core experts around. Provoking them would not bode well." Ming Xian, listening to their pointless discussion, couldn't help but yawn. He sensed that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. After finally getting a break without any secret realms to attend, he found it frustrating to be tangled in such investigations. Moreover, this information didn't require their confirmation. Given the meticulous nature of the elders from the 5 sects, they likely already knew everything. A small city was hardly worth the elders' intervention. But collusion with the demon clan was no trivial matter, so it was best left for the disciples to handle. "Let us go," Ming Xian stretched lazily. "We should consult with others and lay the groundwork." After their discussions, they had essentially confirmed that the city lord's manor was indeed in cahoots with the demon clan. So, it was prudent to prepare in advance to avoid being caught unawares. Meanwhile, the elders were maintaining contact in private. This was the first time they had sent the disciples out, and the task was not insignificant. Each elder resembled a worried father, anxiously keeping tabs on their children's situation. "What is the situation on your end?" asked the Qingfeng sect. After a moment of hesitation, the sword sect leader managed to stammer, "Yi Qinghan has been imprisoned." He had just learned that his own naturally gifted disciple could infiltrate the demon clan. Yun Hen had grown silent. After all, his most cherished disciple had also been captured. In such circumstances, it was difficult for him to speak. Qin Fanfan reflected quietly. "My disciple is doing well. She just greeted your disciples. Do you wish to hear the commotion?" The communication jade slip had not ceased, and the sect leaders distinctly heard Ye Qiao's familiar voice. "Surprised, aren't you? Unexpected, right? Thrilling, isn't it?" This barrage of questions left everyone in stunned silence. Yi Qinghan and Song Han Sheng exchanged incredulous glances. They were on the brink of exclaiming in horror. In the demon realm, encountering Ye Qiao's visage was far more terrifying than any ghost story. Yet, Ye Qiao appeared utterly unaware, cheerfully approaching them. "Isn't this Yi Qinghan and Song Han Sheng? What happened? Captured after a few days apart? You should probably change your names. How about calling yourselves the Chill Duo instead?" Her words were entirely sincere. One was named Han Sheng, the other Qinghan. Their names certainly had a cold ring to them. "How did you get in?" Yi Qinghan's complexion shifted. Song Han Sheng sighed. "I'm exhausted." The memory of Ye Qiao's earlier antics only added to his fatigue. "What? We both completed our tasks, but why does Ye Qiao's approach differ from ours?" It seemed she had infiltrated the enemy camp and assumed command, while they had followed a more straightforward path. After startling the duo, Ye Qiao swiftly untied them. Her disguise was too rudimentary and her status too humble to avoid detection. She intended to rescue them and cause a ruckus in the demon realm before they escaped together. Both Yi Qinghan and Song Han Sheng felt a nagging sense of foreboding, especially since they had previously fallen victim to Ye Qiao's schemes. They exchanged glances, sensing her intentions were far from benign. "Rest assured, I will safely lead you out," Ye Qiao declared with vibrant enthusiasm. "Now let us begin our escape." With that, she dashed ahead. I was deceiving them, she thought, hastily donning a different colored outfit and spouting a few phrases to temporarily mislead anyone who might notice. They would likely be discovered soon, so they needed to flee. Ye Qiao said nothing. The three of them embarked on yet another great escape. The demon clan soon realized something was amiss. Does the saintess have subordinates? No, right? Their saintess was known for her aloofness, often solitary. They had no interest in capturing disciples, let alone seeking them out. Quickly to the dungeon. Those quick on their feet rushed over. Upon opening the cell door, it was no surprise that the two disciples had vanished without a trace. Only then did they fully grasp the extent of their deception. Song Hansheng, a talisman practitioner, struggled to keep pace with the others, panting heavily as he exclaimed, "Didn't you say you'd take us out?" Ye Qiao retorted confidently, "I did say I'd take you out, but I never specified when." Unbelievable, Song Hansheng thought. He'd rather believe in ghosts than trust Ye Qiao's words. The leaders of the 5 sects, overhearing the exchange, pondered. Isn't anyone aware of how absurd it is to rely on a foundation establishment disciple to escape from 2 golden core experts? Cold sweat broke out on Song Hansheng's forehead as he listened to the sounds of chaos outside. "I have a few teleportation talismans left," he said. "But the chances of a successful escape are slim. With so many golden core experts present, using a teleportation talisman would reveal their presence. Moreover, once the demon clan realized they were fleeing, they would have already severed connections with the outside world using formations. In essence, even with talismans, escaping the demon realm was futile. It was a contest of whose talisman was more potent. Ye Qiao produced a talisman from her storage bag. "I have a ground escape talisman." "Teleportation talismans are useless, and your ground escape talisman is equally futile," Song Hansheng scoffed. His earlier trepidation vanished. Ye Qiao raised an eyebrow. "Who said I wanted to escape?" She dismissed their concerns, instructing them to hide well and to contact her with their location using sound transmission talismans. With that, she shattered the ground escape talisman and, right before their eyes, vanished. Ye Qiao and Song Hansheng exchanged glances, both recognizing the absurdity of Ye Qiao's actions. How does one even begin to describe her outrageousness? She never played by the rules, and her hurried demeanor left everyone guessing her next move. Chapter 66. Of course, kneel and pay tribute to Ye Qiao. As soon as the Earth Escape Talisman was activated, it became rather easy to leak one's presence. The demon clan quickly sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy. "There's movement. It seems to be in the women's bath. Hurry and check it out." Ye Qiao emerged from the women's bath, glanced around, and after swiftly stealing some clothing, she fled. She had been observing this demon clan for quite some time and had memorized the terrain quite well. With a successful escape through the women's bath, Ye Qiao poked her head out, conveniently snatching an old garment. To express her apologies, she left behind a dozen high-grade spirit stones. "Excuse the intrusion," she silently apologized, internally pleading, "Forgive me, beautiful." Meanwhile, chaos ensued among the demons. Song Hansheng, trembling, sought a hiding place, unlike Ye Qiao, who faced life and death with indifference and was ready to fight. Those of the talisman sect preferred to stay back, launching talismans from the shadows and quietly setting up formations in unnoticed corners. As Ye Qiao, in his foolishness, attempted to charge out for a decisive battle, Song Hansheng tightly grasped his neck. "If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." What had possessed him to accompany Ye Qiao in the first place? He felt Ye Qiao was far more reliable. While searching for Ye Qiao, Song Hansheng was not having an easy time either. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, the air thick with the palpable tension of the demon soldiers, as if they would burst through the door at any moment. In a state of panic, his hands trembled slightly, caught between the fear of the demon clan outside and the anxiety of being discovered. The intertwining emotions made his heart race, and he held his breath in silence. When Ye Qiao emerged with the Earth Escape Talisman, both men jumped in fright. Despite being aware of her elusive nature, the unprepared duo still instinctively recoiled. As Ye Qiao revealed her head, she had already changed into a completely different outfit, having swapped her demon soldier attire for women's clothing. Ye Qiao froze for a moment, his voice icy. Where did you get those clothes? He genuinely wanted to know where Ye Qiao acquired such a remarkable skill to procure materials on the spot. I stole them from the women's bath, Ye Qiao replied. Song Hansheng's eyes widened in disbelief. You're insane. You're the one who's insane, she retorted. Having spent so many days in the demon realm, Ye Qiao had not been idle. She rummaged through her spatial pouch and retrieved the 2 outfits she had taken from the demon soldiers while they bathed days prior, tossing them to the 2 men. Put these on and follow me shortly. Song Hansheng stared in astonishment. What do you intend to do? Initially, he thought she would arrive within a couple of days, but it seemed the unpalatable food of the demon clan had kept her from returning sooner. Ye Qiao had merely entertained a thought but had not intended to take risks. However, hesitation was no longer an option. If she moved quickly, she could catch them off guard. The demon clan planned to ally with the people of Yushui City to surround and capture the 5 sects in one fell swoop. In such times, audacity was paramount. Song Hansheng silently uttered a single word, 6. In this moment, what else could he say? Of course, he would kneel and pay tribute to Ye Qiao. She was no longer just Ye Qiao. She had transformed into the embodiment of hope. Song Hansheng, a man who could bend and stretch, decisively chose to follow Ye Qiao after recognizing her authority. Yi Qinghan, devoid of expression, questioned her certainty, raising an eyebrow. What do you mean by you and I? Mind your tone when addressing the saintess. Wait, in just a few days, have you truly adapted to this identity so swiftly? Eventually, Yi Qinghan and Song Hansheng reluctantly donned the clothing. In such circumstances, they had no choice but to trust Ye Qiao. Simultaneously, Ye Qiao imparted her knowledge of the demon language to the 2, instructing them on how to respond should they be questioned by the demons. After changing, Ye Qiao deliberately donned a veil to obscure her face. She then began to form a formation with intricate hand gestures, albeit slowly, as the demons were about to burst in. When the lead demon pushed the door open, expecting to find a few frightened individuals, he was taken aback to see 2 men in demon attire, their cultivation levels indeterminate, along with a veiled girl who tilted her head to observe them with a disturbingly vacant expression. Ye Qiao's acting skills were lacking, but that was inconsequential. The most chilling gaze was one that lacked focus. Coupled with the dimness of the room, the atmosphere was steeped in terror. Who are you? The lead demon rasped, a sinister smile twisting his lips. If he found their answer unsatisfactory, their heads might soon roll. Having been deceived before, they had grown wise. It was rumored that the 2 disciples they had released were merely at the foundation establishment stage. The reason their cultivation levels remained concealed was due to a cunning human elixir adept at hiding one's true strength. Ye Qiao hastened her movements, her gaze unhurriedly fixed on the 2 men. Yi Qinghan and Song Hansheng instantly understood her intentions. Their hearts trembled. Truth be told, their plan to infiltrate the demon clan had been merely for reconnaissance, unlike Ye Qiao, who dared to venture into their stronghold. Song Hansheng took a deep breath, maintaining a stoic demeanor as he adopted the arrogance he typically exhibited towards loose cultivators in the secret realm. A derisive smile crept across his lips as he surveyed the surroundings. As he unleashed the pressure of his late golden core stage cultivation, the previously ominous-looking demon's expression stiffened considerably. Yi Qinghan, too, released his aura. As it was his first time engaging in deceit, his tone was somewhat stiff. You truly do not recognize your own saintess? Ye Qiao, however, was immensely satisfied with him. Yi Qinghan possessed an inherent air of superiority, his tone cool and succinct, perfectly embodying the essence of a noble. In an instant, their status elevated dramatically. The 2 late Golden Core individuals could easily be regarded as subordinates, while Ye Qiao, at the early Foundation establishment stage, transformed into the enigmatic Golden Core Saintess in the eyes of the demons. Saintess? The man hesitated, considering the timeline. It seemed the Saintess was indeed due to arrive in the coming days. Is this something a normal person could do? Eavesdropping, Qin Fan muttered. We should leave. Just kidding. Ye Qiao had mastered the art of deception. The man collected his thoughts, directing his gaze at Ye Qiao. Are we to depart from here? Head to Yunshui City? Ye Qiao, observing their urgency to leave, remained composed as she assessed the formation she had set. Just as she was about to take a decisive step forward, she suddenly halted. Wait, which way do we exit the demon realm? At this utterance, the atmosphere froze momentarily. Saintess, the man narrowed his eyes, his expression fluctuating ominously. Have you forgotten the way? Ye Qiao's demeanor remained calm. Oh, I know. I was just teasing you. The man's suspicion deepened, increasingly convinced that her identity was questionable. Qin Fan felt a knot form in his stomach. Beside him, Xia Chushui blinked and began to babble loudly. She is actually copying my words. Qin Fan swiftly silenced him with a slap. Song Hansheng furrowed his brow. Unlike the oblivious sword cultivator Yi Qinghan, he sensed that Ye Qiao was stalling for time. Otherwise, there was no reason for her to dawdle here. And rather than simply risking exposure, her actions appeared deliberate in provoking suspicion. As he pondered in silence, Ye Qiao stood with her back facing the demonic cultivators. In the next moment, a fierce gust of wind unexpectedly surged toward her. Swift as lightning, it reached her before anyone could react. Song Hansheng was alarmed. Yet there was nothing he could do to prevent it. Their cultivation relied on spiritual energy, and any offensive action would betray their positions. The gale rushed toward her face. But Ye Qiao remained motionless, and soon the malevolent energy collided with an invisible barrier, dissipating into the air. What a close call! Song Hansheng, nearly drained from fright, thought disaster was imminent. Ye Qiao was well aware that the demon clan was notorious for their treachery, often striking from the shadows, so she had prepared in advance. Aside from some complex ancient formations, the array techniques used by talisman cultivators did not have any restrictions based on cultivation level. They simply required prior arrangement. She had deliberately delayed for a while, ensuring that the formation she had set up would counter any surprise attack. Just one strike could irrevocably confirm her identity as a member of the demon clan. After all, the formations she learned from that old man in the secret realm were indeed of demonic origin. As expected, the instant the surrounding formations activated, only Song Hansheng, the sole talisman cultivator present, recognized it for what it was. The other demonic cultivators, utterly oblivious to the array, naively assumed that their saintess possessed profound cultivation that allowed her to nullify the attack with her mere presence. Truly, she was their saintess. The day when their demon clan unifies the cultivation world is surely approaching, ha ha ha. The man who had attempted the sneak attack bore a testing intent. As he breathed a sigh of relief, he quickly bowed his head in apology, fear evident in his demeanor. My apologies, esteemed saintess. Ye Qiao surveyed the stunned demonic clan members, and upon confirming their belief in her identity, she felt a sense of relief and smiled. Do you know? The great demon lord once said that enduring blows can rejuvenate a person. Such absurd statements left the gathered demons momentarily speechless. Is that true, esteemed saintess? Of course. Ye Qiao delivered a heavy punch directly to the face of the demon who had just assaulted her, adding, for instance, right now, you look like a fool. Coughing and feeling nauseous, he wondered if this virus truly has asymptomatic cases. Is there still anyone left in the Yin clan? Just a few days ago, he had been boasting about making it to the finals, and the very next day, he tested positive. Chapter 67. I can do it too. After delivering a solid punch to the one who ambushed her, Ye Qiao strode out with an air of confidence, followed closely by the demon clan members. Song Hansheng had been on edge, having noticed Ye Qiao's movements. Yet he was taken aback to discover she was setting up a formation. She knows how to manipulate formations. No. Song Hansheng recalled that she had not only mastered them in the secret realm, but had also used them to outwit Yi Qinghan and the others. The puzzling question remained, how had she learned the demon clan's formation? It was evident that the formation she employed was neither from the Changming sect nor the Yueqing sect. Ye Qiao was aware of his confusion, but had no time to explain. Yi Qinghan and Song Hansheng, perhaps feeling guilty, wore stern expressions and followed her in silence. Oddly enough, Despite their imposing backgrounds, standing beside her they exuded an unsettling aura. "What are your names?" inquired the demon member who had just been struck. "I am Ada." The name seemed rather lackluster. Ye Qiao noted it and smiled faintly. "Oh, let us go meet others." As she uttered these words, she keenly sensed the rising excitement among the demon clan members, as if they were eager to leave the demon realm and march upon Yunshui City. Seizing the moment, Ye Qiao delivered a few meaningless speeches, proclaiming that upon their exit, those oblivious disciples would learn who truly ruled the cultivation world. The two oblivious disciples could only remain silent, caught in their complex emotions. Yi Qinghan found it hard to fathom the mindset that allowed Ye Qiao to utter such words, questioning whether she had reached a point where she felt no pressure in belittling herself. With a confident gait, Ye Qiao led the two on a leisurely tour. It must be said that a lofty status afforded her a certain ease. At this moment, not only were those observing her deterred, but many demons lacked the courage to even glance up, highlighting the stark class disparity within the demon realm. She dared not inquire about the number of golden core stage demons, opting instead to observe discreetly. Spotting a blacksmith among the demons, she noted he was also at the golden core stage, nearly moved to tears with envy. Was it truly so effortless to reach golden core now? Or were the demons simply faster in breaking through? Could she still change her career path? "What is your name?" Ye Qiao inquired of the bowing blacksmith. The demon glanced up, somewhat flustered, and grinned foolishly. "I have no name." Ye Qiao observed that demons either had names that were mere numbers or, more often, none at all. "Oh, I see." She patted the diligent blacksmith on the shoulder. "Since you are so skilled at forging, I shall call you Old Iron." "Old Iron. 6666. She exclaimed. "What a peculiar name." After her leisurely stroll, Ye Qiao had thoroughly acquainted herself with the demon soldiers. Others merely perceived her actions as whimsical, while she was diligently getting to know them. Knowing that gathering everyone could attract undue attention from higher-ranking demons, Ye Qiao chose to wander about alone. Yi Qinghan and Song Hanxing maintained their stoic expressions throughout. "You two remind me of a dimwit and a grumpy one," Ye Qiao remarked casually. That evening, in hopes of strategizing their escape from the demon realm, Yi Qinghan signaled for Ye Qiao to discreetly send away the lurking demons, and she casually pulled Ada aside to whisper a few words. "Have those hiding in the shadows leave." "Holy Maiden? Is something wrong?" Ada was taken aback. Ye Qiao replied, gesturing toward Yu Qinghan and Song Hansheng, "They are being disturbed by your presence." However, her ambiguous words fell on Ada's ears and took on an entirely different meaning. Three people together? Truly worthy of our holy maiden. Such cunning. If Ye Qiao and her companions were to discover their thoughts, they might well regurgitate their last meal. After sending away the concealed demons, Ye Qiao's previously maintained facade crumbled, and she collapsed onto the ground, feeling utterly drained. After lying there for a moment, the aroma of food wafted through the air, prompting her to sit upright and stuff a bun into her mouth. Song Hansheng barely had time to stop her. "Yuck!" Ye Qiao grimaced. "This food is awful." Song Hansheng gazed out with a solemn expression. His spiritual sense was keen, easily detecting the location of the demon barrier. It had been his assistance that allowed Yi Qinghan to enter previously. "I'm so hungry. I should have brought more buns," Ye Qiao lamented. Having already encountered all the golden core stage demons, Ye Qiao calculated there were about 20 in total, a rather alarming number. Without her, if they allied with the people of Yunshui City, what were the odds of survival for their 5 sects? Song Hansheng calculated, seeking the opinions of the others. Ye Qiao clapped her hands. Congratulations on reaching the outcome of the imprisoned disciples' tragic fate. Her words were disheartening, prompting Song Hansheng to ignore her and look at Yi Qinghan. "I only believe that righteousness will prevail," Yi Qinghan declared, his voice firm. "Forget it." Song Hansheng sighed. One was too pessimistic, the other too naive. "I checked, and there are fewer than 10 golden core stage cultivators in all of Yunshui City. It's hard to know the exact numbers hidden away, but if a conflict arises, it won't be hard to resolve." The real question is how many allies the demon clan has summoned. Ming Xian recalled what the junior sister had mentioned, that the demon clan had 7 or 8 golden core stage members, and that was only her estimation. There were likely more hidden. He felt a pang of anxiety, becoming a silent prayer for the safety of the junior sister among the demons. Finally, Suwa spoke up. Let the talisman practitioners come with me to set up a formation outside. A portion of the disciples will be responsible for creating a diversion to avoid detection. We will take them down one by one to prevent being surrounded in a fight. Who among them is a good person? Are you going to investigate? Su Zhuo retorted sharply. At this point, they all understood that the Chaos Pearl was merely a test from the elders, and naturally, whoever performed well would claim it. In such times, no one wished to share the spotlight, and everyone was intent on showcasing their abilities. Duan Hong Dao asserted confidently, when the battle begins. Won't we find out who the bad ones are? Why are you scolding me? I'm doing my utmost to assist in setting traps. Originally, there were few weapon practitioners. He and Shin Ziwei had been bustling about, yet they were still reprimanded by Su Zhuo. These children are indeed on the right track, an elder coughed lightly, suppressing a smile. At the very least, they understood the need for subtlety rather than a chaotic rush. Had it not been for Ye Qiao, these disciples' performance would have astonished them. After all, they had initially feared these disciples would recklessly charge in and severely beat the city lord of Yunshui, only to be caught by the demons, leading to a collective imprisonment. Let us listen to Ye Qiao's plan. Qin Fan expressed little interest regarding these foolish children with concern for their future without Ye Qiao. Far away in the demon realm, Ye Qiao found the food too unpalatable to sleep. To avoid prolonged uncertainty and expedite their plan against the demons, she announced early the next day their departure to Yunshui City. Unable to sleep, her companions were even less likely to find rest in the demon realm. Who could afford to be so carefree? You all can't sleep, right, brothers? Song Hansheng replied. What are you doing? He was contemplating their next move while sipping water. Without a doubt, following Ye Qiao was fraught with peril. But she was the only one who could navigate the demon territory with ease. Song Hansheng could only hope she remained cautious and did not act recklessly. I'm too poor to sleep, Ye Qiao confessed. Song Hansheng. Ye Qiao continued, the demon clan must be quite wealthy, right? Since we are leaving tomorrow, and my identity has reached such a level, to the point where it is utterly convincing, why not take the opportunity to explore the inner workings of the demon clan? Yi Qihan, what do you intend to do? Song Hansheng swallowed hard, his gaze filled with trepidation as he looked at her. Ye Qiao, shall we embark on an exhilarating adventure? If we are in pursuit of excitement, we must see it through to the end. Song Hansheng struggled to swallow again. No, I'm telling you, the demon clan's spiritual stones are not compatible with ours. He looked at Ye Qiao, who appeared as if she were starved for adventure, contemplating a nighttime infiltration into the demon clan. Was she not afraid of being exposed on the spot? Her impulsiveness was